I knew that name all too well. His sister's death had pushed him over the edge, turning a master swordsman into a man haunted by his own inner demons. He eventually spiraled into total madness. People mistook him for a common lunatic, but he was actually Gizel, the disgraced and worthless son of Count Pyrium, loathed by everyone. Despite his massive frame and polar bear-like armor, the brute was absolutely demolished by Ghislaine. Looking up at his conqueror, he seethed with a bitter, venomous hatred. But when the youth finally spoke, the man's rage reached a boiling point. "Feeling warm, are we?" Ghislaine smirked, his voice as cold as a winter's frost. "I poured a fortune into setting this little trap." He stepped forward slowly, his presence heavy enough to crush the air itself. Ghislaine looked down with a piercing, icy glare. It was the look one gave to absolute filth. "Do you like it?" he asked mockingly. The man bit his lip, unable to hide his fury, and roared. "Are you really that trash, Ghislaine? You mean you saw through my entire plan?" Ghislaine let out a chilling laugh that echoed like a graveyard breeze. "Since you're so polite, I'll give you an answer before you die." He locked eyes with the man, his voice calm, yet carrying a lethal promise. "I know everything, their numbers, the rats in your ranks, and exactly who helped you gather this force. To me, you're all just pathetic clowns dancing in a circus." The man froze, his eyes bulging in pure terror. "Impossible. I kept my trump card hidden from everyone." He screamed in desperate denial. "How could someone like you, a useless bastard, do this?" Ghislaine silenced him with a brutal kick, crushing his face like a discarded toy. "Shut your mouth," he spat with utter contempt. He then tore off his mask, revealing a sharp, handsome face and eyes burning with an unyielding, fiery resolve. "Invade as many times as you want," Ghislaine declared coldly. "I will win this battle, the next one, and every war to come. I will conquer everything in my path." He flashed a grin that looked both insane and terrifyingly authoritative. "Do you want to know why? Because I already know every single move you're going to make." To witness this moment, he had to travel back one entire year. In the kingdom of Lutania near the Perium Fief, a young man sat up in a small tent, gasping for air. Ghislaine was alive, even though he'd been standing in a gore-soaked nightmare just moments ago. He bit his lip and hissed under his breath. Damn it all. In his final battle, he had been forced to kneel in the dirt. A red-haired man named Izun stood over him, wearing a twisted, triumphant smirk. "So this is how it ends." Izun's voice was dripping with mockery. Ghislaine Perium, the king of mercenaries, and one of the 7 strongest beings on the continent, finally defeated. The arrogant knight tilted his head. Any last words? Ghislaine glared up, his eyes sharp as daggers. "I'm just sorry I couldn't finish my revenge." "Die, you sick bastard." Izun just chuckled. So much pride. He revealed he knew Ghislaine was the first son of the fallen House Perium, who fled after his sister died. Ghislaine was stunned. "How do you know that? You're from another kingdom." Izun shrugged. "I made it my mission to know. I was one of those who conspired with House Deoheim to destroy you." The revelation felt like a physical blow to his soul. There were others behind his family's downfall. Seeing the raw agony in his eyes, Izun simply smiled. "You're dying anyway, so explanations are pointless. Just accept your fate." Ghislaine thrashed, screaming in pure desperation. "I will never forgive you, never." "Fine by me," Izun replied coldly. He swung his blade, and the world turned red with blood. Back in reality, Ghislaine frantically touched his neck. Izun had decapitated him. Yet his head was still firmly attached. Was it all a vivid hallucination? He noticed his body felt younger and revitalized. Am I still drunk, or is this real? He remembered being treated like a lab rat by those arrogant mages. He ground his teeth, swearing they would regret ever letting him draw another breath. Suddenly, a blood-curdling scream erupted from outside. Ghislaine turned to see a familiar face. Ricardo rushing into the tent. "Young master, get up. I know you're awake." But before he could finish, a cold blade was pressed against his throat, making Ricardo tremble in fear. Ghislaine's voice was low and dark. "Answer me if you want to live." Ghislaine's eyes flared with a terrifying, murderous intent. Ricardo broke into a cold sweat. "Young master, isn't this a bit extreme?" Ghislaine blinked, completely caught off guard. Why wasn't he more afraid? "What are you talking about?" he asked. Ricardo brushed the blade aside, looking annoyed. "You threw a fit earlier and then just passed out." "I did what Ghislaine stammered." Ricardo scoffed. "Did you sleep off your brain? You were fuming because you have to lead the unit to hunt those orcs." Orc subjugation. Ghislaine's brow furrowed in confusion. "I was angry about that," Ricardo sighed. "Just pack your things. Everyone is waiting for you." Ghislaine was dazed. "Pack for what? Where are we going?" Ricardo rolled his eyes. "Where else?" "We're heading straight to the Todium Fief." Ghislaine lunged forward, grabbing him. "Say that again." Ricardo looked baffled by the outburst. Ghislaine pressed on. Are you saying House Pyrium hasn't collapsed yet? He quickly stepped outside to check. It was true, the totem fief was perfectly intact. He had watched this place burn to ashes with his own eyes. Was it all just a deathbed dream, he wondered. Ricardo whispered in his ear, did you have a nightmare? Don't let the Count hear you say we've fallen, or he'll disown you. Ghislaine pinched his cheek. It hurt. This was real. He had truly regressed. In his youth, he was a brat who let his emotions ruin everything. Eventually, everyone turned their backs on him, and he left to be a mercenary. He had survived countless wars and made a name for himself, but when he returned to apologize, his home was gone. Now everyone he loved was alive again. The realization hit him, and Ghislaine began to laugh like a madman. But he had to focus. He looked at Ricardo and remembered the orc subjugation mission. That was the day most of his men died because of his stubbornness. In his past life, he thought there were only 3 orcs. In reality, over 20 ambushed them. He had been a terrible commander back then. Suddenly, an object whistled past his head. Debris exploded nearby as soldiers began to scream, "Orcs, they're here!" The monsters charged, slaughtering anyone in their path. "Defend yourselves. The tents are falling." A voice roared over the chaos. "Form up. Don't lose your heads. Get into defensive positions." Skovan, the commander, dove into the fight. But they were outnumbered and caught off guard. At this rate, the entire unit would be wiped out. As Skovan faltered, an orc lunged at his back. In the nick of time, Ghislaine blurred across the battlefield, grabbed Skovan, and threw him to safety. Skovan was stunned, but what followed was even more shocking. Ghislaine charged alone, driving his blade into the orc's wrist and severing its hand. The beast shrieked and fell. The soldiers stood frozen in awe. Ghislaine sheathed his sword, sighing. "I still can't use mana. I wish I'd come back sooner." He looked at Skovan. "You're the lead, right?" Skovan trembled in utter confusion as Ghislaine reached out, his voice sharp as a blade. "Hand it over." "Hand what over, sir?" Skovan stammered. Ghislaine's eyes narrowed into cold slits. "The command." Seeing the commander's hesitation, Ghislaine's voice turned to ice. "Give me authority over the troops. Now." Reality finally hit Skovan, and he cursed under his breath. He knew the boy was a fool, but demanding command while lives were on the line was pure madness. "Absolutely not," Skovan barked, leaving Ghislaine momentarily, stunned by the refusal. Skovan stood tall, his gaze hardening. "You think war is a game, young master or not? I won't gamble these men's lives on your sudden whim." Watching the commander walk away, Ghislaine gritted his teeth in frustration. Still, he couldn't blame him. He'd react the same way if a known idiot suddenly demanded power. Suddenly, a rogue orc lunged from the shadows. Skovan instantly shoved the boy back. "I'll handle this. You're far too green to lead an army into this hell." Ghislaine let out a weary sigh. "Fine, have it your way then." Without warning, he hurled his sword away, nearly causing Skovan to jump out of his skin in terror. As the blade vanished, Skovan grabbed Ghislaine's collar, shaking with pure rage. "What the hell are you doing?" he roared, his face contorted with fury at the boy's insanity. But his anger froze instantly as he saw the result. Ghislaine's sword hadn't just been thrown, it was buried deep in the orc's skull, its eyes bulging in terminal agony. The beast collapsed dead before it hit the dirt. Skovan stared breathless. How did he hit a vital point with such a reckless throw? "Skovan, listen to me," Ghislaine spoke. "Do you know what matters most? In a slaughter? If the men are paralyzed by fear, they're already dead. They need a spark." In that instant, Skovan saw something legendary awaken within Ghislaine. Before the commander could blink, Ghislaine moved like a shadow. He leaped high, driving his blade into another orc's skull with terrifying surgical precision. The soldiers stood frozen in shock. Ignoring them, Ghislaine's eyes burned with a murderous hunger. "Die, you filth! I'll slaughter every last one of you!" He charged into the green tide, a whirlwind of steel and death. Skovan watched from the sidelines, wondering if he had fallen into a fever dream. Even as a mana user, Skovan felt useless compared to this display. How could a frail young master possess such lethal grace? Ghislaine was clearly exhausted, and yet, he used the smallest movements to evade striking vitals with the efficiency of a grandmaster. It was like watching a sword saint without aura, or perhaps something even more ancient. Skovan's face turned pale with realization. Amidst the chaos, Ghislaine smirked at the remaining orcs, his voice dripping with pure, unadulterated disdain. "Is that all? You call yourselves warriors? You're pathetic." Enraged, the entire pack swarmed him at once. The soldiers screamed in terror as their young master was surrounded. They're all after him. Is he trying to run away? Suddenly, Skovan's feet moved of their own accord, his eyes locked on the boy's path. His mind raced. What was Ghislaine's endgame? Drawing them away was brave, but he was running straight toward the edge of a massive, jagged cliff. A realization struck Scovin like a lightning bolt, and his eyes widened in horror. He spun around, shouting at the top of his lungs. "Soldiers, form a shield wall now." Ghislaine reached the precipice, a grim smile on his face. He bet everything on Scovan's tactical instincts. If the commander was competent, the trap was already set. He'd rather carve them all up, but his current physical stats were utter trash. Still, everything was unfolding exactly according to his calculated plan. Without hesitation, Ghislaine plummeted off the cliff. The orcs skidded to a halt, confused by the suicide jump, just as Scovan's unit closed the net behind them. Ghislaine let the wind take him, a triumphant smirk on his lips. "Do it now," he roared. Scovan didn't hesitate. Drive every last one of them into the abyss." The soldiers locked shields, creating an unbreakable wall of iron. With a roar of collective determination, they forced the orcs back toward the crumbling edge. Gravity did the rest. The orcs tumbled into the void, their bodies shattering into a gruesome soup of gore and bone on the rocks below. The air cleared of the stench of death. "We did it. We actually won," the men cheered. But Scovan rushed to the edge, his voice breaking. "Young master." Below, Ghislaine had jammed his sword into the cliff face, dangling by a thread. But his strength was gone. His mana reserves were completely depleted. Scovan's heart leaped with hope. He reached out, desperate to pull him up. But Ghislaine's fingers finally slipped. His grip failed, and he vanished into the dark mist of the gorge. Screams shattered the mountain air. Hours later, through the fog of unconsciousness, Ghislaine heard a voice calling from his past life. It was a soft, youthful voice, one etched into his very soul. Elena, his beloved sister. The shattered memories of his previous life began to stitch themselves back together. He watched his past swirl around him like a tragic play. This was his most precious memory of Elena. Suddenly, a hand reached out to pull him from the darkness. He saw Elena's terrified face. "Brother, let's go together." Then his eyes snapped open. He was staring at a strange, unfamiliar ceiling. Looking at his trembling hands, a wave of relief washed over him. He was alive. The gamble had paid off. He had been rescued from the brink. He tried to sit up, but a searing pain shot through his nerves like needles. "The price for breaking my limits," he muttered, grimacing at the physical toll. "You're finally awake. Young master." A voice startled him. He turned to see a girl in a maid's uniform entering the room with a basin of water. It was Belinda. She slammed the water down, her voice sharp with worry. "Do you have any idea how much I panicked? I told you to stay back and let the soldiers handle it." Before she could finish her lecture, Ghislaine lunged forward and pulled her into a fierce hug. Belinda froze, her voice trembling in shock. "What? What are you doing?" "I'm just glad to see you," he whispered. Belinda had been his loyal tutor, the only one who stayed by his side, despite his legendary foolishness. In his previous life, she had vanished after House Pirium was reduced to ashes. Seeing her now felt like a miracle he didn't deserve. Belinda pushed him back, her face flushing. "We see each other every day. Why are you acting so strange?" Ghislaine's expression turned deadly serious as he looked her in the eye. "Listen carefully. A great disaster is coming for Izun." Belinda blinked, confused. He took a deep breath. "The truth is, I've returned from the future." Belinda let out a long sigh, clearly unimpressed. "Sure, and those orcs nearly sent you to the afterlife." Ghislaine tried to explain, but she just kept scolding his recklessness. "You put the Parium name at risk for a stunt," she rambled on like a machine, leaving Ghislaine helpless to argue. It was clear she didn't believe a single word. Belinda suddenly fell silent. "What if you're injured before the festival starts?" Ghislaine stiffened at her words. Seeing his reaction, she smirked. "Did you forget Lady Elena is counting the days to go with you?" It was the perfect chance to mend their bond, yet Ghislaine had completely forgotten about the annual festival. In his past life, trauma had stolen his joy. Ghislaine asked grimly, "How long until the festival begins?" Belinda paused to calculate. "It starts next week, so you have barely 3 days." Ghislaine fell into deep thought. 1 week later. The day his world shattered. Suddenly, a sweet, innocent voice called out, "Brother, are you there?" Ghislaine turned, heart racing. The haunting memory of the day Elena vanished from the world flashed before him. But here she was, alive, safe, and standing right before his eyes. A wave of raw emotion overwhelmed him. He lunged forward and hugged Elena tight, leaving both the girl and Belinda frozen in pure shock. "I missed you," he whispered. Terrified, Elena shoved him away with all her might. "Get off, you're scaring me." The sentimental moment died instantly. Ghislaine stumbled back, rubbing his chest. Since when was she this powerful? Elena glared at him coldly. "Belinda told me to come." "What's the catch? Do you think this fixes everything?" "Fix what?" Ghislaine asked, confused. Elena threw his past insults back at him, fuming at his sudden memory loss. Ghislaine felt like total scum. He realized his past self had been an absolute monster to his own sister. His sudden apology terrified them even more. Elena cried out, "I heard an orc hit you. Did you go crazy?" "I'm perfectly fine," Ghislaine insisted. "Why does everyone think I've lost my mind after that attack?" Karma struck instantly as a sharp pain flared in his head. Elena giggled. "Yeah, you look fine all right." He blacked out again to the sound of their laughter, feeling a strange, long-forgotten warmth in his heart. They were exactly as he remembered. Why did he waste his first life on such useless things? In the past, his pride led to Elena's death. Her body was eventually found, torn into pieces. Guilt gnawed at his soul. He should have protected her. Suddenly, a sharp knock echoed through the room. Her guards Zama and Philip entered. Elena frowned. "What is it? I told you to wait outside." Zama apologized. "The servants need you to oversee the festival preparations." Ghislaine blinked. "Why is she doing that?" Belinda scoffed at his ignorance. "Because you were too busy playing around to fulfill your duties, young master." Ghislaine wondered how short-staffed the estate was to let a young lady work. Elena left with her guards. He frowned, realizing how little he had cared about the estate's struggles in his previous life. "Let me help," he offered suddenly. Elena's footsteps halted as she stared at him in sheer disbelief. Belinda looked at him like he was an idiot. Elena whispered, "He definitely took a hit to the head." At the festival grounds, the commoners avoided Ghislaine like the plague, trembling as he walked past them. The siblings bickered loudly in the market. Ghislaine insisted on helping while Elena tried to chase him away. Ghislaine's mind raced. Elena was found near the slums. Someone must have lured her away from the crowds. He needed to monitor the city gates. Suddenly, a panicked shout rang out. "Young master!" He spun around to find Fergus, an old knight in armor, drenched in sweat and gasping for air. Fergus grabbed his shoulders frantic. "Are you all right? I ran here the moment I heard about the orcs." This loyal old man had sprinted to find him. Elena saw her chance to finally ditch her brother. "He's been acting insane since he woke up," Elena told Fergus. "Take him back to his room immediately." Fergus happily obeyed. Ghislaine sighed, realizing he couldn't escape the old man, but he would be ready next week. Ghislaine stopped resisting. "Old man, take me to the abandoned training grounds in the city. Now." Fergus blinked in confusion. "Why?" "To train," Ghislaine replied flatly. Fergus stared at him in utter shock. They arrived at a secluded training yard. Ghislaine was stunned to see how well the place was maintained. "This is better than I expected," he muttered. It was perfect for the intense training he needed. Every weapon was polished and new, Fergus explained. "We kept it ready, just in case you ever returned." Fergus had never lost hope. Ghislaine realized this loyalty had remained unchanged even in his past life. He patted the old knight's shoulder and sighed. "I need to stay alive this time, old man. Death is a real pain." Fergus chuckled. "You sound like you've died before." Ghislaine just winked. Ghislaine was young and had plenty of time. This time, he'd crush that bastard Izun and the Belfin clan who destroyed his home. He swore to kill every last one of them. His eyes burned crimson as he ground his teeth in pure fury. 1 week after the festival, Ghislaine geared up, arming himself to the teeth for the battle ahead. He arrived at the fair alone. When Elena spotted him, she couldn't believe her eyes. "You actually came," she gasped. "Since when do you care about things like this?" Ghislaine just shrugged nonchalantly. "I'm a citizen of Bear Zone too, aren't I?" Elena frowned. "You're acting so strange. I heard you've been training like a madman all week." He scoffed at her. "Is it a crime for a knightly heir to train?" Elena teased. "You never cared before. You used to say father was annoying and wanted the title immediately." Despite her teasing, she was thrilled by his change. Skipping ahead, she smiled. "I like this better. It's like the old Ghislaine is finally back." He watched her walk away. A week of observations confirmed his suspicions. His altered actions were already warping the future. Major events remained, but his influence on the smaller details was growing unpredictable. Future knowledge was his greatest weapon. He had to be perfect, no mistakes allowed. He spent the day with Elena, letting her get lost in the bustling crowds. But Ghislaine's mind was heavy with dark thoughts. Later, Elena found a quiet corner near the castle and sighed. "It's fun, but it's the same thing every year. Nothing new this time." Ghislaine didn't answer. He scanned the area, senses sharp. The festival was ending, yet nothing had happened. Was his presence changing the script? Suddenly, a voice broke his concentration. "Would you like to see another spot?" Elena's guards approached with a suggestion. "Our friends mentioned a special new event. A new show just outside the gates." Elena's eyes lit up. "Really, let's go." She followed them immediately. Ghislaine lingered behind his eyes, narrowing as he watched them. "So it's you three," he muttered under his breath. "The traitors." Zama and Philip, Elena's most trusted escort knights. They had been by her side since childhood. In his past life, he thought they died protecting her. The truth was far darker. These loyal dogs were nothing but snakes in the grass who deserved to die. They led the siblings to a desolate, empty lot. "We're here," Zama announced. But the place was a ghost town. Not a single soul was in sight. Elena pouted in disappointment. "A performance in a dump like this, are you sure?" Zama stammered. "They must be running late. They'll be here any second." Elena wasn't buying it. "Stop joking. Nobody would perform in a place like this." Meanwhile, Ghislaine surveyed the area. At a glance, it was an alley, but every exit was blocked. They had prepared this trap well. Before he could act, Elena grabbed his hand and began to pull him away, dragging him like a rag doll. Zama panicked, trying to block her path. "My lady, wait, don't you want to see the show?" Elena didn't even look back. "No thanks," she snapped. "He doesn't want to watch a show in a place like this." Ghislaine winced as she pulled. "When did you get so strong? Have you been training too?" She ignored him. Suddenly, Philip blocked their path, his face twisted in a malicious sneer. "Young lady, I insist you stay." Elena recoiled in fear at his sudden dark aggression. "What's wrong with you two?" She trembled. Zama sighed, dropping his facade completely. "Oh dear, I didn't mean to scare you. This wasn't supposed to be difficult." His voice turned cold and cruel. "A certain client made a very reasonable request." Elena gasped. "What request?" Just then, 3 figures emerged from the shadows. Their leader, Frank, smirked with satisfaction. "Clean work, Zama," Zama boasted. "Of course, we delivered the girl as promised. Our deal is done." But Frank paused, spotting Ghislaine. "Wait, is that the Burzon heir? I don't remember asking for him to be brought here as well." He looked annoyed. Ghislaine remained calm, assessing the situation. Zama shrugged. "Take him for free. The fool followed us right into his own grave, without a clue." Ghislaine finally spoke up. "So you sold us out, Zama? Do you really think you'll walk away from this?" He let out a dry, chilling laugh. Zama sneered back. "Worry about yourself. We're taking the money and leaving this pathetic land forever. I'm done with Burzon and its poverty." He ranted about the suffering and the barbarians. But before he could finish his sentence, Ghislaine lunged with a sudden flash of steel. Zama was dead before he could blink. The sudden violence left the others paralyzed. No one expected the weak heir to strike with such lethal precision. At least the barbarians don't sell their own. Ghislaine spat. Sensing danger, Philip immediately grabbed Elena as a shield, his face pale with shock. "Zama was a fool to be killed by an amateur," Philip barked. Suddenly, a sword pierced his skull. He collapsed, unable to comprehend his own death. In seconds, both traitors were dead. Frank's subordinates were stunned. "Is that really the Burzon brat? We were told he had 0 combat experience." They had underestimated him. Frank's expression darkened. "They were careless, but he just killed 2 knights using mana-infused strikes. He's no amateur." Elena clung to Ghislaine, her voice shaking. "Brother, what is happening?" Ghislaine didn't answer. He knew what had to be done to protect her. With a heavy heart, he knocked her unconscious. It was the only way to keep her safe and fight at full strength without her being a distraction. "Sleep for now," he whispered. Frank laughed, misinterpreting the move. "Cleaning up the witness. How thoughtful of you, young lord of Burzon." Frank stepped forward, his aura intensifying. "You're full of surprises. We were planning to take care of you both ourselves, but this is far more interesting." "How long have you been hiding your true power?" Frank asked. Ghislaine unsheathed his blade. "None of your business." He was already calculating their deaths. The 2 henchmen were weak, but Frank possessed high-level mana. This had to be quick. "Tell me," Ghislaine demanded. "Who ordered this hit?" Frank chuckled softly. "Does a dead man really need answers?" Ghislaine glared back. "I knew you'd be difficult. No matter. You'll be begging to talk soon." Mana surged through his sword like a storm. "Should we take his head, boss?" a subordinate asked. Frank shook his head with a sadistic glint. "No, break his limbs. I want him alive and screaming. Let's see how long that pretty face lasts." The 2 goons charged forward like a gale. Instantly, Ghislaine reached into his pouch and threw a small object. The attackers flinched. "A firecracker. Is that your secret weapon?" They hesitated for a second. The object slammed into one's forehead. Before they could react, Ghislaine closed the gap, sending the first man crashing into the dirt with a heavy blow. He scoffed with pure disdain and lunged forward. But Ghislaine was a blur of movement, parrying the strike effortlessly, while his eyes burned with lethal intent. With masterful precision, Ghislaine's hand danced around the enemy's guard, disarming him in a heartbeat. Without a shred of hesitation, he swung his blade, claiming the man's head in one clean arc. But suddenly, a chilling wave of killing intent surged from behind. Frank, seizing the opening, launched a cowardly ambush. Ghislaine's instinct screamed, and he barely raised his steel in time to intercept the blow. Frank froze in shock. His perfect sneak attack had been countered by a mere boy. Before he could even process the failure, Ghislaine retaliated, his blade hissing through the air with crushing force. Steel bit deep into Frank's neck, leaving a jagged red line as his pipe tumbled to the ground. Yet the monster roared and swung back. Ghislaine flinched, his heart racing as he tightened his grip. Clashing steel echoed as Ghislaine defended. Frank sneered. Impressive. Without my mana shroud, that would have been the end. Ghislaine's eyes widened. How was he still standing after a lethal throat wound? He concentrated mana around his neck to dull the blade. Frank's voice turned icy. I don't care where a brat like you learned such strange swordsmanship. You die here tonight. A twisted, malicious grin spread across Frank's face. He lunged at Ghislaine, blades clashing in a flurry of sparks. Your weak mana is pathetic, he mocked, convinced his overwhelming power would crush the boy. Frank's face beamed with arrogance, but his heart skipped when he saw Ghislaine smiling back. Panicked, he poured more power into his strike, but his focus wavered. Ghislaine saw the opening and struck. A heavy kick connected squarely with Frank's jaw, sending him tumbling backward into the dirt. Wiping blood from his mouth, the villain glared at the boy. Didn't I tell you already? That measly mana won't cut it. But his words choked as he coughed up a spray of crimson. His knees buckled, hitting the ground hard. Terror finally began to seep into his eyes. What just happened? That last strike felt fundamentally different. No mere low-level skill should have pierced his mana reinforcement. Ghislaine loomed over him, his footsteps heavy and rhythmic like a judge. I never imagined the true culprit behind Elena's death was standing right here, Ghislaine murmured coldly. As he spoke, a terrifying vortex of energy began swirling within his internal mana core. Within 3 seconds, his third mana core ignited. Sensing the overwhelming pressure, Frank screamed in pure panic. How can a brat like you amplify mana to this level? Ignoring the coward, Ghislaine surged forward like a gale, his speed blurring his silhouette. Frank's face turned pale as he scrambled to raise his sword, his confidence shattered by the sheer velocity. Steel screamed against steel, but Ghislaine's momentum was unstoppable as he brought his blade down with savage force. Though Frank blocked it, the impact sent bone-numbing vibrations through his entire arm. Spiderweb cracks raced across Frank's blade. Impossible, he wheezed. Even with mana overload, there should be a limit. He'd never heard of a technique that could maximize mana output so drastically. Ghislaine looked like a completely different person, a monster in human skin. A moment of hesitation cost Frank everything. His blade shattered into pieces as Ghislaine's sword tore through his defenses and flesh. Blood sprayed like crimson rain, but Ghislaine wasn't finished. With a ferocious thrust, he drove his sword deep into Frank's abdomen. Agonizing pain hit the villain like a devastating tidal wave. Frank let out a gut-wrenching scream. Seizing the moment, Ghislaine slammed him against the wall, his hand tightening around Frank's throat. Let's finish our chat, he hissed. Who ordered this hit? Frank gnashed his teeth in rage. If he was going down, he'd take the Persian lady with him. Clenching his fist, a hidden dagger slid into his hand, glinting with lethal, desperate intent. He prepared to hurl it at the unconscious Elena, but suddenly his wrist was snared by shimmering mana threads. Before the shock could register, Ghislaine's voice echoed in his ear, cold as death. Let's make a deal, Ghislaine warned. Stop struggling unless you want to die faster. Answer me, and I'll remove the blade. Frank stared at the glowing threads, binding him in utter disbelief. Mana threads, how? When did you? This was a secret technique from Ghislaine's past life. It wasn't at full power yet, but it was more than enough to handle this trash. Ghislaine twisted the sword, still embedded in Frank's gut. A mercenary of your caliber should know how to stabilize a wound, he said, with a cruel, thin smile that chilled the air. But what if I shatter your mana core? The color drained from Frank's face. He realized with horror that Ghislaine's blade was positioned perfectly against his very source of power and life. Frank shrieked as his energy began to leak out. Are you insane? He howled. If you mess up, the mana backflow will detonate and level this entire district. You will die too. Do you want to die that badly? Ghislaine let out a hollow laugh. Only amateurs fail that task. I've got it under control. Frank realized with a jolt of terror the boy wasn't bluffing. He was serious. If Frank didn't talk, he was a dead man. Stripped of his dignity, he wailed in a voice full of cowardice. It was Count Deadmon. He's the one behind everything. He needed a spark to ignite a war between the Persian and Delio families, Frank confessed. Ghislaine's brow furrowed. The plot was even more sinister than he had imagined in his past life. So it was Deadmon. In his past life, these dirty jobs were always pawned off to vassal houses. Did Duke Delphine really think he could pull this off without a shadow of support? Ghislaine narrowed his eyes, his voice dripping with venom. And that's why Elena had to die. Frank nodded frantically, his life hanging by a single thread of mana. But instead of letting him go, Ghislaine shoved the blade deeper into his gut. Frank screamed in agony. "What are you doing? That wasn't part of the deal we made." Ghislaine chuckled darkly. "So what, a butcher like you is suddenly afraid of the knife?" To his surprise, Frank burst into a jagged manic laughter that echoed through the dark alley. He leaned in, his eyes wild and bloodshot. "Killing me changes nothing. The Delio trap is already set. Who would believe a nameless nobody like you against a count? The Persians are doomed to fall." Before he could finish, Ghislaine slammed his head against the stone. "Let me tell you a secret," he whispered. "I've returned from death. This time, everything changes." With a gaze colder than the void, Ghislaine crushed Frank's mana core. A blood-curdling scream tore through the night as a pillar of raw energy erupted toward the dark heavens. 2 seconds later, the energy detonated like a macabre firework, painting the sky in violent hues. Below, the gruesome scene in the alley became a masterpiece of blood and light. A perfect night for retribution. Blood flowed through the gutters as the traitors from his past life finally paid their dues. Ghislaine looked back, a sense of grim relief washing over him. Elena was safe. His blade clattered to the floor as exhaustion finally took hold. His body swayed, and he coughed up a thick glob of blood, his chest burning with agonizing pain. Falling to his knees, he struggled for air. Wiping his mouth, he cursed under his breath. "Damn it. As the mercenary king, overloading 3 cores would have been child's play. My body is weak, but he wouldn't break here." Pushing through the pain, Ghislaine rushed into the nearby room. It was a chaotic mess, stained with fresh, incriminating bloodstains from a struggle. He sighed at the sight of the bodies in the wreckage. In his past life, another corpse had been found here. Frank's plan involved murdering the Delio heir along with his guardian. It was a frame job to trigger a bloody war. To stop the gears of fate, Ghislaine knew every shred of evidence had to vanish instantly. He moved without a second of hesitation. Explosives rocked the small house, and flames roared to life in the dark alley. Carrying Elena, Ghislaine vanished. The first tragedy was averted. He would never let them win again. High above, on an ancient tree, a hidden spy watched every move before vanishing into the shadows. Deep within a damp, lightless cellar, a sinister group gathered for a secret meeting. A cloaked figure knelt, whispering a grim report. "We failed. Even our elite assassins were neutralized. You couldn't even handle one little girl," an icy voice demanded. Trembling, the spy gritted his teeth and confessed. It was because of Ghislaine of House Persian. The room erupted in mocking laughter. To them, the eldest son of Persian was nothing but a worthless failure. "You're using that trash as an excuse." "He's nothing like the rumors," the spy insisted. He began to recount the terrifying display of power he had witnessed in the dark alley. Gillen's mana control was flawless, his execution of frank, ruthless, and precise. He had wiped away every trace of evidence like a seasoned monster. The council sneered, treating the messenger like a pathetic stray dog. One even suggested ending his life right there for his incompetence. "Enough. You're too noisy." A commanding voice cut through the air, instantly silencing the room. The leader stepped forward with a cold gaze. "What chance do you seek?" The spy roared back. "I will eliminate Ghislaine myself." "And how do you plan to do that?" the leader asked. "I'll stage a natural duel. I've already chosen the perfect executioner, Kelogestor." The name alone caused the high-ranking members to whisper in shock. Known as Kane, he is the symbol of raw northern strength. No one can match his brutal swordplay. More importantly, Kane is Ghislaine's own relative. A meeting between them would be effortless to arrange. The leader gave a final warning. "If you fail again, there will be no tomorrow for you." "I won't disappoint you," the spy vowed. Days later, at the Persian training grounds, Fergus arrived to call Ghislaine for lunch as usual. Suddenly, a lethal glint flashed past his head. He turned to see a nearly invisible mana thread coiled around a sword outside the door. In a heartbeat, the blade flew back into Ghislaine's hand. He moved with the grace of a master, finishing a complex routine before sheathing the steel. Noticing his visitor, Ghislaine bowed politely. Fergus stood frozen, his breath caught in his throat from the incredible display of skill. How did you perform such a feat?" Fergus stammered. Ghislaine simply conjured another shimmering thread to show him the technique. It was a mana wire from his past life. Though his current core is weak, his mastery allows him to manipulate the world with minimal energy. By focusing his limited mana into a single strand, he can achieve what others dream of. Fergus watched, unable to believe his own eyes. "I've trained for decades and never seen such a thing," Fergus muttered. "A few days ago, he couldn't even sense mana. This is impossible." "Is there something you need?" Ghislaine asked, breaking the silence. Fergus snapped out of his trance. Ah, yes, I came to speak with you. Fergus bowed deeply, his voice full of sincerity. Thank you for protecting the young lady. Gillen just smirked. It was my duty. Now, let's eat. The two headed back to the castle. The festival had been suspended all because of the knight's treasonous plot to sell the count's daughter. Inside the palace, Elena pouted, resting her chin on her hand. No one believes me when I tell them you were the one who saved me, brother. It doesn't matter, Ghislaine replied calmly. They wouldn't believe it anyway. Meanwhile, Belinda was fuming over the betrayal of Zama and Philip. Those bastards were traitors all along, she cursed. Ghislaine smiled. Elena was alive and the immediate war had been averted for now. But the enemy wouldn't stop here. To protect his home, he couldn't act alone. He needed to build a legendary army. Just then, food arrived. I need to master politics to make this work, he thought, reaching for his fork. But when the cover was lifted, only a tiny piece of bread remained. Ghislaine's brow furrowed. Is this a joke? Why are we eating the appetizer first? He looked at Belinda, expecting an explanation. That's not an appetizer, sir. That's our entire meal. Ghislaine was stunned. Before he could process the news, a deafening roar rose from outside. A mob of angry citizens gathered at the castle gates, brandishing weapons and demanding compensation for the cancelled festival. The few guards left struggled to hold back the tide. Ghislaine peered through the window. What on earth is happening down there? The merchants are ruined, Belinda explained. The festival was their only source of income. Without it, the entire district is facing collapse. Ghislaine realized the gravity of the situation. If he didn't act, the people's resentment would tear the estate apart from the inside. Send the guards to calm them down, Ghislaine ordered. But Fergus shook his head. We have no guards. They're all at the monster forest. Most troops were deployed to rebuild after an orc raid. The north was always at war with the barbarians, leaving the castle vulnerable. No money, no soldiers, and a looming riot. Ghislaine was the young master of a failing estate, a complete and utter mess. He pulled Belinda aside, whispering urgently, Use my personal funds to settle the merchants. But Belinda just gave him a blank stare. There is no money left. Ghislaine's jaw dropped. What do you mean no money? The count cut your allowance, remember, she replied. You spent it all on your previous reckless habits. Ghislaine finally realized the truth. He was currently the most powerful beggar in the world. Give me anything, he pleaded. But Belinda had nothing. Desperate, Ghislaine sat by the window, staring at the horizon and contemplating his life. Future knowledge was useless without gold. He needed capital to start his revolution. There must be a way to find a fortune hidden here. Suddenly, the heavy doors burst open. Ricardo rushed in, his face pale with terror. Young master, something terrible has happened. Lord Kane has arrived to see you. Ghislaine froze. At that same moment in a nearby tavern, Scovin was being brutally beaten to a pulp. The attacker didn't stop, his fists raining down with crushing force. The symbol of northern power had finally come to claim his prize. Scovin was helpless, crushed by a power he couldn't match. He was beaten until he spat blood, and by the time Ghislaine arrived, his broken body was trembling on the cold ground. Surveying the scene, Ghislaine's suspicion grew. His eyes locked onto a massive figure, a man like a black bear standing before him. Kane Lodester smirked maliciously. There you are, Ghislaine. Ghislaine didn't flinch. He just watched. In that moment, fragmented memories surged like a tidal wave. I remember this face. The heir of House Lodester, a supposed ally, Kane Lodester. That smile never left Kane's lips, but to Ghislaine, it was now a lethal warning. Memories turned vivid. Kane was his only friend, and his worst enemy. Between them lay the unconscious Scovin. As Kane began his slow, menacing approach, Ghislaine turned to Jikook Du. What happened here? Jikook hesitated, looking down. As you can see, sir. We got a report about a disturbance at the tavern. He stammered, his voice trailing off. Kane was there with his guards. He recognized us and asked if the rumors about young Master Ghislaine were true. Jikook continued. Commander Scovin tried to explain the details, but then Kane just grabbed him by the throat. How dare you lie to a Lodester? Jikook's face darkened. That's how it happened, Kane interrupted. Hey, tell it right. He said you. A weakling who never trained took down an orc solo and handled traitorous knights. Kane glanced at Scovin. I just had to give the old man a wake-up call. To clear his head, Kane loomed over him. This wouldn't have happened if you hadn't started these lies. Ghislaine remained chillingly silent. Ghislaine scoffed internally. Right, he was always like this, treating me like a lackey. He caused chaos in Perseune every time he visited. No one dared complain because I was his subordinate. Unlike the old me, who was full of inferiority, no one dared to disrespect Kane. His arrogance was praised as noble confidence. Ghislaine smiled, remembering the criticism he once endured. Seeing Ghislaine's silence, Kane's smirk vanished. He studied Ghislaine with contempt. Look at this guy. Normally, he'd have attacked me already after this much provocation. Earlier at House Ledester, Kane had been shocked by the order to kill Gillen. A hooded man's voice was cold. Complete this task, and the higher-ups will support House Ledester. Kane knew Gillen was an heir, making it risky. But the hooded man proposed. Lure him into a duel. We'll stage a tragic accident. It'll just look like a noble dispute. I'll go as your guard to settle things. He emphasized, this is a rare opportunity. Kane repeated the request. Kill my own cousin, Ghislaine. His face twisted with amusement. Let's go. Kane left wary of why they wanted Ghislaine erased. Now back at the tavern, Kane lost his patience. Well, what are you doing? He slumped onto a step. Bring me what I asked for. Ghislaine frowned. Bring what? Kane mocked him. The festival was postponed, right? Let's stir things up. We always enjoyed these things together, didn't we? He lowered his voice. Am I wrong? Friend? Ghislaine stood firm, expressionless. Are you talking about that? He looked at Kane. Every visit, this guy demanded wine and women. Ghislaine used to obey, just to avoid a beating, wasting a fortune. But not anymore. He had spent so much that the servants were forced to speak. Young master, have you forgotten? Your father cut your allowance for wasting money. Ghislaine realized he'd forgotten. His eyes gleamed. He's been right here. He looked at Kane. My source of income. Kane shouted, Hey Ghislaine. If you remember, then get moving. Can't you see I'm waiting? After a long silence, Ghislaine finally answered. Sure, of course. I should bring it. But, Ghislaine's eyes sharpened. Don't you have a debt to pay me? The hooded man tensed. Kane frowned. Debt? For what? Ghislaine smiled, holding out his hand. I paid for everything myself, didn't I? Pay me back. 1,000 gold coins, including interest. Kane balked. What 1,000? That trash wasn't even worth 100. Besides, you paid as thanks for my friendship. Friendship? Ghislaine's voice turned icy. More like I was your doormat. Pay up before I kick your ass out of here. I'm short on cash, you know. Silence fell. Jikukdu panicked. Young master, what are you saying? Kane stood up abruptly. Are you acting tough because I was easy on you? Kane leaned in. Do you actually believe you're strong? Just because you spread lies about beating a knight, you're just a parasite clinging to this land. Kane clenched his fist. That's why everyone calls you a loser, a useless heir, who only talks. Kane threw a punch. Wake up. Ghislaine didn't move. He slipped the punch effortlessly. The hooded man and Jikuk were stunned. Kane swung again, livid. You bastard. Ghislaine dodged again. Ghislaine countered with a heavy strike, then another to the face. Kane managed to block, but Ghislaine remained perfectly calm. Suddenly, Kane knelt, screaming in pain. The hooded man rushed over. Young Master Ghislaine said softly, Get up. I know you blocked that. Back off, Ghislaine, the man yelled. The crowd began whispering. What happened? Did Ghislaine just hit Kane? Ghislaine glanced at the crowd, realizing Kane's plan. So that's the game? Kane whispered to his guard. How was my acting? The man grinned. Perfect. You've set the stage to make Ghislaine the villain. This is more than enough for a duel. Kane had his own agenda. This was his chance for powerful support. He had to leave a lasting impression. Complete the task, and your house rises. Kane pulled out his gloves. It was time to eliminate the weakening House Persian. How dare you stain noble honor with lies and attack me? Ghislaine, I challenge you. Before Kane could finish, a glove slapped him across the face. I challenge you, Kane Lodester. Ghislaine's voice was sharp. For insulting me before my people. Assaulting my knight and mocking my noble lineage. You won't back down now, will you? Ghislaine's voice was like ice. Daikato watched in stunned silence while Kane and his hooded accomplice shared a look of pure disbelief. A twisted smirk crawled across Kane's face as he wiped his mouth. I always knew you were a fool, but this, you're literally digging your own grave, Ghislaine. Kane hoisted his blade high. Fine, I accept your challenge. Just don't go crying to the gods when I send you to them. Ghislaine turned to his subordinate and called out, Daikato. Bring every merchant protesting at the gate here immediately, he commanded, a sharp glint in his eyes. Tell them I'm about to make them very, very rich. Outside the festival ground suddenly fell silent. The heated atmosphere turned cold, as tourists found themselves trapped, with nowhere to spend their gold. In this moment of boredom, an unexpected event was exactly what they craved. Ghislaine stood atop the dueling platform, looking sharp and focused. The crowd below erupted into whispers, wondering how this clash between the young Master Kane and the Duke would end. Go Kane trash, that arrogant bastard, the crowd roared. Nearby, opportunistic vendors began shouting deals. Buy one, get one free. Witness the beatdown of the century. Step right up. Place your bets, a bookie shouted. Gold coins rained down like a storm, all stacking on Kane's side. On the stage, Kane slammed his sword into the wood. How dare you turn a sacred duel into a circus, Kane growled. Let's be clear, even if you beg for mercy and surrender, my blade will not stop until you're broken. Ghislaine remained unfazed, carefully analyzing the movements of Kane and the hooded man. He knew exactly what they were planning. Well then, he remarked calmly, the audience seems ready. Begin, the hooded man screamed, cutting him off. Wait, he barked with a distorted voice. We can't have a duel without fair odds. The crowd leaned in, curious about the shift. Not a single person had bet on Duke Ghislaine yet. The bookie glanced at his empty ledger, while the spectators laughed. The result is already written in stone. Why waste gold? Ghislaine doesn't stand a chance against Kane. Is there anyone stupid enough to back him? Kane mocked loudly. See? Even the commoners know you're a loser. The hooded man stepped forward. Let's change the bet. How many seconds can Ghislaine survive? Suddenly, a massive pouch of gold slammed onto the table. It was Lord Scovon. Despite his injuries, his voice was steady. I bet everything on Duke Ghislaine. Then a second, even heavier bag landed. Elena appeared, crossing her arms. I'm backing my brother. Ducato and Scovon stared in shock, but Ghislaine was the most surprised of all. Elena stared down the bookie, her gaze piercing through the crowd's judgment. Is this enough gold for you? She demanded. Belinda whispered a quiet warning, but the bookie was already greedily scooping up the small fortune. Yes, yes, more than enough. The hooded man retreated, fuming in silence. Kane spat on the ground. Keep me waiting, will you? The announcer's voice boomed through the arena. Combatants, prepare yourselves. Since I'm your elder, it would be rude to strike first, wouldn't it? Ghislaine remarked. Kane's face twisted in rage. What? In one fluid motion, Ghislaine drew his blade, the steel whistling through the air. Come at me. Kane crouched low, his eyes wild. Stop acting like you're in control. The signal rang out. Start. Like a starving predator, Kane lunged forward with explosive power. He brought his sword down in a heavy vertical strike, but Ghislaine parried the blow with surgical precision. The scream of clashing metal echoed across the plaza. Kane leaned his weight into the blade, snarling, saving face won't save your life. Without a pause, he prepared his next lethal move. Ghislaine gracefully danced backward, creating the perfect distance. Kane didn't miss a beat, stabbing his sword into the ground, where Ghislaine had stood just a split second before. He ripped the steel from the earth and followed up with a lightning-fast kick, aimed directly at Ghislaine's chest. With effortless calm, Ghislaine swayed aside, letting the attack whistle through empty air. The tension reached a boiling point. The crowd cheered. Kane is dominating him. Kane smirked, smelling victory, but Ghislaine was merely measuring his opponent's every breath. Below, Belinda clutched Elena's hand, her body trembling with fear. We have to stop them, my lady. He's going to get killed. The hooded man chuckled to himself. It's too late. The moment they drew steel against Kane, the trap was set. He analyzed the flow. Kane's strategy was to overwhelm opponents with sheer force until they felt utterly helpless against his relentless pressure. Once the opponent is exhausted from dodging, they leave a fatal opening. That was Kane's path to absolute victory. But on the stage, Ghislaine continued to weave through the strikes. You're slippery, I'll give you that, Kane taunted, spinning his blade with deadly elegance. Maybe your skills aren't completely trash after all. The afternoon sun caught the steel, blinding the spectators. But it ends here. Kane launched a vicious low-angle strike that Ghislaine couldn't easily avoid. Running is the only thing you've ever been good at. The blade finally connected, grazing Ghislaine and sending him flying backward through the air. Young Master Ducato's scream pierced the silence. The crowd went still, watching the Duke's body tumble. The hooded man's grin widened. It's over, Ghislaine. As he plummeted, Ghislaine remained eerily calm. Just before hitting the stone, he twisted his body with impossible agility, landing perfectly on his feet. I truly wanted to go easy on you, Ghislaine said, his voice echoing with a new terrifying authority. He locked eyes with Kane, his gaze now cold as a winter storm. But you just had to cross the line. In an instant, Ghislaine exploded forward, his body moving like a streak of lightning toward his target. Kane's eyes bulged in terror as the world slowed down. Before he could even raise his sword, a silver flash cut through the air, faster than the human eye could follow. Kane froze, his face pale with shock. The hooded man hissed through his teeth. He used mana reinforcement on his legs to regain balance. Impossible. Ghislaine exhaled a long breath. You're nothing but an arrogant swordsman. You only think you're strong because you thrive on the fear of the weak. Ghislaine pivoted, his blade leveled at Kane's throat. Allow me to open your eyes to reality. Kane's fury boiled over. Shut up, I'll kill you. He swung wildly, his form breaking under the weight of his rage. Ghislaine didn't flinch. He took a single calculated step back, predicting the path of the desperate attack. Then he spun with the grace of a master. A crushing kick slammed into Kane's wrist, disarming him instantly. Without losing momentum, Ghislaine leaped high into the air, performing a perfect mid-air rotation. Kane roared like a cornered beast, lashing out with his remaining strength, but Ghislaine slipped past him like a shadow in the night. He landed heavily on Kane's fallen sword, pinning it to the ground. Ghislaine's eyes flared with a lethal sharpness as his own blade whistled through the air one last time. Steel bit into flesh. Blood sprayed across the platform as Kane collapsed. The arena fell into a deathly silence. No one could believe the invincible Kane had been defeated. The arena erupted in total chaos. How did Ghislaine become this powerful? Is the underdog actually going to win? Damn it. I bet everything on young Master Kane. Elena just turned to Belinda with a triumphant smirk. See, I told you. Belinda finally exhaled, while the hooded mastermind fumed in the shadows. Kane stared down at his body covered in shallow sword grazes. The wounds were precise. Ghislaine could have ended it, but he chose to show mercy. Kane's face twisted in a murderous scowl. How could a mere thug possess such god-tier swordsmanship? Ghislaine met his gaze with a cold, expressionless stare, before suddenly tossing his blade aside like trash. This massive skill gap is just boring, Ghislaine remarked coolly. He then made a shocking declaration that shook the stadium. From here on out, I'll finish this with my bare fists. Kane let out a primal roar of pure rage. You, what? Ghislaine turned his full attention toward his opponent, his aura intensifying. Maybe it's time someone taught you a real lesson. He began rolling up his sleeves, his voice dropping to a serious tone. And I'll do it with these hands. Kneeling on the dirt, Kane looked up in utter disbelief. Educate me. Ghislaine approached him with calm, measured steps. That's right. Consider this a free lesson in humility. Since you clearly can't keep up with my swordplay, I'll level the playing field. Let's see if you can handle a fistfight. Kane's heart skipped a beat as the sheer audacity of the challenge sank in. Ghislaine raised an eyebrow, upping the ante. I'll add another 2,000 gold to the pot, double the original bet on my victory. The spectators went into a complete frenzy at the mention of such a fortune. Barehanded, one man gasped. And he's betting 2,000 gold, another shouted. This isn't just a duel anymore, it's a legendary gamble. The man in the black cloak froze sweat beads, rolling down his forehead. Behind his mask, a wicked, greedy smile spread across his face as he lowered his head to hide his excitement. He's actually challenging Kane to a fistfight. I never expected such insanity to work in our favor. It seems Lady Luck hasn't abandoned us just yet. The portly referee, caught up in the heat of the moment, screamed at the top of his lungs. The bet is accepted. It's now an unarmed brawl. Lord Ghislaine versus young Master Kane. The crowd screamed in approval, the bloodlust reaching a fever pitch. Hell yeah, a fist fight. I'm putting even more money on Kane now. Thinking he can outmuscle that monster is pure suicide. But amidst the doubt, others were swayed. I'm putting my faith in Lord Ghislaine. The wind whipped through Ghislaine's golden hair as he stood ready. He stood alone, a pillar of unwavering resolve. Kane, who had been listening to the mockery of the crowd, let out a dark, hollow laugh. Bare hands. You're making me laugh, kid. The veins in Kane's arms bulged as he tightened his grip on his hilt. Fine, if you want to die without a weapon, be my guest. With a violent motion, Kane tore off his crimson cloak and hurled it into the air. He raised his sword high, a lethal glint in his eyes, and charged at Ghislaine like a runaway train. But I'm keeping my blade, he bellowed. Belinda's voice cracked as she screamed from the sidelines. That's cheating, my lord. Please unsheath your sword. Kane's eyes turned predatory as he drove his blade downward with killing intent. Ghislaine didn't even flinch as the steel whistled toward him. Just as I thought. I really do need to beat some sense into you. The blade crashed down, but Ghislaine vanished, reappearing to the side with a ghost-like dodge. Kane's eyes widened in shock as his target slipped through his fingers, and he lunged again in desperation. He struck again with every ounce of his strength, but Ghislaine's feet moved like a shadow sliding across the ground in a perfect fluid evasion. No matter how Kane swung, Ghislaine danced around him with effortless grace, making the elite warrior look like a clumsy amateur. Sensing an opening, Ghislaine waited for the sword to bite into the dirt. Before Kane could recover, Ghislaine slammed a heavy palm into his leg, pinning him. His eyes flashed with sharp intensity as he wound up a devastating uppercut that connected squarely with Kane's jaw. The impact sent Kane's head snapping back with a sickening thud. He collapsed to his knees, his hands trembling as he scrambled to find his balance on the blood-stained earth. Impossible, he hissed, his mind reeling. How can his movements be this erratic? The audience roared as they watched the prestigious young master groveling in the dirt. The tension was suffocating. Lord Ghislaine might actually pull off the impossible. Ghislaine stood over his opponent looking down coldly. Get up. I haven't even started yet. Cain gnashed his teeth, a guttural growl vibrating in his chest. Fueled by humiliation, he snatched up his sword and lunged at the relaxed Ghislaine one more time. Ghislaine swayed through the assault, mocking Cain's every move. He landed a stinging punch across the man's face. You've been pathetic since the start. You couldn't even look me in the eye. In the sayings is, you've been running from my shadow since the moment I arrived. Ghislaine seized Cain's sword arm, snapping it back in a brutal lock, before delivering a soul-crushing kick to his ribs. Cain screamed in agony, his pride shattering. I'll kill you. I'll do anything to protect the logger's future. Ghislaine responded with a systematic barrage of punches blurring as they struck Cain's face. By the end of the assault, Cain's face was a swollen, unrecognizable mess. Why? How? He whimpered. Ghislaine reached down, wrapping his fingers in Cain's hair and yanking his head up. Forcing him to meet his gaze, Ghislaine looked at the broken man with genuine pity. I truly feel sorry for your father. Cain blinked through the blood, confused and silenced. Ghislaine's voice softened as he recounted the past. Count Lagers supported Tojiun until it was on the brink of total collapse, all because he valued our friendship above all else. His eyes burned with a stern light. But his son turned out to be a disgrace who spat on everything his father stood for. Cain's eyes went wide as the weight of those words hit him. Years ago, within the halls of Castle Lagers, a young Cain had shouted in frustration. Why are we helping Persian again? This makes no sense. He had watched his father's retreating back, demanding answers. Even if you're friends with the Count, we're struggling too. Why keep pouring resources into that cursed, toxic land? It's like pouring water into a shattered bucket, the young Cain had screamed. You haven't been home for a week, and now you're leaving again just for Persian. Cain had glared at his father, his brow furrowed in resentment. The Count had paused, the weight of his son's plea hanging heavy in the air. Please, father, don't go. Cain had shouted through gritted teeth. Everyone is trying to stop you. Why are you so obsessed with saving Persian? Count Lagers had turned slowly, meeting his son's eyes with a peaceful silence. To this day, Cain remembered the only answer he received, because we are friends. That is enough. Back in the present, Ghislaine's fist ignited with a surge of power, whistling through the air toward Cain's battered face. Cain squeezed his eyes shut, waiting for the end. I think that's enough. Education for one day. Ghislaine's voice broke through the silence. Cain opened his eyes to see a hand extended toward him in a gesture of grace. Stand up. Cain stared at the hand, then slowly closed his eyes. He bowed his head low, the weight of his defeat finally sinking in. I truly lost, he whispered, his voice cracking with genuine surrender. That money stays right where it is. Ghislaine's voice rang out as she slammed her hand onto the hooded man's shoulder. Make sure you add that 2,000 gold to our payout. That's 3,000 total. Her expression turned chillingly dark, her voice a razor-sharp threat. If you even think about running, you know exactly what comes next. Terror filled the man's eyes as Ghislaine turned and walked away. He left the man trembling on his knees, stammering a desperate submission. Sunlight bathed the majestic and imposing estate of the House of Persion. The next morning, the scene shifted to the balcony outside Ghislaine's private chambers. A heavy wooden chest hit the floor with a dull thud. He pried it open, revealing a mountain of shimmering gold coins hidden inside. Catching sight of the fortune, Ghislaine let out a soft gasp of awe. He stared at the glittering gold, his mind racing with possibilities. With this, he could easily command a small mercenary unit. This was no small pittance. He sealed the chest shut and closed his eyes, lost in deep calculation. Building a fortune takes time, but his enemies wouldn't wait forever. To launch his master plan, he had to accelerate his preparations. Suddenly, Elena and Belinda materialized at his side. They looked at Ghislaine with playful, knowing grins. He frowned, turning toward them. What is it now? Elena leaned in with a sweet, probing smile. Tell me, what do you plan to do with all that gold? Ghislaine's gaze sharpened as he stared her down. Do you want some? He challenged. Elena brushed it off her fingers, tracing her cheek. I'm just curious, that's all. Belinda chimed in with a knowing smirk. It is quite obvious what he intends to use it for. Ghislaine shot her a look of pure confusion. Belinda's smile widened as she continued. Lady Amelia's birthday is just around the corner, isn't it? You're gathering this wealth because you want to buy her an extravagant gift, am I right? As he remained silent, she took it as a sign of his devotion. How very wise of you. Elena, however, gritted her teeth in annoyance. All that effort just to look good in the eyes of your precious fiancé? In the heavy silence that followed, Ghislaine's face was a mask of utter bewilderment. A fiancé, I have a fiancé. He could hardly believe his ears. Have a fiancé? Belinda shot him a skeptical look. Are you playing shy and pretending to forget? How cute. Elena sighed in exasperation. It's Amelia from the House of Jaipon. Suddenly, Ghislaine looked like a man who harbored a grudge against the entire world. His eyes went hollow and cold. For some reason, the mere mention of her name made him envision a grotesque predatory spider. Ah, that woman. Amelia. Memories of his past life surged back. She was like a poisoned apple, exquisite on the outside, but rotten to the core. A noble woman adored by everyone for her fake kindness and false humility. But in the future, she would become the infamous Witch of the North, leading a bloody rebellion. Fury burned in his eyes as he recalled her alliance with Duke Delphine. Together, they would orchestrate the total downfall of the House of Persian. He already had a plan for the traitor. Belinda, when exactly does my father return? Her response was hesitant and uncertain. In about a week, I believe. He shoved his hands in his pockets and turned to leave. A week, that should be plenty of time. I'm heading to the Jaipon territory. Belinda froze in shock. Wait, it isn't even her birthday yet. Why the sudden rush? He didn't look back as he spoke. To collect what's mine. The scene shifts to Amelia draped in luxury and languidly removing her shoes. A spider skittered near her lips. In a grand display of staged mercy before the masses, she pushed her shoes toward a shivering beggar child. The child gasped in disbelief. Lady Amelia? Could it be? She wasn't at all like the cruel rumors suggested. If anyone must walk barefoot in my city, let it be me alone, she declared. She repeated it with chilling conviction. Only me. Her soldiers roared in unison. Understood, they bellowed. As the crowd cheered for their saint, the soldiers cleared the path. Amelia departed, basking in the people's adoration. Later, she sat back as a guard, began washing her feet. Deep within the gardens of the Jaipon estate, Bernard gazed at Amelia with pure devotion. You've worked hard, my lady. She stroked her cat, while Bernard stood by, utterly enthralled. While her pet purred, she basked in the absolute dependence of everyone around her. Lounging provocatively, she looked at him. Tell me, how did your duel with the Northern Swordmaster go? Her delicate foot rested squarely on Bernard's face. Forgive me, master. I did my best to avoid drawing attention. A victory would have put your movements in the spotlight. He gently grasped her foot, explaining his caution. It is not yet time to reveal our claws. He then pressed a kiss to her skin. My blade belongs only to you. Yet Amelia remained unsatisfied. Is this the man I raised you to be? She hissed, tilting his chin up. Bernard's gaze never left hers. She leaned in dangerously close, her eyes searching his. You must never show weakness. Outside, the majestic castle loomed. Inside, the conversation turned to shadows and schemes. And what of the merchant guilds? If it's the Actium Guild, you have nothing to fear, my lady. He continued with absolute certainty. They are busy hoarding supplies to rebuild the border outpost near the monster forest, the one ravaged by the orc attacks near Persian. In other words, they were siphoning off every gold coin intended for the Persian defense. They never expected the useless fiancé that no one wanted to actually show up. Bernard was ready. He had already recruited the knights and soldiers who had deserted Persian. These were elite veterans, trained personally by the MG experts. Their combat quality was unmatched. She didn't want any trouble for now maintaining the facade of a legitimate merchant guild. Suddenly, the butler entered. Pardon the intrusion. Bernard immediately snapped into bodyguard mode. The lady is resting. How dare you disturb her? The butler bowed low. News from the gate. Lord Ghislaine Persian has just arrived. What? Why is that pest here? She spat. The butler broke into a cold sweat, hesitating to finish his sentence. Both of them looked as if their darkest secrets had just been dragged into the light. It's suspicious, but he claims he has urgent guild business to discuss. The scene shifted instantly to the drawing room. Amelia sat with her cat facing Ghislaine, who sat relaxed and offered a friendly greeting. Greetings, Amelia. However, his warmth was met with icy glares from both master and servant. She immediately threw a cold shoulder. It is incredibly rude to arrive without an invitation. Have you forgotten all your noble manners? Ghislaine countered with a flimsy excuse. It's your birthday soon, isn't it? I simply wanted to bring your gift a little early. He casually placed a cheap wildflower on the table. I found this near a frontline guild. It has a very potent scent. I think I'll be doing more business there. What was that guild's name again? Ghislaine got straight to the point, his eyes narrowing. Ah, right. The Actium Guild. Amelia froze her words, failing her as his hidden meaning struck home. She stood up to leave, unable to hide her unease. I have no idea what you are talking about. She clutched her cat, trying to dodge the subject. I'll accept the gift now, please leave. But the new Ghislaine was different. He used her full name and barked a command. Amelia, sit down. She felt as if she were frozen in time. She couldn't take another step, her mind racing with fear. What is this overwhelming pressure? She didn't even dare to turn around. Was this truly the same man who used to stutter and stumble in her presence? Ghislaine spoke bluntly. I'll be brief. I need money. Give me 10,000 gold. Amelia was shocked to her core. How could he even suggest this? What, you show up out of nowhere and demand a fortune from your fiancé? Is this Count Person's idea? He denied it instantly. He has nothing to do with this. Just give me the gold. Ghislaine casually poured his coffee onto the floor. Besides, it's not like you actually intend to marry me. She could only stare at him in stunned silence. Ghislaine knew everything. It's that night outside the door, isn't it? Once you take over, you think you can do as you please. But before that, if your secret army for the Japan succession war is exposed. Suddenly, her cat lunged at him like a wild beast. If he didn't stop it, this would end poorly. A sharp command made the animal freeze. Prince Ghislaine looked at Amelia with a taunting, calm expression. Even as a joke, you really shouldn't say such dangerous things, my lord. But Ghislaine wasn't easily rattled. Don't worry, I'll keep your secret, as long as I don't leave here empty-handed. His fiancée matched his arrogance, giving him a sharp, defiant answer. Not a sound was made. The doors creaked open, revealing Bernard. He remained as menacing as ever, a beast tamed only by Amelia. He stepped forward with a cold smirk. It's been a while, hasn't it, Prince Ghislaine? Ghislaine knew him well. Bernard, Amelia's most loyal shadow from the past. Even back then, his skills rivaled the legendary swordmasters of the North. But now, a man like him couldn't make Ghislaine flinch. If I fall here, a territorial war begins. Can you truly handle the fallout? Amelia remained unfazed. Of course. Amelia's mask finally slipped, revealing the viper within. An intruder broke in and was dealt with by guards. That's the story the world will hear. Who do you think you are looking down on us? Kill him. On her command, Bernard unsheathed his blade. Understood. Ghislaine fell silent for a moment before speaking. If you're going that far, let's see if your sword can back up those words. I suppose I should get serious too, right? Ghislaine sat ready, hand on his hilt, while Bernard shielded Amelia. Blades were drawn as killing intent filled the room. Bernard wore a triumphant smirk, while Ghislaine countered with a razor-sharp gaze. He sat there, sword braced against the chair, waiting for the inevitable. He didn't have to wait long. A masked assassin lunged from the shadows behind him. Ghislaine's expression hardened as the blade pierced right through the backrest. The strike was aimed to kill the steel, biting deep into the wood. But Ghislaine was faster, rolling toward the floor and leaving the assassin stabbing at empty air. Seizing the opening, he delivered a crushing kick to the assassin's chest. The man's eyes rolled back as he was sent flying, smashing into the wall until it cracked. Bernard and Amelia watched in stunned silence at such raw power. Shaking off the dust, Ghislaine mocked them. An assassin, so much for your noble etiquette. He drew his sword and charged Bernard in a flash. This is a pathetic way to treat a guest. Their blades collided, sending a shockwave of mana through the room. Does House Seymour have no shred of chivalry left? Ghislaine asked coldly. Bernard maintained his composure. Forgive me, but the rude one here is you, Archduke Ghislaine. You barged in unannounced and upset the lady. For a man like you, manners are a luxury we can't afford. With that, he poured his strength into a counterattack. Bernard's blade thrust forward like a viper, but Ghislaine spun away narrowly, avoiding the point. Another slash followed, but Ghislaine vaulted into the air, landing gracefully. Staying low to the ground, Ghislaine launched a sudden back kick that caught Bernard off guard. The guard scrambled backward, barely avoiding the blow. Bernard's mind raced. Archduke Ghislaine. I thought he was just a useless show-off. It seems the rumors were dead wrong. He analyzed Giselle's strength with every exchange. Amelia, watching from the sidelines, barked out. What are you doing, Bernard? Don't tell me you're struggling with this thug. My lady, Bernard called out, startled. Her face twisted in a hideous scowl. If you're truly my sword, bring me his head now. Bernard fell into a heavy silence. I will not fail you, he vowed. His grip tightened, leveling his sword at Ghislaine. His eyes glowed with a predatory light. Come, he challenged. Ghislaine let out a dry laugh. A mere bodyguard dares to order me, Bernard snapped back. I was holding back, but if you're seeking death, I'll gladly provide it. Bernard lunged like a bolt of lightning. Ghislaine met him head-on. With a murderous glint in his eyes, Bernard aimed a lethal strike, forcing Ghislaine to focus every nerve. He tilted his body at the last second, feeling the wind of a killing blow. This bastard is fast, Ghislaine thought, his expression turning grim as Bernard's smirk grew wider. Sensing a lapse in Gislaine's defense, Bernard unleashed a relentless flurry of strikes. Ghislaine danced through the storm, parrying each one as Amelia watched with narrowed eyes. Impossible, she thought. How can a lowlife like Giselin match a master like Bernard? She began plotting a more sinister scheme. The clash continued as Giselin braced against Bernard's overwhelming pressure. Steel slid against steel until Giselin successfully redirected the force of the attack. In a flash, Giselin's sharp blade lunged toward Bernard's shoulder, successfully pinning his arm against his own side. Driven by rage, Bernard lunged again. That move again, Giselin mocked. He hooked his leg around Bernard's head, even with his sword still embedded. But suddenly, Giselin's eyes widened. Using brute strength, Bernard swung Giselin's entire body toward the floor. The same trick won't work twice, he hissed. He slammed Giselin into the ground with bone-shattering force. The impact sent Giselin's sword skidding away. He gritted his teeth against the searing pain. Bernard seized the moment, lunging for a finishing blow. But Giselin kicked out, catching the flat of the blade and sliding out of the kill zone. He vaulted back into a defensive stance. His sword was still stuck in Bernard's arm. As I thought, you're using mana reinforcement to tank my hits. Bernard ripped the blade from his flesh and stepped forward. Archduke Giselin, you're full of surprises. I suppose you never truly know a man until you trade blows. He tossed Giselin's sword aside with a look of pure arrogance. Your swordsmanship is raw forged in blood, not the academy. It's unrefined. Did you learn your moves from fighting orcs? Such barbaric style might work on a battlefield, but against me, it's useless. He raised his blade once more. Bernard's face twisted with smug satisfaction. Your arrogance ends here. Giselin caught his breath. This is getting tricky, he realized, beginning to calculate. Narrow thrusts, head-on attacks. He's making it impossible to read the distance. In close quarters, his sheer physical stats are overwhelming my technique. He knew from the start this wouldn't be easy. After a split-second calculation, Giselin deployed a hidden wire. I'm running out of time. The wire whipped through the air like a serpent. Bernard's eyes nearly popped out. Mana, he stood frozen, unable to process the sudden shift. Before he could react, Giselin manipulated the wire to snatch his hilt, swinging it into the back of Bernard's head. The guard staggered forward, dazed. Giselin didn't let up, meeting him with a devastating flying knee. The impact shattered Bernard's nose in a spray of crimson. The guard's mind went blank with shock. Amelia shrieked as her champion faltered. While Bernard clutched his bloodied face, Giselin reclaimed his sword and brought it down with crushing power. Bernard barely managed to block his confidence shattered as he groaned under the weight of the strike. Desperate, he twisted away to escape the overhead smash. He managed to pull his blade free and retreated while Giselin skidded back, bracing himself on the floor. My lady, get back, Bernard warned. I can no longer guarantee your safety. From this moment on, I'm going all out. He leveled his sword, his eyes burning with a final, desperate resolve. Giselin fell into a heavy silence before a smirk tugged at his lips. Very well, let's play, he muttered, his gaze turning icy. It's been a long time since I've faced an opponent this entertaining. Cut to Amelia clutching her cat and hitching up her skirts as she bolted outside. Her heart seethed with a burning resentment. Giselin, how dare you humiliate me like this? Who was the fool that leaked the trade guild secrets to that madman? She hissed. How could he know so much? The rumors of him slaying orcs, defending his sister from assassins, and even crushing the Logester heir. Looking at that scoundrel's past, she'd assumed it was just blind luck or wild exaggeration. But the reality was far grimmer. Amelia gnashed her teeth in disbelief, her eyes narrowing with pure venom. Damn it all, she cursed, bursting through the doors. What are you idiots doing? She barked at her guards. But the sight before her stopped her cold, a mysterious figure in a black cloak standing over a mountain of corpses. She froze in terror as the figure slowly turned around. It was Belinda, wearing a chillingly thin smile. Oh, it's been quite a while, hasn't it, my lady? Amelia gasped in shock. The Persian family maid. Why are you here, Belinda? Merely chuckled from beneath her hood, before vanishing, reappearing instantly behind her target. Quiet now, Belinda whispered, pressing a razor-sharp blade against her throat. Panic surged through Amelia as she cast a terrified glance over her shoulder. Belinda reached out and plucked a spider from the corner of the woman's mouth. Good heavens, you still keep these disgusting things on your lips, she remarked, with a sharp, piercing gaze. I recall a conversation at the engagement ceremony, Belinda continued. Your brothers mocked you for your fear of spiders, so you started breeding them for revenge. Was it to conquer your trauma or to prove a point? Belinda pressed the blade deeper, forcing Amelia to drop her cat while she pinned a hideous spider to the dirt. Forgive me, but this look really doesn't suit you, madam. With a swift, brutal motion, she crushed the spider into the earth. Now, are you ready to cooperate? Back inside, Giselin stood his ground against Bernard. The air was thick enough to choke on. This pressure. Grislin thought the raw power he's radiating is incredible. Bernard leveled his blade, his eyes glowing with an eerie intensity. An entertaining opponent, you say, he echoed, his voice suddenly dripping with explosive rage. Only low-born mercenaries speak like that, he spat. Yet you claim the same nobility as my mistress. Grislin smirked. Of course I am. How could a mere bodyguard understand? Silence fell like a heavy shroud before Bernard lunged. Young Master Grislin, he roared, thrusting his sword forward. Grislin reacted instantly, meeting the steel with his own. Bernard's face twisted into a mask of fury. Do not mock a noble's dignity. A flurry of phantom-like thrusts rained down, forcing Grislin into a state of absolute focus. Bernard's strikes were a relentless storm, but Grislin parried every lethal blow with precision. Suddenly, a cold blade hissed toward his throat. This guy, Grislin barked, twisting his body to the right, to narrowingly escape. Is his combat instinct really this sharp, he wondered, amidst the chaos? The two clashed in a breathtaking display of swordsmanship. Your strikes have quite the bite, Grislin noted, but Bernard remained silent as Grislin swung his blade downward. Bernard's thrust grazed the air. Before he could recover, a counterstrike lunged from below, but he expertly manipulated his sword to parry, sending sparks flying as they collided again. With fluid wrists, Bernard spun his blade in a lethal dance. Their weapons crashed together in a violent stalemate. Young Master Grislin Bernard yelled as the struggle intensified. He lunged one final time with absolute confidence. It's over. Bernard's blade found its mark, and a spray of crimson painted the air as blood erupted. Bernard's eyes widened in disbelief. His blade was buried in Grislin's shoulder. He intentionally took the hit, just to create an opening he realized, stunned. But Grislin didn't falter, launching a lightning-fast counterattack. I suppose I can't afford to blink for even a second, Bernard muttered, barely blocking the strike. In one swift motion, Bernard parried the blow and delivered a crushing kick to Grislin's chest, sending the young master reeling backward across the room. This is the gap between a true warrior and one who treats combat as a hobby, Bernard sneered. Grislin caught his breath, a wild thrill coursing through him. This really is the ultimate entertainment, Grislin whispered, his expression unshakable. He began to dissect the fight, the speed, the reach, and the overwhelming weight of every strike. He's dominating the flow. Every attempt at close-quarters grappling is shut down immediately. During the clash, he makes it feel like our blades are inextricably locked, just to bait me into a trap. With my current mana reserves, I won't last through another wave of this. Bernard lunged forward, aiming for the finishing blow. But that was based on the mana I had before, Grislin thought with a smirk. How unfortunate for you. He slowly raised his blade, his presence shifting entirely. Time to end this. You overlooked one crucial thing. As Grislin gripped his hilt, a torrential explosion of mana began to swirl violently around him. Behold, my unique mana circulation technique. His eyes glowed with a predatory light as a brilliance erupted from his chest. Third, mind-heart. Release. He moved with such blistering speed that he became a mere blur to the naked eye. In a heartbeat, Grislin was already upon Bernard, ready to strike. Gripping his hilt with both hands, he unleashed a devastating thrust. His mana-clad blade slammed into Bernard's sword, forcefully sweeping the defensive guard aside. The impact triggered a shockwave that rattled the room. Bernard's sword was torn from his grip, clattering across the floor. Young Master Grislin. He gasped, paralyzed by shock. How could you possibly possess such an overwhelming surge of mana? But there was no time for questions. Grislin lunged forward to finish the job without hesitation. The razor-sharp tip of the blade stopped mere inches from Bernard's forehead. Just then, Belinda dragged a restrained Amelia into the room. Stop, she shrieked. 10,000 gold. Take it and go. Crashing the party are we? Grislin sighed. You should have been this generous when I asked nicely. He pulled his blade away from Bernard's brow. My, quite the messy lover's quarrel. You've had young Master Belinda teased. Just a minor disagreement, Grislin replied, resting his heavy blade casually over his shoulder. I have some unfortunate news for you, Amelia, he stated, his gaze chillingly sharp. The service fee just doubled to 20,000 gold. The hall was a graveyard of defeated men. Amidst the wreckage of shattered porcelain and a trembling white cat, Amelia Zeppelin's fury simmered. Bernard bowed his head in shame. Forgive me, my lady. He was far stronger than the rumors. I failed to assess the situation. In an instant, he unleashed enough mana to overwhelm a high-ranking knight. Amelia's eyes burned a vengeful crimson, her voice trembling with cold rage. You've changed quite a bit, haven't you, Grislin Persian? She hissed. Bernard spoke up quickly. Should we report this development to Duke Delphine? Amelia's hand slammed down. A sharp slap rings out. Amelia grabs Bernard's collar, her eyes blazing with fury. Watch your tongue. Do you have any idea how terrifying Duke Delphine truly is? One leak, and our heads roll instantly. She's playing a deadly game behind her father's back, forging a secret alliance that could end them all. She traded her support for a coup just to crush Gun. If this treachery is exposed, her own brothers will execute her. Her rage is boiling over. Her face twists in malice. If the council knows our secrets, Ghislaine must be erased at any cost. Bernard nods grimly. Consider it done. What's Ghislaine's status? She demands. Bernard reports on the shoulder wound she took during the chaotic brawl, recalling the intensity of the fight. That massive mana bird has left her unstable. Bernard explains, his face tightening with hesitation as he considers the risks ahead. Official knights leave too many tracks. Amelia smirks coldly. I know. That's exactly why I've been breeding those little monsters for a time like this. Bernard shudders as he realizes she means the Claw Guild. Ego, that absolute trash. Amelia moves her piece on the map, satisfied with her choice. A heartless veteran from the bloodiest battlefields. A specialist who exists only in the shadows with no name and no mercy. An elite squad of 18 mana-using assassins is summoned. Bernard immediately maps out the perfect killing ground for the ambush. The narrow trail from Rayphone to Perseune is the only way. It's the perfect terrain for a silent clinical execution. I'll handle the preparations, he vows. Amelia's eyes flash with murderous intent. Ghislaine made me look like a fool. She'll pay for it in blood. In the city, a carriage races through the streets. Inside, Ghislaine bandages a deep gash on his shoulder. Was this Amelia's doing? Fergus looks on with deep concern. Lord Dogan, are you all right? Ghislaine waves it off calmly. Don't worry, Lord Fergus. It's just a scratch. He tightens the bandage. I pushed too hard, but this 20,000 gold, it's the lifeline our territory needs to rebuild. It's years of progress bought in a day. He regrets not killing her, but a territory war would have been a death sentence for his people. Perseune is at a breaking point with the barbarian threat. This gold is the key to finally striking back and securing their borders. Knowing the cult's secret is the ultimate leverage. Ghislaine smirks with confidence. Amelia, I'm going to use you until there's nothing left. Belinda watches his silent contemplation. Everything went exactly as you planned, didn't it? Lord Dogan. Ghislaine gives a simple nod. The plan was to take her hostage. If things got loud, she reminds him. Ghislaine plays it off with a smirk. Oh, was it? He gestures to Fergus, but suddenly his face pales. He clutches his mouth as a violent tremor hits his body. Lord Dogan. Blood stains his palm. His monocore is shattering again. He analyzes his failing body with cold, calculated precision. Better than before, but using power is still a gamble. He needs more mana fast. Suddenly, Belinda grabs his blood-stained hand. Your mana flow is a total wreck, she says, pulling out a magical artifact as her aura begins to glow. Magic swirls around them. Ghislaine feels a surge in his throat, bracing for more blood, but the internal pressure suddenly vanishes. He exhales a white mist, his hand completely clean. He's stunned. This level of healing requires a master's understanding of mana. Mother was right about her. He realizes Belinda is no ordinary girl. Why was such incredible talent hiding in a remote village? The more monsters on my side, the better. This is just the beginning. The carriage thunders onward toward their next destination. I trust you, Lord Dogan, Belinda says firmly, but I have to know. Why take such a huge risk for Amelia's money? I needed the funds, and she was the only one rich enough to pay. The answer leaves both Fergus and Belinda speechless. Seriously, Belinda gasps. Ghislaine shrugs. She won't tell her father. She's too terrified of his wrath to speak a word. All that danger just for a loan. If Count Zestham finds out, they're finished. Ghislaine looks her in the eye. Do you trust me? I suppose so, Belinda sighs. But at least tell the person who saved your life what you're planning to buy. Ghislaine remains silent. Just as they think he won't answer, he speaks. The forest of mana beasts. I'm going to reclaim it all. Impossible, Fergus cries out. Every attempt since your great-grandfather's time has ended in utter disaster. Ghislaine cuts him off. Fergus, the person I asked you to find. Are they there? Fergus breaks into a cold sweat. Lord Dogan. He's exactly where you said, but his condition is horrific. Ghislaine's gaze hardens. If he's still breathing, he's perfect. We're going. Wait, Belinda protests. You need to return home. Your body can't handle a journey in this state. Do you think Amelia will just let us walk away? Ghislaine knows her nature. She's already sent assassins to silence us. Belinda flexes her eyes, sparking with battle intent. I can fight, and Lord Fergus is a knight. We'll crush them all. That's not your role, Ghislaine says firmly. I need a vanguard for the war ahead, and I'm going to recruit him now. The carriage halts before a desolate house. Ghislaine knocks. Belinda looks around skeptically. This is a noble's home. It's a ruin. The door creaks open. A towering man with a wild, unkempt beard and hollow eyes glares out at them from the shadows. The group stands frozen in shock. Belinda whispers to Ghislaine, Is this the guy? He looks more like a dying patient. Ghislaine doesn't flinch. You found the right person. The giant stares back, his presence heavy with hidden power. When no answer came, the man's patience snapped. He slammed the door, scoffing at the bored noble, wasting his time. Get out. But Ghislaine didn't budge. I'm the captain of the Ratted mercenaries. Hearing that, the man froze, his eyes igniting. He turned slowly, eyes trembling with shock. An honor to meet you, Ricardo. Nearby Frog gasped. The legendary Rattat mercenaries. The Rattat Corps, where only masters of all weaponry could join. Though disbanded, their legendary valor still echoes across every nation. Every knight knew their leader Gillian, a silver-haired veteran with hawk-like eyes. Ghislaine stepped forward, but an axe suddenly whistled toward him. The blade grazed Ghislaine's collar, leaving his men paralyzed. So you know me, Gillian growled, while the subordinates reached for their blades. Blades were drawn, tension thick in the air. Stand back, young Master Belinda hissed, shielding him. This man is unstable. Unfazed, Ghislaine spoke with an icy calm. The eternal punishment. Gillian flinched. Ghislaine's gaze was piercing as if reading his very soul. I can cure your daughter, Ghislaine declared. Now ready to talk. The girl was suffering fever, coughing blood, and petal-like red marks. A disease that makes patients writhe in agony like a sinner's execution. The eternal punishment. Poor Giseo had been screaming for years. They entered the room where the air reeked of blood. Gillian let out a heart-wrenching cry as he watched his daughter's torment. Ghislaine examined her. It wasn't too late. In his past life, he failed to recruit Gillian because the man was already dead. He committed suicide after her death. Ghislaine scanned the shack. Gillian had sold everything for a cure, leaving only his weapons behind. Father, please, let me die. Giseo sobbed. Gillian was shattered. Without a word, Ghislaine stripped off his coat, ready to work. We should go, young Master Belinda whispered, stopping him. Even the high priests have failed. This isn't something you can just fix. They call it a divine curse. What can you do? Belinda pleaded. But Ghislaine didn't hesitate, pulling his arm away from her grasp. It can be cured. Belinda gasped, losing her cool. Ghislaine turned to her with a confident smirk. Didn't you say you trusted me? Belinda stood frozen, captivated by his charisma. He handed her a list, speaking clearly. Go. Buy every herb written on this paper. Don't miss anything. He smiled at her shock. To a wandering mercenary, knowledge wasn't just power, it was survival itself. Today, this disease is a death sentence, but I know the future's cure. Ghislaine didn't waste a second, clearing a table immediately. He unpacked his vials and rare herbs for the remedy. It caused a stir back then, he thought. The recipe is simple. The real challenge was the cost. He reached into his pouch, pulling out a legendary herb, the fairy's blessing. With practiced ease, he crushed the fairy's blessing. He poured in strong alcohol, shaking the vial until the mixture blended perfectly. He waited, then stirred in the final ingredients. Everyone watched in silence. Finally, he handed the potion to a trembling Gillian. Make her drink it, Ghislaine commanded. Gillian cradled his daughter gently, pouring the medicine down, then laid her back down. Tears still clung to her lashes, but the change was instant. Those petal-like marks began to pale, vanishing before their eyes. It happened so fast, Frog shouted. The marks are disappearing. Gillian stared, unable to comprehend the miracle in his hands. As expected, it worked, Ghislaine said calmly. Gillian looked up in disbelief. How even divine magic couldn't touch this curse. Ghislaine explained coolly. Divine power isn't all-powerful. It only boosts recovery. But this strikes the very root of the disease. Gillian's hands shook. He fell to his knees before his savior. Does this mean she will truly live? Ghislaine didn't blink. In a month or two, she'll be fully recovered. Gillian bowed, his head overcome with gratitude. What do you want from me? You came here for a reason. But I'm just a broken man. If you want a dog, I'll bark. A slave, I'm yours. Ghislaine reached out, pulling him up. I have no use for a slave, he said, his voice firm and steady. I need Gillian, the captain of the Rattat mercenaries. Gillian's eyes widened. In the young lord's gaze, he saw a grand vision. Without a word, Gillian grabbed his matted hair and sliced it off. The heavy locks hit the floor with a loud thud. The group watched in shock. As the hair fell, the disheveled old man vanished, replaced by a true warrior. Standing tall and muscular, he finally looked like the legendary leader of old. Gillian had returned, standing with renewed strength. He walked toward his arsenal. "Is anyone else with you?" Gillian asked solemnly. Ghislaine shook his head. "No, just us." Grabbing a jagged spear, Gillian spoke again. "Does anyone hate you?" Young Lord Gillen smirked. "Many, and soon many more." Gillian's muscles bulged as he gripped the shaft. Without warning, he hurled the spear through the wall with explosive force. The impact shattered the stone. The spear flew through the trees, skewering a hidden target. Gillian dragged the corpse back inside. He hoisted the assassin by the throat. "Who sent you?" he growled. The dying man gasped. "How? Did you find me?" Ghislaine watched his expression cold. "I know who it is. I didn't want to spill blood on such a good day." "I'll handle this," Gillian interrupted. With one brutal squeeze, he crushed the assassin's throat, then bowed deeply to his master. Belinda watched in terror. The efficiency was haunting. Why would the young master bring such a monster into their ranks? Gillian knelt before Grand Duke Ghislaine, swearing his absolute loyalty. "From this moment on, my life belongs to you." Ghislaine smirked, realizing he'd just secured a legendary pawn for his grand design. With the territory's reconstruction in sight, a victorious smile crossed Ghislaine's face. "I look forward to our partnership, Gillian." Meanwhile, a sinister chill gripped the air around a derelict forest shack. Whispers cut through the dark. A scout unit had been annihilated. Inside that rotting hut, a group of men scoured the shadows. As a heavy downpour began to mask the scent of blood. "Those useless idiots," one hissed. A man with a jagged scar across his mouth commanded silence. This was the infamous Claw Guild. Viego, sitting in the center of the room, whispered, "Keep it down." His subordinates bowed in terror. "Forgive us, Captain Viego." Viego remained motionless, his eyes cold and calculating. According to Bernard's intel, something about this mission was fundamentally wrong. With Grand Duke Ghislaine's current pathetic forces, finding the scouts should have been impossible, let alone killing them. One subordinate began to stammer, his voice trembling as he prepared to speak. He revealed a truth that struck Viego like a lightning bolt. Gillian had joined the Duke's side. Enraged, Viego delivered a bone-shattering punch to the man's face, his eyes burning with lethal hatred. Seizing the man by the throat, Viego's voice became a low predatory growl. "Is that the truth?" Gasping for air, the scout managed to nod. "I saw it with my own eyes, Captain." Viego's heart blackened with pure malice. "So you finally decided to act, Gillian," he muttered. "My former captain." Outside the storm, clouds completely swallowed the moonlight. Gillian pushed the horses to a breakneck speed. Inside the carriage, Belinda let out an annoyed huff. "It's too cramped. This old man is acting like a hoarder, not a merchant. Who needs this many axes and swords?" she grumbled. "We had to buy an extra carriage just for his junk." Gillian remained stoic, his eyes fixed on the dark road ahead, ignoring her complaints. "We need the extra space to bring Jervil back safely," Ghislaine noted calmly. Meanwhile, back at the palace, Fergus Chicado's reinforcement unit was already preparing for a midnight departure. "Everything here has a purpose, so be patient," Ghislaine added. Their carriage tore through the silent woods moonlight, silvering the path as the Grand Duke's authoritative voice echoed through the night. "Escaping this mountain pass is our top priority," he stated. Belinda glanced at the man opposite her. "Young master, that stalker we caught earlier, he was definitely sent by Lady Amelia Zephone, right?" "Almost certainly," Ghislaine replied nonchalantly. Belinda narrowed her eyes, sensing a storm brewing. She couldn't shake the image of the terrified scout they'd broken during interrogation. That mask belonged to the Claw Guild, Belinda analyzed. They're a powerhouse in the Zephone underworld. Ghislaine's interest peaked as he repeated the name. "The Claw Guild, you say? They're filth who deal in assassination drugs and human trafficking." She spat, her face twisted in loathing. "Their ranks are filled with elite former mercenaries. They are truly the bottom of the barrel. A shadow organization backed by raw, lethal violence," she added. As they raced through the trees, Ghislaine wondered, how does a castle-bound lady like you know so much about them? She stiffened, avoiding his gaze. "Well, before I joined the household, I had my ways." Quickly shifting gears, she warned. "Regardless, they're persistent as leeches. We must stay sharp." Ghislaine didn't push further, a faint knowing smirk playing on his lips. "It'll be fine," he reassured her, his gaze turning upward with a confident and surprisingly gentle smile. Thanks to Gillian's expert driving, they maintained a frantic pace through the silence. Suddenly, the air grew heavy. A surge of ominous energy began to constrict around the moving carriage. Gillian's instincts flared as he scanned the perimeter. Without warning, an assassin burst from the earth like a demon, his blade aimed straight for Jillian's throat in a lethal ambush. Dropping the reins, Jillian reached for the weapons, strapped to his back. An attack from below, predictable. With a knife in one hand and an axe in the other, he parried the strike. He neutralized the pincer attack with veteran precision. His knife deflected a lethal thrust, while his axe crushed the second blade, shattering his enemy's momentum in a single heartbeat. In a blurred motion, Jillian counterattacked. His blades danced with terrifying speed, severing the hands of his ambushers before a brutal axe strike carved through the lead assassin's chest. Two bodies hit the dirt as the carriage surged forward. But the nightmare was just beginning. A swarm of masked figures emerged from the shadows. Their eyes locked onto Jillian, with murderous intent. Jillian glanced at the cliffs above. A trap, Belinda peered out her face, turning pale. "They're going to bury us." Jillian yanked the reins, forcing the horses to a screeching halt. A massive tree crashed down, sealing their escape route with a thunderous boom. Ghislaine watched calmly from inside. The ambush had unfolded exactly as his strategic mind had calculated. The masked mob surrounded them, their blades gleaming under the cold moon. A chilling voice rang out from the darkness. "Jillian, the legendary former captain of the Ratus mercenaries." Jillian scanned the tree line as Viego stepped forward, knife in hand. "You coward," Viego spat with venom. "You threw away our entire squad's future, just for the sake of your daughter." Jillian leapt from the driver's seat. "I have no idea what you're talking about." Viego's rage boiled over as his men closed in. "You ruined my life. Have you grown too senile to remember your own men?" Jillian remained stoic, his face an unreadable mask of calm. Viego flashed a predatory, wicked grin. "Playing dumb? Fine. I'll jog your memory. Men slaughter him where he stands." As the killers charged, Gillian's voice drifted from the carriage. "Need a hand, Gillian?" Gillian waved him off. "Stay back, young master. This ghost from my past is mine to exorcise." Facing the onslaught alone, Jillian didn't flinch. He swung his heavy axe in a devastating wide arc. "One man is all I need to end this pathetic rebellion." Blood sprayed the forest floor as he carved through the first wave. They threw themselves at him like moths to a flame, screaming, "You're dead, old man." But Jillian's resolve was unshakable. He was a whirlwind of steel, dismantling his opponents with surgical precision. Even as they swarmed him, he remained untouched, catching a lethal blade with his bare hands in a display of raw power. With a roar of fury, Jillian delivered a finishing blow. Watching his men fall one by one, Viego's eyes narrowed. "The monster from the mercenary wars. You're still just as terrifying." Jillian was single-handedly holding the line against the horde. "Spread out," Viego commanded. "Encircle him." As they moved to trap him, Jillian vaulted back onto the horse, readying his next move. "Kill the horse," the mercenaries yelled. But Jillian drew a massive greatsword from the saddle. He spun the blade overhead, before charging headlong into the heart of the enemy formation. A single swing sent a group of men flying like ragdolls. "We can't get near him," they panicked. "Aim for the horse." But Jillian, fueled by battle lust, continued his relentless slaughter of the wicked. His greatsword moved in a perfect lethal circle, leaving only a trail of gore behind. Watching the carnage from the carriage, Belinda and Gillian could only murmur, "Now that's a show." Suddenly, a shadow descended from above, a lethal aerial strike. Jillian reacted instantly, snapping his shield up to intercept the descending blade, just as it was about to pierce his skull. Viego snarled as his strike was parried. "You destroyed my life. Don't you dare stand in my way now." His eyes were bloodshot with madness. "I will be the one to kill you." Viego's blade bit deep into the horse's throat, spraying crimson everywhere. As the beast collapsed, Jillian performed a tactical roll, landing firmly on his feet as his mount hit the dirt. A follow-up thrust aimed for his heart, but Jillian parried it with his axe. "The captain of Ratas is long dead," he roared, raising his shield to meet the next desperate assault. Gillian delivers a crushing blow, sending Viego flying. Snarling in fury, Viego braces his body to absorb the devastating impact. Slowly, he rises from the dust. The former Captain Viego spits the words with venom. "Stop the lies. If it wasn't you, then who?" Gillian grips his axe tighter. "That man is dead." Gillian's gaze turns cold. "I am but a humble subordinate of Grand Duke Ghislaine now." Vigo's eyes burn crimson with rage. "You." He lunges forward like a beast. "I'll kill you." The stalemate drags on the air, thick with killing intent. Vigo's blades whistle through the air, unleashing a relentless barrage of lethal strikes. Gillian's shield holds firm against the vicious assault. Despite failing to break through, Viego is a cornered wolf, refusing to back down. He snarls through his teeth. "The Ratos mercenaries died the day you left." His voice is thick, with years of festering resentment and bitter blame. "Because of you, I lost everything. I've crawled through filth just to survive." He screams, dumping every ounce of his misery onto Gillian's shoulders, holding him responsible for his every suffering. Gillian remains a silent wall of iron, offering no excuses. Emboldened by the silence, Vigo's assault grows even more frantic, seeking a gap in the defense. Suddenly, Gillian's heavy axe cleaves the air. Vigo ducks just in time, his movements a blur as he barely evades the lethal soul-reaping blow. Vigo raises his shield to block the heavy strike. As steel clashes, Gillian recognizes the crest on the shield, but Vigo gives him no time to think. I gave my life to the Ratas, mercenaries. Vigo bellows, his heart laid bare in the heat of battle. And yet you just abandoned us. You threw it all away to be a lapdog for some corrupt noble. The betrayal has rotted inside him for years. His eyes bulge with pure, unadulterated madness. He prepares a volley of razor-sharp arrows, his voice cracking with fury. The projectiles scream through the air toward Gillian with murderous intent. But Gillian's defense is absolute batting, the arrows aside effortlessly. Seeing an opening, Vigo prepares a treacherous strike, while Gillian is distracted. A spear thrust whistles past Gillian's throat by a hair's breadth. He's too fast for that. Now, it's Gillian's turn to strike back with overwhelming force. Every move Vigo makes was taught to him by Gillian himself. As the founder of Ratas, Gillian knows every trick in the book. Vigo's tactics fail. With a simple feint, Vigo is sent face first into the dirt. Your strength is a relic of the past. Vigo snarls, refusing to accept his looming defeat. While you played nursemaid to your daughter, I was forged in blood. Vigo leaps into the air, driving his spear into the earth with desperate confidence. You're no match for me now. He flicks his wrist, sending coins flying like shrapnel. Gillian snatches one out of the air with terrifying ease. Vigo charges again, fueled by desperation and shattered pride. He raises his weapon for a final decisive blow. This is the end, Gillian. Clang. Gillian stops the strike cold. Is revenge all that's left? Vigo gasps in shock. Mana. He's shrouding his arms in pure concentrated energy. Gillian hasn't even used his full power. With one powerful shove, Vigo is sent reeling. He collapses to his knees, looking utterly broken and pathetic. Gillian walks toward him, his expression unreadable. I don't understand. If you wanted blood, you had many chances. Why wait until now to kill me? Vigo erupts into chilling manic laughter. You don't know the half of it. He spits, his voice dripping with twisted glee and bitter defiance. I went to your home once, but I didn't find the captain of Ratas. Only a pathetic old man not worth killing. Where did my hero go? Gillian remains silent, letting the insults wash over him. He slowly draws the sword from his back. I was once a puppet of fate, he says, but now I will grant you a warrior's honor. His eyes ignite with divine light. As the true commander of the Ratas mercenaries, die with dignity. Gillian lunges. No more holding back. The real battle begins. Vigo's face twists into a sadistic grin. This is the moment I've waited for. Steel screams against steel in a dance of death. Shockwaves erupt as their powers collide. Neither warrior gives an inch in this final, desperate clash. It's down to a brutal, close-quarters struggle. Vigo rushes in like a moth to a flame. Gillian raises his axe high, delivering a final message. I will remember you, Vigo of the Ratas. The name hangs in the air. Then the heavy blade falls with absolute soul-shattering finality. Vigo falls, his lifeblood, staining the cold earth. Silence descends. Fine work, Gillian, a voice calls out. It's the young Lord Ghislaine and Belinda. Belinda surveys the carnage with a merchant's greedy eye. If we pawn all this gear, we're going to be filthy rich. What a haul. Forgive the delay, my lord. Gillian bows. Gillen waves it off, secretly stunned by Gillian's overwhelming prowess. He truly is a legend amongst men. Ghislaine recalls how Gillian's story once helped him become a mercenary king. I'm lucky I acted fast. I've gained an incredibly powerful and loyal ally. Ghislaine asks, casually, did you know him? Gillian gazes at the horizon, his expression unreadable. He was an old comrade from my past life. An old comrade. The words stir something in Ghislaine. He thinks back to those who once bled by his side in his previous timeline. Where are they now? Living their own separate lives. He stares into the distance, lost in a momentary sea of deep, painful nostalgia. I hope we all find our way back someday, he whispers. Then he turns to Belinda. All right, let's grab the loot and get moving. I am not your errand boy, Gillian sighs. 2 days later, their carriage finally nears the border of the Perzu territory, their new home. Belinda lets out a long, exhausted breath. Finally, we're almost there. Gillian peers out the window. Is that the legendary Perzu territory? Ghislaine nods, a small smile playing on his lips. It feels good to finally have a place to return to. Ghislaine remains silent, observing. What do you think of our land? Gillian hesitates, looking for the right words. Well, it certainly has potential, my lord. Looks like trash, doesn't it? Ghislaine scoffs. The houses are rotting, the fields are dead, and the people have lost all hope for the future. The endless war with the northern orcs has bled this land dry. Seeing it in person, it's even worse than the stories I've heard. The situation was grimmer than I imagined. Belinda stood helpless. Shouldn't this be familiar territory? Ghislaine cut to the chase, declaring he'd handle every single issue personally. Assistance was mandatory, as Ghislaine knew this was a marathon, not a sprint. His goal was clear: erase every trace of Duke Delphine and reclaim their stolen honor. I'll restore this land no matter the price, he vowed. As the carriage rolled on, Belinda gasped, pointing outside. Young master, look over there. Ghislaine's eyes widened in surprise. Standing before the majestic gates of Catalopession Castle was none other than his father. Inside the ancient halls, however, a heated debate was already echoing through the stone. We must downsize our military strength, Ghislaine's father proposed. The shock among the retainers was instant. What, my lord, if we cut back any further? Maintaining the front lines will be impossible, Homeron muttered, suggesting they seek aid from Delphine. But Delphine was the one cutting support, while secretly hoarding soldiers. They're stockpiling rations too, John blurted out. The room erupted into chaos as everyone clung to their own pride, refusing to back down from the argument. We must rebuild the Mana Beast outpost, destroyed last October, Ghislaine's father noted. Cutting the night count is our only way to survive. Homeron scoffed at the risk. Aren't you worried about the vulnerability? Homeron pressed. Ghislaine watched in silence, a faint smirk playing on his lips. Some things never change, he thought to himself. Before him stood Vanzon of the Perseus Knights, Albert the Noble, representative, and the stout manager Homeron. It had been an eternity since he'd seen these familiar faces. To a Grand Duke, months had passed, but to a mercenary king, it felt like 15 years. You've endured much this campaign, Ghislaine finally spoke, catching Walter off guard. Why the sudden change? Walter asked. Ghislaine recalled hating his father's cold rigidity as a child, but now the weight of leadership finally made sense to him. He finally saw the crushing burden his father carried, the invisible exhaustion, and the relentless weight of ruling a territory on the brink of total collapse. I heard you've been gone for a week, Walter remarked, calmly raising a teacup to his lips. Care to tell me where you've been wandering off to? I just returned from the Delphine estate, Ghislaine replied honestly. Walter sighed. Did you cause another scene? Ghislaine rubbed his temples, feeling an immediate headache brewing. I stayed out of trouble, Ghislaine insisted. The butler chimed in. Actually, my lord, it seems the young master defeated Bernard and walked away with a massive fortune. Don't tell me you were gambling again, Albert sneered. Gambling, please, it's called an investment, Ghislaine thought, before calmly stating he was simply negotiating with Amelia Delphine. Young master, remember your status as the Persian heir, Homeron nagged. Ghislaine waved him off effortlessly, which only made the older man's blood pressure skyrocket in anger. This little brat, my advice is garbage to him, Homeron fumed internally. That's enough, Walter interjected, silencing the room with a single authoritative look. I've heard interesting rumors about your activities during my absence. Walter continued, his gaze piercing. Ghislaine remained a statue, waiting for his father's next move. Is it true you dealt with Emia and Philip for betraying? Elena, Walter asked. John scoffed. There's no way he handled them personally. It's likely a tall tale. They probably turned on each other, and the young master just took the credit, John added, refusing to believe Ghislaine had attained such monstrous strength. John is salty about his subordinates being wiped out, Ghislaine mused. Better to play humble and stroke his ego for a bit to keep the peace. Yes, that's more or less what happened, Ghislaine lied smoothly. John beamed, while Walter's next words, well done, nearly made Ghislaine jump out of his skin. The methods don't matter as long as Elena is safe, Walter noted. Stunned by the rare praise, Ghislaine seized the moment. Father, I have a request to make. Out with it, Walter said. If this is about funding, the answer is no, Homeron shouted. John nodded aggressively, expecting a typical noble tantrum from the youth. You've gambled away rations, torched the city gates, and even roasted war horses for a snack, they roared. Not to mention melting knight armor for some legendary blade. Man, I was a menace, Ghislaine thought. I'm not asking for permission, just being courteous, he countered coolly. This is something that absolutely must be done. Why are you so obsessed with this specific plan? Belinda whispered. Ghislaine gave her a mysterious look. Patience, Belinda. All will be revealed in due time. Spreading the word now would only invite vultures. If this gamble pays off, he calculated the wealth a la masse will be enough to reshape the entire kingdom. Deep near the Mana Beast Forest lay a hidden treasure, the Wolfworm Quarry. These magic-infused stones were a delicacy for mages and the core of every high-tier artifact. From alchemy to forbidden scrolls, mana was the world's lifeblood. In his past life, the Delphines claimed this gold mine. Now, Gislan was the only one with the map. I suppose you've already seen the endgame, Belinda sighed, surrendering to his logic. Grillian bowed deeply. My blade is yours. Ghislaine nodded. Excellent. Let's move. Belinda, head to the local merchant union and hire 200 mercenaries, Ghislaine ordered. Belinda balked. We just risked our lives for that gold, and you're spending it. Are you sure, Grand Duke? Grillian questioned. Mercenaries are feral beasts. If you gather that many, they might just turn their blades on the one holding the purse. Exactly, Ghislaine smirked. That's why we're going to handpick the ones worth using. I'm looking for a very specific kind of talent to lead them. There's a small outfit in the north with exceptional skills, Ghislaine suggested. Grillian's face paled instantly. You don't mean those rabid, uncontrollable bastards? They're geniuses in a fight, but they'll bite anyone, including their master. Ghislaine chuckled. The Cerberus mercenaries. Let's go pay those dogs a visit. Time to put a leash on some mad dogs. At the Cerberus camp, the outlaws watched through binoculars. Well, well. Look what the cat dragged in, they snickered. Does this brat even know where he is? The mercenaries mocked. Looks like a pampered noble boy. If we play our cards right, we found a golden goose. Suddenly, Grillian's massive hand lunged forward, hoisting the thugs by their collars like scruffy kittens. Let go of me, you old bastard, they shrieked in terror. With a casual flick of his wrist, Grillian sent the man flying. The rest of the Cerberus pack froze their eyes, nearly popping out of their heads in shock. Who the hell are you people? They roared, drawing their weapons and surrounding Grillian. You've got a death wish barging into our camp like this. A man with a commanding presence stepped forward, his eyes narrowed. Even a high-ranking noble shouldn't be this reckless, he growled, closing the distance between them. Don't dream of leaving here in one piece. But then, he froze. Ghislaine stared him down from atop his horse. Pipe down. Who's the one in charge here? The thug sneered, breaking his silence with a sharp laugh. A delusional noble, is it? He uncoiled his heavy chains, eyes flashing. If you're looking for a fight, then be ready for the consequences. He hurled a heavy mace at Ghislaine. It whistled through the air inches from impact until a sudden force intercepted the strike. The weapon spun wildly off course, deflected by none other than Green Lion. The Cerberus mercenaries froze in shock as their surprise attack failed against his legendary speed. He expertly wedged his blade into the chain links as the mace slammed into the soft earth. Just as Ghislaine predicted, they wouldn't listen. Green Lion, he ordered. Do as you wish, just keep them alive. Green Lion cracked his knuckles, finally ready to unleash. Understood, he replied, effortlessly dodging the mercenary's desperate lunge. He snatched the chain midair, leaving the thug cursing in frustration. Damn you. With a violent jerk, Green Lion launched him skyward, wrapping the iron weapon around his neck. He yanked the chain tight, slamming the heavy iron into the man's gut. As their leader collapsed in agony, the underlings snarled and charged forward in a blind rage. You think your title saves you, chains hissed through the air, but Green Lion's steel sang. One brutal elbow sent the crowd tumbling like a row of broken dominoes. They were blasted back by his sheer force. Green Lion's icy gaze paralyzed the mercenaries with pure terror. Ghislaine dismounted his horse, his face a mask of aristocratic boredom. Too slow. How long must I wait, he muttered. Sweep this trash aside and bring me your commander. A hulking man emerged, looking irritated at having his sleep interrupted. The mercenaries snapped into a sharp formation as their captain approached. I'm Ko, commander of Cerberus, he growled. What business do you have with us? Ghislaine remained calm. I'm here for a request. What else? Ghislaine replied smoothly. Ko's lip curled in disdain. A request? After you trashed my men like this? What kind of client? Does that? Ko sneered. A duke should have better manners. Ghislaine didn't blink. Consider this my greeting. I find submission is the quickest way to get a man's attention. Submission? Ko laughed. A second greeting usually means war. But fine talk. What's this grand request of yours? What could be so important that you'd come all this way? They sat across from each other, the air heavy with tension. Ghislaine spoke two words that changed everything. The monster forest. Ko's eyes widened in genuine shock. I want to hire you to conquer the monster forest. The mercenaries erupted in whispers. The forest of death? Is he insane? That place is crawling with nightmares. The one bordering the Tojian lands. Ko leaned in with a dangerous glint. Who do you think you are, kid, challenging a death trap like that? Ghislaine remained unfazed. I am Ghislaine Persian, Duke of the Persian territory. The room went silent. Even Ko froze. Look, kid, a mercenary called out, don't let your title go to your head. The monster forest is no joke. Anyone who enters loses their life. Ko scoffed. You're just a pampered brat living in luxury with no idea how the world works. Enough talk. Ko dismissed him with a wave. Negotiation failed. Guards show him out. Ghislaine sat motionless, his silence unnerving. Ko laughed. What's scared now, little Duke? Ghislaine finally looked up. I heard Cerberus was elite. Was it all just hype? Ko slammed his boots onto the table. Don't get cocky. If the price is wrong, we pass. The weak always find excuses, Ghislaine provoked. Ko's jaw tightened, his playful facade vanishing. You've officially ruined my mood, kid, he spat, his eyes burning with rage. I was going to be nice, but your amateur games bore me. A brat who knows nothing of the world isn't even worth the effort of killing. Pay for the damages and vanish, Ko growled. But Ghislaine didn't move. He threw down a gauntlet. No. I challenge you, Ko, commander of the Cerberus mercenaries. I challenge you to the right of Moriana. The room went deathly silent. Buzzard and Green Lion exchanged worried glances. Do you even know what that means, Ko hissed. A traditional mercenary duel, Ghislaine stated. Daggers only. No mana. Our hands bound together. A survival match where only the strongest walks away. Leaving the ring means defeat. It's a brutal dance within a restricted space where every movement is shackled and every mistake is lethal. Sometimes, both fighters die. The loser becomes the winner's dog bound to total obedience. Ghislaine's eyes locked onto Ko's. Are you brave enough to accept? Green Lion was stunned. Why would a duke use such a filthy mercenary tradition? But in this world, refusing a challenge meant admitting absolute defeat. Ko's face split into a wild manic grin. Did you hear that, boys? Our noble guest wants to play by our rules. Let's give him what he wants. They stepped into the ring, wrists lashed together by heavy rope. The Cerberus mercenaries roared with bloodlust, sensing a quick slaughter for the arrogant noble. Finish him, Captain, kill the brat. Green Lion watched in silence, his sharp eyes never leaving Ghislaine. You think your little tricks will save you, Ko whispered. It's too late to back down now. Ko yanked Ghislaine close his breath hot. I've survived this right 5 times. I've never tasted defeat. Ko let go, but Ghislaine surged forward, closing the distance. 5 times, he echoed with a chilling pale smile. I've fought this battle hundreds of times. Did you know? Steel flashed as they traded lethal strikes. One hand restrained the other, while their blades hungered for blood. They moved as one narrowly avoiding death in the first exchange. Their gazes locked, sparks of pure killing, intent, flying. Ghislaine and Ko became a whirlwind of silver clashing and recoiling within the tiny circle of death. Slash and parry. Ko caught Ghislaine's wrist, forcing it back, but the Duke countered with a blinding strike that carved a bloody line across Ko's side. Ko lunged with his dagger, missing by a hair, as Ghislaine slipped past. The commander pivoted, winding up a devastating kick to shatter the noble's defense. Ghislaine sensed the blow and threw himself backward, avoiding the impact but hitting the dirt. Ko smirked, his eyes burning. You've got guts, kid, I'll give you that. Hundreds of times. Only a fool lies like that. Ko roared, his blade a blur of silver. Die with some dignity. Ghislaine rolled his instincts, razor sharp as ever. The Cerberus thugs cheered wildly. The captain's got him. Finish that noble trash. Teach him what happens when you step into the den of wolves. That's the price for insulting us. But Green Lion's murderous glares silenced the crowd, sending a wave of pure terror through the ranks. He watched the battle with a heavy heart. The ring was a death trap, so small that 2 men could barely stand without touching the edge. With mana sealed, it was a battle of pure muscle. The Duke was outmatched in size, his movements shackled by the rope. He was barely holding on. The clash continued, but the leader's massive frame allowed him to dominate the space. He was slowly suffocating Ghislaine's options, controlling the rhythm of the duel. Ghislaine watched the duel with bated breath, his hand tight on his blade. If the Duke fell into peril, he was ready to strike. Meanwhile, Ko seized Ghislaine's arm, preparing a devastating shoulder throw. But Ghislaine used the momentum to leap away narrowly, dodging Ko's horizontal slash. He landed gracefully behind his foe, but a sharp sting began to radiate through his arm. Cao smirked, sensing Ghislaine's momentary weakness. Without mana protection, the shockwaves from blocking those heavy strikes were finally taking their toll. Seeing this, the brute let out a twisted laugh. Look at your pale face. Can't hold on much longer, can you? Ko lunged forward again. Trying to resist my overwhelming power is truly pathetic, Ghislaine. You're tougher than other nobles, but that's your limit. Cao grinned wickedly, his eyes gleaming. I've already seen through every single one of your desperate moves. Ghislaine pushed his speed to the limit. But Cao countered every strike with ease. Every blade swing was parried or dodged effortlessly. Even his kicks were met with a solid, immovable defense. Just as Cao predicted, Ghislaine was forced to tank the lighter stabs with his own body. Under Morgiana's sacred rules, mana was forbidden, leaving them to rely purely on raw physical endurance. Even with a successful block, the internal shockwaves were building up inside his frame. Ghislaine's legs began to scream in agony. The weight of defeat was finally setting in. Feeling the pressure on your legs? Yet Ghislaine hated being read so easily. Your face betrays everything. Keep struggling for my amusement, little noble. Cao's eyes gleamed with pure malice as he savored his opponent's suffering. Now this is entertainment. Still, Ghislaine refused to yield, swinging his blade once more with grit. Cao slipped away easily and retaliated with a brutal slash. Ghislaine ducked, barely avoiding the edge, then threw up his arm to block a heavy overhead strike, seeking an opening. Ghislaine tried to flank him, but Cao launched a devastating knee towards his face. Ghislaine reacted too late, taking the full impact of the strike right against his shin bone. Bone-deep pain crippled Ghislaine's leg. Sensing victory, Cao raised his blade for a lethal strike toward Ghislaine's neck. This is the end of the line, he snarled ruthlessly. Dai Cao's men roared in excitement from the sidelines. Watching the scene unfold, Ghislaine's composure finally shattered as he prepared to intervene to save his lord. He drew his weapon, screaming a warning. But facing certain death, Ghislaine suddenly smirked. He twisted his body with impossible grace, slipping past Cao's lethal blade. It was a flawless evasion. Cao stared in total disbelief. How could anyone dodge from that angle? Pivoting hard on his right foot, Ghislaine seized the momentum for a counter. With a swift spin, Ghislaine drove his blade deep into Cao's flank. Blood sprayed as the wound opened wide. The predator had suddenly become the prey in an instant. The crowd watched in stunned silence. Overcome with blinding rage, Cao swung wildly, but his reckless fury only left him riddled with fatal openings for Ghislaine to exploit. Another deep gash opened across Cao's chest. His men began to panic. The captains hit again. That noble was supposed to be crushed by their leader's raw power. Captain, show him your real strength. While Ghislaine watched intently, Ghislaine ducked another swing and drove his shoulder into Cao's jaw, rattling the brute's skull. Ghislaine unleashed a flurry of brutal punches to Cao's face and chest. Ignoring his blade for a moment, with a calculated spin of his knife hilt, he prepared the finisher. He plunged the steel into Cao's bound arm, drawing a scream of agony. "You bastard!" Cao roared, his face twisted in a frenzied, desperate rage as he lost control. Ghislaine's gaze remained sharp as Ghislaine finally understood the strategy. The movements of the battle replayed in the old man's mind like a slow-motion revelation of mastery. By overusing raw power, the leader's muscles had become stiff and rigid. His obsession with physical dominance had cost him his natural agility and tactical flexibility. He had lost the necessary fluidity of combat. The Duke didn't clash head-on with that force, instead staying relaxed and masterfully turning the opponent's momentum against him. Ghislaine sheathed his sword, amazed by Ghislaine's brilliance in overcoming the size gap. Cao was now a bloodied mess, his swollen face driving his men into a nervous frenzy. They jeered loudly. "Captain, what are you waiting for? This isn't fun anymore. Finish this noble off already and end the game." "You've got spirit," Ghislaine remarked calmly. "But I've seen many desperate men break the rules and tap into mana when they are backed into a corner like this." "You act like a veteran of 1,000 wars," Cao spat mockingly. "Morgiana granted me this title. If you dare break the sacred laws of this place, you'll have no place left to hide." Cao panted, finally admitting, "Fine, you've got me beat in a direct clash of skill. I'll give you that much." However, Cao grinned maniacally through the pain. Skill isn't the only way to win. With a sudden burst, he hurled Ghislaine toward the edge of the arena ring. Under Morgiana's law, a single step outside the ring means instant defeat. Cao watched with a twisted, hopeful face as Ghislaine flew through the air toward the boundary. No matter his skill, there was no way to stop that momentum. A triumphant smirk spread across Cao's battered face. Victory was finally within his grasp after all. The win is mine. But it wasn't over. In midair, Ghislaine reached out and snatched Cao's hand. Before his feet could touch the ground, he spun with violent force. Ghislaine kicked off Cao's leg, pulling him toward the edge. Their bound arms snapped tight as he yanked the captain back into the center of his own nightmare. Circling behind, Ghislaine grabbed Cao's hair and slammed his head into the dirt. To everyone's shock, the captain was the one forced out of the ring. The subordinates gasped in horror. A ring out, Cao glared in disbelief, his world crumbling. Ghislaine looked down with ice-cold eyes. "The victory belongs to me." "Who? What are you?" Cao stammered in defeat. Ghislaine's gaze sharpened dangerously. "Your attitude is lacking for someone addressing their future master," he declared with authority. Ghislaine dragged Cao back into the circle. What's this? Cao panted, completely bewildered. The match is already over. Isn't it? I lost. No, Ghislaine replied coldly. I haven't stepped out of this ring yet. Before Cao could even process those words, another heavy fist slammed into his bloodied jaw. Now it's time for a proper lesson. Ghislaine leaned in his eyes, narrowing as he loomed over his new subordinate. Starting from this moment, you will learn your place as my servant. Ghislaine's fist connected with a sickening thud, sending Cao's head spinning in a total daze of pain. The gang watched in horror as their invincible leader crumbled. Cao clutched his shattered face, groaning in pure agony on the dirt floor under Ghislaine's shadow. Wait, a ring out means it's over, Cao cried out. But Ghislaine didn't stop mounting him and raining down a relentless, punishing storm of strikes. You think rules exist on a real battlefield? Cao wheezed from below. You bastard! How can you still call yourself a noble with such brutality? Don't you dare question my master's will. With eyes as cold as ice, Ghislaine unleashed a brutal punch. Cao barely wheezed out, "You psycho," before another strike sent blood spraying from his mouth. A relentless barrage of 10 punches followed, shattering his face. With every blow, Cao's consciousness faded. Outside, the mercenaries watched their leader's pathetic defeat in shocked silence. Should we just stand here? The bet is over. Even as Ghislaine's fists were dyed crimson with Cao's blood, the assault showed no signs of stopping. Unable to endure the agony, Cao shielded his face and screamed, "Stop, please, stop." His face was a mask of gore. Ghislaine hauled him up, her expression icy and unmoved. I haven't stepped out of the circle yet. Cao's face turned pale. To him, Ghislaine was a literal demon. He turned to his men, shrieking, "Are you just going to watch kill him?" Hearing the order, the mercenaries drew their blades. But before they could move, an old man's axe blocked their path. Anyone who interferes with the Duke dies here. A crushing aura erupted from the old man, freezing the soldiers in place with pure terror. Cao watched in utter despair, slowly turning his eyes back toward Ghislaine. He met Ghislaine's chilling gaze once more. "Shall we finish our business?" the Duke asked calmly. Cao could only stare at those blood-stained fists and laugh bitterly. Nobles. They're all just cowardly trash. Even as he was pummeled, Cao cursed the corruption of the highborn, his mind racing through the various types of scum he'd met. Arrogant pigs, narcissistic sycophants, the kind of people who cower the moment they're threatened. Robbing those fools was his greatest joy. Cao had built a legendary reputation as the Mad Dog, but now everything was falling apart. How could he be humiliated by this greenhorn noble? Seeing Cao's mangled body, his men cried out, "Captain, you're going to die at this rate. This should be enough." Ghislaine lifted Cao's bloodied frame and commanded the crowd, "What are you waiting for? Get the medical supplies. Water, bandages, towels, now. Do you want your leader to bleed out?" Ghislaine thrust the broken man toward them, sending the mercenaries into a panicked frenzy. "Yes, sir." The silver-haired elder watched Ghislaine, amazed that these unruly mercenaries were suddenly obeying the Duke's every whim. In their world, might is the only law. Ghislaine had branded that truth into their souls. He showed them exactly who the real monster was. After a brief recovery, Cao and Ghislaine sat face to face. Ghislaine slid a contract over, demanding a signature. With a scowl, Cao grabbed the pen and scribbled his name, slamming the paper back. Ghislaine narrowed his eyes, radiating dissatisfaction. Realizing the danger, Cao immediately softened his tone. I look forward to your guidance, my lord." Satisfied, Ghislaine shook his hand. "Good. We're family now. Let's work well together." Days later, at the Cherjun border, the exhausted mercenaries grumbled amongst themselves. "Why? The early call? I haven't even had lunch." A bald man chimed in. "Did you hear? Word is our employer is the Duke of Persian." "What him?" Another laughed mockingly. "That spoiled brat. There's no way a kid like that can handle a crew like us. We'll just slack off and pocket the gold." Suddenly, a massive muscular man clapped for attention. "Listen up. To handle a soft boss, you need a strong representative." All eyes turned to the giant. "You, Gordon?" He smirked, thumping his chest. "That's right. I'm Gordon, the muscle. I love your enthusiasm for profit, but we need to stay united to squeeze him dry." The mercenaries nodded, recalling past failures. "Remember that last idiot who asked for too much? Ruined the whole deal." The bald man asked, "So Gordon, what's the plan this time?" "I'll be the middleman. We'll split the pay fairly among ourselves," Gordon barked, promising a smooth ride. Gordon shook his coin pouch, and the crowd roared in agreement. With a titan like him negotiating, they felt invincible. His brawn was finally proving useful. He's got a real nose for gold. Suddenly, a shout rang out. "Hey, someone's coming." Gordon's group turned to look. A lone rider approached from the distance. The mercenaries squinted. Just one guy, dressed like a big shot though. Ha ha ha. Let's see if he pisses himself when he sees Gordon. Gordon stepped forward, signaling his men to follow. He was ready to show this naive noble the real world. But as the rider drew closer, Gordon's eyes nearly popped out. Behind the lone man, dozens of armored figures began to emerge from the dust. Wait, those dog-head helmets. Is that the Cerberus mercenary corps? Gordon froze. What? No way. The crowd began to panic. Why are those legendary hardasses following a kid? Ghislaine's gaze swept over them, landing on Gordon. Are you the one in charge here? Yes, my lord. Ghislaine asked his name. I'm Gordon, the muscle. Ghislaine poked his bicep with a smirk. Impressive, he remarked before introducing himself. I am Ghislaine Persian, Grand Duke of Persian. Gordon's crew broke into a cold sweat, paralyzed by his sheer presence. Gather your men, Gordon. Today we conquer the Demon Beast Forest. Days later, the expedition camp was fully established at the forest's edge. Ghislaine had organized everything: supplies, fortifications, and a small army. The time for the grand exploration had finally arrived. Check the numbers one last time, Ghislaine ordered. Belinda complied. 148 freelance mercenaries had been recruited. Adding the 41 Cerberus elites, the total force was 192. Ghislaine turned to Belinda. Is Sylvan ready? He's covering our tracks. Belinda nodded. As the commander of the nearby garrison, he can hide our entry into the forest without suspicion. Ghislaine smiled. Perfect. He stood before the ranks and roared form lines of 5. He pointed to the dark tree line ahead. Beyond this point lies the Demon Beast Forest. You've heard the rumors, unexplored horrors, and monsters beyond your wildest nightmares. But we will conquer it regardless. At his words, the mercenaries turned pale. The weight of the mission finally hit them, and they began to whisper in fear. Silence, Belinda barked, eyes flashing with rage. How dare you interrupt the Grand Duke while he's speaking? Ghislaine didn't care. Anyone who wants to back out can leave now, he said coldly. But if we succeed, I promise you triple the pay. The massive bounty worked like a charm. Their eyes ignited with greed, but Belinda nearly jumped in shock. Master, what are you saying? We spent everything on supplies for this. Ghislaine just smirked. High morale is vital. If we secure the ore, we win big. The rewards will far outweigh the costs. He glanced at Belinda. Do you trust me? She sighed. I have no choice but to. She regretted promising him her absolute loyalty. Tao whispered that promising triple pay was insane. Only a madman would gamble like this. Jillian remained calm. The master always has a plan. Soon, the expedition entered the Demon Beast Forest, with Ghislaine leading the charge. The troop marched into the abyss. They weren't just walking. They were clearing the path like aggressive loggers, axes swinging wildly. Ghislaine felled a massive central tree, letting light pierce the gloom. He smiled as the shadows retreated. Finally, some visibility. He barked new orders. Clear the path, stack the logs, and dig out the roots. We move fast and leave nothing behind. In his past life, Duke Delvin's logs revealed the forest's true scale. It was a massive untapped treasure trove of danger. One day, they would purge this place, but Ghislaine needed gold now. His goal, the fastest route to the Junson ore vein. This fortune would be his shield against Persian's looming conspiracies. Watching Ghislaine work alongside the men, Cal was stunned. The mercenaries began to whisper in disbelief. Belinda snapped at them instantly. Shut your mouths and work. They scrambled in fear. She huffed, watching them retreat. Master, why are you doing manual labor? You paid these men to do the heavy lifting. They'll lose respect if you work like a commoner. Ghislaine didn't stop. Extra hands mean we leave this cursed place sooner. Belinda pouted. You act like you've been here before. Ghislaine froze. He couldn't exactly admit that he actually had. He knew this place too well. Nearby, Cow joked about Belinda's nagging. It's nice having a girl worry, unlike my hellish life. Jillian slammed a log into him to shut him up. Cao exploded in rage, but the old man just ignored his screaming. Ghislaine watched them, feeling reassured. Everything followed the diary of Duke Delvin, who once led a massive reclamation campaign here. The records detailed every resource and monster habitat. Ghislaine was prepared, yet the eerie silence of the forest made him uneasy. Knowledge wasn't the same as experience. He hadn't seen these horrors personally yet. Stay sharp. Don't let your guard down for a second. They pushed deeper. Night fell, cloaking the woods in darkness. Strangely, they hadn't encountered a single beast yet. As they gossiped, a man approached Gordon for payment. Suddenly, Gordon's face turned ghostly pale. He let out a strangled cry. Hey, look, everyone turned. Gordon trembled. We cut down dozens of trees on the way in, right? The men nodded, confused. Why is the path gone? The realization hit them like a physical blow. Suddenly, Ghislaine's voice boomed. Everyone battle stations. The elite trio moved to guard him. Cerberus mercenaries drew steel. Only the amateurs stood frozen, paralyzed by the sudden tension. Gordon, don't move or you're dead, Ghislaine commanded. Step toward me slowly. Gordon obeyed, trembling as he took a step. He turned, but his log smashed into a tree, sending him sprawling. The veterans groaned. That idiot is going to get us killed. Suddenly, the massive tree Gordon hit began to convulse. In an instant, the ancient bark shifted into something monstrous. A jagged maw, filled with serrated teeth, ripped open. The mercenaries shrieked, their faces twisted in pure terror as they fled. Their fear was justified. 10-meter vines erupted from the tree monster, snatching the men and hoisting them into the air. It began stuffing them into its mouth. Gordon was caught next, but his massive muscles allowed him to cling to a nearby trunk. Help me, he wailed. Mercenaries rushed over, hacking at the vines with axes. But the wood was as hard as enchanted steel. My axe is chipping, the mercenary cried. Gordon panicked. If I can't break free, I'm just an oversized snack. The vines yanked him toward the dark abyss of the maw. Suddenly, a blur of motion intervened. It was Ghislaine. His blade flashed, severing the vine instantly. Without missing a beat, he flooded his sword with mana, the steel glowing fiercely. He plunged the blade directly into the monster's eye. Foul red ichor sprayed everywhere. The mercenaries roared in triumph. The boss did it. Aim for the eyes. Ghislaine landed gracefully, catching his breath as the monster thrashed in agony. Snap out of it. Don't scatter, or you'll be picked off. Shields up. Hold the formation until I give the word. They rallied behind his voice. Shields locked together, creating a wall of steel against the lashing supernatural vines. Ghislaine found Cao amidst the chaos. Where are the lanterns? Cao pointed to the wagon. We have them all right here. Light them all and burn these monsters to ashes, Cao grinned. So this is why we hauled all this oil? They're coming, Ghislaine roared. Now, burn them. A hail of lanterns soared through the air, trailing fire like falling stars. They shattered against the bark, erupting into a roaring inferno. Cao watched the flames. Will this be enough to stop them? The monsters shrieked as they burned, but a vine lashed out at Cao. Suddenly, an axe cleaved through the air. Jillian cut it down instantly. Belinda joined in her daggers, piercing the beast's eyes. You two cover the mercenaries. As the duo prepped the oil lamps, Ghislaine wasted no time. Sword drawn, he lunged forward, determined to draw the beast's full attention. Be careful, my lord, Belinda cried out in a panic. Ghislaine didn't even flinch, charging straight into the monster's strike zone. He flooded his blade with mana before unleashing a relentless barrage of slashes. Enraged, the creature retaliated with a storm of lethal vines. Moving with the grace of a serpent, Ghislaine danced through the chaos, closing the distance. The mercenaries watched from behind their shields, absolutely breathless. Do those trees have legs? They gasped. The boss is going to get pulverized, but Ghislaine was a master of the blade, completely untouchable. Every swing of his sword severed a vine with surgical precision. With the path cleared, he drove his steel deep into the monster's massive eye. His solo performance left the veteran mercenaries in total shock. Throw the oil lamps now, Belinda screamed, seizing the moment. This is our chance. Another volley of oil shattered against the bark, and the forest erupted into a searing inferno. We did it, Cao cheered, watching the monsters burn. Don't stop, Ghislaine commanded. Keep throwing until there's nothing left but ash. The squad obeyed, turning the woods into a blazing hellscape. The heat became unbearable, as the plant monsters were incinerated in seconds. Incredible, the men muttered. Fire really is their natural enemy. They realized the flames were spreading fast, but that only meant the threat would be neutralized sooner. Even Gordon let out a triumphant laugh. Not so tough now, are you? You're just glorified kindling, but Ghislaine's voice remained grim. Stay sharp. This fight isn't over yet. Now, they'll show their true forms, he warned. Suddenly, a thick, blinding white fog swallowed the battlefield, plunging the men into confusion. Ghislaine and Belinda scrambled through the mist, toward Ghislaine's position. What's going on over there? She cried, her heart racing with dread. The fire weakened them, but it didn't finish the job, Ghislaine explained. The sap is boiling, creating this steam. Slowly, the mist began to lift. A gargantuan horror emerged, far more twisted and terrifying than before. Its massive maw was now framed by 4 jagged razor-sharp petals. The crowd recoiled in terror. What is that thing? Why won't it die? Ghislaine raised his sword to the sky, his presence radiating pure authority. Ready your steel. It's time for a full-scale melee. Without waiting for a response, Ghislaine vanished into the fray like a lightning strike. Fight that titan up close. That's suicide. The mercenaries hesitated. One wrong step meant being crushed into the dirt by those massive roots. Seeing their hesitation, Cao led the Sunburst squad in a daring charge. "Duke, please watch your back," Belinda shouted, joining the front line. Jelaine glared at the lingering men, his voice dripping with ice. "Why are you standing there? This is an order from Grand Duke Ghislaine. Trust in him and move," he roared. Gordon's men finally snapped, gripping their weapons with desperate resolve. It was do or die now. The mercenaries' morale caught fire as Ghislaine shouted, "Their armor is scorched. Even without mana, you can cleave them, shatter them in one strike." Cao lunged forward with a primal roar, followed by Jelaine and Belinda. A bloody struggle for survival erupted as the squad finally went all in. Ghislaine was the anchor of their souls, replacing their paralyzing doubt with an iron-willed conviction that the impossible was within their reach. He showed them exactly how to kill a god. With a mana-infused strike, he drove his blade through the monster's gullet, splitting it in two. Under Ghislaine's savage assault, the monsters began to fall like autumn leaves. Gordon slumped over, gasping for air. We actually got them." A wave of relief washed over the survivors. They had lived. But Ghislaine's voice cut through the silence. "Company, stay alert. Do not relax." The men fell into immediate disciplined silence. "This is a forest of magic beasts," Ghislaine reminded them. "Treants are only the beginning." Fear clouded their faces again, but Ghislaine stood tall. "Don't be afraid. I will always be the first one to face the danger. Just follow me." A moment of silence was followed by a thunderous, spirited roar. They marched deeper into the dark woods, ready to face whatever lurked ahead. Under Ghislaine's command, every beast they encountered was systematically annihilated. Cao felt a surge of adrenaline, finally beginning to enjoy the hunt. The gauntlet was relentless. Belinda was a nervous wreck, constantly checking Ghislaine for wounds at every possible opportunity. Eventually, he just gave up and let her fuss. Meanwhile, Gordon's mercenaries were still jumping at every shadow, their nerves frayed to the breaking point. "Damn it, another one," Gordon cursed, as a new monstrosity appeared. But before it could strike, Ghislaine and Cao moved to intercept it. Cao delivered a devastating blow to the creature's leg. Simultaneously, Ghislaine used his shield to halt a second beast's surprise attack. Ghislaine's blade flashed through the air, piercing the monster's skull with lethal precision. "Is everyone all right?" he asked, scanning his troops. "Still breathing, sir. Just a few scratches," they shouted back. "If you want to live, stay close to the boss. Bring it on, you monsters." Ghislaine couldn't help but smirk. "They're starting to look like real warriors." Cao agreed. "Nothing sharpens a man like the threat of death. Keep moving. We have a long road ahead," Ghislaine ordered. But in the rear, one man lingered, watching the group with a resentful gaze. "This place is insane," he whispered. After hours of marching, they finally reached a pristine lake. The thirsty soldiers rushed forward like animals. They plunged their buckets into the water, desperate for a drink. Belinda watched them warily. Who knows what's hiding in that deep water? This lake was the key landmark leading to the Johnson mines. "Set up camp with your backs to the lake," Ghislaine commanded. "We rest here." As the men gossiped about the day's horrors, the warmth of the campfires provided a brief moment of peace in the hostile forest. Gordon pulled a man aside in the shadows. "What's with all the secrecy, man-user? What are you getting at?" Man-user grinned darkly. "We don't have to keep risking our necks here. Isn't staying alive worth more than gold?" Gordon scoffed, pouting at the suggestion. "Besides, we've already cleared most of the path. The client mentioned the destination is just beyond the tree line. We must be getting close then." Manas's voice was tight with anxiety. "You actually trust that guy? He didn't earn the nickname Tojin's Madman for nothing. Isn't it obvious he's trying to gain favor by recklessly expanding into the forest?" Dunn added coldly. "We already took the deposit. A mercenary's job is to follow orders once they've been paid right. It's not the first time we've survived thanks to him." Manas countered, his frustration growing. "I'll admit the employer is a beast in combat, but so far, it's just been pure luck. One slip-up, and we're all dead." He believed the nobles would use them as meat shields the moment danger struck. After all, they were all the same. At those words, the faces of Gordon and his men turned grim. They were speechless, unsure how to react. Seeing their hesitation, a smug grin crept across Manas's face. "Go ahead, keep doubting. It's only a matter of time." To face those monsters alone and come back was pure insanity. If things went south, they'd likely be used as bait. But then Dunn suddenly spoke up. "If it wasn't for the employer, we'd have been corpses long ago. Just look over there." He pointed toward Ghislaine, on the opposite side. The young leader was busy treating the wounded carefully, warning them, "Keep your bandages dry, or the infection will take you." Belinda watched the scene, her face twisted in annoyance. "That's high-grade medicine you're wasting," she grumbled. "Shouldn't we save it for a real emergency?" Ghislaine didn't flinch. "This is the emergency. Being stingy now will only cost us more later. Manus watched him heal the men, stunned into silence. Dunn spoke up again. Look at those potions and elixirs. The supplies the employer is using are worth more than our lives. Would someone who sees us as meat shields waste a fortune to keep us breathing? The weight of his words hit hard. Gordon's group began to nod in agreement. He's right. This employer is different from the others. He's not the type to abandon his men. Their loyalty surged, leaving Manus to curse silently as his plan crumbled. That old fossil is ruining everything. He needed to lure a few fools away to escape, but the group was tightening up. Scowling, he quickly slipped away into the shadows. As soon as he left, Ghislain approached the group with a stern reminder. Stop the idle chatter and get some rest while you still can. He then glanced at Green Lion and Cao. We need to talk. Now. The two followed immediately, though Cao looked hesitant. Is this okay? If it were me, I'd have ripped his tongue out. Ghislain shrugged. Let him go. The monsters won't let him do much for now. More importantly, there's something we need to verify immediately. His sharp tone put everyone on high alert. Scanning the camp, they realized that oil lamps had been placed everywhere. Belinda frowned, confused by the sudden request. Why the sudden interest in the lantern count? There are 24 left. Ghislain fell into a deep silence. Just as I thought. They're disappearing. Since we entered this forest, the monsters have attacked relentlessly day and night. But for the past 2 nights, there hasn't been a single attack after dark. The realization hung heavy in the air. Cao stammered, wait, that means… Green Lion finished the thought. We've entered the territory of something that only hunts at night. And its influence is massive. Ghislain let out a heavy sigh, his gaze turning predatory as he stared into the blackness. Brace yourselves. The real nightmare starts now. Nightfall descended upon the forest like a heavy shroud. As the camp fell into a deep sleep, Gordon drifted off as well, until a blinding light suddenly pierced his eyelids. Gordon groaned, blinking his eyes open. His blood ran cold when he saw an oil lamp hovering in midair, right in front of him. He nearly jumped out of his skin. He instinctively kicked it away, shouting in terror. What the hell is that, a flying lantern? But before he could process the sight, something invisible sank its teeth into his shoulder. His agonizing scream tore through the silence, jolting everyone awake. They found Gordon thrashing like a madman, swinging his torch at empty air. The unseen predators recoiled from the flames. To the other mercenaries, Gordon looked like he'd lost his mind. What are you doing? They barked. Gordon trembled, his voice cracking with fear. Monsters. They're right there. They were standing right next to me, but the others saw nothing but shadows. Stop talking nonsense, they snapped. There's nothing there. Gordon stared at them, completely stunned. Are you having a nightmare? Or what? One man grumbled, turning to walk away. But just then, a cold, steady voice echoed through the camp. He isn't dreaming. It was Gallego walking up with Dunn. I felt it too, an unnatural chill. And right before my eyes, one of our lanterns just vanished. Suddenly, others began sharing their own eerie encounters. The camp erupted into a frantic buzz of confusion. Gaggio's face hardened. We need to find out exactly what's out there. In the middle of the chaos, Ghislain appeared. Did you see them clearly? He stepped forward with Green Lion, and Cao's eyes narrowed as he issued a sharp command. Everyone gather round. The mercenaries quickly huddled together. Inside the main tent, Ghislain called the squad leaders to prepare for the worst. Gordon was still pale with fright. Are you saying we're surrounded? Gaggio frowned, looking at the empty air. Even the naked eye can't detect them. Ghislain gave a grim nod. Exactly. That is their specialized ability. I'm certain they're lurking near the lake, the undisputed kings of the night in this forest. Pan-hunters. They blend perfectly with the shadows. Humans can't see them, and physical attacks pass right through. They stalk hundreds of prey, waiting to drag them into the abyss. Hundreds of them, Gordon and Gaggio gasped. Belinda's eyes widened in realization. So, they're the ones stealing our lanterns. Cao roared in fury. Those damn monsters. Let's go out there and slaughter every last one of them. But Ghislain raised a hand to stop him. No. We wait for them to make the first move. That's our best chance for a counterattack. Belinda looked skeptical. We've lost over half our lights. We're just going to sit here and wait. Ghislain remained calm. Rushing out will only trigger their predatory instincts. They'll change tactics and toy with us until we break. We'd lose our only chance to wipe them all out at once. Green Lion's eyebrows shot up. Wipe them all out. How do you plan on catching hundreds of invisible monsters that immune to physical strikes? Is there really a way? Ghislain nodded firmly. There is. Belinda, where are the scrolls I told you to prepare? She nodded back. Every mercenary has been issued one. Ghislain looked at his men, satisfied. From now on, I'll show you how to fight these things. He began sketching a tactical map in the dirt with his sword. The panhunters are closing in from 3 directions. They're slowly shrinking our perimeter by stealing our lanterns bit by bit. We can't cover that much ground, especially against non-human enemies. A direct fight would lead to a total collapse. Dunn studied the map. So, by backing into the lake, we've avoided being surrounded from all 4 sides. Ghislaine nodded. Call it a stroke of luck. The situation is grim, but it's far from hopeless. Because in this battle, we are the ones holding the initiative. As the men looked on in shock, Ghislaine issued his final orders. First, we split into 3 squads. 1 unit holds the shields, another readies crossbows, while Ghislaine leads the elite strike force into position. Flank from the left, Ghislaine dictates the strategy, as Gillian hesitates, doubting the plan's high-stakes gamble. Is this actually possible? Cal studies the sketches. If the center line holds firm, victory is ours. Belinda interrupts with a grim realization. These pan creatures merge with the shadows. How can we strike them? Panic stirs in the ranks. Ko wonders if mana is the key, but Ghislaine simply offers a confident smirk. Rest easy, Belinda. Night falls, completely marking the perfect hour to begin this monster hunt. Their last light is gone. 1 slip-up means a total wipeout. The Delphine journals state they fear the light. Blinding light reveals their true forms. Ghislaine bellows the order. Tear the magic scrolls. A brilliance erupts. A pillar of light pierces the sky. The pan shriek in terror as the radiance strips away their camouflage. Gordon gasps as the darkness retreats. Their hideous, eel-like shapes are finally exposed for all to see. They've surrounded us. The crossbow unit fires rapidly, but the sheer volume of the swarm is overwhelming. The pressure mounts. Ghislaine raises his blade high, his voice echoing. Their true forms are finally revealed. Vanguard charge, Ghislaine and Gillian lead the slaughter, cutting through the monster horde with savage intensity. Steel meets flesh, as Ghislaine calculates. These pan are glass cannons, formidable in shadow, but fragile in light. Pierce through them, Ghislaine commands the team to cull as many as possible while they have the advantage. Gillian draws their attention as the tank, while Ko uses his raw strength to shatter their ranks. Cal strikes with lethal precision, but the horde is endless. Belinda watches closely to cover any openings. Belinda provides cover fire before shouting for the young master. Ghislaine surges forward, like a gale to execute. This is the Persian elite, magic and steel dance across the forest in a symphony of absolute destruction. Monsters fall in droves, yet the soldiers are exhausted. Why are there so many? They cry in desperation. Where's the strike team? Fangs lunge from the dark, but a cold blade intervenes just in time. Ghislaine's team arrives. He clears the area instantly. Thanks for holding the line, he says to his men. The boss is here. Gordon's spirit returns. Expand the formation. It is time for our grand counterattack. Sensing the shift, the monsters attempt to flee. Ghislaine frowns. They are far more cunning than he expected. Find the horned leader. Ko wonders if letting them retreat wouldn't be easier for everyone involved. They are relentless hunters, Ghislaine explains. If we don't crush the leader now, they'll stalk us forever. If the head falls, they scatter. Belinda realizes how much Ghislaine has changed. I'm on it, she vows. She grapples through the canopy, diving straight into the heart of the swarm to find the alpha. I've got him, Belinda signals. Ghislaine teleports into the fray, eyes cold as he targets the beast. Found you. Ghislaine leaps through the air, his blade descending like a guillotine. Blood rains down instantly. The beast struggles, but the second strike is absolute. The leader's head falls. The horde freezes in terror. The alpha is dead. Leave none alive. Ghislaine's roar ignites a fire in the hearts of his men. The fear is gone. Ko tries to outdo the old man, while Gillian just sighs at the rivalry. The slaughter continues until daybreak. As the sun rises, Ghislaine finishes the very last monster in sight. A river of blood marks their victory. You did well, Ghislaine smiles. The woods echo with triumphant cheers. They survived. Belinda rushes over checking for wounds. Ghislaine reassures her the battle is finally won. Tally the survivors. Scatter the dead pan. Will use their scent to ward off other predators tonight. Ka is skeptical, but Gillian confirms it. The scent of a fallen apex predator creates a safe zone. Shut it, old man, Ko barks. Ghislaine watches his team bicker, comforted by the familiar chaotic noise. 10 days in the cursed forest. With the pan gone, the path to the rune mines is clear. The dawn brings hope. Ghislaine knows their true mission is only just beginning under the morning sun. Belinda reports 41 Cerberus elites, 126 mercs, 0 casualties for our core strike team. That's because I'm the captain, Ko brags. Gillian rolls his eyes, but the relief is palpable. 3 mercenaries are missing. No bodies were found. Gordon realizes Manuser is nowhere to be seen either. He probably tucked tail and ran toad in size. Cowards always flee before the real battle even starts. They were lucky to escape before the carnage began. Manus urged them forward, shouting, "Shut it, we move," while the beasts are distracted. Suddenly, the 2 behind him froze in terror. "Did you not hear me?" Manus barked, but they only pointed back with trembling hands. Manus turned and met a pair of glowing crimson eyes. "What in the world?" he gasped. In a flash, a giant serpent slaughtered all 3. Those blood-red eyes were pure nightmares. Unaware of the slaughter, Geis's team continued clearing the path, stacking wood onto the wagons with grit. They were practically conquering the forest. Cao watched the soldiers work and remarked, "They've become quite the disciplined crew, haven't they?" He had never seen these lazy mercenaries work so efficiently. Truly, not just the veterans, even the new recruits were giving it their all. Gilan glanced at Cao and smirked. Unlike some people I know, Cao simply nodded, surprisingly agreeing with the old man's jab for once. He shifted the subject. "Will these men be dismissed after the expedition? It feels like a waste." Guys overheard and stepped in. "Don't worry, I plan to form my own private army with them," Guys explained. "They've gained enough experience to surpass any regular Imperial unit. They'll be the foundation of my growing power." Just then, Gagio approached to report, "Captain, the bait has been spread around the perimeter, as ordered." Guys smiled at Cao. "As I said, the results are perfect. We haven't encountered a single beast on our way from the camp, have we?" Little did they know, a monster lurked deep within the shadows. Guys felt a sudden chill, hoping it was just a passing dread. Belinda returned from scouting, her face pale. Guys sensed her hesitation and immediately shouted to the group behind him, "Advance at full speed. Our destination is right ahead." They pushed deep into the woods until they broke through into a blinding light. Everyone froze in shock except for Guise, who grinned. Gordon gasped, "Is this?" Guise laughed. "Behold the reason for our journey, a high-grade runestone vein." Cao's voice shook. "Is such wealth really hidden here?" Gilan stood tall. "I told you the young master's vision is beyond our comprehension." Belinda was already dreaming of gold. She grabbed Guise excitedly. "How did you find this?" They drew closer to the legendary ore, a fortune within reach. But as they approached, a cold voice echoed through the trees. "No, you aren't going anywhere." Guise instantly drew his blade alert. A mangled figure staggered toward them, looking more like a ghost than a man. "It's all over," he repeated, like a broken machine. The mercenaries recognized him as Manus. He collapsed into the dirt as dust swirled. Gordon and Toden rushed forward to help. "Get back," Guise commanded, blocking them. He charged ahead, unleashing a mana-infused strike that cleared the dust in a single swing. The sight behind the fog was horrifying. Piles of bleached bones and fresh corpses lay scattered everywhere. The mercenaries began to panic. "Why are there so many bodies?" they cried. It wasn't just monsters, human remains were mixed in. Guise's inner circle braced themselves for battle. Guise narrowed his eyes. "This isn't just a mine, it's a high-level predator's nest. These kills are fresh, meaning the hunter is still here." Toxic fumes from the rot had been masked by the thick fog. None of the ancient records mentioned a threat this dangerous in the area. Guise realized he had to act fast. He roared to the panicked crowd, "Everyone pull yourselves together, prepare for combat." As he spoke, a gargantuan serpent emerged, its maw dripping with foul slime. Without hesitation, Guise launched himself at the beast. "Scatter," he ordered. The group split in 3 directions, while Guise engaged the monster in a deadly close-quarters duel. He funneled mana into his blade and struck, but the scales were like armor. He pivoted toward its red eyes, but the serpent was faster. Despite its speed, Guise managed to leave a shallow gash. Ghislaine watched in disbelief. A mana strike only left a scratch. The serpent lashed out with its massive tail. Guise dodged and countered, with a flurry of blows, drawing a thick green fluid from its head. "It's poisonous, don't let it touch you," Guise warned, leaping back. But the beast was relentless, pursuing him with murderous intent. He spun and delivered a heavy blow to its tail, but once again the blade failed to deal a finishing strike. The serpent's tail slammed down, pinning Guise to the earth. Belinda screamed in terror as the beast turned its fury toward the rest. Chaos erupted as the crew scrambled back. Gordon yelled, "Watch out, don't let it catch you." The monster was closing in. "What kind of monster is this?" someone screamed. "It's going to crush us all." Just as they were about to be flattened, Gilan intervened. He threw 2 men over his shoulders and sprinted to safety. Belinda used her hooks to drag others away, while Cao directed the retreat. Agonizing screams filled the air, as some were crushed under the beast's weight. Trapped under the tail, Geese felt a wave of helplessness. The true master of the runestones had appeared, the legendary blood python. It was a beast deemed impossible to hunt by the expedition logs. Living deep within the forest, its presence here was a disaster. Victory seemed like a distant dream, and retreat was the only logical option. But Guise refused to run. If he gave up now, everything he had built would crumble. His eyes burned with newfound determination. "Get out of my way, you overgrown worm," he hissed. "I carry too much on my shoulders to fall here." Geese unleashed the full power of his monocore. His sword blazed with energy as he carved a massive wound into the serpent's skull. Blood finally sprayed from the deep gash, but the beast wasn't finished. It whipped its tail around, forcing Geese to block the crushing weight. The serpent's sheer mass pushed him into the dirt, his legs buckling under the pressure. Then, it opened its maw for the kill. Ghislaine couldn't afford a single lapse in focus. No matter how slim the odds of victory, some battles are inescapable, and it was time to face his destiny. The onlookers gasped as he charged like a madman, but Ghislaine didn't care. He buried his blade deep into the serpent's skull, unleashing a spray of crimson. Leaping back, Ghislaine exhaled sharply. His eyes burned with killing intent, yet the blood serpent refused to fall. Keeping his third core active was a gamble he was redlining. Amidst the chaos, Belinda and her crew rushed over in a panic. "Young master, are you all right?" she cried. Ghislaine gave a grim nod, his gaze fixed on the beast. "Fall back, young master. We'll hold it," Belinda pleaded. But Ghislaine's voice was absolute. "Everyone retreat." Jillian froze in shock. "What are you saying?" The young master's voice lowered with weight. "I can't guarantee your safety against a monster of this caliber. I won't let your lives end here." "But what about you?" Belinda cried. Ghislaine's reply was cold. "I'm ending this here." Belinda stared in disbelief. Surviving this long was already a miracle. Suddenly, the serpent spat its lethal venom. "Move now," Ghislaine roared. But instead of fleeing, the squad snapped into a defensive formation. Their shields braced against the corrosive acid. Ghislaine watched, stunned by their defiance. "Let us fight by your side," Gordon's shout echoed through the trees. Toden grinned through the grit. "I've never met a leader like you. You've saved our lives too many times." Even Ko raised his sword high. "Kill the snake, take the loot." Belinda stood her ground, her gaze unwavering. "I'm not leaving you behind." Even Gillian stepped forward. "I'll draw its fire. You look for the opening." They stood as one, trusting Ghislaine with their very souls. The young master hesitated for a heartbeat, moved by their ironclad loyalty. Just as they feared he wouldn't answer, Ghislaine spoke. "Massive scale, lethal venom, and blood-red scales, as hard as tempered steel. Even a mana-infused blade will shatter against its hide. One strike means death." Belinda's face went pale, but Ghislaine's eyes blazed with focus. "But the wounded eye and that open gash, those are its weaknesses." He raised his sword to the sky. "Expedition team, we're all going home together." A thunderous roar erupted from the mercenaries. The blood serpent lunged, fangs bared, but Ghislaine's vanguard met the beast head-on with perfect synchronization. The core members struck with lethal precision. Ko drove his blade into the serpent's eye, forcing a deafening shriek from the beast as blood poured. Jillian blurred into motion, drawing the creature's focus. This was the moment Ghislaine vaulted through the air, driving his steel into its remaining eye. Even with his knowledge of the future, nothing was guaranteed. But if he didn't act now, a massacre was inevitable. He wouldn't let their faith go to waste. Ghislaine dove toward the serpent's head, his blade aimed true. He had to bring them back alive, because only he knew the true future of this land. With a devastating impact, the serpent's massive head was pinned to the earth. The onlookers stood paralyzed in awe as Ghislaine's blade continued its work. With a guttural roar, he sliced the beast's skull wide open. Seeing the monster fall, Belinda and the others finally let out a triumphant cheer. This was their master, the true future of Taziun. With the serpent slain, the Junsei mine was theirs. Meanwhile, deep within Castle Perseun, the Count's advisors were in a state of absolute fury. "This is treason," Albert screamed. "To defy the Lord and enter the demon woods." "Calm down," Albert Hamann urged. But Albert was beyond reason. That brat's stubbornness is out of control. He thinks he's the Lord just because of his campaign. Hamann let out a weary sigh. "It's too late. He's been gone for half a month. If Skovan hadn't falsified those reports, we could have stopped him. I don't get why Skovan is backing him. He'll lose his knighthood for this." As they bickered, Gunter sat in silence, feeling completely powerless. Suddenly, Jian John burst through the doors, breathless. "My lord, something has happened. You need to come outside immediately." "What is it now?" Gunter asked. Jian John gasped out the words, "The young master. Ghislaine has returned." The room fell into a deathly silence. Ghislaine had indeed returned, his footsteps echoing through the castle halls. Moments later, he sat before the Count's inner circle, facing 6 eyes full of malice. Walter looked on helplessly as the tension reached a breaking point. Ghislaine remained eerily calm. "I have returned, father." Walter finally spoke, his voice stern. "I gave a direct order forbidding you from the Demon Woods, did I not?" Ghislaine didn't blink. "I'm sorry, but it was necessary." "Necessary?" Homan hissed. Ji and John exploded. "You think your whims justify breaking a capital decree? You risked an entire monster invasion." Ghislaine sighed, unimpressed. "As you can see, I am very much alive, and no monsters followed me home." His words only fueled Ji and John's rage. "Who do you think you're talking to?" Before he could finish, Albert cut in. "You think this is a game, young master? Fine, let's set the forest incident aside." Albert's voice turned dangerously cold. "But this next matter. There is no possible excuse for what you've done here." He slammed a document onto the table. Ghislaine picked it up, his brow furrowing as he read the name. Count Japhon. Albert nodded grimly. "I had a bad feeling when you left for Japhon unannounced. You threatened Lady Amelia and stole 20,000 gold pieces. Thanks to you, Count Japhon has cut all aid and scrapped every treaty. This could ruin the entire territory." Ghislaine stayed silent, studying the writing. It was Japhon's handwriting, the man who despised Amelia. No forgery here. Ghislaine knew if he played on the Count's greed, he might have stayed quiet. But assassins were only the beginning. If the situation had escalated this far, the leverage he held was now completely worthless. Survival or ruin, it would all be used as an excuse to bury the truth. Time was no longer on his side. If he had waited, he'd be trapped. Seeing his silence, Albert pressed on. "Well, young master, what do you have to say for yourself?" Homan added. "Return those 20,000 gold pieces at once." John gripped his head in despair. That gold was meant to fund the knights for months. But Gillen's next words cut through the room like a blade. "It's gone." Every coin was spent on the expedition. The room went silent, a heavy, suffocating silence that felt like a death sentence. "Did you seriously squander all that fortune in a monster-infested hellscape?" Jizeran didn't bother denying it. He simply sighed with indifference. "I apologize for Japhon's fate, but I have nothing more to say." Before he could finish, a hand gripped his collar. Ji and John roared in a blind fury. "You traitorous bastard. You'd personally sabotage this territory's future." Haman joined the chorus of condemnation against Jizeran Perdian. "You're no longer the young lord. You're a criminal. Bind him and rot him in the dungeon." Ignoring their venom, Jizeran's voice remained cold and steady. "Actually, starting now, I will be the one providing the support funds. That includes the 20,000 gold." The room fell silent until Walter finally spoke, his voice low and dangerous. "What did you just say?" Jizeran didn't flinch. He glanced toward the door and called for Belinda. Belinda stepped inside immediately, placing a small ornate box on the table. Jizeran spoke nonchalantly. "I wouldn't have started this expedition if I intended to return empty-handed." As he spoke, the tension in the room reached a breaking point. Belinda clicked the box open, releasing a blinding ethereal radiance. Jizeran introduced the prize with a smirk. "Behold the highest-grade C-rank runestones." At those words, the air in the room seemed to vanish. The officials bolted upright, their eyes nearly popping out. Haman reached out with trembling fingers, gasping, "Where did you get such treasures? Didn't you trade them for 20,000 gold?" Jizeran remained perfectly calm. "I harvested them directly from the monster forest." Ambert stared for a long time before speaking. "If these are genuine, they're worth a fortune. But even this won't be enough to sustain the entire territory, right?" Jizeran wore a cryptic, knowing smile. This is just the beginning. To him, those stones were merely samples. What Jizeran had actually brought back was a literal mountain of wealth. When Walter's group descended to the castle courtyard, they froze. Mercenaries were in a constant loop, hauling massive crates filled with gems from the monster forest. They stood there utterly speechless. Homan wiped sweat from his brow, muttering, "He gathered all this in just half a month." John's voice shook. "Am I dreaming?" Still skeptical, Walter turned to Belinda. "Was all of this truly gathered during this single expedition?" Belinda replied with professional pride, "Yes, my lord. Everything was harvested under the young master's direct and brilliant command. We also secured Rias resin blood snake relics, and much more. These C-rank stones are just a fraction of what we extracted from the newly discovered mineral vein." Jizeran turned to the stunned crowd. "I led this expedition for the sake of our land, so it's only natural we use these riches for the territory, right?" Amber began crunching the numbers in his head. With a trembling voice he reported, "My lord, based on a rough estimate, our financial crisis is over. We'll never have to worry about support funds again." Instantly, Haman and Jianzhan's attitudes did a complete 180. They rushed to Jizeran's side, massaging his shoulders with fawning smiles. "You truly are magnificent, young lord. You must be exhausted from the hunt. Please, if you have any requests, just say the word. Money truly talks." Since they were so eager to please, Jizeran decided to strike while the iron was hot. "I do have a few conditions for this support." Jianzhan's brow furrowed. "What conditions?" Jizeran nodded slightly. "First, release Sylvan and Decado immediately. They were only following my orders. Second, the monster forest remains a restricted zone. No civilians allowed. Just like before, we can't let useless rumors spread and cause losses for the territory." As he finished, the two officials fell into a deep, calculating silence. After a moment, Homan relented. "Those terms aren't entirely unacceptable." Jizeran's smile widened with satisfaction as he prepared his final strike. "And lastly, I will directly manage all repair forces, including the mercenaries. Constant interference during troop deployments is a waste of my time." Haman shrieked in shock at the bold demand. "Are you suggesting you maintain a private army? That's impossible to grant. Who knows what you're planning?" Anbert coughed, interjecting. "Young master, you need to be clearer with us. You're currently in a position to beg for forgiveness, yet you sound like you want to act without any oversight." Jizeran met his gaze with a piercing cold stare. "You've misunderstood the situation. Finance Minister Anbert, I'm simply setting the necessary terms to replace Javon as the primary benefactor. If these trivial matters stall our progress, the Perduen finances will suffer." Anbert was left speechless and looked toward Walter for help. "Say something, brother. Isn't he basically holding the territory's future hostage for his own gain?" But Walter remained eerily silent. Suddenly, a voice from behind made them jump. Ghislaine arrived, leading a squad of hardened mercenaries that radiated an intense battle-worn pressure. Jizeran nodded in greeting. "Well done, everyone." Ghislaine stepped forward to report. "The loading of the C-rank stones is nearly finished. We await your command to move out at any moment." Kale chimed in with a nod. "As per your orders, the Rias resin has been preserved in its raw state. What should we do with the blood snake's massive carcass?" Jizeran spoke with clinical precision. "Begin the dissection immediately. Categorize the venom meat and hide separately. Make sure nothing is damaged." At his command, the crew moved out with military efficiency. Watching this, Walter glanced at Gordon, who was visibly shaking. "My lord, the aura from those mercenaries is extraordinary." They couldn't fathom how Jizeran had gathered such monsters. Walter remained silent, realizing these weren't just sellswords, they were an elite vanguard. After finishing his instructions, Jizeran finally turned back to the officials. Walter finally spoke, his voice low. "You've clearly put in a staggering amount of effort." Jizeran bowed respectfully. "Not at all, father. Without their help, this expedition would have been impossible." The Lord stared at his son for a long time before letting out a weary sigh. "Fine, let's head back." He began walking toward the castle, ignoring any further protests from his subordinates. Before leaving, he threw one last warning over his shoulder. "I'll overlook your insolence this time, but defy my orders again, and be prepared for the consequences." Jizeran squinted, offering a grateful smile. "Thank you." For a fleeting second, Walter's lips quirked. As the heir who will one day rule this land, you finally possess the ferocity of a northern wolf. Jizeran watched him walk away, repeating those words in his mind. The Northern Wolf, the legendary title of Count Perduen, the unwavering shield of the Lutania kingdom's border. Walter was a lonely warrior fighting a losing battle against poverty and weak forces. Yet, in the frozen hell of the north, he never stopped fighting to protect his people. He had sacrificed his wife, his daughter, and even his son for this land, a path leading to a tragic, forgotten death. But as Jizeran reflected on this grim fate, Kale let out a massive sigh of relief. Finally, we can breathe. Belinda, however, looked hesitant. "Young master, are we returning to the city immediately?" Jizeran shook his head. "No, not yet. Stay ready to move at a moment's notice." Belinda looked startled, her eyes filled with concern. "Aren't you going to rest?" Ghislaine added. "You've pushed yourself too hard. Your body hasn't recovered." Belinda's voice dropped. "Surviving inside that blood snake was a miracle. Do you have any idea how hard I worked to purge that lethal venom from your system?" Before she could finish, Jizeran placed a gentle hand on her shoulder and whispered sincerely, "I'm counting on you." The three companions froze in shock as Jizeran turned to walk away. News of their newfound wealth would spread like wildfire, drawing the attention of every vulture eyeing their land. He had to expand his power immediately to ensure no one would dare touch them. But as he planned his next move, his body finally hit its limit. Jizeran's vision blurred, and he collapsed, sending his panicked crew rushing to his side. Meanwhile, in a fortress far from the Persian territory, a mysterious man sat upon a high throne, shrouded in darkness. A messenger pigeon landed on his hand carrying a secret that would change everything. He tore open the seal, his eyes scanning the chilling commands. The order was absolute: reclaim the monster forest and annihilate the Jun clan. A dark smirk played on his lips. The total destruction of the Jun family was at hand. He immediately briefed his subordinates, sending the room into a frenzy of whispers. Then his cold voice cut through the air. How many are left in the Jun household? The answer came quickly. 2 guards and a single knight. He nodded slowly. Send those guards straight to the Dagandi territory. A missing heir's death in Persian would be the perfect spark for a massacre. He officially handed the reins of this operation to a man named Victor. The room gasped in shock. No one expected Deadmon to play his ultimate trump card so early. If Baron hadn't been so incompetent, Persian would have crumbled long ago. As the murmurs grew, a man stepped forward. My Lord Victor is a beast, but isn't it too soon to reveal our ace? We're exposing our hand. The pace felt frantic, but the Lord remained unmoved. The forest changes everything. This is Duke Delphin's divine will. No more questions. Prepare for total war. Count Deadman's gaze was like ice as he stared down his men. Does anyone else know of our movements? Meanwhile, in Zaphion Castle, Amelia was spiraling into a rage, weeping in Bernard's arms. Suddenly, she gripped his collar with trembling fury. Giselen, that bastard opened the Vortex mine, using my 20,000 gold. Not even the Claw Guild could kill him. She had even debased herself before her father. All that just to beg for Bernard's punishment. It made her look like a complete fool. Bernard hesitated. This isn't like you, milady. Amelia took a sharp, steadying breath, suppressing her volcanic anger. You're right. I let my emotions cloud my judgment. Her eyes turned predatory. Bernard recognized that lethal look instantly. Your orders, milady, she pointed to the map. With that mine, Persian's financial ruin would vanish overnight. They must be celebrating their luck, Bernard noted. Amelia sneered. Let them. They haven't sold a single stone yet. My intel says otherwise. Gislan only secured those stones 2 days ago. Not enough time to build a supply chain. She knew his destination. Bernard's eyes widened in realization. Are you planning to strike before they sell? Amelia nodded. There's only one buyer in the north, the Red Magic Tower, ruled by a 7th Circle Archmage. Those stones are vital for high-level research, and the towers are desperate for them. Order the claws to move immediately. Ambush the main road to the tower. Forget Gislan, target the transport. Seize the cargo and break their only hope for recovery. Bernard frowned in thought. But the Crimson Flame Tower is right in Persian. Are you sure they'll go? North Amelia's resolve was ironclad. The Crimson Tower is a shadow of its former self. A greedy man like Giselen will chase the Red Tower's gold every time. She was ready to strip Giselen of everything. Meanwhile, in Persian, Giselen lay paralyzed in bed, haunted by memories of the blood snake's gullet. Inside the beast, the venom acts before the digestive acids, meant to dissolve the prey alive. Gislan's mana core flared, incinerating the poison on contact, but the resulting toxic gas was a death trap for the lungs. Most victims would have lost consciousness and perished right then and there. He had clung to his senses with sheer willpower. Falling unconscious meant the end. His entire future and the fate of his clan rested on this moment. He didn't just block the venom, he forced it into his own mana core, harnessing the violent energy within to neutralize the threat. It was a display of master-level mana control. He turned the very poison meant to kill him into a divine shield against the mana explosion. Gislan bolted awake, gasping as the nightmare faded. He felt a strange sense of relief. Shaking off the trauma, he forced himself to sit up. His head throbbed with a dull ache. He barely remembered his father's forgiveness before the darkness took him. Then he noticed Elena. She was sitting by his bed, her eyes red from crying. She squeezed him tight. You've been out for 2 days. You collapsed the moment you returned. He was stunned by her embrace, but before he could react, she shoved him away. She bolted for the door, her voice echoing through the hall. Belinda. He's finally awake, Gislan blinked. 2 days. The battle with the blood snake had pushed his soul to the absolute breaking point. He had relied on basic first aid and pure grit to finish the job. He had held on until the stones were safe, but his body finally revolted. Yet looking at his wounds, his condition was suspiciously good. 2 days of sleep shouldn't have been enough to heal such devastating damage. He unwrapped his bandages and froze. His recovery speed had skyrocketed. Somehow, the quality of his mana had undergone a radical evolution. The very nature of his power had shifted. Had the blood snake's essence fused with his core during the neutralization process? Even in his past life, he never knew such a shortcut to power existed. This wasn't part of his plan for conquering the forest, but the risk had paid off 1,000-fold. If he could master this new energy, he would become 10 times stronger than his former self. He dressed quickly, his mind racing. Selling those stones was now his top priority. Time was a luxury he didn't have. 2 days was long enough for the vultures to start circling. He needed to mobilize the mercenaries now. Suddenly, a knock interrupted his thoughts. "Belinda, you don't need to knock," he called out. But as the door swung open, it wasn't Belinda. It was Count Walter. "So you're finally awake." Ghislain stood frozen, shocked by his father's presence. Walter's voice was heavy. "I heard you jumped inside the snake. You fought it from within and survived the venom. Are you truly okay?" Ghislain nodded slowly. "As you can see, father, I'm fine." Walter exhaled in relief. Belinda rushed in, panicked, and checking his vitals. Ghislain tried to reassure her, but then Walter's expression turned dead serious. "Ghislain, we need to speak in private." He looked his son in the eye. "I have a request that only you can fulfill." "A request?" Ghislain followed him to the training grounds, his mind spinning. This was the first time they had ever been truly alone like this. Ghislain had always been evasive, but now he felt a pang of guilt. "I'm sorry for calling you out right after you woke," he said. Walter shook his head slightly. "It is fine. After 2 days of rest, my mind is clearer than ever." "So what was it you wanted to tell me?" Father Walter didn't answer immediately. He narrowed his eyes, hesitation flickering within his gaze. Seeing this reaction, Ghislain felt a wave of uncertainty wash over him. He recalled his mother's words from long ago. Was this what she meant? She used to say that his father was a man who struggled to express his heart. Back then, Ghislain didn't understand, but she remained patient as she explained. She told him a leader must be an unshakable pillar for his people, always putting duty before his own desires. Because of that heavy burden, he never once allowed himself to show his true feelings to the world. The only exception was the day he confessed his love to her. She hoped Ghislain could forgive his stiff nature, knowing he was simply bad at emotions. Back in reality, Walter gripped his sword, his voice cold and sharp. "Take up your weapon." Ghislain nodded firmly. "Yes, father." He drew his blade facing the man before him. Without another word, Walter lunged forward with explosive speed, the duel finally beginning. The ring of clashing steel echoed through the training grounds. They traded blows rapidly, but Ghislain found himself trapped in total defense, unable to strike. As they broke apart, Ghislain frowned. Walter's blade felt impossibly heavy. It was a sword forged with the power to crush northern beasts, yet it held a hidden gentleness meant for protection. As the thought crossed his mind, Walter struck again with even greater force. The onslaught grew more ferocious. Ghislain didn't dare falter, bracing against the heavy impact. But this time, he wasn't just defending. He spotted a gap in his father's stance and launched a lightning-fast counterattack. The sudden retaliation caught Walter off guard, but only for a moment. He parried the strike with ease. Now father and son fought like warriors on a battlefield, each strike carrying lethal intensity as they exchanged blows. Finally, they came to a halt. Ghislain's blade was leveled perfectly inches from his father's throat. Walter stared at the steel in silence. After a long pause, he slowly sheathed his sword, lost in thought. "Your skills have reached a new level," Walter praised. Ghislain lowered his weapon, offering a humble smile. "Thank you, father." But then Walter's tone turned low, his expression becoming deadly serious. "During combat, try to loosen the tension in your blade," Walter advised. "You possess the raw power and reflexes necessary to slay giant monsters, but you are still too rigid. If you aren't careful, a master will read your every intent." Ghislain's brow furrowed instinctively. Is that so? Usually in the heat of a life-or-death battle, he relied on pure sensation to predict his enemy's next move. Looking back, this was the first time anyone had actually taught him. His style had been forged through blood and survival, not formal training. It was instinctual swordsmanship, raw and unrefined. Had he missed these fundamentals because he lacked proper guidance? Walter had pinpointed exactly what Ghislain was lacking, cutting straight to the core of his weakness. The realization hit him hard. He had always thought he could only trust himself, carrying every burden alone. But receiving guidance like this, it didn't feel so bad after all. "Thank you for the lesson," Father Ghislain said, with genuine gratitude. Walter's eyes narrowed, hesitation returning. "Honestly, I intended to punish you. Despite your massive achievements, breaking the rules is a grave matter. If everyone thinks they can ignore discipline, just by being successful, only chaos remains." Ghislain listened in respectful silence, absorbing the weight of his words. Seeing no protest, Walter sighed. "But you've changed. You're no longer the boy who caused trouble just to prove himself. He sensed Ghislaine was finally aiming for a higher, more noble purpose. He told him to keep going to protect Persian and its people as a true heir should. Ghislaine stood frozen, stunned by the sheer weight of the responsibility now placed upon his shoulders. The burden of responsibility felt heavier than any sword he had ever held. Then a memory surfaced. He quickly called out to his father. "Wait, you said you needed a favor, right? You never told me what it was." Walter's footsteps stopped abruptly. He glanced back, looking visibly awkward. "Well, do you happen to have any spare cash?" A few days later, they arrived at the mercenary camp. Deep within the monster forest, Ghislaine's mercenary group was stationed. As soon as he arrived, the men straightened their backs, offering a crisp, disciplined salute to their leader. They greeted him with the highest respect. Ghislaine smirked, clearly satisfied with their progress. "Is everyone doing well?" he asked. "Yes, master," they roared in perfect unison. Gaw stepped forward with a grin. "You look even better than before, sir," Gillian added with concern. "Is your body fully recovered?" Ghislaine shook his head dismissively, keeping his cool. "Sorry to keep you waiting. How is Zetril?" At the mention of his daughter, Gillian's face softened instantly. He bowed deeply, his voice trembling with thanks. "I never thought I would see that child walk again. It's all thanks to you, young master." Ghislaine brushed off the praise and looked at the three of them. "I have something important to discuss." He revealed that Persian was facing an existential threat. The news sent a shockwave through Belinda and the others. Ghislaine led them into the main tent to explain the dark reality. He detailed Elena's ambush, how he stopped the assassination meant to spark a territorial war, and the discovery of young Master Daigon's corpse. The conspiracy was deeper than they imagined. "A hidden force is targeting Perseun," he warned, his voice grim. "Spies have likely been inside our borders for a long time. We're running out of time and resources to prepare." Belinda let out a weary sigh. "Now I understand the rush. We just secured the Johnson mine, and I thought we'd finally get some rest, but the war is already here." Jillian chimed in, his tone heavy. "Based on what you've said, Perseun is a sitting duck. A territory known for being weak and poor is now the center of attention. Suddenly discovering a legendary quarry like the Johnson mine makes us the perfect target." Ghislaine nodded. "Exactly. They won't just let us keep it without a fight." Belinda cried out in shock. "If it's this serious, why didn't you say so sooner? We need to report this to the family and the Lord immediately." "No, it's not the time," Ghislaine countered. "Even Elena's guards were traitors. We can't tell friend from foe right now. This must stay between us for our survival." Seeing her hesitation, he continued. "Elena being alive bought us time, but the secret of the mine is out. The enemy won't wait much longer before they strike." He warned them that the coming battle would be brutal. Silence fell over the tent. Finally, Gaw broke the tension. "Fine, just give the order. Being with you is never boring." Gillian nodded solemnly. "My life belongs to you. I'll follow you to the end," Belinda added firmly. "Count me in. Who else is going to protect you after all?" Ghislaine smiled, satisfied. Their greatest enemies were Count Delphin and his puppets, Count Dedmon and Amelia. He wouldn't let them have their way with his land. "We're heading to the Crimson Flame Magic Tower," he declared. Gaw's eyes lit up. "Finally, time to sell those stones and make some real coin." Belinda, ever cautious, asked, "Why that tower, the Red Magic Tower, is closer and offers better prices, doesn't it? Why take the longer route?" Ghislaine replied calmly, "Because the Crimson Flame Tower will help us avoid unnecessary eyes." Gillian caught his meaning instantly. "I see. You're avoiding the spies. Transporting high-value items always attracts scavengers, especially mana-rich runes. Staying one step ahead of the enemy's intel is the only way to survive." While the Red Tower thrived under a famous great sage, the Crimson Flame Tower had fallen into ruin. Yet, for Ghislaine's master plan, their fading glory was exactly what he needed. He had an appointment with destiny. Deep within the Red Flame Magic Tower, a young woman sat buried under ancient scrolls, her heart heavy with sorrow. She sighed, wondering when the light master Ronaldo spoke of would finally appear. Meanwhile, Giselian's party finally reached the legendary tower. Gaw looked up, his jaw dropping at the sky-piercing structure. Torin nodded, admitting the rumors didn't do its massive scale justice. Stepping into the city, Torin was mesmerized by the vibrant energy, noting how different this place felt compared to the quiet Barian lands. He marveled at the mass production of magic scrolls before spotting a group of mages performing strange rituals by the roadside. Staring like curious outsiders, the mages suddenly halted their work. With a synchronized chant, they vanished into thin air using high-level invisibility. The mercenaries stood frozen in awe. Giselian calmly explained They were using cloaking spells to keep their secrets hidden from prying eyes. Ga grumbled, feeling insulted by their arrogance. Belinda sighed, noting that even a fading legend like this tower still commanded immense power. Jillian reminded them that Berrien remains the kingdom's wealthiest duchy. Giselian gazed at the tower, sensing the decay hiding behind its grand exterior. Pulling the reins, Giselian announced their arrival. Ga groaned, his neck aching from looking up, while Belinda complained about the sheer scale. The entrance felt miles away, and strange piles of armor littered the path. Suddenly, a booming voice echoed from the battlements, ordering them to halt. At the command, the empty suits of armor began to rattle and shift, assembling themselves into a formidable magic knight in seconds. 2 enchanted guardians crossed blades blocking the path. From above, a mage looked down with cold disdain, demanding their names and business. Belinda stared at the mechanical puppets, wondering if they were advanced golems. Ga's temper flared at the gatekeeper's blatant lack of respect. Jillian maintained his composure, stepping forward to introduce Giselian as the eldest heir of the prestigious Berrien noble family. He got straight to the point, requesting the trade manager for a high-value transaction. However, the arrogant mage didn't even let him finish. With a sneer, the mage coldly declared they weren't interested in buying anything from such a ragtag group of travelers. Belinda shouted back, outraged, that they were being dismissed without even showing their cargo. But the mage's contempt only grew deeper. He mocked Berrien as a land of northern beggars, claiming they only possessed trash and cheap potions. The guardians leveled their weapons threateningly. Belinda's rage boiled over, daring the mage to face her. Jillian looked to Giselian, silently asking for his command in this tense standoff. Giselian remained calm, holding up a shimmering runestone. His voice was cold as ice as he asked if they truly intended to refuse. The mages initially looked bored, showing zero patience for what they assumed was a common trinket from a backwater territory. But the moment they recognized the legendary stone, their expressions shifted instantly. Greed and shock filled their eyes as they stared in disbelief. Their gaze drifted toward the long line of wagons behind Giselian. They wondered if every single crate was filled with these priceless treasures. Giselian smirked at their sudden change of heart. Soon, the gates swung wide, and they were ushered into the heart of the tower. A manager named Stephen greeted them with a deep, respectful bow, desperately trying to hide his earlier mistake with oily flattery. Giselian ignored the fake politeness, demanding an audience with the tower master to handle a transaction of this massive scale. Stephen turned pale at the request, fearing the consequences of further delays. He quickly promised to inform the tower master immediately. He ordered his subordinates to escort them to the VIP lounge. Belinda couldn't help but mock how fast their tune had changed. Suddenly, a violent explosion rocked the tower walls. Giselian's eyes narrowed as he questioned the source of the chaotic mana disturbance. The mage waved it off as a routine experiment, but Giselian felt a strange pull toward the noise. Something he needed was waiting there. In a smoke-filled lab, a group of bullies cornered a girl on the floor. Their leader Aaron mocked her for daring to enter his domain. He laughed at her, struggled, taunting her inability to cast even basic spells while occupying a precious research room meant for elites. Aaron boasted of his status as a third-tier master, an heir to the tower, while his lackeys ridiculed her for wasting the master's kindness. The girl bit her lip, trembling as she asserted her rights as a mage. Aaron's eyes turned murderous at her defiance. He chuckled darkly, agreeing to treat her like a real mage by challenging her to a lethal trial she couldn't possibly survive. He dared her to block a basic strike, his hands erupting with searing orbs of flame that threatened to consume her where she stood. Recognizing the Tier 1 fireball spell, the girl froze in terror. She reached for her mana, but her power failed her in the final moment. Just as the fire was about to strike, a shadow blurred past. Giselian appeared, his blade whistling through the air to extinguish the flames. The girl stared in shock at her savior. Giselian looked at the bullies with pure disgust, mocking their pathetic excuse for magic research. High above, in the inner sanctum, Tower Master Hubert slammed his desk in a rage, screaming about their dwindling supply of runestones. The elders worried that the gap between them and the Crimson Magic Tower was widening. Hubert ignored them, lashing out at their incompetence. He blamed everyone else for the shortage, ignoring the fact that the budget was wasted on luxury goods and noble bribes. An elder bravely pointed out that their rival master had reached the 7th circle, while Hubert was still stuck at Tier 6. Hubert's fury reached a breaking point, cursing his rival and claiming he'd easily reach the 7th circle if he just had the stones. Hubert growled in frustration. Training is impossible without those dried worm stones, damn it. How did that brat reach level 7 before me? Could he be the one who bought the entire supply? What's so special about those rocks anyway? Before he could finish, Shivan burst in. Master, urgent news. How dare you interrupt us? Hubert roared. Can't you see we're in a meeting? Siobhan stammered. Forgive me, but you must come down. A massive shipment has arrived. The room went dead silent. Hubert and the elders stood frozen, unable to believe the shocking news they had just heard. Meanwhile, back in the lab, the clash between Ghislaine and Anon intensified. Ghislaine watched the approaching flames with pure cold disdain. With a lazy flick of his blade, he swatted the fire away, like a bothersome insect. Enraged, Anon unleashed an even larger fireball at him. Ghislaine didn't flinch. His grip tightened on his sword. With one clean strike, he cleaved the roaring blaze in two, leaving everyone in total shock. Magic. Sliced like paper. Anon couldn't believe his eyes. How did he cut through my spell? Who the hell is this monster? Before Anon could react, a magical binding snared him, tying him up like a dried fish. Belinda stepped forward, her voice ice cold. Attacking the young master, bold move. Realizing he had picked a fight with a predator, Anon gasped in pain. Who are you? Suddenly a shout echoed through the hall. Stop. It was Hubert. The tower master glared at the wreckage. What is the meaning of this chaos? Behind him, the elders followed like a pack of vultures. A girl on the floor whimpered, Tower Master. Hearing this, Ghislaine gestured to Belinda. With a silent nod, she released the pathetic mage. The moment he was free, Anon scrambled to Hubert, weeping like a kicked puppy. Oh, Anon, what happened to you? Hubert cried out in concern. Seeing his chance, Anon played the victim. Intruders, I was just trying to keep Vanessa safe when they suddenly attacked me. He doubled down on the drama, trembling for effect. I only wanted to protect our weak Vanessa from getting hurt, but they showed no mercy. Belinda scoffed at the pathetic display. Look at him go, crying like a baby? How embarrassing. I am a man, Anon shrieked back. Vanessa spoke up softly. I only wanted to use the lab. Ghislaine watched her closely, his gaze unreadable and calm. He knew the truth. This was Vanessa, the future budding nightmare. Yet, here she was, living like a stray dog. Hubert, blinded by bias, began to bark orders. You dare break into my Crimson Flame Tower and harm my disciple. I'll turn you to ash. Belinda tensed. Young master, what's the plan? They look dangerous. Ghislaine remained silent, unmoved by the threat. Then he took a step toward Hubert. Forgive me for the late introduction, he said, with chilling calm. Performing a perfect noble salute, he announced, I am Ghislaine Persian, the eldest son of the Persian house. I'm here to trade dried worm stones. Hubert's rage vanished instantly. The stones, Anon gasped. Ghislaine ignored them. My caravan is waiting outside the castle. Shall we? Hubert didn't waste a second and rushed to the gates. There, it was a literal mountain of stones. It was more than he'd ever dreamed of. Impossible, the elders whispered. Where did a kid get so much? Hubert stood silent, his heart racing with greed while trying to stay composed. With these, he could finally crush the red magic tower. But playing the part of a shrewd dealer, he coughed. The quality is lacking, and the quantity is small. KO's blood boiled at the disrespect. He hissed through grit teeth. That old fox, does he have any idea what we went through to get those? Vanessa, innocent to their games, chimed in. But master, isn't this a massive amount? Just one cart could last us for weeks. Exposed by her honesty, Hubert snapped. He shoved her aside, his face turning red with shame. Shut up, what do you know? Get out of my sight. He glared at her with pure malice. That failure, Ronaldo, left me nothing but trouble. If you're useless, at least know your place. Ghislaine watched silently. Hubert winked at his elders, seeking backup. They caught on fast. Indeed, these stones are hardly worth the effort. They sneered in unison. Their arrogance was pathetic. If not for his mission, Ghislaine would have let them rot. Belinda muttered. The nerve of these people. After all our work. How dare you, she barked. The young master risked everything for these stones, and you have the audacity to call them fake. The elders shrugged dismissively. Your effort isn't our concern. The market is full of scammers these days. We can't just take your word for it. Bored of the theater, Ghislaine asked flatly. I see. So your answer is no, you're not buying. The elders blinked in surprise. Before they could answer, Ghislaine turned to leave. Since you don't need them, we'll take our business elsewhere. Wait, Hubert screamed in a panic. Desperate to fix the blunder, an elder cleared his throat. Well, out of respect for your long journey, perhaps we could take them off your hands. Don't leave empty-handed, another added quickly. Help us save face. Hubert nodded grandly. Very well, since my elders insist. Out of the goodness of my heart, I'll buy the entire shipment. But the price will have to be significantly lower than market value. Ghislaine cut him off like a guillotine. You've misunderstood. He turned to KO with a sharp gaze. Leave one cart? Take the rest back. Ko paused, then saw Giselin's smirk. Ah, right. We only agreed to sell one, didn't we? Hubert's face turned several shades of purple. Ko laughed, catching the vibe. My mistake, men move out. Hubert felt his heart stop. He scrambled toward Giselin in a cold sweat. What is this? Stopped Giselin, chuckled softly. My apologies. My men made a mistake. The rest of this haul is headed for the Red Magic Tower. We just needed some pocket change for the trip. Mentioning his rivals was the ultimate blow. Hubert's expression soured, then immediately turned fake sweet. I was just joking. It's our first meeting. Come, let's go inside and talk properly. Giselin inwardly scoffed. Try again in your next life, old man. Later in the master's office, Hubert grinned. Allow me to introduce the elders of the Crimson Flame Tower. All of them are level 5 mages. Giselin smiled back coldly. So, every single one of you is a 5-circle mage. Truly impressive. But Ghislaine's next words, they were a total slap in the face. Smirking, he remarked, the North's second-best tower really is full of surprises. Hubert coughed awkwardly, insisting the rumors were just misunderstandings. But the Crimson Magic Tower still reigns supreme in the North. Ghislaine shrugged it off. Meanwhile, Belinda watched from afar, terrified by his reckless provocation. Jin Lane held firm, trusting Ghislaine's lead. Fed up with the sarcasm, Hubert waved his hand, demanding they cut the small talk. Name your price. Go anywhere else, and you won't get half of what we offer. Without a word, Ghislaine slowly raised 2 fingers. Double. His voice was cold and firm. We want twice the market value. The elders gasped in disbelief. Double. Do you even know how the world works? Hubert added. That's not how business is done. Whoever taught you was dead wrong. Negotiation is a dialogue, not a list of demands, but Giselin just smiled calmly. I believe the Crimson Tower is worth the premium. Infuriated by his arrogance, the elders glared. You dare play games in our house? Hubert's voice turned icy. Watch yourself, boy. An arrogant brat who knows nothing. It's irritating. Suddenly, a thick, suffocating wave of killing intent erupted from the old man. Ghislaine didn't even flinch. Thinking he'd won, Hubert sneered. You're young. Mistakes happen. I'll be generous and offer slightly above market price if you sell us the entire stock. Before he could finish, Ghislaine stood up. Hubert panicked. Wait, where are you going? It seems you aren't interested. I offered a deal you declined. We'll take our business to the Red Magic Tower instead. Hubert's pride vanished instantly. Now, hold on, young man. I never said no. I was just impatient. Please sit down. Ghislaine smirked. Oh, is that how it is? His companions were stunned by the gamble. Hubert sighed. Fine, you've got guts. Since you came here first, we'll pay double as you asked. Happy now, but Ghislaine's grin widened. That's double market price for just 1 wagon load. He shot Hubert a provocative look. The mages broke into a cold sweat. What are you saying? You need to sell the entire stock today. Ghislaine shrugged nonchalantly. If word gets out, the Crimson Tower paid double, the Red Tower might offer triple. Why settle for less? Hubert felt like a puppet on a string. Triple. You're playing with us, boy? My patience is wearing thin. But his threats fell flat as Ghislaine turned to leave again. Desperate and out of moves, Hubert was forced to chase after him. Fine, triple the price for everything. Ghislaine's plan had worked perfectly. He sat back down, a satisfied smirk hidden behind his calm face. Now we understand each other. Truly the strongest in the North. Fearing another price hike, Hubert shouted, don't move, stay right there. I'll prepare the funds now. Hubert was fuming. A 6th circle master mage outplayed by a mere child. It was humiliating. He swallowed his rage, ready to incinerate the boy if he pushed further. But then Ghislaine spoke up. Wait a moment. I'm not finished with the terms yet. Hubert exploded in rage. Ignoring the old man's tantrum, Ghislaine said firmly, give me Vanessa. The room went deathly silent. Hubert's face drained of color, his eyes wide with shock. Ghislaine didn't blink. That's right. I want her as my personal mage. He remembered his past life, the cold nights after battle. Ghislaine spoke to the man beside him. Hey, the meat is burning? The man grumbled. Then do it yourself. Why make a one-armed guy do the cooking? Honestly, what was that? Ghislaine snapped. Nothing. The man quickly changed the subject. But Captain, have you heard of the blood snake Vanessa? Ghislaine was curious. The blood snake, what's that? The man leaned in with a smirk. I just picked up some fascinating intel. A mage who reduced northern Lutania to ashes. A 7th circle grand mage. Ghislaine took a sip of water, unimpressed. 7th circle. Sounds fancy. But what makes her special? The man laughed. Rumor has it she's completely lost it. A mage who spends her time cultivating mana. Ghislaine's interest was piqued. Why would a mage cultivate mana like that? Because she's insane, she burns everything in her path. Ghislaine fell into a deep silence processing the information. A 7th circle mage who reached the top through mana cultivation. Instead of traditional sorcery, the idea fascinated him. Ghislaine smirked at his subordinate. Claude, let's go recruit her. Claude could only blink in confusion. Huh? But in his past life, that plan never came to fruition. Vanessa's power was too unstable. By the time they found her, she was at death's door. But that raw talent was undeniable. With just a little guidance, she would shine. This time, Ghislaine wouldn't let her slip away. His companions were baffled, wondering why he wanted such a dangerous woman. Hubert and the elders whispered amongst themselves. Finally, Hubert smiled. Fine. Vanessa will be at your service. But Ghislaine wasn't done. And one more thing. I need 3rd circle combat mages sent to Tozian. Hubert's eyes bulged with pure unadulterated rage. Ignoring the old man's fury, Ghislaine stood his ground. We need mages capable of handling a territory war. The word war sent a ripple of fear through the elders. A territory war, Ghislaine nodded. Triple market price plus your best mages. A year of service and Vanessa. These are my conditions for the Dunsel Stones. Gin, Lane, and the others finally saw the master plan. The Crimson Tower mages were in shock. Hubert remained silent, but the very air began to tremble. Suddenly, the windows shattered. Arcs of raw magic crackled through the room. Ghislaine didn't flinch. Hubert growled. Do you really take me for a fool boy? Entering a territorial war is a death wish. You're defying the kingdom's laws and dragging high-ranking mages into the abyss. This is a direct insult to the Red Flame Tower. Hubert's fury burned like an inferno. Sensing the danger, Green Lion's team drew their steel. But Ghislaine remained unnervingly calm. You'll live to regret those words, he whispered. Hubert froze. As Ghislaine dropped a bombshell, we found a mine. A wolfworm stone vein lies within our borders. It holds dozens of times the amount we brought today. The elders gasped in sheer shock. Ghislaine's smirk widened with mockery. Word is already spreading across the north. Every power-hungry hunter will be coming for it. Exactly, Ghislaine scoffed. I'm not looking for a fight. Persian just needs the Red Flame Tower's protection until our power awakens. Help us survive this crisis, and I'll grant you exclusive rights to the stones. Hubert's greed wavered. The offer was too legendary to refuse. Ghislaine leaned in his voice, a honeyed trap. With this, you'll crush the Crimson Tower and reclaim your throne at the peak. The temptation was overwhelming. Gritting his teeth, Hubert reached out and gripped Ghislaine's hand in a fateful pact. The alliance was forged in greed. Hubert immediately summoned Anton and ordered him to deploy to Persian. Anton was absolutely outraged. Master, why me? There are plenty of other mages. Hubert smiled coldly. Because you're our greatest talent. Go for our future. Flattery worked like a charm on Anton's ego. Hubert continued the manipulation. Think of this as the final test before you inherit the tower. Monitor those stones closely. But if war breaks out, retreat instantly. Just endure 1 year, he whispered, patting Anton's shoulder. In 1 year, we will reclaim our position as the #1 magic power. Anton nodded solemnly. I understand, Master. With a heavy heart and lingering resentment, Anton joined Ghislaine's party. Days later, they arrived at the gates of the Persian castle. Ghislaine greeted them with a mocking smile. Welcome to Persian. The mages whispered in disgust as they surveyed the desolate land. What a pathetic rat hole, Anton sneered. He was the prestigious heir, yet he'd been exiled to this filthy, crumbling estate. I am the heir of the Red Flame Tower, Anton barked arrogantly. Ghislaine shrugged. There's work to do. Don't slack off. Anton's blood boiled at the disrespect. Did this country bumpkin think he was a servant? Just wait. When I'm master, you'll be the first to die. Where is Vanessa? Ghislaine's voice snapped him back. Anton gestured lazily behind him. Back there, lugging our gear like the slave she is. In the distance, Vanessa stumbled forward. Her body trembled under the weight of 4 massive trunks she carried alone. Gasping for air, she bowed low before Ghislaine. I am Vanessa. Greetings, my lord. Anton snapped instantly. Hurry it up, useless girl. Ghislaine's eyes turned cold at the abuse. He stepped toward the exhausted girl. Drop the bags, Vanessa. Come here. She blinked in confusion. But the luggage. Anton scoffed dismissively. Let her work. She's a magicless failure who only excels at chores. She's just a servant. Suddenly, a heavy trunk slammed directly into Anton's face, sending him sprawling into the dirt. Anton scrambled up, shrieking in rage. What the hell was that? Ghislaine stared him down with icy eyes. Vanessa belongs to me now. Mistreat her again, and it'll cost you your life. Vanessa felt a surge of warmth, while Anton's face turned a sickly purple. You crazy bastard, Anton screamed. Behind him, the mages brandished their staves, ready to rain down destruction. Ghislaine didn't flinch. He simply snapped his fingers. Instantly, elite soldiers emerged from the shadows, surrounding the mages with cold steel. You savages, Anton yelled in fear. How dare you point weapons at mages? Treat us with the respect we deserve. Shut your mouth, Ghislaine commanded. A contract is a contract. For 1 year, your lives belong to me. Your master sold you for stones. If you break this deal, who do you think he'll side with? Anton stammered, his bravado vanishing. Ghislaine's voice turned razor sharp. In Persian, you're nothing but spare mana batteries. Act like it. Spare batteries, Anton hissed. Ghislaine ignored him, turning away. Grian Lion Kao Shi. Teach them their place. The two warriors stepped forward, their eyes glinting with a predatory light. Our honored scholars from the tower must be used to a soft life. Let's make sure they adapt to our rugged environment quickly. Anton trembled as the massive soldiers closed in. You crude thugs, he whimpered. Meanwhile, Vanessa stood frozen in silence. Ghislaine approached her softly. Vanessa, he said, his voice gentle. From now on, you are my personal mage. Her eyes widened with a mix of hope and shame. But, as Anton said, I can't use mana. She hesitated, her voice trembling. Ghislaine just smiled. Follow me. He reached out his hand, a beacon of promise. I'm going to awaken the magic within you. They moved to the training grounds. Vanessa was lost in a fog of confusion. Vanessa, Ghislaine called out. She startled. Yes, my lord. He looked at her intently. How much magic theory have you mastered? The fifth circle, she murmured. But only in theory. Ghislaine's lips curled into a smirk. The fifth circle, perfect. Vanessa looked at him bewildered. But it's useless, she whispered, her head drooping. I've never been able to feel mana. Not once. She had studied endlessly, praying for a spark that never came. The more I learn, the more I realize. The magic isn't for someone like me. She gripped her wooden staff in despair. Clutching her memories like a sacred relic, she whispered through her grief. Now the master who taught me everything is gone. A heavy sigh escaped her lips. Is that why? Why they threw me away like trash? Geyseron's eyes narrowed as he calculated her worth. In terms of raw power, Vanessa's 5 circles rivaled the legendary elders of the magic world. But true magic was never just about memorizing ancient spells. It demanded absolute enlightenment, mastering the core principles of activation, while weaving one's own iron will and unique interpretation into every weave of mana. Vanessa understood the theory perfectly, but her physical vessel was failing her. To bridge that gap, she must have endured hellish trials, pushing her body until her very life force was nearly depleted. Admiration stirred within Geyseron as he looked at her. Your struggle wasn't in vain, Vanessa. Your path is just different. After all, you are the future Archmage who will reduce all of Northern Lutania to ashes. In his past life, Claudette revealed that Vanessa eventually reached the legendary 7-circle rank. She was a freak of nature, a mage who cultivated mana, using the breathing techniques of a master warrior. No wonder people thought she was insane. A calculating smirk played on Geyseron's lips as he watched her. His eyes thinned with purpose as he spoke. From this moment on, I am going to teach you a secret mana cultivation technique. Vanessa blinked, looking completely lost. But I'm a mage, she stammered, her brow furrowing in utter confusion. Why would I need a warrior's cultivation method? Geyseron chuckled softly. Because whether it's complex magic circles or internal cultivation, the foundation is the same. It all starts with mana. You've just never dared to try it before. Panic flared in Vanessa's eyes as she shook her head violently. No, that's madness. Using cultivation to cast spells, one mistake, and I'll be a cripple for life. Geyseron's gaze remained unshakable, burning with grand ambitions. He reached out a hand, his voice calm yet firm. Vanessa, trust me. Just give it one try. Staring into his brilliant, determined eyes, Vanessa's resolve wavered. She looked down at her own trembling palms, a flicker of hope warring with her deep-seated fear. Can I truly cast magic again? Her fingers curled into a tight, defiant fist. If this could fix her broken path, she'd take the risk. Choosing to trust Geyseron, she sat down, ready for the treatment to begin. She began to loosen her robes, baring her back and revealing her fair skin. Geyseron stared at her silhouette. In his previous life, her eyes were filled with this same haunting mix of regret and burning rage. Driven by a desperate thirst for magic, she had once plunged into a bottomless abyss. Back then, practicing forbidden mana methods had twisted her into a literal living calamity. She had become a mindless beast that incinerated everything in its path. Looking at her lonely back, Jiseron swore an oath he wouldn't let her fall into that darkness again. Not this time. Jiseron would be the one to pull her back. Without hesitation, he unleashed a massive wave of mana into Vanessa's body. The energy surged through her cells like a tidal wave. Nerves and blood vessels screamed in protest. Vanessa gritted her teeth, eyes squeezed shut against the sudden agony. A scorching heat forced a soft moan from her lips, but then, Jiseron's sharp command snapped her back to reality. Keep your eyes open and focus. If you lose control now, the mana will run wild. This is my power flowing through you. Don't let the sensation slip away. You must feel every thread of the flow. Obeying him blindly, Vanessa closed her eyes and centered her mind on the foreign energy. It spread to every corner of her being before coiling tightly at her center. Then, in a sudden burst, a massive aura of mana erupted, enveloping her entire body. Memories of the past flooded her mind. She remembered eavesdropping on her master Ronaldo as he pleaded with Hubert to protect her. But Hubert's response had been cold and dismissive. I mean, sure, she's decent, Hubert had sneered. But let's be real, Ronaldo, anyone can see the girl is talentless. Every word of his contempt had pierced Vanessa's soul. That image of her lonely younger self was etched into her mind, fueling her insecurity. But amidst the darkness, she also saw Ronaldo's face patiently guiding her with genuine kindness. She had always been burdened by guilt. If only I were more talented, Master wouldn't have been exiled from the Crimson Flame Tower. Ronaldo had only smiled, gently patting her head. I didn't leave because of you, child. I'm going on a journey to find a way for you to truly master magic. He told her to look up at the vast sky, promising her something vital. No place in this world stays dark forever, he whispered. One day, the light will find you. And just as he promised, that light had finally appeared. It was Jiseron. He was the hand reaching into the shadows to pull her out. In her hazy consciousness, Vanessa saw this beacon of hope and didn't hesitate to grab hold of it with everything she had. No longer a dweller of the abyss, Vanessa would now walk in the light. Exhausted from the mana absorption, she drifted into a deep coma. Meanwhile, in a house by the sea, a massive brute was tearing through a squad of soldiers like wet paper. Is that all you weaklings have? He roared with a mocking laugh. You think these scrap metal toys can stop me? Enraged by his arrogance, a soldier lunged forward with a desperate cry. Don't underestimate us. But the gap in their speed was like heaven and earth. With a bored expression, the man effortlessly parried the blade. In a flash, he turned the tide, slamming the soldier into the ground with overwhelming crushing force. Another soldier charged from behind, bloodlust in his eyes. But as if he had eyes in the back of his head, the man sensed the attack and let out a chilling amused chuckle. Before the sword could even descend, a powerful impact sent both soldiers flying out of the wooden house. He casually dusted off his hands. I haven't even finished warming up yet. The remaining soldiers trembled in awe. As expected of the legendary general of this era, how dare these worms try to ruin our banquet? But someone was listening. Every word was recorded by a hidden observer. A glass was slammed onto a table in frustration. As night swallowed the coastline, the man lay resting until a visitor arrived. Is your training going well, sir? The newcomer asked. Speak, the man rumbled. A direct order from Count Deadmon. You are to mobilize Victor of the Blue Sea. Victor, the ultimate trump card of the Deadmon family, fell silent. After a long pause, he reached for his helm, his movements slow and deliberate. Sliding the steel over his face, he muttered, Let's go. I was starting to die of boredom anyway. A few days later, within the halls of Count Walter's fortress, the Count's hands trembled violently as he read the report. The words burned into his eyes. My son Zegon has been murdered by Jiseron Persian. I will have my revenge. Taking a ragged breath, he issued the command. Assemble the troops. This means war. The war flag of the Persian family was destined to rise once again. Those bastards have lost their minds, one noble cursed. Jiseron actually killed Zegon. The room erupted into a frenzy of speculation while Walter sat in a heavy, stony silence. Suddenly, a voice cut through the noise, making everyone freeze. It was Darren. It was Jiseron, he explained calmly. While I was at the Crimson Flame Tower, weren't two of our vassals sent as envoys to dig? They must have leaked our internal intelligence to the enemy. The elders gasped in horror. A betrayal from within. What proof do you have for such a dangerous accusation? Walter watched Darun intently as the boy stood his ground. But the Count realized something chilling. Ghislaine had anticipated this disaster all along. While he was lost in thought, Geron's fury exploded in a thunderous shout. Why are we even hesitating? There is nothing left to consider. Our military might far exceed Steiger's. Make those bastards pay for this insolence. Suddenly, Heavy footsteps echoed through the corridor, as Fergus rushed in breathless with panic. "My lord, we have a massive problem. They've arrived." Lord Walter, the commander's face turned pale, as if he'd seen a ghost. Far on the horizon of Persian territory, a dark tide of enemy soldiers was slowly advancing toward them. Leading the march was an ironclad knight, his face hidden behind a cold visor. He possessed the unshakable composure of a grand marshal, freezing Count Walter's men in fear. Seeing this, Redon's blood began to boil. The declaration of war was just issued, and they're already here. How long have they been preparing for this? Reports confirmed the main army was in position with another 1,000 reinforcements following close behind. Siege engines were also spotted, monstrous weapons prefabricated long ago. Anbert glanced at Geron with a grim expression. How is this possible? The power disparity is far greater than we ever imagined. Daiger was as poverty-stricken as Persian. Where did they get such a massive army? As the bickering intensified, Walter lost his patience. "Silence," he roared instantly, turning the room as quiet as a grave. "Infighting only slows our response," he barked. "Man the battlements, every soldier to the walls." He ordered the civilians to seek shelter and commanded the heavy steel gates to be sealed tight. Every soldier took their post, bracing for impact. The storm of war had finally arrived. Below the Persian gates, the enemy army ground to a halt. Their commander let out a sinister, mocking smirk. "My son Zegon was a worthless fool, but his death gave me the perfect pretext to crush Persian," he whispered. This was Thomas Daiger, the Count of Daiger. He glanced toward the man beside him. "Follow me, Victor. We have things to discuss." Up on the walls, Walter's voice thundered with rage. "You dare accuse me of murdering your kin? What is this madness?" Thomas responded with a bone-chilling laugh. "Madness. My beloved son Zegon drew his last breath on this very soil." He pointed a vengeful finger upward. "Your own heir Ghislaine Persian is the killer. What father wouldn't be consumed by rage?" Thomas continued, watching Walter's face drain of color. "Surrender now, and I will end this without a single drop of unnecessary bloodshed." Ghislaine's eyes narrowed as he listened to the lies. Redon ground his teeth in pure hatred. "That deceitful bastard dares to lie to our faces." Anbert sighed. "My lord, further words are wasted on them." Ghislaine exhaled slowly. Even if he had saved Elena, Zagan's death was an inevitable trigger for this conflict. The presence of siege engines proved Daiger's goal was nothing less than Persian's total annihilation. Everything was unfolding exactly as Ghislaine had predicted. As the young master mused, Walter spoke with unwavering conviction. "My son did not kill Zegan. That is my only answer. If you value your lives, turn back now." Thomas's face flushed a deep crimson at the defiance. Victor watched in silence, struck by Walter's legendary aura. Truly, he was a commander among men. For years, he had been the indomitable shield of the North. Thomas took a shaky breath, forcing himself to stay calm. "Fine wolf of the North, your foolish choice will drown this land in rivers of blood. Don't you dare regret this, Walter Persian." With that final threat, the Count turned and retreated into his ranks. Walter stared down from the battlements, his heart heavy with the coming storm. Seeing his father's hesitation, Redon stepped forward. "My lord, give me the vanguard. They're just a disorganized rabble. I'll sweep them all away and return before sunset." "Are you insane?" Anbert countered. "No matter your strength, we are outnumbered. One defeat means the total collapse of Persian." As the shouting resumed, Walter remained silent, his mind a chaotic mess. He couldn't organize his thoughts. The invasion was too sudden, too well prepared. This army's scale far exceeded Daiger's treasury. An unseen hand was backing them, but who? How could he possibly save his people? Walter was at his wit's end. Suddenly, Gillen's calm voice cut through the noise. "Walter, please begin the city's defensive protocols." Startled, the Count looked at his son, confused by his request. Ghislaine explained grimly, "Daiger has 7,000 men. We have barely 2,000. We are outnumbered 3-1. Their morale is high, and they're well equipped. In 15 days, once those siege engines are fully assembled, they will launch a total assault to erase us. Our best hope is to request reinforcements and hold the line." These words hit Walter like a lightning bolt. "Yes, that is the logical path, but I see no way out for us." Ghislaine's lips curled into a faint, mysterious smirk. He leaned in and whispered a secret plan into the Count's ear. Walter froze, his eyes widening in shock. The final 15-day countdown had begun. Ghislaine was ready to risk everything to flip the entire chessboard. Inside the command tent, he gathered his core team. Having heard the news, Ghislaine couldn't help but let out a heavy sigh. Cao stood there awkwardly, his mercenary instincts useless in a full-scale siege. Belinda spoke with a low, serious tone. "The flames of war have truly been ignited." Ghislaine remained silent, lost in calculation for a long moment, before finally speaking. Listen closely. I will now outline your objectives. This is how we win a war we are supposed to lose. A surgical strike? Ghislaine stated coldly. Before they can attack, we will ambush their supply lines. If we sever their lifeline, their war machine will grind to a halt. Belinda frowned, her brow furrowing in doubt. Is that even possible? Daiger has us surrounded. The moment we make a move, their scouts will spot us. Ghislaine had already accounted for that. Cao Ghislaine, he called out. Cao stepped forward first. As per your instructions, our forces are already positioned at the edge of the beast forest. We can vanish into the woods at a moment's notice, Cao added. Ghislaine followed up. The specialized cloaks made from dusk beast hide have been distributed to every elite soldier. The dark material makes them nearly invisible for night raids, Ghislaine finished. Hearing this, Ghislaine nodded in deep satisfaction. A massive army is easy to track, but a small elite group in camouflage can slip through their fingers like ghosts. We will strike where they least expect it. The only missing piece was the exact location of the supply caravan. Ghislaine turned to Belinda, tasking her with scouting the enemy's rear. Belinda looked visibly shaken by the weight of the request, but for the sake of their survival, she nodded firmly. Understood. I'll depart immediately. Ghislaine watched her go, knowing he was sending her into the heart of the lion's den. He trusted her skills completely. Now all he needed was his hidden trump card to deliver the finishing blow. He thought of Vanessa, the mysterious mage he had recently recruited. A few days later, at the Daiger supply camp, a man named Bob Lu sat drinking. Once a vassal of Persian, this traitor was now celebrating his new position as supply commander. Finally, the war has started, he laughed. Soon, I'll be rewarded with my own territory. He gloated over his decision to betray Persian for Count Deadman's support. Thanks to the reinforcements he provided, I have the easiest job in the army. Taking a sip of wine, Bob Lu sneered, farewell Persian. Your land is mine now. He had no idea death was watching. Outside the camp, shadows moved with lethal precision. It was Ghislaine's elite squad, led by the master himself. Ghislaine whispered into the darkness, the atmosphere is getting heavy. It's pitch black out here, Cal muttered, nodding. Ghislaine let out a cold breath. Perfect weather for a slaughter, wouldn't you say? Then he gave the final order, leave no one alive. With a roar, Ghislaine drew his blade and charged into the camp on horseback. The sentries didn't even have time to scream as the nightmare began. By the time they realized the danger, the enemy was already at their throats. At this rate, their heads would soon be rolling on the floor. The soldiers rushing out were met with a blood-soaked nightmare freezing in pure terror before being cut down where they stood. Ghislaine, clad in knightly steel, raised his blade high. Mercenaries, stick to the plan. Leave no one alive. In an instant, the camp transformed into a one-sided slaughterhouse under Ghislaine's command. By midnight, a panicked Babodu finally realized they were being ambushed. He scrambled outside, screaming, "We have 1,000 men. Don't panic. Stop them now." His subordinates hesitated, drenched in cold sweat. Finally, one stammered the grim news, "Sir, over 70% of our forces have already been wiped out. Under Ghislaine's savage leadership, they left mountains of corpses in their wake." Babadu's face turned pale. Without a second thought, he barked, "Retreat, run for your lives. Forget the land, I'm not dying here." But before they could flee, 3 projectiles whistled through the air, piercing his subordinate's throat. Babodu collapsed, nearly losing control of his bladder. Belinda arrived on horseback like a goddess of war. "Fancy meeting you here, you Persian traitor," she mocked. As Babodu trembled, the camp behind them erupted into a massive inferno. Bodies littered the ground, as far as the eye could see. It didn't take long for Ghislaine's night raid to become a total crushing success. Belinda dragged the bound traitor before Ghislaine. "This is Babodu, the envoy sent to dig. He didn't just sell intel, he's their logistics commander." Realizing his fate, Babodu began groveling. "Please, Lord Ghislaine, spare me. I surrender." Ghislaine's eyes remained icy. "Who bribed you?" he demanded. Terrified, Babodu spilled everything. "It was Earl Deadman. They threatened my life. I had no choice." Ghislaine narrowed his eyes at the name. So that snake really was the one supplying troops to dig. Babodu's heart hammered against his ribs. "Listen, I served for a long time, didn't I? The Earl will surely pay a massive ransom for me." Ghislaine looked down coldly. "Raise your head." Thinking he had a chance to live, Babodu forced a desperate smile. "Thank you, Lord Ghislaine. Thank you for this mercy. I'll serve Persian with everything I have." But the words were barely out before his head was severed from his shoulders. Death claimed Babodu before he could blink. Ghislaine watched the head roll away like a discarded toy. "I don't strike deals with filth. Traitors to Persian only have one destination, the grave." After finishing the last of them, Ghislaine led his squad away from the burning ruins of the camp. Beside him, Belinda remained lost in thought. Cao asked hesitantly, Captain Ghislaine, what's the next move? Ghislaine didn't miss a beat. We head straight for the castle. The main assault has already begun. He knew the enemy would be fixated on the castle, so they would strike their base and sow chaos. Cao, Belinda, support the left wall, Ghislaine commanded. I'll take the right wall once we arrive. He then turned to Jillian, pausing for a moment. Jillian, I'm leaving our base in your hands. This is a surprise strike, but you'll be facing thousands with only a small unit. Can you handle it? Jillian went silent, weighing the gravity of the task. Finally, he nodded with resolve. No problem, young master. If it's your command, it shall be done. Ghislaine smiled, grateful for such reliable allies. Cao pouted, feeling left out of the action. That old man always gets the fun jobs. Belinda ignored him, asking, Wait, who's guarding the main gate? Are we leaving it open? Let it stay open, Ghislaine replied casually. The three were stunned. Who leaves the front door open for the enemy? Was he inviting them for tea? Ghislaine only offered a confident smirk. This battle would mark a legendary new chapter for Persian. Meanwhile, at Persian, Castle Water was desperately directing the defense. The walls shook under constant bombardment. Jian Zhan roared to his knights. Fire. Don't let those bastards get any closer. But the Digger army was endless. Persian's crossbowmen were being overwhelmed by pure numbers. As enemies began scaling the walls, Water unsheathed his blade. Hold the line. Don't let them take the ramparts. Below, Thomas Digger laughed like a maniac at the rising smoke. How exhilarating, I can't see the finish line yet, but I know it's over for them. Reload the catapults. Crush them into dust, he screamed. Victor watched the walls from the sidelines, thinking to himself, so this is how the Northern Wolf finally falls. He felt a flicker of hope, but that was all. Water was a whirlwind of steel cutting down wave after wave, but the sheer numbers were suffocating. He and Dodon were soon surrounded. Jian Zhan shouted over the chaos. Sir, the walls are failing, and the gate won't hold much longer. We need orders. Water took a heavy breath, his face grim. Abandon the gate. Focus everything on holding the walls. Jian Zhan bit his lip in frustration but obeyed. Water turned to Skovan. What about the reinforcements? Where is the help we were promised? Skovan shook his head bitterly. Every territory we asked has refused. We've even lost contact with the envoy sent to Urlagus. Jian Zhan cursed, those ungrateful cowards. While Thomas Digger was busy celebrating his perceived victory at the dig camp, a messenger arrived pale with fright. My lord, the supply unit is under attack. Both Thomas and Victor froze in shock. The soldier continued, the men we sent for supplies haven't returned. Something has gone horribly wrong at the rear. Thomas Digger shook his head, refusing to believe it. Don't be ridiculous, that's impossible. How could those trapped Persian rats possibly know where our supplies are? Victor, however, noticed the distant plumes of black smoke. That's definitely the transport unit. It seems someone in Persian is bolder than we thought. A thin smile played on Victor's lips. How interesting. Thomas panicked. Lord Victor, what do we do? The war has just started, and we're already out of food. Victor waved him off dismissively. We don't need supplies if we take the city by sunset. Victor then led his elite forces toward an opening. The assault on the left and right walls had stalled. Persian's elites were clearly concentrated on the ramparts, holding a desperate line. But by overcommitting to the walls, they had left a fatal opening. The main gate, Victor realized, nodding to himself. He pointed his sword toward the castle and bellowed, all units advance. Today, we shatter their pride. As Victor charged forward, he called out to his shadow. At dawn, instantly, a massive warhorse pulled up beside him. Mounted upon it was an armored juggernaut, wielding a lethal spear, Victor's most trusted right hand. I'll be the one to break that gate personally, Victor declared. Walter barked orders for Adon to hold the position at all costs. Along the walls, Digger's soldiers were swarming upward like relentless ants. Despite the defenders' best efforts, several enemies managed to breach the perimeter. Suddenly, Chauvin's panicked voice rang out. My lord, Walter's eyes followed the shout, locking onto a massive siege tower, lumbering forward. He hissed through gritted teeth. Damn it all! How did they know the exact height of our walls? Jian Zhan cried out in disbelief. We're hopelessly outnumbered. If that tower reaches us, it's game over. Walter didn't hesitate, roaring at the top of his lungs. Are the catapults ready? As soon as the soldiers locked the mechanisms, he gave the command. Stop that tower. Fire. In a heartbeat, a massive boulder screamed through the air, aimed straight for the target. But just as impact seemed certain, a hand reached out from the tower. Without a moment's hesitation, a blade was launched like a missile. Boom. The boulder shattered into dust instantly. Watching the impossible happen, Walter's face turned pale with dread. What kind of monster could do that? John snarled. The man responsible was Victor. Having neutralized the threat, he began his slow, menacing march toward the gates. Walter's expression darkened as he recognized the figure. He had heard the legendary tales of this man's terror. Victor unsheathed his blade, his presence radiating pure killing intent. Utterly useless Utogian dogs, Victor sneered coldly. No matter how much you struggle, your defeat was written in the stars. He signaled the troops, and the massive battering ram began its advance toward the gates. At his command, the heavy ram surged forward. Walter tried to intercept the machine, but Digger's elites blocked his path. The rhythmic thud of wood against the gate began to echo through the chaos. The situation was growing desperate. Now Walter's only hope rested on Ghislaine's promise. The brutal tug of war between the invaders and defenders reached a fever pitch. Meanwhile, deep within the castle walls, a group of mages sat bound in a circle. "Let us go, you peasants," Anfi shrieked, struggling against his ropes. "We are mages. This petty territorial war is beneath us." Amphirgit stared back with eyes as cold as ice. "This is the young master's command," he stated flatly. "I suggest you remain calm." Anfi's rage boiled over. "Are you blind? Do I look calm to you?" He gestured wildly toward the exterior. "That battering ram is right at our doorstep. This battle is already lost. This castle is finished." Vanessa narrowed her eyes at his outburst, her voice low and steady. "Master Anfi, there is no need for such concern." Anfi looked up to see Vanessa, standing right over him. "The young master will handle everything," she said with absolute certainty. Anfi could only let out a mocking, bitter laugh. "Don't mention that bastard Archduke to me," he spat. "He dragged me into this hell, and now I'm going to die. Solve it. Don't make me laugh." But Vanessa's faith in Ghislaine remained unshakable. "The young master will surely," she began, but Anfi cut her off with a snarl. "Shut your mouth. Are you really going to follow the orders of that lunatic?" Vanessa glared at him, shaking her head. "He is no madman." Memories of a few days ago flashed through her mind. After a long struggle, she had finally felt the mana coursing through her body, but her control was still fleeting. She had looked at Ghislaine with a heavy sigh. "I'm sorry, my lord. I finally grasped the basics of magic, but this is all I can manage for now." Ghislaine gave a small, reassuring nod. "Being able to use it is enough. Your mana pool will grow in time. Now follow me. There's something you need to see." They walked toward a clearing. There, the mages were hard at work. Vanessa's brow furrowed in confusion. "They're burying runestones. But for what purpose?" Before she could process it, Anfi came charging toward them. His face was a mask of indignation. "Why are you making mages do manual labor? Don't you have soldiers for this? If you're hiding runestones, why not put them outside the castle?" His rant was cut short as a massive muscular arm clamped around his neck. "No talking while you work," Bagerdon growled. Watching the scene, the timid Vanessa felt a wave of fear wash over her. She turned to Ghislaine, her voice trembling. "My lord, what is the meaning of this?" Ghislaine explained calmly. "This is preparation for war. The simplest, yet most effective tactic is overwhelming the enemy with sheer numbers. No matter how hard they fight, they cannot stop an endless tide. The gate will inevitably fall, but that doesn't mean our victory is out of reach." Vanessa gasped as the realization hit her. "You don't mean?" Back in the present, she channeled her power into the massive magic circle. She wasn't sure if she could pull it off, but for Ghislaine's sake, she would hold on until the very end. Anfi, still bound below, stared at the swirling mana in shock. This powerful array. It can't be mana transmission. Vanessa gripped her staff, her eyes blazing with newfound confidence. "I can do this. I must." Meanwhile, outside the walls, Digger's army continued their relentless assault. The gate was screaming under the pressure of the ram. Suddenly, John's eyes widened as he pointed into the distance. "My lord, look over there." Walter's gaze followed the direction, and his heart skipped a beat. A cloud of dust was rising as an army charged forward, like a localized storm. As they drew closer, the realization struck him like lightning. It's Ghislaine's army. He had finally arrived. Even Victor sensed the sudden shift in the air. A moment later, a frantic soldier rushed to his side. "Lord Victor, unknown cavalry units are launching a pincer attack on our rear flanks." It was Ghislaine's elite force, and they were tearing through the enemy lines like a hot knife through butter. Ghislaine led the charge from the front, his presence commanding the entire battlefield. With a single devastating swing of his blade, a dozen enemies were sent to the afterlife. The Digger soldiers fell into a panic. An ambush. But I thought the Persian had no reinforcements left. Before they could regroup, Ghislaine was already upon them. They desperately leveled their crossbows and fired, but his speed was otherworldly. The bolts hissed through nothing but empty air. Ghislaine tore through the ranks as if he were flying. His eyes burned with a primal, terrifying intensity. In the blink of an eye, the ground was stained crimson, turning the battlefield into a river of blood. Bodies were piled high in his wake. "Is he even human?" the survivor screamed, retreating in terror. Ghislaine ignored their cries, raising his blood-slicked sword high into the sky. From this moment on, he roared, his voice shaking the heavens. The counterattack begins. Inspired by his legendary aura, the army behind him let out a thunderous war cry and surged forward. The sheer ferocity of the charge sent Digger's men stumbling back in fear. Ghislaine and Sao led two separate wings, striking the enemy's flanks with surgical precision. Digger's forces were now trapped in a deadly vice between the castle walls and the incoming reinforcements. At the heart of the chaos, Jillian led an elite squad straight for the enemy's main camp. Jillian barked orders to Gordon, his voice cutting through the din of battle. "I'll draw their fire. You two spread out and neutralize their key defenses." "Understood." They gave a sharp nod and vanished into the fray. They struck from two directions, sending the Digger camp into a spiral of absolute chaos. Thomas Digger watched his lines crumble, his face pale with shock. "How is this happening? How are we the ones being ambushed?" Before he could find an answer, Gideon appeared wielding a massive soul-crushing axe. "Commander of the enemy forces, Count Thomas Digger," he bellowed. "I've come for your head." Thomas nearly collapsed in terror. He was nothing but a paper tiger devoid of any real combat skill. Gideon lunged forward to seize the coward, but a sudden flash of steel blocked his path. Reacting with lightning reflexes, Gideon swung his axe to parry a lethal projectile. When the dust settled, a new challenger stood before him on horseback, armed with a spear and a heavy shield. Gideon narrowed his eyes, sensing a formidable power from the man. It was Adon. "A surprise raid on the main camp, I see," he remarked coldly, his eyes locking onto Gideon's. "Launching such a puny force is pure madness." He arrogantly introduces himself and demands a name before death. Jillian narrows his eyes, his voice turning ice cold. "I have no name." He claims to be a mere tool of the Grand Duke. Meanwhile, on the left, Rampart Gislin's reinforcements arrive just in time. Perseun's warriors finally reclaim the upper hand. Below the gates, Belinda snags targets with her grappling hook, while Cal strikes from afar to finish them. Their synergy is absolutely flawless. Hundreds of soldiers fall to the same deadly pattern as blood sprays across the battlefield in a crimson tide. Drenched in gore, Belinda snaps. "Watch where you spray that blood." Shrugging indifferently, Cal smirks, "Dodge it yourself, milady. I don't have time for your whining." The title hits a nerve. Belinda's eyes ignite with fury as she hisses, "What did you just call me, milady?" Over on the right wall, Ghislaine tears through the Digger lines. His terrifying aura screams one thing: he is ready to take on the whole world alone. The enemy soldiers lose their nerve and bolt. Seizing the moment, Ghislaine roars, "Charge! They are breaking! Smash their ranks now! This is the chance to wipe them out." He aims for their siege tower, and his mercenaries roar with a sudden surge of battle lust. "Follow Captain Ghislaine, crush these bastards." The Digger commander watches in horror as his front line crumbles into a full-blown retreat. He curses their cowardice. "Idiots! Who turns their back in a war?" He immediately orders his spearmen to form a wall and halt the advance. Ghislaine does not even blink at the forest of spears. He charges headlong into the fray, and in an instant, the tips close in on him. But when the dust settles, they have only skewered a horse. Its rider has vanished into thin air, leaving the soldiers searching in confusion. Had they looked up, they would have seen him. Ghislaine drops from the heavens like a god of death, his blade already thirsting for blood. Ghislaine carves through them like a hot knife through butter. These weaklings are no match. The entire squad is wiped out in mere seconds. His eyes lock onto the next target, a crew, hammering the gates with a siege tower. At this rate, the wall will crumble before his men arrive. The enemy numbers are overwhelming. If he hesitates, he will be swallowed up. His cavalry is struggling to break through. This is a desperate gamble. He makes a split-second choice to go solo. The enemy leader screams, "Stop that man! The siege tower is in position. The wall is going down. Keep him busy." Ghislaine narrows his eyes. He is officially out of time to play around with these extras. He will strike their weak point before they can act. With cold resolve, Ghislaine lunges forward, his sword carving a path of pure destruction. The soldiers try to block him, but it is futile. Ghislaine is a force of nature. Anyone in his way is sent straight to the afterlife. Countless souls fall to his blade. As one man drops, another rushes to his death. Ghislaine treads over a mountain of corpses toward the tower. Interference equals execution. His blade is now dyed a deep, visceral crimson. The final vanguard soldier falls, leaving the path wide open. Panic ripples through the ranks above. They desperately rain arrows down upon him, but Ghislaine's movements are a blur of pure speed. He weaves through the air like a predator. Without a moment of hesitation, he closes the distance and decapitates the enemy commander in one stroke. But he is not done yet. He impales the corpse on his blade and hurls it with monstrous strength, scattering the soldiers at the tower. The crossbow formation breaks in chaos. Activating his monowire, Ghislaine yanks his blade back and launches himself directly at the massive tower. He grips his hilt tight, channeling raw mana into the steel. The soldiers watching him approach are paralyzed by pure, unadulterated terror. They are too petrified to even breathe. In this moment, they are already ghosts. Ghislaine raises his glowing blade for a devastating overhead strike. The unlucky soul beneath him is obliterated. With a mana-infused swing, he cleaves the entire siege tower in two. The survivors are shaking with fear. They never imagined a siege engine could be destroyed so easily. Meanwhile, Victor watches the spectacle from afar. He frowns, acknowledging the tower's destruction. He is stronger than he looks. The real war begins now. Ghislaine slowly emerges from the wreckage. Victor turns to his subordinate. Is the gate down yet? The man shakes his head, admitting the defense is far tougher than expected. Internal resistance is slowing them down, but they estimate the gate will fall within 10 minutes. Victor falls into a dark silence. Make it 5, Victor commands coldly. I will handle their leader myself. Ensure that gate is shattered immediately, or answer to me. Failure means a death sentence at Victor's hand. The soldier trembles violently, stammering out a terrified, "Yes, my lord." Suddenly, a voice rings out. "Hey, big guy." Victor spins around to see a lone rider emerging through the haze of battle. A low voice echoes through the smoke. "You are not going anywhere." Victor narrows his eyes, his voice dripping with ice. "Who are you?" The stranger smirks. "Cao, commander of the Cerberus mercenaries." "Let us see what you have got." He levels his blade with deadly intent. His face is a mask of pure provocation. Cao lunges forward like a bolt of lightning, catching Victor slightly off guard, but not for long. Victor maneuvers his steed with expert precision, while his warhorse lashes out. Cao is forced to leap into the air to avoid the impact. It is a hair's breadth away from disaster. Had he been slower, Victor's blade would have claimed his head. Undeterred, Cao springs into the sky. He rains down a barrage of strikes, forcing Victor onto the defensive. Cao's eyes burn with determination, but Victor will not crumble so easily. Every desperate swing is parried with effortless grace. Gritting his teeth, Cao realizes the gap. Is he really blocking everything? Victor lets out a sneer. "I have slaughtered wagon loads of pests like you." With a violent shove, Victor deflects the blade, sending Cao reeling back with utter contempt. Thomas Digger's men yanked him back, shouting, "Get back, sir, you'll be caught in the crossfire." Meanwhile, the mercenaries were already carving a bloody path through the enemy lines. Gideon gritted his teeth mid-clash. "This guy is a nuisance. I don't have time to waste here." Adon's massive shield was like an iron fortress blocking every possible angle. It was nearly impenetrable. How long had it been since he faced such a stubborn wall? Gideon refused to waver, swinging his axe with a roar. "I'm done playing games with you." Adon caught the blow with his shield and sneered. "Useless. That was a heavy strike, but you'll never break through my ultimate defense." Gideon's eyes narrowed in shock. Suddenly, Adon slipped from behind his shield, thrusting his spear with lethal precision. Gideon scrambled to parry, but Adon's relentless onslaught was only beginning. The spear whistled through the air, goring Gideon's mount. Forced to the ground, Gideon gasped as Adon loomed over him, raising that massive shield once again. "Stay down," Adon growled, slamming the shield toward Gideon's skull. At the very last second, Gideon threw his axe up, bracing for the bone-crushing impact. Elsewhere, Cao was struggling against Victor, his body covered in fresh wounds. The battering ram finally did its job. The castle gate was splintering into ruins. Waters' team watched in horror as the defenses crumbled. Victor smirked. Success at last. Ghislaine's heart raced, fearing for the lives of everyone trapped inside. Inside, Vanessa was desperately channeling a massive magic circle. Anfi screamed over the chaos. "The gate is gone. You're burning through your mana. Do something." Vanessa bit her lip, sweat pouring down. "Just one more minute." Outside, Victor roared his command. "The gate is open. All units full assault. Seize the castle." As the order echoed, Digger's surviving troops flooded the breach like a plague. Victor glanced at his soldiers. "Take the count. I'll finish their commander myself." But Cao dragged himself up, trembling. "You're not moving an inch." Victor paused, genuinely surprised. "Cao, was it? You've got more spirit than I thought. A man of your skill should know which battles are worth dying in," Victor remarked. "Why keep fighting?" Nearby, Adon stood over Gideon. Look around. The gate is broken. Your side has already lost. Gideon remained silent on one knee as Adon mocked him. That bold ambush was clever. I'll give you that. But the result is the same. Mixing useless mercenaries with elites was the fatal mistake that doomed your entire house. No matter their skill, a sellsword is no match for a trained knight. A real mercenary knows when to run. The arrogance in their voices was suffocating. They spoke as if the war was over. But Cao didn't flinch. Gideon just sat there in the silence, letting the enemy's words fade into the wind. A dark shadow crossed Cao's face. Across the battlefield, he and Gideon shared the same unbreakable spirit. Their answer was identical. So what knight or mercenary? There is only victory and defeat. Without hesitation, they both lunged at their opponents. Adon scoffed. Typical losers talk. The excuses of the defeated aren't worth hearing. Adon swung his spear to parry Gideon's heavy axe. The scream of clashing metal echoed through the air. Suddenly, Gideon used raw strength to pin Aiden's weapon to the dirt. Aiden's eyes flared with panic. What kind of monstrous power is hidden in that axe? It was too late. Gideon's axe swept through the air, killing Aiden's mount instantly. Aiden crashed to the ground, snarling, "You filthy animal." A mere mercenary dares. Gideon ignored the insults, his axe slamming down again. He pinned Adon to the earth, his voice dropping to a cold whisper. Every defense has a hole. I gave my life to be the Archduke's ultimate weapon. As he spoke, his hand reached for the hidden blade at his back. Gideon's eyes burned with pure killing intent. I exist only to bring him victory. Adon's pupils dilated as he realized he was staring at death itself. He never imagined he could lose like this. Before he could scream, Gideon's blade plunged through his eye, spraying crimson. Meanwhile, Cao was still stalling Victor. He knew he was outclassed, but Ghislaine's order was clear. Hold him. Just one strike. That was all Cao needed to land to change everything. Cao had mimicked the movements before asking Ghislaine, "How did you do that? You know the dodge and the counter slash from our bet." Ghislaine had simply smiled. The footwork isn't the secret, Cao. It's about manipulating what your opponent thinks of you. The white helmet saw Ka as nothing but a wild animal. Ghislaine's words rang true. They will always underestimate your intelligence. Use that against them. Cao fought like a madman, eventually throwing his weapon in a desperate gamble. The white helmet dodged easily, his face twisted in pure contempt. Idiots always take reckless risks when they have nothing left, the knight sneered. They never realize they're throwing away their very last chance at life. He lunged for the kill. But Cao was ready. He masked his true intent, slipping past the blade and grabbing the knight's arm with a death grip. Using the knight's momentum, Cao launched himself into the air, reclaiming his fallen sword. The white helmet's eyes widened. He baited me. Cao's blade descended like a bolt of lightning. It missed the knight by an inch, plunging into the horse instead. Both warriors tumbled into the mud. An unorthodox style, throwing the sword just to reposition. The knight stood up. You used your own disadvantage to create an opening. You aren't just a beast, are you? Impressive. He raised his blade again, a cold smirk on his lips. Too bad your little trick missed. Some people cross the line of death just to break their limits. Unfortunately for you, that was your final shot. He stepped forward to end it. Cao grinned through the blood. Oh, I didn't miss. Suddenly 3 spectral blades materialized above the knight's head, crackling with ancient energy. The knight barely dodged. As Belinda soared into the fray, she launched a grappling hook, snagging Cao and pulling him onto her horse as they sped away. Did he actually hit me? The knight muttered. He realized if it weren't for the girl, his head would have been the target, not the horse. Hey, I almost died back there, Cao yelled. Belinda snapped back. Want me to drop you? Meanwhile, the knight realized Cao wasn't gambling for a kill. He wouldn't bet his life just for one strike. Everything he did was for a bigger purpose. Then he looked back at the castle gate and froze. A blinding violet light erupted from the ruins. Vanessa's spell was complete. The realization hit him like a physical blow. He was just stalling for time. Vanessa pushed her limits. As the gates crumbled and enemies surged forward, she recalled Ghislaine's guidance on her latent magic. She could unleash a massive area attack. Doubting herself, she wondered if she could do it. Ghislaine's encouragement sparked a surge of power from her core. Vanessa unleashed a hellfire blast. The battlefield turned crimson as massive explosions erupted, turning the castle entrance into a sea of fire. Walter, Belinda, and Cao watched in awe. Even Jillian stopped to stare. Ghislaine smirked as enemy soldiers screamed in agony. Mercy, they cried, retreating in terror. Ghislaine cut them down from horseback, sealing the gates to ensure no one escaped alive. A scout rushed to Victor. Sir, our men are being incinerated. Victor stood stunned. His years of careful planning were crumbling before his eyes. Every path had been blocked. Padyun's cavalry and that mad dog Ghislaine plus a high-tier mage had decimated thousands. Victory vanished. The coincidences formed a perfect trap, blocking his path to glory. Victor felt a chill. Have I been lured into this? He faced the truth. Recall the troops fall back. If they could escape the flames, they would regroup. This conquest would take time. Where is Adon? Victor called. Instead, he saw Adon's severed head, held by Jillian. Are you the commander of Jagan? Victor froze in shock. Jillian delivered the crushing blow. Your army is gone. Surrender. Ghislaine's flames consumed the remaining resistance. Victor laughed like a madman. Think it ends here, he roared. I will personally take every one of your heads. Victor unleashed his full aura, preparing for a final stand. Walter pressed the advantage, raining arrows down on the trapped soldiers. Hold the line, Walter commanded. Don't let them escape the fire, Ghislaine charged. Now is our chance, leave no survivors. Amidst the rubble, Belinda reached Ghislaine. Are you injured? Master Ghislaine checked on them. Belinda looked back with a heavy gaze. Cao hid his wounds, forcing a smile. Belinda sighed. We barely made it. Your plan was absolutely insane, you know. Ghislaine smirked. But it worked, didn't it? Belinda scoffed. I am never doing a plan like that again. The Johnstone stones were depleted in one strike. Make sure to praise Vanessa, she added. Ghislaine asked, where's Jillian? Ghislaine galloped off instantly. Nearby, Victor's ferocious assault pushed Jillian back. The old warrior struggled against the overwhelming pressure. Victor's power was terrifying. Jillian attempted a counterattack, but Victor evaded effortlessly, striking Jillian down with a heavy blow. Jillian gasped at the wound. Victor's speed and power were flawless, leaving no openings. Enraged, Victor glared at the mercenaries. You lowly dogs, Victor spat. How dare you act so arrogant? Jillian tried to pin Victor's blade, sensing a lethal threat. Victor used his sword to catapult Jillian's axe away. Know your place, Victor roared, his dignity fueled by murderous intent. Jillian remained stoic, despite the terror. Victor's blade pierced him. Jillian twisted midair, barely avoiding a fatal strike to his vitals. So that's how you beat Adon, Victor noted. Only he could survive my strikes. You're a fool to challenge me while exhausted. Adon's death wasn't in vain, Victor sneered, raising his blade. Die. Suddenly a sword whistled through the air from behind. The blade slammed into the earth between them. Victor spun around alert. Who goes there? The Black Knight Ghislaine stepped forward. Who are you? Victor demanded. Jillian gasped for air battered. Ghislaine picked up the axe, resting it calmly on his shoulder. Victor recognized the Black Knight. Ghislaine's aura exploded as his core released. He dashed forward, swinging the axe with devastating force. The impact nearly broke Victor's guard. He parried, sending Ghislaine back, but Ghislaine immediately shifted into his next technique. They clashed in a blur of steel. Ghislaine's speed was blinding, yet Victor held his ground, striking back from above. Ghislaine blocked with his sword eyes, glowing with purple mana. Using the axe to pivot, he kicked Victor and slammed him down. Victor groaned in pain, jumping back. His movements are unpredictable, Victor thought. One mistake meant death. Padyun had such a monster. Ghislaine spoke coldly. I know who you are. Your army, your tactics, your reinforcements, I know everything about you. Victor realized the depth of the trap. Enough talk, he roared, charging. He refused to believe his secret campaign was compromised. Ghislaine's axe work was masterclass. Victor struggled. I hid my cards at Count Desmond's. You couldn't have known. Ghislaine leaped high, evading a strike before lunging back down. The two warriors collided again, the air trembling from their clash. A heavy kick sent Victor flying. Ghislaine followed up with relentless strikes, shattering Victor's guard amidst a cloud of rising dust. Victor's helmet shattered, revealing his battered face. Ghislaine dragged the axe toward him. The axe is quite effective, he mused, but I prefer my own style. Victor gasped. Who the hell are you? Ghislaine removed his mask. I am Ghislaine Grand, Duke of Perdun. He stood tall, blue eyes piercing through the chaos. I am Ghislaine Grand, Duke of Perdun. His aura radiated pure killing intent. Victor burst into a manic laugh. Draped in his fur cloak, he sneered. A great northern knight, defeated by a common thug. Ghislaine's voice turned icy. Today, you'll learn who the strongest Black Knight in the north truly is. Victor's rage boiled over. Insolent Victor staggered up, gripping his sword. I won't ask how you orchestrated this perfect trap. In war, only victory matters. Victor raised his blade amidst the roaring flames. The one left standing is the winner. Victor's eyes ignited with a predatory glow. Gripping his blade with both hands, a torrent of violent mana erupted from his form. Even drenched in blood, his face radiated pure, suffocating killing intent. Ghislaine shifted into a combat stance and smirked. Exactly. His cloak danced amidst the swirling embers as he cold-bloodedly declared, "Let's end this." Nearby, his comrades were pouring their souls into the fray. The two titans collided with earth-shattering force. Ghislaine's blade, fueled by sheer indignation, slammed into Victor's steel. Amidst the flickering flames of the ravaged battlefield, a brutal dance of death unfolded. The world narrowed down to their singular desire for blood. The air screamed with a relentless shriek of metal grinding against metal as they traded devastating blows. Seizing a split second, Victor shoved Ghislaine back, forcing him into a desperate defense. Suddenly, Victor lunged with a lethal thrust aimed at the flank, but Ghislaine's reflexes were nothing short of supernatural. He parried the strike and retaliated instantly, his blade sending a shockwave that pushed the enemy back. The battlefield was a chaotic symphony of primal roars and howling winds. Neither warrior yielded an inch. In a daring move, Ghislaine vaulted off Victor's own blade and delivered a bone-shattering kick to his face. Stunned and disoriented, Victor's vision blurred as his face contorted in pain. As Victor staggered, Ghislaine descended upon him like a relentless hurricane. He unleashed a flurry of strikes, forcing the villain into a desperate, frantic defense. Refusing to fall, Victor launched a furious counter-offensive. The impact of their weapons shook the very heavens. Victor's raw power sent Ghislaine skidding across the scorched earth, though he managed to remain upright. Gripping his sword tight, Ghislaine stood his ground, analyzing his foe with icy precision. Victor met his gaze with a twisted, mocking smirk. For a moment, time stood still amidst the carnage. They stared each other down within a sea of crimson flames. Suddenly, Victor lunged with savage intensity. His blade came crashing down, but Ghislaine's guard was an impenetrable fortress. Ghislaine countered with equal ferocity. Victor's sudden spin attack caught him off guard, but his sharpened instincts allowed him to evade with a graceful mid-air somersault. Even while airborne, Ghislaine parried every desperate strike. The moment his feet hit the ground, he surged forward with a heavy overhead cleave. The ringing of steel echoed through the burning hellscape. Victor barely managed to intercept each blow. They were locked in a lethal embrace, eyes burning with hatred. Yet Victor's strength was visibly waning. His endurance was reaching its limit. Victor desperately forced the blades downward, attempting a sneaky riposte along Ghislaine's guard. Predicting the move, Ghislaine ducked with fluid precision, the blade whistling inches above his head. In the same motion, he seized Victor's collar and hurled him across the dirt. Low to the ground, Ghislaine propelled himself forward like a silver bolt. Victor scrambled away, rolling desperately to survive. Determined to turn the tide, Victor grabbed a handful of grit and flung it at Ghislaine's eyes. The dishonorable tactic caught the young master off guard for a split second. Forced to shield his eyes, Ghislaine's vision went dark. As the dust settled, the cold gleam of Victor's blade was already inches from his throat. Ghislaine locked eyes with his rival. "You truly are a monster, Victor," he acknowledged. "I've had to unleash my third core just to match you." Memories of his previous life flashed before him. He remembered their past encounter during the assault on the Duke's estate. Back then, Victor was the insurmountable wall. He knew the only way to win was to find that one fatal flaw. The duel was dragging on far longer than anticipated. If a commander like Victor led the charge against Podyun, the fortress would have crumbled into dust long ago. The memories faded, pulling him back to the searing heat of the present. Victor charged recklessly, desperate for a final blow. Ghislaine narrowed his eyes, his focus narrowing to a razor-sharp point. In a world where one strike meant death, their blades crossed for the final time. Ghislaine's steel found its mark, burying itself deep in Victor's chest. Crimson blood sprayed across the battlefield. Victor froze, his eyes wide with disbelief as his life force ebbed away. "Desmond, I did my best," he wheezed. Without a word, Ghislaine coldly cast his broken body aside. Standing amidst the embers, Ghislaine watched his foe take his final shallow breaths. Victor's blood-soaked face showed a hint of regret, but he finally accepted his inevitable downfall. Ghislaine's golden hair danced in the wind as he turned his back on the fallen warrior. But just as he began to walk away, Victor's trembling voice caused him to pause. Lying in the dirt, the dying man managed a final question. "I just want to know, who are you really?" Ghislaine glanced back, his expression unreadable. The hero remained silent. Victor struggled for breath, muttering, "The Ghislaine I knew was the shame of Podyun, a mere northern scrap of trash." With those final words, Victor's eyes closed forever as the morning sun began to peek over the horizon. He lay still, a silent testament to the brutal conflict. In the end, names didn't matter. A fine battle, Ghislaine, he thought, sheathing his weapon. He walked forward with the aura of a true conqueror as the rising sun illuminated the devastating aftermath of the war. Covered in gore, Ghislaine limped forward, supporting a wounded Jillian. Every breath was a struggle. He scanned the horizon, finding his weary soldiers standing among the ruins. His eyes fell upon Belinda and the others. They were watching him with bated breath, their faces a mix of terror and profound relief that he was still standing. A small, weary smile touched Ghislaine's lips. "Is everyone still with us?" At his words, the dam broke. They rushed toward him, crying out, "Young Master Captain!" The mercenaries crowded around, their eyes wide with awe. "I've never seen a war like this. Sir, what kind of insane magic was that?" "My heart is still pounding." Ghislaine chuckled softly. "Thank you for standing with me. You all did incredible work." Ko grinned, nudging Jillian. "Look at this old man groaning over a tiny scratch." Jillian grunted. "It's nothing serious." But Belinda exploded in worry. "Nothing. You're literally bleeding out. Stop being so stubborn and get some treatment." Ghislaine looked around. "Where are Belinda and Vanessa?" Belinda regained her composure. "Vanessa is completely drained. Master Fergus took her and the other mages into the castle for safety." Suddenly, a thunderous laugh echoed from behind. Lord Randon charged forward, pulling Ghislaine into a bone-crushing embrace, praising him loudly. "Incredible. You truly are the pride of Podyun," Randon roared. Ghislaine, trapped in the hug, could only manage a helpless smile. "You fought well too, Commander." Before he could finish, Walter appeared. His father's face was pale and drenched in sweat, his brow furrowed with exhaustion. Ghislaine stepped toward him, his heart heavy. Without a word, Walter pulled his son into a tight embrace. "Well done, my boy," he whispered. The sudden warmth left Ghislaine momentarily stunned. "When I first heard your plan, I thought it was madness," Walter admitted, patting his shoulder. "But you actually pulled it off," Ghislaine replied softly. "Only because you held the walls, father." Walter sighed and shook his head. "No, this victory belongs to you." He raised Ghislaine's hand, high roaring to the sky. "Victory is ours." "Victory for Podyun," the soldiers bellowed in unison. Joy radiated from every face. Watching them, Gillen felt a rare spark of triumph. Yes, this was the path. He looked at his people with newfound warmth. This was why he had returned to this life. But his fist tightened until it shook. This war was only the beginning. Ghislaine approached Jiangdan with a sharp gaze. "What's our next move?" Walter cut, in commanding his exhausted soldiers to stand down. "The battle is over for now. Everyone take this time to rest while you can." Ghislaine's refusal was cold and immediate. His eyes burned with a terrifying intensity. "Rest is a luxury we don't have. We need to force Count Jurgen into a total surrender right now." Walter hesitated, suggesting they wait until morning. But Ghislaine's resolve was unshakable. "By then, it'll be too late. I'm taking my men and heading straight for Jurgen's territory immediately." "Grant me the authority to act as your representative," Ghislaine demanded. Jiangdan stammered in shock at the bold request. Walter tried to reason with him, worried about the crushing fatigue weighing on the soldiers. "There's no need to rush," Walter urged. But Ghislaine stepped closer, his voice like cold steel. "Father, this war isn't over yet." Walter froze as Ghislaine reminded him that Jurgen was the one who drew first blood. "He shattered our alliance to crush us. We can't give him a single second to regroup, or he'll just crawl back to strike again." Ghislaine tightened his fist, his aura radiating pure determination. "We strike first. We'll squeeze every bit of compensation from him until he's too broken to ever resist again." Walter stared stunned. He expected his son to celebrate victory, but Ghislaine was already 3 steps ahead, planning the conquest. After a long silence, Walter finally relented. "Fine, do it. Be ruthless, and take whatever you desire." Ghislaine bowed deeply. However, Walter warned he was once an ally and a noble. Maintain some level of decorum. Ghislaine offered a reassuring smirk. "Don't worry, father." He turned to his inner circle, his eyes scanning their battle-worn faces. "Cao Belinda, do you two still have enough strength left to move out?" "Just a few scratches, nothing more," Cao replied with a grin. He vaulted onto his horse with effortless grace. "Understood. Then it's time to move. Let's show them what House Perion is made of." The rest of the unit mounted up following Ghislaine as they thundered toward Jurgen's domain. At the castle, a white flag of surrender fluttered in the wind, but a sudden roar of rage echoed from within. "Damn it," Thomas Diego screamed, flipping his desk in a blind fury. "How is this possible?" He clutched his head, losing his mind. "I only followed their plan because that bastard Desmond was supposed to be invincible. How could he lose to those arrogant Parian brats? Is this some kind of sick joke?" His advisor trembled desperately, trying to calm the madman, but the Count's rage only intensified like a spreading wildfire. "Shut your mouth, old man," Diego spat, pointing a trembling finger. "Don't just stand there, start preparing the surrender negotiations. Tell the administration to draft the reparation terms immediately. Move it," the advisor stammered, confused by the sudden shift. Diego's hands shook with suppressed malice. Count Portian is a fool, blinded by honor and tradition. He'll take the gold and let this all slide. Their lands are starving for coin, so a heavy payout will buy our freedom. We'll just pin the entire catastrophe on Count Desmond." As he spoke, the advisor's face turned a ghostly shade of pale. "But we've poured every last cent into this war effort. We don't have any gold left for reparations," Diego snapped, lunging forward to squeeze the advisor's throat with a murderous, crazed look in his eyes. "You idiot, squeeze the peasants dry," Diego hissed into his ear. "Does that hurt your feelings? Oh, I forgot your common filth too. Those pigs are nothing compared to my survival. Now tell me, is their dirt-poor lives more important, or is mine?" The man gasped for air. "It's yours, my lord." Diego threw him to the floor like trash. "Know your place. Now go." The advisor clutched his throat, coughing violently, while a dark thought took root. He had served Jergon through fear, but this tyranny was the breaking point. Perhaps the time for a rebellion had finally arrived. A guard burst into the study, his face white with terror. "Bad news, my lord. The Portian army is already here." The room fell deathly silent, as soldiers lined the walls, their hearts heavy with dread. Diego gritted his teeth, sweat pouring down his face like a river. "Tesk, those annoying pests got here faster than I expected." He could feel an overwhelming pressure in the air that made his skin crawl. "But things won't go your way, Walter," he muttered. The sound of heavy boots echoed, and Diego looked up. It wasn't Walter. Ghislaine Cow and Belinda stepped into the room with cold, predatory confidence. "Are you ready to discuss your surrender?" Count Jergon Ghislaine asked. Diego blinked in disbelief. "You? Who are you? Why didn't Walter come himself? Why would he send his brat to do a man's job? My father is busy rebuilding our lands. I am here as his proxy to settle this debt." Ghislaine's eyes burned with lethal intent. "Bring him out." Hours earlier, the group had been racing through the forest. They had spent a long time carving a path through the dense woods. Cao followed close behind his brow, furrowed in frustration as sweat drenched his face. He didn't even bother to wipe it away. "Tsk, that Diego coward sure can run," Cao spat. "What kind of noble abandons his own soldiers to save his own skin like a rat?" A soldier behind them looked on with an uneasy expression. "Sorry we let him slip away," the man mumbled. Cao let out a sharp, cold laugh. "It was the old man's fault he escaped, not yours. You all did your duty perfectly. Don't sweat it." The wind caught Ghislaine's blonde hair as the sunlight hit his face, making his deep gaze even more piercing. He remained silent, his expression an unreadable mask of cold, calculated ambition and hidden power. His lips were pressed into a thin line. In his mind, he wondered if he was dragging his allies into another dangerous gamble. The thundering of hooves kicked up a massive storm of dust behind them. Two riders charged forward side by side. Cao pulled his reins, his voice dripping with dissatisfaction. "Captain, surrendering means that snake gets to live, doesn't it? Why are we showing him even an ounce of mercy?" Ghislaine's eyes were like razor-sharp blades, his voice devoid of any emotion. "To the rest of the world, this is just a family squabble over an inheritance. We have to play the political game carefully. If we demand too much, it'll look bad on us. They'll just haggle over the price and walk free." Cao rolled his eyes, frustrated. "This diplomatic dancing is going to drag this out forever. Why don't we just storm their gates and erase them from the map?" Belinda rode up beside him, her eyes full of disdain. "Is it really that simple to you? This is noble politics, not a street brawl." "Nobles are just people, Belinda. Do they think they're gods?" Cao countered. "They struck first. Why should we give a damn about their precious honor or their feelings? They deserve total annihilation." Ghislaine called out from the front, his words echoing through the wind. "Don't worry, Cal. My father will handle the formal parts." Belinda watched him closely, a bead of sweat tracing down her cheek. "And what about you, young master?" she asked. A faint, dangerous smile played on Ghislaine's lips. "I'm different," he replied coldly. The sound of hooves intensified as they approached their target. Before them stood a massive, imposing fortress. "I'm not here for gold. I'm going to seize Jergon as my own personal territory." Thomas Diego's eyes went wide with shock as he saw them enter. He watched the three of them walk in as if they already owned the place. Back in the present, his voice shook as he stammered. You are." But Gillen didn't answer. He just kept moving. With a cold face and eyes like a predator, he spoke. "Are you ready to discuss the terms of your surrender, Count Jergon?" Diego slammed his hands onto the desk, his face flushing with impotent rage. "Where is Lord Walter? Why did he send his son instead of facing me himself?" Ghislaine remained calm, as if Diego's outburst was nothing more than a fly buzzing. "My father is busy acting as lord. I will be the one handling these negotiations." His violet eyes flashed with an icy authority. "Now, make him kneel, Cao." and another soldier lunged forward, grabbing Diego and forcing him down. Diego broke into a cold sweat, his struggles proving completely useless against their strength. "What are you doing? Let me go. How dare you, common filth, lay your dirty hands on a noble like me." From his height, Ghislaine looked down at the Count, like he was a pathetic insect. Belinda leaned in and whispered, "Young master, are you really going through with this?" Ghislaine's answer was instant. "Yes. If the Lord scolds us later, remember this wasn't my idea," she muttered. Diego thrashed, screaming, "I've sworn fealty to the throne. You dare treat a loyal subject of the king this way? Show some respect immediately." A razor-sharp blade pointed directly at the man's throat, forcing Thomas Diego to stare death in the eye. Ghislaine's voice was like ice, each word cutting through the air. "Thomas Diego, you are a traitor who shattered our alliance to seize Padion. You were blinded by the enemy's sweet lies." Ghislaine looked down on him like a cold executioner. "For those who dare target Padion, only a shallow grave awaits." The Count's face twisted in disbelief, his teeth gnashing in a fit of pure rage. You wouldn't actually dare kill me." Ghislaine's gaze turned razor-sharp, radiating pure bloodlust. "If you gamble thousands of lives for war, you must put your own head on the scale." Thomas crumbled, consumed by a paralyzing fear. Tears welled in the coward's eyes. "You madman." Clad in heavy steel, Ghislaine raised his sword without a flicker of emotion. The Count's terror reached its peak as the blade swung. "Wait," Thomas shrieked, his voice trembling and small. I'll pay any price you want." His face turned pale as he stammered. "Fine. I'll surrender my entire territory." The surrounding crowd gasped in shock, but Ghislaine only let out a triumphant smirk. His eyes gleamed with satisfaction. "I knew you'd say that." But he wasn't finished with his prey yet. To inherit a territory, one must be a legitimate heir. Otherwise, it violates the laws of succession. As a count, surely you knew this. Thomas's expression soured instantly. "I'll handle it, don't worry," Thomas blurted out in a panic. "I'll claim you're a distant relative. I'll have my men forge the inheritance papers immediately. You just need to accept it." He turned to his subordinate and barked, "Lowell, bring a pen and parchment now." Ghislaine's pupils glowed with a chilling blue light. A wise choice. The Count prostrated himself on the ground, his teeth grinding as he spoke. "I'll provide monetary compensation as well, though I'm short on cash. I'll squeeze the taxes from the peasants. Just give me more time, please. I beg you, spare my life." Ghislaine's brow furrowed in utter disgust. "Is your pathetic life really worth that much?" Thomas's eyes widened, a look of desperate joy flooding his face. "Fine. I'll give you one last chance." Before he could react, a powerful force dragged him away. By the time he realized what was happening, he had been hurled out of the castle like trash. The confused citizens whispered in shock at the sight of their fallen lord. "The Count, what's going on here?" Thomas turned back his face, a mask of rage and confusion. "Listen here, young master. How dare you shame me in front of these low lives?" Ghislaine's response was cold and threatening. "Watch your mouth. You are standing before the people, who now hold the power to decide your fate." Ghislaine's voice thundered with absolute authority. "People of Jagan, I am Ghislaine, the true heir of Podion." His words echoed across the square. Count Sagon declared war on Padion for revenge and lost. Now, he intends to make you pay for his defeat. Ghislaine glared at the crowd. Does anyone here actually want to pay for his sins? The citizens were stunned. Their shock quickly turned to fury. He already took everything. Now he wants more. "We have nothing left to give. Let the nobles settle their own debts." Ghislaine calmed himself, his voice dropping to a serious tone. "As Podion's temporary lord, I offer mercy by giving you a choice." He looked down at the pathetic Thomas Diego. "You can pay a fortune to save your count's life, or kill him yourselves and join Padion." His voice was firm and heavy. "Choose Padion and you will never carry the cost of this war." Thomas trembled, looking back as the weight of the humiliation hit him. "You bastard Ghislaine, how dare you insult me like this?" Suddenly, a stone struck him in the head, drawing blood. Then came a hail of stones. Peasants armed with tools glared with murderous intent. "You monster, you took my mother's heirlooms and the bread from my children's mouths." Decades of suppressed hatred exploded toward Thomas Diego. "Do you have any idea how many people suffered because of you?" The Count had no defense left, only able to let out weak stammers. Wait." The mob swarmed him, striking with raw vengeance. Thomas was buried under a barrage of blows. Ignoring the carnage, Ghislaine turned and walked away. Belinda and Cal watched in silence, their faces grim. "Let's head back," he ordered coldly. Before leaving, he made one final declaration. "The war is over." Ghislaine looked toward Belinda, bringing up his father. She understood his unspoken words immediately. I'm sure you have your reasons, my lord, she whispered. Back at Padion Castle, the council members, including Homrun, Unbake and Walter were struck with disbelief. What Ghislaine stood tall, his handsome face calm. You heard correctly. Count Zegon is dead. Walter roared in anger. Did you forget my instructions to show respect? Ghislaine didn't let him finish. I haven't forgotten. But after seeing him, I realized this was the only way. If given a chance to surrender, he would have only targeted Padion again. Randon gasped in horror. Again, he would have attacked us a second time. Homrun stared at Ghislaine with an expression of pure shock. It can't be. Ghislaine spoke plainly. Jagan attacked with 7 legions. You must realize that is far more than they could ever mobilize on their own. His brow furrowed, his features hardening. House Desmond was behind them, providing the troops and the weaponry. The room erupted in chaos. Desmond and Jagan. You mean 2 great powers were targeting us? But House Desmond was supposed to be neutral. Why would they do this? Was it a grudge from the past? Ghislaine sat in his chair, eyes narrowed in deep thought. Our allies never came, because Amelia killed the messengers to isolate us. That's her favorite tactic. But by taking Zegan, we've created a buffer they can't easily cross. Walter massaged his temples, looking exhausted. So that's why you killed him. He was still deeply uneasy. But even if the Lord is dead, that land doesn't belong to us. Everyone knows you need a blood connection to claim a territory right. Ghislaine calmly placed a sealed scroll on the table. Look at this. Walter's hands shook as he read the document. This says you're a distant relative. And the primary heir of Jagan Ghislaine sat back with absolute confidence. The Count signed it himself. The legal issues are solved. A heavy silence fell over the room. My lord, a vassal whispered. Walter's gaze turned sharp. Ruling a nation is not an easy task. Do you have the people to manage such a territory? Ghislaine smirked. Don't worry. I've already found the perfect person. Scene shift. The Forest Kingdom. Inside the massive legendary casino, the air crackled with electric intensity. In the corner, a crowd swarmed a high-stakes table where a life-changing bet was unfolding. This guy was actually going all in. The wager. His very own right arm. Dices lined up in a perfect row before a cup swept them away with blinding speed, rattling them in a masterclass of rhythmic precision. Suddenly, the cup slammed down. Standing before them was a notorious casino kingpin, exhaling a thick cloud of smoke. His voice dripped with malice as he warned, You know the price for cheating, right? Isn't that right, Cloud unfazed? By the bald thug's intimidation, the man laughed it off with a smirk. Come on, lighten up. But the atmosphere had already turned suffocatingly heavy. The dice stood vertically on the table, a feat of pure skill. The boss grinned wickedly. Now place your bets, and prepare to lose it all. Meanwhile, in the grand royal hall, before a sea of witnesses, a powerful voice boomed across the chamber. For your unparalleled heroic deeds in the name of His Majesty, King Walter raised his scepter, his eyes locked onto Ghislaine. I hereby dub thee Baron Ferris. He stepped forward, accepting the scepter with solemn grace. The crowd erupted into thunderous cheers, shouting, Long live Baron Ferris. Yet Ghislaine's gaze remained sharp and focused. With the war over, I had finally become a lord. Not long ago, Ghislaine sat at a tea table, quietly studying a map. He pointed his finger toward a specific territory. As you can see, the Jagan region is split into 5 baronies excluding the royal lands. I plan to establish my base right in the heart of Ferris. He looked up at the elders. That is all. Any questions? Randon and Homerun exchanged glances, thinking to themselves. Question. This feels more like a royal decree. Jillian leaned in, whispering into Walter's ear, My lord. After listening, the king waved a hand in silent approval. Fine, do as you wish. Someone has to take that mantle anyway. Ghislaine nodded in thanks, but Walter suddenly broke into a heavy cough. By the way, our treasury took a devastating hit during the war. Ghislaine raised an eyebrow, genuinely confused. Financial damage? Walter sighed, then asked, Are you planning to sell mana stones for quick cash? Ghislaine paused as if remembering something. Right. We don't have a single one left. Walter froze in pure shock. But why? We used every last one to blow up the main gates, Ghislaine replied casually. Don't worry, I'll send a team to dig up more soon. Just then, Belinda arrived with a bright smile, followed by Jillian and Sao. They looked at him with newfound respect. Your meal is served, young master. Congratulations to our great leader No. Our new lord. Our captain has become a legend, Belinda chirped excitedly. Honestly, we were worried about your future. Cao couldn't help but chime in with a smirk. Guess my superb upbringing finally paid off, huh? To which someone retorted, Is that why he's so twisted? Belinda delivered a sharp kick to Ka's gut, before turning back to Ghislaine with a beam. Our little young master is a real lord now. How wonderful. Then a soft voice called out Appa. He turned to see Elena dragging Rachel along. Elena playfully nudged him with her elbow. Are you still the brother I know? Or should I start calling you my lord now? He shoved his hands in his pockets, looking totally defeated. Just call me something that doesn't sound weird. Ghislaine's eyes shifted to the shy Rachel, standing nearby. Rachel, she looked up, whispering. Oh, hello, Appa. Ghislaine warned her. If Elena bullies, you tell me immediately. She's the type to punch first and ask questions later. Rachel nodded helplessly, while Elena shrieked, What did you just say? Ignoring the girl's mock outrage, Ghislaine turned to Jillian. You look fully recovered. The old man bowed deeply. It is all thanks to you, my lord. Ghislaine clapped his hands, commanding the room's attention. You all fought brilliantly by my side during the war. His expression turned dead serious. From this moment on, I am the Lord of Fenris. My home will be Fenris, not Perdun. Therefore, I am officially recruiting you all as my elite royal guard, not just mercenaries. The group gasped in realization. Royal guards? Does that mean we're an official army now? Exactly, he smirked. And I intend to train every single one of you to become a legendary Black Knight. Amidst their stunned silence, Ghislaine's voice rang with absolute conviction. Your bravery in battle has proven you are worthy of the Black Knight title. You have earned this. Belinda looked worried. But wouldn't the cost of such training be astronomical? Ghislaine nodded slowly. Precisely. That's why we need to make an insane amount of money. He turned to his side. Jillian, how is your body holding up? The man replied firmly, No issues at all, sir. After a brief silence, Ghislaine gave his orders. Jillian, lead the others to Fenris first. Jillian blinked in confusion, staring at his lord. Are you not coming with us, sire? I have a stop to make first, Ghislaine replied, his tone turning grave. The post-war chaos has left the roads dangerous. Go ahead and stabilize the territory. Jillian remained silent for a moment. Then Ghislaine added words that shook him to his core. You are the one I trust most. Yes, sir. Ghislaine placed a firm hand on his shoulder. That is why I'm entrusting this to you. It took a moment for Jillian to find his voice. Understood, my lord. As Ghislaine turned to leave, Jillian bowed low. Please stay safe. Belinda, cow, gear up. You're coming with me. She tilted her head. Where are we headed? To the gracious sleep territory in the kingdom of Sen. Belinda's eyes widened. Wait, we're going abroad. Cow's ears perked up at the name. Hold on. Isn't Gracious Sleep the most famous gambling city in the world? Both of them were suddenly bursting with excitement. I'm in. I've always wanted to travel. Is this our victory celebration? Ghislaine instantly crushed their dreams. We aren't going there for a vacation. Meanwhile, in another room, Vanessa gripped her staff with a determined look. Please let me just have one. Hit Ifon backed away in a panic. Are you insane? Vanessa lunged forward. If I absorb the Lord's mana like last time, I think I can finally cast those forbidden spells, he screamed back. Then why does it have to be my mana? She looked at him flatly. Well, the young master did say your only role was to be a human mana battery. He was utterly speechless. What? Just then, Ghislaine kicked the door open. You guys sure are lively. Both of them snapped their heads toward him. Ifon immediately pointed a finger. Hey, little lord, do something. This woman is trying to drain me dry. Ghislaine ignored him, walking straight to Vanessa. Are you okay? She stuttered out a shy response. Why, yes. Ghislaine reached out and patted her head gently. That was your first real battlefield. You must have been terrified, but you did a fantastic job. Vanessa turned bright red. Thank you, sir. Ifon grumbled from the sidelines. Unbelievable. Am I invisible now? Only then did Ghislaine finally acknowledge him. Oh, right, you did all right too. Glad to see you're playing your part as a battery. Ifon gnashed his teeth. You jerk, just wait until I get back to the Red Magic Tower. Ghislaine suddenly cut him off. He gave a mischievous grin. You're coming with us too, Ifon. We're heading to the kingdom of Sen, to the Gracious Sleep territory. Later at the casino, Cow inhaled deeply. Ah, this smell, this vibe, I've missed this. Ifon asked, confused. My lord, I thought we were going to the Magic Tower. Ghislaine tossed him a heavy pouch of coins. Go roam around. I'll call you when I need you. Ifon caught it stunned. Oh, okay. Ifon stared at the money. If you're wondering how we're supposed to explore with just a few coins. Cao leaned in with a devious grin, throwing an arm around Ifon's shoulder. My dear little mage knows all about spells, but knows nothing about how the real world works, does he? Ifon blinked. The real world. Cao's smile grew even more suspicious. Watch closely. This is a game where we put our money down and take everyone else's. Belinda followed Ghislaine, whispering, Come on, you just wanted to gamble, didn't you? Just be honest. With your status, nobody would dare blame you for having a little fun. He replied calmly, I told you that's not it. His voice turned serious. I'm here to find a man for the position of chief butler. A genius currently forced to live in this casino. We have to get him back before he loses that hand. Belinda gasped in horror. Here, you want to hire a degenerate gambler as our butler? Ghislaine sighed. It's a long story, but trust me. He tried to calm her nerves. Don't worry, he's a hidden gem. His name is A. Blood-curdling screams suddenly pierced the air. Found you, you rat. A man was being slammed onto a table by thugs. Blades were drawn as the crowd roared. Turns out his lucky streak was nothing but a cheap scam. Look at the big shot now, caught red-handed with loaded dice. The atmosphere turned lethal. Claw watched them trembling. The boss, Crank, glared at him. Take his hand, he growled. I warned you about using parlor tricks in my house. The man clutched the evidence in his palm. Weighted dice. You thought you could slide a fake past me, Crank snarled, crushing the dice in his bare fist. You've been planning this for a while, haven't you? Claw desperately pleaded his innocence. I swear I didn't do it. I never touched those dice, he cried. You're framing me, Crank just crossed his arms unimpressed. Save it. Like you'd ever admit to being a snake. Don't take it personally. Crank smirked coldly. We were never meant to see eye to eye. Claw gritted his teeth in terror. With a sharp nod from the boss, a sword swung down. Do it, Claw, braced for the pain, but it never came. He opened his eyes to see Ghislaine's blade, blocking the executioner. Having fun. Mind if I join the party? Ghislaine asked with a smirk. Who the hell are you? Crank stammered. Ghislaine gave him a chilling look. Baron Ferris of the Lutania Kingdom. The name sent a shiver through the entire room. Crank froze. A foreign noble. The guards didn't care and lunged at the intruder with killing intent. But just as the blood was about to spill, Crank shouted for them to stop. Enough. Crank's expression shifted to a greasy smile. Welcome to the Kakon Casino, your lordship. But even a baron shouldn't cause a scene in a place like this. He warned with hidden venom. Sheath your weapons, you idiots, Crank barked. Ghislaine lowered his sword, while Belinda stood by his side, her killing intent radiating like a storm. Crank crossed his arms. So why does a high-ranking noble grace this dump? With his presence, Ghislaine didn't blink. I'm looking for someone, and he's right here. Found you. Ghislaine looked at the man pinned to the table. Get up. I'm here to take you home. Meanwhile, on the lower floor, dice clattered into a cup. The dice rolled to a stop. Triple ones. A mountain of gold was pushed toward iPhone. Master iPhone wins again. The players around him erupted in frustrated shouts. No way. How did we lose to a rookie? They wailed. His luck is insane, Cao laughed, throwing an arm around iPhone's shoulder. Keep this up and you'll own the whole city. You're a natural. iPhone stared at the gold, his mind racing. In minutes, he'd made more than a month's worth of selling magic scrolls. The rush was unlike anything he'd ever felt before. His heart hammered against his ribs, his face flushed with adrenaline. Is this what it feels like to win? Suddenly, a commotion from the balcony above broke his trance. Wait, what? Belinda cried out in disbelief. This pathetic gambler is the expert you were looking for, Ghislaine confirmed it. That's him. Claw is the one we need. Crank puffed on his pipe. I'm afraid I can't let him go. This man insulted the sanctity of the game with his cheating. He has a debt to pay. Cheating? Ghislaine raised an eyebrow. Suddenly, Claw collapsed to the floor, a devious glint in his eyes. My Lord Baron Ferris, please save me. He began wailing like a professional actor. The gold you gave me? They stole it all. These thugs rigged the game to rob a loyal servant like me. Claw pointed an accusing finger. They control the dice. They search every guest for cheats, just so they can use their own loaded dice without getting caught. It's a scam, I tell you. A total scam. Belinda was speechless. What is this guy talking about? Master, you've never even met this man. He's lying through his teeth. She moved to intervene, but Ghislaine raised a hand silencing her. He looked at Crank, his gaze sharp and calculating. He was going to play along with Claw's wild performance. Ghislaine asked if the claims were true. Crank narrowed his eyes, wondering where a lowlife like Claw managed to get such high-quality backing. This was getting complicated. I don't know your history with him, Crank said, blowing smoke. But Claw is a snake. Every fraud claims they're innocent when they get caught. His words are worthless. Furthermore, this is Baron Austin's territory. Even as a foreign noble, causing a riot here could spark a massive diplomatic nightmare. Are you sure you want that? Veins popped on Crank's forehead. Let's just forget this ever happened. Why don't you and your people leave quietly while you still can? He offered a final warning. Ghislaine smirked. I'm afraid I can't do that. If you've stolen my money, I can't just walk away empty-handed, can I? Crank's face darkened with frustration. Fine then. Ghislaine pulled Claw into a chair. Wipe those tears. Look, we both want this man for different reasons, so why don't we settle this like gentlemen? A compromise, Crank asked. Ghislaine leaned in. One game. If I win, I take Claw and all the winnings he lost to you. A clean sweep for me. But if I lose, I'll wager my title, my lands, and every coin to my name. A heavy silence fell. Belinda and Klaus screamed in unison. Are you insane? My Lord Claw whispered, trembling. Thank you for helping me, but who are you? Why go this far? Ghislaine grabbed his shoulder with a firm grip. Because you're the key to my plans, Ghislaine said firmly. Crank burst into a manic laugh. I love a noble with guts. Fine, let's play. The stakes are set, Crank roared. The casino erupted in cheers. A rookie noble challenging the king of the underworld. This was the battle of the century. Crank slammed a die onto the table. Simple rules. Lowest number wins. If we tie, we roll until a victor stands. No fancy tricks, just pure luck. I figured a pampered noble like you wouldn't understand anything too complex, Crank taunted. Galan just rested his chin on his hand. Just start the game already. Impatient, aren't we? Crank sneered. A coin was tossed. Heads, Crank would roll first. The crowd leaned in breathless with anticipation as the boss took the cup. Crank dropped the die in his eyes, gleaming with malice. Allow me to show you how a pro does it. He shook the cup with mesmerizing speed. Now Belinda watched with pure disgust. All this drama for a piece of plastic, but in a flash, Crank's fingers moved, swapping the die for a rigged one. Slam. He lifted the cup. A 1, boss. Crank got a 1. The thugs cheered. It's over. The noble lost before he even touched the dice. What a joke. Belinda's heart sank. Young master. Claw stared at Ghislaine, his face pale. Was this really the end? Had Ghislaine just gambled away his entire life? Oops, my bad. Crank gloated, leaning back. I didn't mean to end the fun so quickly. But I guess fate isn't on your side today, Baron. Ghislaine remained calm. Shut your mouth. Ghislaine reached for the dice, his eyes glowing with an eerie confidence. Your words and your face are equally annoying. Let's finish this. Keep acting tough, Crank sneered internally. That calm face is just a mask for your terror. I see right through you, and your efforts are utterly meaningless. Recalling his rigged setup, he smirked. The trick cup had a false bottom. By hiding the loaded dice, he ensured the outcome was always in his favor. One swift movement was all it took to swap the dice mid-shake. With his sleight of hand, undetected victory felt practically guaranteed. His technique was flawless, never once caught. A cruel grin tugged at his lips. No matter how many times you roll, your defeat is set in stone. Arrogant noble, huh? Ghislaine muttered, channeling mana into his palm. He slammed his hand over the cup, plunging the entire room into a heavy, expectant silence. He slammed it down. Lowest score wins right. Lifting the cup, he revealed nothing but fine white dust. 0 points. What? No way, Crank shrieked in horror. The crowd erupted in shock. The dice were pulverized. Is 0 even a valid score? How could he pull that off? Has Boss Crank actually lost? Belinda and Klaus stared wide-eyed. Crank bolted upright, pointing a trembling finger at Ghislaine's face. Impossible. This is blatant cheating, he roared in fury. Noble or not, you can't just do this. Ghislaine seized the man's wrist, twisting it until a hidden die tumbled out. Then explain this. You fraud. Clack, clack. The die rolled across the table. Gasps filled the room once more. Why did the boss have an extra die hidden in his sleeve? So he's been a cheat all along. Ghislaine's gaze turned icy. A sacred game should be played fairly, shouldn't it? Weren't those your own words? Sweat drenched Crank's face. Did he know from the start? Panicked, he drew a hidden blade and lunged at Ghislaine's chest with murderous intent. With a swift tilt, Ghislaine dodged the strike easily. As the others watched in shock, he smirked. There's the real you. Why hide it behind fake manners? A thug like you looks pathetic playing gentleman. Crank's men drew their steel. Enough talk. Since it's come to this, we're finishing you here. You aren't leaving this place alive. Crank signaled the assault. Blades flashed, but Ghislaine moved like a ghost, evading every strike with ease. Springing off the ground, Ghislaine vaulted over the henchman toward Crank. Terrified, Crank thrust his sword upward, sweat stinging his eyes. Clang! Ghislaine flipped behind him, landing perfectly. Cold steel met Crank's throat. The villain swallowed hard as his men screamed in terror. Boss Crank! Suddenly, 2 more blades trapped the remaining thugs. Klaus and Belinda had arrived. Know your place, trash, Klaus sneered. You picked the wrong fight today. Young master, your orders, Belinda asked. Ghislaine's voice was firm. As promised, I'm taking Claw and every coin you swindled from him. You can't? Crank stammered. Crank, manager of Kakon Casino and Baron Austin's lapdog, Ghislaine countered. You've been caught red-handed cheating a noble. Imagine the fallout when word spreads that your house is rigged. I'm sure you realize what happens to a casino that loses its trust. The blade pressed deeper, drawing a bead of blood. If you ever think of repeating this stunt ever again. Ghislaine's eyes flashed with lethal intent. Terrified and drenched in sweat, Crank finally crumbled. I understand. Please have mercy. Satisfied, Ghislaine's lips curled into a smirk. Let's go, Claw. But as he turned, his companion was gone. Claw. Did that brat just ditch us? Belinda fumed. Not only did he run, he took all the winnings. Without us, those thugs would have chopped his hands off by now. What an ungrateful rat, she spat. A gambler like him will just head straight to the next casino. Her fists tightened in frustration. Don't bother chasing him, Ghislaine interrupted. I know exactly where he's going. Meanwhile, Claw was galloping through the night, clutching his prize tight. Glancing back, Claw breathed a sigh of relief. Made it out alive. But who was that noble? Why would he help a guy like me? Well, I got what I came for. Mission accomplished. He gave a hollow laugh. Sorry, Mr. Noble, but I really need this money more than you. 1 year ago, coins clattered onto a dirt floor. Anna, look, Claw exclaimed excitedly. It's not luck, it's a formula. I've finally cracked the code. With this, we can stop running. No more hiding in the shadows. He spoke with desperate hope, dreaming of a future far from this hut. Stop it, Claw, Anna interrupted coldly. Just stop. Claw froze, startled by her tone. She reached out her trembling hand, grasping his own. I know my father's death wasn't your fault. Looking at Claw's bruised and battered face, she shuddered with a deep, aching sorrow. Please. He gave a bitter smile. It is my fault. My stupidity turned the master into a wanted traitor. The royal scholar was a traitor, and so are his kin. A cruel voice boomed. Anna sat bound, guarded by Crank and his ruthless dogs. Take her. Claw crawled through the dirt, reaching for Anna. A shadow loomed over him. Claw, was it an old man? Asked, leaning on his cane. I'll give you 1 year to bring me 2 gold coins. He stroked his chin. She should be dead, but pay up and I'll let her live. Back in the present, Claw gripped the coins. I'm coming for you, Anna. Meanwhile, at Castle Austin, a dark conversation was unfolding. Feeding those rats is a waste of gold, Baron Austin scoffed. If they can't pay their ransoms, they're useless. Kill them all. Execute anyone who can't pay within the week. His servant bowed. As you wish, my lord. However, it's almost been a year since. Austin's brow furrowed, then a wicked grin spread across his face. Ah, the traitor's daughter. Is that who you mean? No word from that brat, Claw. The servant shook his head. He's just a gambling addict now. It seems Crank did his job well. I'd keep her as a maid, but a traitor's blood is dangerous. Send her to the execution block with the rest. And keep it quiet. Don't let Claw hear a word of this. The servant hesitated. And if he actually brings the gold? Austin shrugged. Take it, then kill him. Nobody cares about a dead gambler. He chuckled, his eyes gleaming with avarice. Assuming he even finds the coin. The heavy doors creaked open. Another lackey burst in, panting as he apologized for the intrusion. Baron Austin snapped in irritation, demanding to know what could be so urgent at this late hour. A man named Claw was making a scene, demanding a ransom exchange. A heavy sack of gold slammed onto the table as Claw stood firm before Austin, declaring he had brought the 20,000 gold pieces. He pleaded desperately for Anna's release. Austin squinted meticulously, inspecting every single gold coin to ensure they weren't forgeries. Finding them genuine, he looked up suspiciously, asking where a peasant found such wealth. Claw coldly replied that he had simply won it all at the gambling tables. Is that so? Austin's voice boomed as he ordered Claw's immediate arrest. Before Claw could process the betrayal, guards tackled him. He screamed in desperation, confused why the gold he prepared wasn't enough to settle the debt. Austin played the intellectual, claiming the money source was too suspicious and needed verification from Crank first. He pointed a finger at the struggling man, his eyes full of malice as he barked his orders. He warned Claw to rot in a cell or face immediate execution. Claw could only let out a bitter, hollow laugh at the absurdity. Austin sneered, mocking the idea that a lowly gambler like him could ever produce such a fortune. His eyes gleamed with pure greed, convinced no one would believe a gambler's story. Claw erupted like a cornered beast, his fury reaching a breaking point as he let out a guttural roar. The guards struggled to hold him back, but suddenly a silent strike hit their necks. Their eyes rolled back as they collapsed instantly. Austin stared at the doorway, frozen in shock at the sudden intrusion. Claw gasped, turning to find a hand resting firmly on his shoulder. Ghislaine whispered that he'd done well before stepping forward to face the corrupt Baron with an icy composure. A pleasure to meet you, Baron Austin, Ghislaine said coolly. When the panicked Austin demanded his identity, Ghislaine snapped his fingers, introducing himself as a baron from the Kingdom of Lutania. Simultaneously, Belinda tossed a bound crank to the floor. Austin was speechless. Cao placed a chair down, and Ghislaine sat with his feet on the table, demanding a cup of tea for his arrival. Austin's face contorted in a mask of pure, distorted rage. A guard leveled his sword at Ghislaine, barking about proper etiquette. But before he could blink, another blade was at his throat. Cao warned him in a low, dangerous voice to stay out of business far above his pay grade. The guard trembled as Austin screamed, "How dare you act so insolent in my presence?" He demanded the intruders be dragged out immediately, his face turning a deep shade of crimson. Ghislaine remained unmoved, his gaze sharp enough to cut glass. He rested his chin on his hand, asking calmly when he had ever been insolent to a man of such low character. "I'm simply here for the compensation you owe me," he declared, plunging the room into a deafening silence. As Austin stammered in confusion, Belinda kicked the pathetic Crank to the ground. Ghislaine revealed he'd caught Crank cheating at the Baron's own casino. That rigged game nearly cost him and Claw their entire fortune. Austin's eyes darted back to the gold realization dawning on him. Crank pathetically pleaded his innocence, claiming he was the one being framed. Belinda didn't hesitate to stomp on his head, tired of his endless web of lies and pathetic excuses. Austin cursed Crank's stupidity under his breath. Ghislaine reminded him that in the world of gambling, reputation was everything, and cheating was an unforgivable sin that could ruin a territory. He demanded a fair settlement for both himself and Claw. Austin looked away desperately, trying to play both sides to avoid any responsibility for his subordinates' actions. He suggested they take it up with a judge, claiming it had nothing to do with him. Ghislaine let out a slow, deliberate breath before speaking again, his tone turning even colder. "It has everything to do with you," Ghislaine countered, leaning back. He noted that the Kakan Casino was a hub for international nobility from many different lands. Over half the territory's total income came from that den of vice. If word got out that the manager was a fraud, the scandal would be absolutely catastrophic for the Baron's name. Austin would be branded as a mastermind who preyed on the elite. Ghislaine slammed his chair down, his eyes locking onto Austin's with a provocative and dangerous smirk. He painted a grim picture of Austin's future. The Baron hissed through gritted teeth, realizing Ghislaine was demanding a massive sum of hush money to keep the secret buried. Ghislaine confirmed he wanted double the original ransom. But that wasn't all. He stared Austin down, adding one more non-negotiable condition to the deal. Anna had to be released immediately. Clow watched in silent awe as Ghislaine offered to let the whole matter slide if the Baron complied without further resistance. Austin finally understood the trap. He roared in fury, calling Claw a backstabbing traitor. Claw's eyes widened in shock as soldiers burst through the doors, weapons drawn. Austin claimed he gave Claw a chance to save a woman marked for death, only for him to conspire with foreign nobles to swindle the Baron out of his own gold. Cao shoved Claw aside, telling him he was just in the way. Belinda scoffed at the idea of a conspiracy, while Ghislaine calmly asked for a blade to settle the score. Austin's rage peaked. He ordered his men to slaughter, everyone convinced that dead men tell no tales. "Kill them all," he screamed at the top of his lungs. A guard lunged at Ghislaine, but the Baron kicked the heavy gold sack into the man's face. Using the distraction, Ghislaine snatched a dagger and leaped into action with predatory speed. To Austin's horror, Ghislaine drove the blade straight through his hand, pinning it to the table. Behind them, Cao and Belinda were already engaging the guards with ease. Ghislaine ordered Belinda not to kill. Cao grunted in annoyance but complied effortlessly, dismantling the soldiers with bone-shattering strikes and overwhelming power. Belinda used her mana to manipulate the guards' weapons before delivering a crushing kick. Meanwhile, Ghislaine moved like a shadow, taking down soldier after soldier with surgical precision. Austin's elite guard swung, but Ghislaine evaded and struck him down with a blunt blow to the neck. Klaus stood paralyzed, watching the legendary display of combat power unfold before him. As the trio continued the beatdown, Claw could only wonder why a high-ranking noble would go to such lengths for a nobody like him. His heart raced with confusion and gratitude. He remembered Ghislaine saying he needed Claw's help. Tears streamed down his face as he realized that, for the first time, someone's kindness wasn't a lie or a hidden trap. Soon the room was littered with defeated men. Ghislaine slowly pulled the dagger from Austin's bleeding hand, his expression one of bored indifference. The trembling Baron spat threats about noble pride and humiliation. Ghislaine merely looked down at him, with cold, utter contempt, unbothered by the Baron's pathetic words. Ghislaine declared he was taking the gold and Anna. Claw stepped forward, his resolve finally hardening. He looked Austin in the eye, ready to claim his future at last. If you have a problem, find me in the Fanris territory of Lutania, Claw challenged. He forced a smile, promising to treat the Baron as a guest if they ever met again. This was better than a life of regret. As evening fell, the carriage raced past towering castles and through vast golden fields under a setting sun of hope. They returned to the familiar path, leading to Podium. Claw stared intently at the horizon as Ghislaine broke the silence with a sudden, thoughtful question about the future. He asked if Claw was truly okay with not living with Anna. Claw looked down, admitting it was for the best, his voice heavy with bittersweet emotion. Living with the man responsible for her father's death would be too much for her. He looked at the sky, knowing he hadn't truly saved her with his own strength, at least not yet. Ghislaine watched Claw in a heavy silence. Turning away, he thought our debts are finally settled. All right then. Memories of his dark past began to resurface. The man, once consumed by a thirst for vengeance, had finally paid his dues. A sense of liberation washed over him, and a rare smirk played on his lips as they traveled. So, what do you think of this place? Ghislaine asked. The air is fresh, isn't it? If the chance arises, we should just take the Lord's head. This territory is so pathetic, it'll be an easy conquest. Are you telling me to cut off my own head? Claw replied, with a skeptical look. You're telling me this beggar's wasteland is your territory. I only followed you because you looked wealthy. Ghislaine threw an arm around Claw's shoulder, pulling him close. From this moment on, you are my chief administrator. He pointed toward the horizon. Everything you see before you will now be your responsibility. Claw stood frozen. After a long pause, he stammered. Actually, I think I'd rather go home to Anna. Please just let me go. Too late for that, you bastard, Ghislaine laughed. Inside a dimly lit chamber, a man sat dead center. The figures surrounding him wore grim expressions as they whispered. Over at Verdun, the atmosphere in Fenris grew suffocatingly tense. Murderous intent flared in Ghislaine's eyes. Send the letter to Amelia, he commanded. Tell her we are accelerating the plan. Within Fenris Castle, Belinda Cow, Jillian, Ivan, and Vanessa gathered. Claw stood at attention. Ghislaine, leaning on his cane, stood before the group. Is everyone assembled? He asked sternly. Then a thin smile appeared. Good. Let us begin our work. Yes, my lord, they shouted in unison. The territory was in shambles after being liberated from Jagon's brutal tyranny. Ghislaine immediately appointed Claw to oversee various administrative sectors. To stabilize the region, Ghislaine led a survey team. Using his cane to point the way, he ordered, first conduct a census. Find every survivor and bring them back to the village. He glanced at Claw, who was busy taking notes. Once the census is done, use the data to secure at least 6 months' worth of food. Resolving the hunger crisis is our absolute priority. We must handle this first. Claw nodded. Understood, sire. They pressed on. Next, we're starting a grand agricultural project. Distribute sturdy oxen and plows to every farming household. Furthermore, scout the nearby forests. I want to know if we can harvest timber there to expand our cultivable land. Ghislaine's vision for the territory was massive. Claw did a double take. Wait, you actually plan to farm on this cracked, barren earth? Exactly, Ghislaine replied firmly. We'll use crushed glubia dragon bones as fertilizer to revive the soil. Every piece of rusted equipment must be replaced. We need new warehouses, drainage systems, and, well, everything. Claw forced a smile. My lord, you're surely joking, right? He was now the chief administrator, secretary, treasurer, supervisor, and tax collector. The list of titles grew endlessly. Logistics officer, food commissioner, and even the superintendent of souls. Claw sat buried in paperwork. Ghislaine frowned over his quill. What's the problem? Claw panicked. I'm doing 100 jobs by myself. Ghislaine just lowered his head and kept writing. You've never done this before, so take it as a learning experience. Hire help if you must. Claw didn't wait. He bolted from the study at top speed. Wendy, Ghislaine called out calmly. Suddenly, Wendy appeared, launching a capture tool at the fleeing Claw. She spun around, binding him instantly. A pleasure to meet you, she bowed. I am Wendy. Head housekeeper Belinda ordered me to serve as Lord Claw's personal bodyguard. I look forward to working with you. Claw shrieked, someone help, save me. Ghislaine watched thinking, hang in there, Claw. In your past life, you handled tasks like this in your sleep. The next morning, the trio continued their inspection of the land. A noble's duty is to protect those living on his land, Ghislaine mused. Public distrust is born from the oppression and exploitation carried out by the greedy elite. When poverty persists, the people lose their will to work. If a lord ignores the cries of the hungry, he only isolates himself further. Ghislaine's philosophy was clear. We must solve the fundamental problems quickly to build a strong foundation. He closed his eyes, but a piercing scream suddenly echoed throughout the entire castle. What do you mean we're out of money? Gillen stared at the ledgers. At this rate, we won't even be able to pay wages in 3 months. Jillian trembled. This is a disaster. Cao chimed in. What's the big deal? Can't we just mine more Johnstone? Ghislaine shook his head. We can't just sell it all off like that. I have other plans for it, and the mages need it for research. Johnstone veins aren't infinite. We can't rely on luck forever. We need a sustainable source of capital. Suddenly, Clow kicked the door open and stormed in. Ghislaine didn't even look up from his writing. Ah, Clow, perfect timing. I have a new task for you. Claw rushed forward, his voice brimming with newfound confidence. Forget all that work. You don't need to give me more chores, because I've already found the solution. The ultimate plan to save this territory, Claw flashed a wicked grin. We're going to build a casino. The next second, Claw was literally kicked out of the castle. Belinda looked at Wendy. Wendy, from now on, if he starts talking nonsense, just silence him before he finishes. Wendy nodded, taking notes. Understood, ma'am. Claw wailed from outside. I'm serious, Claw shouted. Farming is impossible, and we can't touch the Johnstone. I'm just trying to turn this wasteland into a thriving entertainment city. It's the most practical way. Ivan approached from behind. I actually agree with him. Ghislaine looked up. I'll consider your proposal for a future project. For now, stick to the tasks I gave you. No, do you think we have enough food to last until then? Clow argued. Ghislaine sighed and began to break down the cold hard logic for his administrator. Building a casino without a solid foundation might bring quick cash, but it will also invite the criminal underworld. We'll lose control of our own territory. Ghislaine's brow furrowed. In the long run, it's a terrible strategic move if we want to oppose our enemies. Clow crossed his arms, refusing to back down. We are literally buying food every day. If we don't do something now, the treasury will be empty before the next shipment even arrives. We need a miracle, my lord. Ivan added, the other lords don't ignore farming because they're lazy. They do it because the land is dead. An entertainment district is our only real hope. Ghislaine nodded slowly. Fine. Leave the food problem to me. But if I make crops grow on this soil, you will all follow my orders without another word of complaint. Good grief, Claw sighed. I've told you 1,000 times this land is beyond saving. Ghislaine smirked, his eyes flashing. Are you absolutely sure about that? Claw and Alphonse were certain. No matter what happens, nothing will grow here. Ghislaine just smiled gently at their confidence. Fast forward 3 months later. Claw and Alphonse stood paralyzed before the fields. Sir Mage, am I dreaming? The once dead wasteland was now a sea of golden grain. Villagers were joyfully harvesting the bounty. It's a miracle. We haven't seen a harvest like this in years. Claw turned to Ghislaine, his jaw dropping. How? How on earth did you pull this off? Rye is resilient enough to grow in harsh conditions, Ghislaine explained calmly. Before planting, I enriched the soil with high-nutrient Glubia dragon bone meal. The result speaks for itself. Next, I plant rye, enhanced by a magical growth array. Leaning down to inspect a stalk, these seeds now grow at lightning speed. Frequent harvests are now a reality. Alphonse grit his teeth in shock, realizing those mages were used for farming all along. Vanessa gazed at him with pure awe. Incredible. To use human-tier growth magic on seeds. Ghislaine, however, seemed lost in thought. He closed his eyes. The idea wasn't his. He recalled when this circle was meant to siphon Junestone power for mana acceleration. It worked several times faster. Critics once mocked using rare stones for wheat, but the undeniable results eventually silenced every skeptic. Future scholars and mages had already verified this method. Ghislaine smirked. He didn't care about the theory, only the massive results. The villagers erupted in cheers. Lord, we'll follow you forever. No more starvation. Long live Baron Fenris and his divine wisdom. As the celebration roared, Cloud and Alphonse tried to vanish. A chilling voice stopped them cold. Exactly where are you going? Time to pay up. Cloud faked a smile, but Ghislaine reached into his pocket. Winning meant gold and freedom for you both. He pulled out a scroll. But since you lost, you are now my unpaid slaves for 15 years. Guards immediately blocked their escape. They exchanged bitter defeated looks. With the harvest secured, those precious Junestones could finally serve a much greater purpose than trade. Herbert frowned in confusion. A magic tower branch? Here, Ghislaine nodded firmly, leaving the powerful tower master completely baffled and speechless. I only came to visit my brother, Herbert protested. Ghislaine remained calm, mentioning the unprovoked declaration of war from Lord Jagan. During that brutal clash, the red magic tower helped, but victory required a desperate move, detonating high-grade Junestones like bombs. Herbert broke into a cold sweat. He couldn't believe Ghislaine wasted such treasures. His brother certainly hadn't mentioned that insane military tactic. Ghislaine sighed dramatically. If Fenris is attacked again, I'll have to blow up the stones meant for your tower, just to survive. Wait, don't be so reckless, Herbert pleaded. Ghislaine smiled inwardly. His psychological trap had snared the tower master perfectly. Then send more mages. He argued their brilliance was needed for infrastructure, building complex waterways, and residential zones across the territory. From churches to the new Red Flame branch, mages were everywhere. With the tower's elite support, Fenris's massive construction projects finished early. Using high-tier mages for manual labor felt like a sin. Despite the initial friction and grumbling, the newcomers eventually found their rhythm. The exhausted mages collapsed, but Ghislaine showed no mercy. He ordered Alphonse to bring the contracts, binding everyone to their duties. The territory flourished once more, but the peace was short-lived. Cloud burst in panicking. My lord, a massive riot erupted in Jagan. Countess Amelia was losing control. Ghislaine realized his intervention had accelerated the timeline. The butterfly effect was shifting destiny itself. Desmond and Amelia were merely Duke Delphine's puppets. Having failed to seize Fenris indirectly, the Duke would surely strike personally now. His eyes burned with killing intent. The war wasn't over. Jillian and Belinda trembled, fearing Amelia might still try to invade. Try to exploit me, and you'll regret it, Ghislaine declared. We head for the heart of the kingdom, the great city, Lutania. Inside a dark, cluttered room, a pale hand reached for the light. It instantly sizzled the flesh, burning under the sun's touch. The figure stared at their charred, trembling skin. Looking up at the sky, they whispered a single haunting wish to die. They reached a massive, bustling metropolis filled with life. Merchant caravans stretched for miles, while armored black knights stood tall. Lutania was unlike anything they'd seen. Even the stout men stammered, realizing their former lands were mere toys compared to this capital. Our home isn't even a real castle compared to this, Cloud scoffed, challenging the others to say that directly to their commander. In the carriage, Vanessa's eyes sparkled at the rare materials, exotic items that even the Red Magic Tower couldn't hope to find. Alphonse reluctantly agreed, impressed by the city's scale. It was far more advanced and meticulously built than their own magical headquarters. Ghislaine muttered something cold. Cloud couldn't hear, but the Lord's gaze toward the magnificent castle was filled with pure, icy loathing. This place is so arrogant, I want to crush it, Cloud whispered to Wendy. Is he having another one of his episodes? Wendy ignored him. Cloud rolled his eyes, convinced Ghislaine was mentally unstable as he watched his lord's mounting silent hostility. Ghislaine sat silently on his horse, glaring at the fortress. He wondered if some ancient grudge from his past life was awakening. This was Lutania, the invincible city under the goddess's protection. For Ghislaine, however, it only triggered memories of a world ending. He remembered the Sea of Flames. He was the one who had once conquered it, and this was exactly where he died. He had stormed the capital to slay the usurper Duke Delphine. Blinded by vengeance, he had mistakenly made the entire world his enemy. Days ago at Podyun Castle, Walter was shocked. The capital, why now? Ghislaine sat tall on his horse, his resolve absolutely unshakable. It is vital, father. Walter worried for Fenris, but Ghislaine offered a year's worth of food to Podyun to secure their support. He requested Chief Hamjun and Captain Randon be stationed at Fenris. He needed his best men guarding his home during his absence. Hamjun and Randon's eyes lit up at the mention of a year's supply. Yet, Lord Walter's brow remained furrowed with deep concern. Food wasn't the point. The Delphau threat was looming. He couldn't understand why Ghislaine would leave during such a volatile brewing rebellion. You understand the implications of this, don't you? Ghislaine asked, aiming his bow at a bird soaring through the clouds. I do, father. A pact between Desmond and Delphine changes everything. If they strike while I'm away, our defenses will crumble. He released the string and his arrow whistled through the air, effortlessly piercing the prey mid-flight. Ghislaine narrowed his eyes. Amelia has only just taken control of Delphau. We have a narrow window before she stabilizes her power base. In that time, we must amass the strength to crush our enemies. Walter gasped in shock. Power to resist. Here Ghislaine merely nodded with chilling composure. Exactly. I intend to sway the entire kingdom to our side. A merchant bowed low with reverence. As requested, my lord. They arrived at a grand yet hauntingly cold estate. I've secured a magnificent mansion with sprawling grounds at an unbeatable price. Ghislaine smirked, glancing at Belinda. So, how does it look to you? She forced a strained, helpless smile. It certainly is. Substantial. Cloud and Ivan exploded in outrage, shouting at the merchant. Hey, old man. Why is this place such a dump? The man stammered. Well, it's been neglected for quite some time. Suddenly, a murder of crows burst from the woods, making the portly merchant shriek in terror. The accompanying dark knight scoffed at his cowardice. How did a weakling like you survive the monster forest? The fat man shivered, hugging himself. It really is chilling here. Vanessa tilted her head, stroking her chin in confusion. Just put on a sweater. The merchant cleared his throat. Any rumors regarding ghosts or lingering spirits are completely unfounded. I personally guarantee this place is perfectly safe. Ghislaine didn't hesitate for a second. Fine, I'll take it. What's the damage? Cloud lunged forward to stop him. Wait, look at his face, my lord. He's ecstatic to finally dump this cursed property on someone. Do you think the laws of energy and location are just for show? Ghislaine offered a calm smile, leaving Cloud absolutely speechless and frustrated. It's fine. Ghosts aren't lethal. I'll just beat them into submission if they appear. The merchant's eyes lit up with joy. A truly magnificent choice, Baron. The land alone is worth 1,000 gold, but I'll offer it for 500 as an apology. Ghislaine didn't blink. 200 gold. The merchant froze in shock. Ghislaine feigned a look of terror. I heard there are ghosts. I'm quite easily spooked. Take 200, or I'm walking away. Please, my lord, 500 is already a steal. You won't find a better deal in the capital. But Ghislaine's sharp logic began to rain down. This place is a liability. The upkeep alone exceeds its worth, and yet you're still bleeding gold every year on property taxes. The merchant was left speechless. Ghislaine smirked with pure satisfaction. Think about it. Who else would be crazy enough to buy this tomb? Little did they know, a mysterious figure watched from within. Within the shadows of the manor, the figure vanished instantly. Belinda clapped her hands, her voice ringing with authority. All right, everyone, let's get moving. Time to scrub this place clean. They began scrubbing floors and dusting every corner, determined to banish the gloom. Amidst the chaos, Ghislaine felt a gaze and glanced over his shoulder. Cloud paused, his sweeping a look of doubt on his face. You mentioned building ties with the kingdom to link with Fenris. How do you plan to manage that? Would these high and mighty nobles even acknowledge a provincial lord from the borders? Ghislaine turned his voice cool. You're right. They have no reason to grant me an audience. Cloud stammered in confusion, then what? A cunning smile played on Ghislaine's lips. Simple. I'll make them desperate for an invitation. Soon, the room was overflowing with strange ingredients and bubbling pots. Cloud stared at the mountain of supplies in disbelief. What on earth is all this for? Ivan's jaw dropped. Wait, don't tell me you're planning to perform alchemy right here in the manor. Ghislaine calmly paced around the gathered materials. From a certain perspective, you could call it that. He paused, his eyes gleaming. From this moment on, we are in the business of beauty. We're making cosmetics. Ghislaine continued his explanation. I'll create samples and send them to every noble household in the capital. Cloud blinked. You're going to buy their loyalty with makeup. The others looked skeptical. Can a simple gift really bridge that gap? Ghislaine turned back with a knowing smirk. Just try the product yourselves and you'll understand. Once they see the results, they'll be begging for more. To the nobility, appearance isn't just vanity, it's a symbol of divine right and absolute power. These aristocrats would walk through fire just to look a fraction more radiant. But they're playing a dangerous game with the products they currently use. The popular cosmetics of this era, packed with lead mercury and white arsenic, are slow poisons that ravage the skin and lead to an early grave. House Delphin amassed legendary wealth by creating a safe alternative. In my previous life, I seized that empire and their secret formula for myself. This is the recipe for the legendary translucent cream Geneve. It solves every flaw of modern beauty. First, use magic to oxidize zinc into a fine powder. Melt pure beeswax in a double boiler. Whisk in evening primrose oil, avocado extract, and shea butter. Once removed from the heat, fold in the prepared zinc oxide. Ghislaine held up a small vial, a predatory smile touching his lips. He added a few drops of rare essential oil distilled from a spirit's blessing into the mixture. An intoxicating aroma instantly flooded the room. Vanessa leaned in, her eyes shining like stars. This fragrance, it's heavenly, Yvonne blinked. This is actually makeup. Cloud watched stunned. How could a powerful noble like him possess such intricate knowledge? Ghislaine gently swirled the finished product with a smirk. It's not finished yet. It needs a full day to solidify. One use of Geneve and every other cosmetic on the market will look like literal garbage. Duke Delphin, I'll make excellent use of your legacy. As Ghislaine admired the glowing liquid, a dark silhouette lingered outside the window, watching his every move. The moment it sets, package it for the nobles. Cloud looked worried. Aren't we going to test it first, my lord? The observer remained hidden, absorbing their conversation. Ghislaine replied coolly, there won't be any issues. I'm certain. A pair of crimson eyes glinted in the dark. That night, thunder shook the very foundations of the manor. While the household slept, a shadowy figure materialized in the cold, dim hall. Lightning flashed, revealing a dark form, scanning the room with predatory intent. After ensuring he was alone, the intruder approached the table laden with the new products. He reached for a jar, carefully unscrewing the lid to reveal the potent scent. As the fragrance wafted out, he reached in to touch the soft cream. Suddenly, Ghislaine's voice cut through the silence from behind. "So, you're the ghost everyone's talking about." He spoke with icy composure. "I guarantee its effectiveness." Outside, thunder roared and rain lashed against the castle walls as the two figures faced off in the heavy silence of the chamber. The masked intruder lunged, steel flashing toward Ghislaine. Without a second's hesitation, he drew his blade in a blur of motion. With an effortless tilt, Ghislaine parried the surprise strike. Seizing the momentum, he launched a fierce counteroffensive. Their blades clashed in a frantic high-stakes dance. Ghislaine moved to disarm his opponent, but the intruder's reflexes were unexpectedly sharp. With a fluid spin, the stranger swung a lethal arc toward his back. Ghislaine blocked the blow with ease, the ring of steel echoing. They stepped back, keeping a wary distance as he studied his foe. Beneath that piercing gaze, the mysterious figure stood shrouded from head to toe, sword raised high. This swordsmanship. Before he could finish the thought, they charged again for another round. Mid-clash, Ghislaine analyzed every strike, feeling the weight behind the steel. There was an undeniable grace to the movements, a refined technique that only a trained eye could appreciate. Absolute control. The intruder performed a masterful rose pivot to evade Ghislaine's heavy strike. Raising their blade for a finishing blow, every movement carved an elegant arc through the air. Yet he countered the strike effortlessly. Seizing the opening, Ghislaine clamped his hand over the opponent's sword arm. If I remember correctly. In a flash, he flipped the script. His blade was at the stranger's throat in an instant. The intruder froze, eyes wide with shock. Ghislaine finally spoke. "A lady of your stature, playing ghost in a place like this." His blue eyes flared with a cold, sharp intensity. "What is your connection to the Renford family?" As the storm outside finally broke, a heavy silence returned. Suddenly, Belinda and Jillian burst into the room. "Young master," she cried out in terror. Jillian followed close behind, breathless and frantic. What was all that noise? But they stopped dead in their tracks at the sight of Ghislaine. He stood alone, staring pensively out the window. "Young master," he replied softly. "Go back and rest, everyone." Above, a brilliant moon bathed the silent night in its silver glow. Perhaps things were finally falling into place. In a sprawling, opulent garden, a noblewoman's pale, delicate hand reached for a small cosmetic jar. She handled it with extreme care, her lips painted a vibrant, striking crimson. Staring into the mirror with an air of absolute authority, her maid gasped, "You look as radiant as ever, my lady." Countess Mio of Ferris. Looking at her reflection, she scowled in pure disgust. "Lies. This face is nothing but a mask of heavy powder and desperation. In my youth, I was the capital's trendsetter. Every noble woman breathed only to mimic my style. But time was a cruel thief, and her fame was fading." Mio glared at the signs of aging. "This makeup is just a curtain for my waning years." "Is there truly no way back?" Her maid interrupted her spiral. "The salon is starting soon, Countess." With a heavy sigh, she stood up. "Fine, let's go." But then Mayo's eyes turned predatory. She couldn't look away from the maid's flawlessly smooth, youthful skin. "My lady." Before the maid could react, Mayo lunged, grabbing her face with both hands. She squeezed and poked, her voice trembling. "This hydration, this elasticity, what is this?" Seeming on the verge of madness, Mio demanded, "What have you done to your skin? Tell me everything now." Terrified, the maid stammered. Count Ferris was gifted some cosmetics, but he gave them to the servants, saying he didn't need them. Soon, a formidable convoy of black knights and carriages arrived at Ghislaine's castle. Cloud and Iphon watched in total disbelief. They stared at the massive entourage accompanying the carriage. "What the? Is the queen herself?" Visiting Cloud's brow broke into a cold sweat. This wasn't just anyone. This was a powerhouse. A stunning woman stepped down from the carriage. "So the products really do work." From behind, Wendy gave Cloud a violent shove. "Don't just stand there, go greet her." Cloud stumbled forward, his voice cracking with nerves. "Please come inside so we can talk." He led Mio and her Black Knight escort into the castle. Cloud looked toward Ghislaine, who was casually sipping tea, and spoke with extreme caution. "Lord Ghislaine, Countess Mayo has arrived to see you." Ghislaine didn't even look up, calmly feeding the crow perched beside him. Mayo hid a smirk behind her fan. "So you are Baron Ferris." Ghislaine stood gently, taking her smooth hand. "The pleasure is all mine, my lady." With practiced noble grace, he performed a classic courtly greeting. He pressed a light kiss to the back of her hand. I am Ghislaine, Lord of Northern Faris. It's an honor to have such a legendary beauty grace this remote land. Mio remained silent for a beat. Then she spoke with a hint of resentment. Why was I left out of the gifts? Only my husband received one. Has my name not reached your distant ears yet? Ghislaine offered a subtle smile. On the contrary, I feared bringing something unworthy of the capital's greatest trendsetter. That did the trick. A satisfied smile bloomed behind her lace fan. You certainly have a silver tongue. Let's skip the pleasantries. Seated at the tea table, Mayo cut straight to the chase. Hand over the rights to those cosmetics. Ghislaine leaned in. I take it you've tried them, my lady, she nodded, her expression radiating triumph. I have. They're magnificent, so effective I'll never touch my old brands again. Her gaze turned sharp. I want exclusive rights. You focus on production. I'll handle the rest. Ghislaine kept his mask of polite friendliness intact. I always welcome a bulk buyer. She narrowed her eyes. Her tone remained calm, but carried a veiled threat. You must know the capital's market is a battlefield. Good products die without powerful backing. Besides, the state of this dusty old mansion suggests your finances are lacking. Despite the insult, Ghislaine remained unfazed. Outside, Belinda was fuming. That woman has some nerve threatening the young Master Cloud, whispered back. The state of this place is only due to the Lord's own stubbornness. Ghislaine broke his silence. The supply price will be steep. Can you handle that? My Lady Mio waved her hand dismissively, her ego on full display. Are you joking? The Renford family is among the wealthiest in the empire. Ghislaine's eyes thinned as he dropped the bomb. The price is 100 gold per bottle. Mayo froze, her eyes nearly popping out. You're insane, she gasped. Ghislaine didn't blink. He tilted his head with a charming, manipulative smile. But you are the queen of high society, aren't you? If the great Countess Mio endorses this, that price is a bargain. Her eyes sparkled for a split second, fully swayed by the flattery. But then, her expression darkened. That cunning fox, she thought. Even for jewelry, 100 gold was absurd. To profit, she'd have to hike the price further and scrap exclusivity. He was playing her like a fiddle. Ghislaine watched her reaction with inner satisfaction. Then he offered a lifeline to pull her back. How about this instead? He reached out his hand. Belinda stepped forward, carrying a heavy wooden chest. I cannot give you exclusivity, but I can give you honor. Mayo gasped. Honor. The lid creaked open. Inside sat rows of meticulously packaged cosmetic bottles. Her eyes gleamed with greed. What is this? Without missing a beat, Ghislaine began his pitch. This is my personal creation, Ginep. A commemorative gift for our new partnership. Most nobles have no idea how revolutionary Ginep truly is. This legendary product was about to rewrite the rules of the entire market. Ghislaine flashed a calculated smile, extending his hand. And you, my lady, shall be the one to lead this revolution. Hearing this, her eyes narrowed as she sank into deep thought. Lady Mayo elegantly lowered her silk fan, a natural and effortless smile gracing her lips. My dear Baron, how is it that such poetic words always flow so perfectly from your tongue? With a decisive click, she sealed the wooden chest. Very well, let us proceed. Lady Mayo then leaned forward, her fan gently tilting Ghislaine's chin upward. You shall handle the distribution of these cosmetics. She looked down from her height, her face radiant with absolute triumph. And I shall become the pioneer of this new trend. Ghislaine allowed a small secret smile to form. Perfect. He then personally escorted her to the castle gates. Lady Mio was clearly delighted by their exchange. I'll take my leave now. If you need anything, simply ask. I shall grant it if it's within my power. As she prepared to board her carriage, Ghislaine spoke up. May I make one request, my lady? Lady Mayo paused in her tracks. A request? Ghislaine's expression turned dead serious. Please inform Marquis Brentford, master of the fortress, atop the jagged cliffs, that Baron Ghislaine has the solution to his daughter's affliction. Within the silent halls of the Brentford estate, the Marquis sat brooding at his desk. His lips were pressed into a thin, tight line, his eyes flickering with sharp, calculating intensity as he weighed his next move. Claw erupted in a frenzy of joy, tossing gold coins into the air with a roar. We're rich. We're finally rich. The castle drawing room was now overflowing with chests of shimmering gold. It was a sight of pure magnificence. Simply incredible. Viscountess Mio's influence is truly unparalleled. These luxury cosmetics are sold out the moment they're produced. Clow rushed toward Ghislaine, his face flushed with excitement at their massive capital. With this, we can gamble until the end of time. Belinda shot Clow a look of pure disgust. Our lord should just quit the territory and become a full-time merchant. She sighed, watching the fool. Why is he so worked up? It's not even his money. You truly are a genius, my lord, building such powerful connections within the kingdom so easily. But Ghislaine slowly shook his head. No, this is still far from enough. His sapphire eyes suddenly ignited with a sharp, dangerous light. What I seek lies within the shadows of the night. As Ghislaine stepped into the castle courtyard, his gaze narrowed on a figure standing in the center. A mysterious warrior stood waiting, clad in a suit of reinforced steel armor that radiated strength. Sensing Ghislaine's presence, the warrior spoke. "Are you Baron Ferris?" Immediately following that encounter, Ghislaine marched boldly toward the towering, magnificent fortress ahead. "You have been summoned by Marquis Brentford." Guarding the grand entrance were two black knights, their armored forms standing like immovable mountains. As Ghislaine approached, they pushed open the massive doors to let him pass. Inside the sophisticated formal chamber, three figures awaited his arrival, one of them sitting regally behind a massive desk. Belinda and Clow followed closely behind as Ghislaine's authorized entourage. Facing the powerful nobles, Ghislaine's calm composure didn't flicker for a second. Marquis Brentford fixed a stern, heavy gaze upon the young baron. Ghislaine and Claw placed their hands over their hearts, bowing with perfect aristocratic grace. "It is an honor to meet you, Marquis Brentford. I am Ghislaine, Baron of Ferris." Brentford's unreadable eyes narrowed slightly. Slowly, the tension in the Marquis's face relaxed. His voice boomed with absolute authority as he recited Ghislaine's lineage. The son of Marquis Walter Pardioun, and the current heir to the Pardioun legacy. His voice grew heavy with a crushing pressure directed straight at the young man. The arrogant brat who slew a count during the Delpha War to seize the Pardioun lordship for himself. Finally, Brentford delivered a cold-cutting conclusion. "You are nothing like your father." Ghislaine's brow twitched slightly. "So, he even keeps a close watch on the distant borderlands," he thought to himself. Marquis Brentford, the royal minister, and the most powerful figure among the nobility. He led the royalist faction in a fierce power struggle against Duke Delphin. Ghislaine offered a subtle, wary bow. He felt the immense weight of the Titan standing before him. Every affair in the kingdom passed through this man's hands. Without Lady Mayo's royalist backing, this meeting would have been impossible to secure so quickly. A butler stepped forward, sliding a chair into place. "Please be seated." In a single glance, Ghislaine spotted his own cosmetic products already sitting prominently on the Marquis's desk. He took a seat directly opposite the Marquis. Brentford spoke with half-closed eyes, his voice low. "So you claim you can solve the problem plaguing my daughter?" Rosaline Ghislaine met his gaze with a confident smirk. He answered boldly, "Yes, I can cure the young lady's disease." Hearing this, Brentford let out a heavy sigh. He rested his hand on a leather-bound book. "You have never even laid eyes on Rosaline." He interlaced his fingers, his expression turning into a mask of pure authority. "You dare claim to cure an illness that has baffled every master for years?" Ghislaine remained unmoved, keeping a friendly smile on his face. "While gathering intel in the capital, I heard the rumors. Truth be told, I have successfully treated this exact condition before." Seeing such unwavering confidence, the Marquis couldn't help but offer a grim compliment. "Your confidence is certainly impressive." Ghislaine bowed his head slightly. "You flatter me, Your Excellency." But Brentford's next words struck like a thunderclap. "Leave at once." His thoughts drifted to his suffering child. He spoke with chilling bluntness. "You aren't the first to claim a miracle for Rosaline. Every single one of them failed, and they paid for their failure with their lives. Those who cannot back their words do not survive here." Brentford picked up Ghislaine's product, inspecting it closely. "I have no desire to see a young man of your potential waste his life so needlessly." Ghislaine noted the freezing atmosphere. His coldness is absolute. The Marquis was right. He had surely tried every conceivable remedy for Rosaline. Despite this, Ghislaine decided to push even harder. "Do you truly wish to abandon her treatment? Even if I fail, it's no great loss. A bit of skin irritation won't kill her." Ghislaine narrowed his eyes, challenging the Marquis. "But the young lady won't see it that way." The Marquis's face turned dark as a storm cloud. "I only summoned you to see what kind of man you were." Brentford's voice rose in a powerful challenge. "Are you truly that confident?" Ghislaine placed a hand over his heart. Expressing absolute sincerity and resolve, he declared, "I am nothing like those who came before me." Seeing that unwavering fire in the young man's eyes, the Marquis felt a moment of rare hesitation. "If you are truly prepared to wager your life." He finally granted Ghislaine's request, offering him a single chance. "Then try, and see to it that Baron Ferris receives every bit of support he requires. Should you succeed, your reward will be legendary." The butler standing nearby placed a hand over his chest, acknowledging the command with a solemn nod. Suddenly, Ghislaine spoke up, catching the Marquis completely off guard. A mere reward is not enough. His eyes burned with a deep, piercing determination. I want you to grant me one specific wish. Brentford's face twisted into an expression of dark displeasure. He glared directly at the boy, his voice dropping into a dangerous low register. Repeat that, if you dare. Ghislaine only smiled, raising a confident hand. You are the pillar of this entire kingdom. Surely a marquis of your stature can grant at least one small request of mine. At this, Brentford's aura became suffocatingly tense and heavy. You dare demand a price just for treating my daughter? Ghislaine's response was immediate and fearless. Yes, because I believe her health is worth exactly that much. He continued, losing all sense of hesitation. If the kingdom's strongest noble, its very pillar, cannot even protect his own family. Ghislaine sat tall, locking eyes with the most powerful man in the room. He questioned the Marquis with brutal honesty. Then, what is the use of all that power? Behind him, Belinda was paralyzed with tension, while Cloud trembled frantically, biting his nails in terror. This madman, how does he dare say such things to the Marquis? Yet, surprisingly, the Marquis didn't explode in fury. He spoke calmly. The price for demanding something from me is never cheap. Brentford loomed over Ghislaine. Behind the young baron were the lives of his people, all dragged into this impossible gamble. If you still want it, then you must bet everything you possess. His voice carried a dark, unpredictable weight. Do you have the courage? Ghislaine looked at the hand extended before him, his lips curling into a daring smirk as he firmly gripped it, sealing the fate of his life. It was a declaration of absolute resolve. The Marquis could hardly fathom the audacity before him. Staring him down without a flinch, Ghislaine replied, I dare. Their gazes collided, sparking a high-stakes gamble. Marquis Brentford turned to his aide with cold precision. Tell the treasury to cut all aid to Bodion. Blockade the Ferris mansion immediately. No one enters or leaves, he barked, walking past the young man. A crushing weight settled on Ghislaine's shoulders. You have exactly 1 week. Bring Rosaline to me untainted. Ghislaine offered a faint, calm smile. Consider it done. Meanwhile, Ivan was losing it, cursing as he tore at his hair. Just when they thought the financial crisis was over, this nightmare happens. Belinda watched Ghislaine, her eyes clouded with dread. If the Marquis moves against us, then Bodion and Ferris are finished. She stared at the boy's back, realizing he now carried the lives of countless people on his shoulders. Ghislaine slowly rose from his seat. The Marquis never forgave those who challenged his authority, and everything centered on Lady Rosaline's mysterious condition. He stepped forward. He was lost in thought. Even the kingdom's most powerful man was helpless, forced into a corner by fate. That's why failure isn't an option. Brentford's final warning echoed. There's no turning back now. Deep within the castle's dungeon, a mysterious figure stood in the shadows, lost in haunting memories. Is saving lives worth risking your own? Helping others, while weak, is just a delusion. To truly protect someone, you must first stand at the top. Her father's advice remained etched in her soul. First, obtain the power you deserve. She stared at the blade. I did it, father. I became strong. She looked down at her trembling, blood-stained hands. But if this horror is the price, then what? Ghislaine stepped through the door. I knew it was you. She glanced back, tears shimmering in her eyes, threatening to fall. This was Lady Rosaline Brentford, the daughter of the kingdom's most powerful noble. He placed a hand over his heart in a formal greeting. I am the Lord of Ferris. Ghislaine flashed a friendly smile, despite the heavy atmosphere. Why have you come? She demanded. To cure you, he replied. Did the medicine I sent help? Suddenly, a stone whistled through the air toward him. His reflexes were lightning fast. With a slight tilt of his head, he easily evaded the projectile. Her voice trembled as she spoke. You think you're the first to claim they can heal me? No medicine or magic works. Just leave me alone. It's all useless. Despair consumed her as she collapsed, clutching her shivering frame. Ghislaine didn't flinch. I'm not like the others who came before me, because I've staked my very life on your recovery. She spun around, eyes blazing with fury. Lies. You're just like the rest, driven by greed. You talk of being different or saving lives, offering cosmetics just because things are going well. Do you really think you're some kind of hero? Seeing her lose control, he tried to soothe her. I know how much you've suffered. I know the pain you've endured alone. Rosaline Brentford, the noble heir. Her father led the royalist faction, and her mother was the daughter of the current prime minister. After her mother passed, she became the family's rising star. A master of both pen and sword, she dominated with mana and military prowess. She was the kingdom's top industrial patron, but an unknown skin disease ruined everything. Even the Marquis's vast resources couldn't find a cure. Desperate, the Marquis arranged a political marriage. Even if she couldn't be healed, the Brentford name would still offer her some protection. The cause was an irreversible rash triggered by flawed mana circulation. It was a rare rejection reaction, a total collapse of the yin and yang balance. The core issue lay within her mana circuits. The more she used her power, the more incurable the disease became. "Get out of my sight before I kill you," she screamed, drawing her blade and lunging at him with reckless fury. Ghislaine remained unshaken. "Forgive me, but I must proceed with forced treatment." He gripped his hilt as his eyes sharpened. He vanished, reappearing as their blades collided. With fluid grace, he parried her strike, twisted her arm, and pinned her to the floor. "Wendy Belinda," he roared. They burst in, immediately restraining Rosalind. They dragged her to the bed and bound her tight. "What is this madness? Release me this instant," she shrieked. Ignoring her, Ghislaine shed his outer coat and prepared his tools. "First, that helmet has to go." Her heart raced in panic. "What? No," he continued. "I need to see the symptoms before we begin." Belinda moved to unmask her, but she thrashed wildly. "Stop," I said. No. The metal mask hit the floor with a hollow clang. Silence filled the room as they saw her face. Ghislaine pulled out a small vial. "You'll have to endure this for 1 week. It will take every ounce of your willpower." Rosaline gnashed her teeth, growling like a beast. "You truly have a death wish, don't you?" "If I fail, I'm dead anyway," he whispered, beginning the process. "And honestly, you don't have much time left either." Her face twisted with rage and tears. Ghislaine ignored the glare, focusing his mana into his hands as his thoughts raced. "Don't worry, I'll succeed." This method was actually created by the future Rosaline herself. He placed his glowing hands upon her. Mana flooded her system, making the air hum with energy. She gasped as a wave of agonizing pain threatened to shatter her soul. "It hurts. Stop it," she screamed, her body convulsing. "You expect me to survive this hell for an entire week? Why me? Of all the people in the world, why must I suffer like this?" Then Ghislaine's words about her death echoed. Her desire to live ignited. Gritting her teeth, she glared at him. "Fine. If I'm dying anyway, then finish what you started. But if you fail, I'll kill you myself." Outside, the sky turned black as a torrential storm erupted with unnatural thunder. Royal guards surrounded the mansion. Ivan roared in fury. "Damn it! Who are these people? I haven't even enjoyed the capital yet. Trapped like rats in this cage. It's definitely that brainless lord's fault again." Beside him, the stout man grumbled. "Hey, we can't just rot in here forever. Should we go find the commander inside Cao?" And Jillian descended the stairs, their voices calm. "No need for that," Cao added. "Just relax and enjoy the wine. He never makes a move without a master plan." 1 week later, brilliant sunlight bathed the palace, signaling a new dawn for the great house. Marquis Brentford headed to the cellar to check on his daughter. The moment he stepped inside, his breath caught. His eyes narrowed in shock at the sight. The room was a gruesome scene, splattered with blood that even stained Ghislaine's clothes. There lay Rosaline, his daughter, unconscious on the medical bed. A thin, white cloth veiled her face, casting a chilling shadow over the room. Sensing his arrival, Ghislaine turned toward Bradford, his expression heavy with unspoken words. His throat felt parched, unable to utter a sound. Understanding the silence, he stepped forward and pulled back Rosaline's veil. Bradford's eyes widened in sheer disbelief. Soon the kingdom was buzzing with rumors. The Marquis's daughter. Cured? Impossible. Didn't they say her condition was terminal and incurable? The Marquis is even throwing a grand banquet. Meanwhile, Ghislaine and his crew entered Brentford's chambers, bowing deeply as they approached the high-ranking noble. Brentford smiled. "I see you're a man of action, not just words." Ghislaine replied, "I only succeeded because you gave me the chance, my lord. Now tell me your heart's desire." Suddenly, the air in the room grew heavy with anticipation. Ghislaine remained silent for a moment, deep in thought. Then he spoke clearly. "I ask that you become my official backer." The room shook with the weight of his words. Behind them, a count erupted. "What?" Belinda smiled at her master's audacity. Classic young master. Beside her, Luke Lau broke into a cold sweat. "If the Marquis agrees, he'll be tethered to our lord's fate. To build influence in this kingdom, there's no strategy more effective than this." Faced with such a bold proposal, the room fell into a deafening silence. Bradford pondered before speaking. "You call that a small wish? You clearly came to me for a reason." "But I already had someone else in the north." Ghislaine cut him off instantly. "You mean Count Brian?" Bradford flinched in surprise. "There are great lords like Jafau and Desmond. Why name him specifically?" Ghislaine countered. "Desmond claims neutrality, but that just means his true intentions are a mystery. As for the VF region, they're currently being torn apart by conflict. Aside from them, the North is crawling with lords blinded by greed or crippled by sheer incompetence. But Count Brian is different. He's wealthy and maintains deep ties with the royalists. He even commands a portion of the Red Flame mages. The only thing that could possibly interest a marquis like you is his territory. Impressed by this razor-sharp analysis, Bradford let out a heavy sigh. So, are you claiming to be more valuable as an ally than Brian Ghislaine? Met his gaze directly, his eyes burning with ambition. Tell me honestly, my lord, you don't actually like Count Brian, do you? Bradford paused, then let out a booming laugh. Ha ha ha. Just as you said, the man is kind but lazy and easily swayed. Ghislaine added, and because of that, Duke Delvin has likely already compromised him. If you're going to grant me a favor, why not support me completely? He placed a hand over his heart and declared, let me represent the North. Brentford fell silent, then rose from his seat. So this was the ultimate goal behind your reckless gamble. Impressive. He looked at the gathered crowd. Let everyone here bear witness. I, Marquis Brentford, officially declare myself the backer of Baron Ghislaine Paris. The Baron's enemies are now my enemies. Anyone who stands against him must answer to me. My shadow will always be behind him. But you must swear that your every action will uphold my honor. Ghislaine dropped to one knee, plunging his sword into the ground. I so swear. With the pact sealed, a newcomer entered. Congratulations, Baron. Forgive me for not greeting you properly in the midst of all that chaos. Though my father owes you, I am the one who truly received your grace. I shall personally become your patron, Baron. Soon, a gala began. The air was thick with noble gossip. Have you heard the latest rumor? Another replied. Indeed I have. It's all anyone is talking about. They say a rising noble cured Lady Rosaline using homemade cosmetics. Could it be that Dinnet brand Lady Mayo was raving about? Another scoffed. Don't be absurd. How could simple makeup cure a disease that baffled the kingdom's finest doctors? Then, why would Marquis Brentford throw such a grand feast? Word is he's finally chosen a protege to sponsor. That must be it. Stop wasting your breath on every baseless rumor you hear. Another snapped irritably. Suddenly, a figure in modest attire entered the hall. All eyes shifted. Wait, look, is that the man? Is that Baron Paris accompanied by Belinda Ghislaine stepped into the social lion's den? His hand was shoved nonchalantly in his pocket. Belinda whispered urgently, young master, take your hand out and please try to look happy. He glanced back unbothered. Belinda, aren't you overreacting just a bit? She gave a beaming smile. Opportunities like this don't come twice. My lord. This gala is hosted by the kingdom's elite. We cannot afford to be looked down upon. He let out a cold snort, his eyes fixed on the entrance. This banquet wasn't organized for me, he muttered. Suddenly the door swung wide as a herald shouted, Marquis Brentford has arrived. He entered with his daughter Rosaline by his side. Radiant and brimming with newfound confidence, she scanned the room. I hope everyone is well. The nobles gasped in unison. Lady Rosaline's face. It's a miracle. She's completely healed and more stunning than ever before. Even Belinda was stunned. The transformation is incredible. Is that really the same girl who used to snap at us every 5 seconds? Rosaline's eyes scanned the crowd until they locked onto Ghislaine. He felt a sudden jolt of surprise. Once the guests settled, Brentford spoke. Thank you all for joining us tonight. We are here to celebrate Rosaline's recovery and to officially announce the man I have chosen to sponsor. The announcement sent shockwaves through the gathered nobles. A protege. Is the rumor actually true? Sensing their disbelief, the Marquis spoke up, acknowledging that some had already heard the whispers. For those still in the dark, he revealed the truth. Thanks to one man's intervention, the illness plaguing Rosaline for years was finally gone. That man was Baron Ghislaine Paris. He declared the Brentford house as Ghislaine's official guardian. He commanded everyone to treat the Baron with the same unwavering respect they showed the Marquis himself. With the announcement finished, he invited them to enjoy the feast. But as he spoke, every predatory eye in the room locked onto Ghislaine with chilling intensity. Ghislaine remained unfazed, noting the Marquis's decisive nature once a choice was made. He recalled the elder's words, attend the banquet and greet your new allies. Brentford had emphasized that, as his protege faction support was vital for his future. Now, Ghislaine scanned the hall, calculating his next move in this den of vipers. The kingdom's major power players were all present. The pressure was suffocating, yet Ghislaine knew this prestigious position was his golden ticket to rising through the ranks. The high-ranking nobles began their venomous gossip. He's just a brat, they sneered. Our status is plummeting. Why back a commoner? Just for curing a girl? Belinda's blood boiled. At their insults furious, they would look down on her master. Just then, Rosaline descended the stairs, heading straight for Ghislaine. A moment, Baron Paris, she called out. Officially introducing herself, she offered a deep formal bow of gratitude that left the entire room breathless. The crowd gasped in shock at her humility. Rosaline ignored them, whispering to Ghislaine that fame always attracts the jealousy of small-minded people. Ghislaine smirked, joking that the heat of their glares was enough to cook him alive. Rosaline let out a soft, radiant smile as she stepped closer. Today was monumental, her official return to society, and her father's shocking declaration of guardianship. The atmosphere was thick with political tension. She knew the nobles were itching for a confrontation. Reaching out her hand, she invited him to greet the sharks and establish his presence. Caught off guard, Ghislaine glanced at Belinda, who gave an encouraging nod. With a faint smile, he accepted the invitation and turned back to the crowd. The tour of the political battlefield began. Rosaline pointed out Lady Mio of the Elsbach family, the titan of capital, high society, and immense wealth. Next was Baylock Norton, the Chancellor's heir. He controlled the law and was a powerful ally to the Brentford house through marriage ties. Finally, she noted Marquis Macquarie, the supreme military commander. These were the giants who ruled Lutania's administration, justice, and military forces. Every choice Ghislaine made now carried weight. Who he greeted first would determine the hierarchy of respect and could make or break his reputation. Tension filled the air as he remembered Brentford's warning. This elite world was a different beast entirely. Ghislaine took a steadying breath. Introducing himself as Baron Paris, Ghislaine scanned the room. To everyone's shock, he headed straight for Count Elsbach to pay his respects first. Macquarie's face twisted in fury at the blatant snub. Meanwhile, Elsbach welcomed Ghislaine, warmly resting a hand on his shoulder in a show of support. "No, the honor is mine," Elsbach beamed. "My wife's reputation has skyrocketed thanks to you. Call on me whenever you need a hand." Lady Mio chimed in, calling him brother with excessive warmth. Ghislaine, ever the strategist, quietly reminded her to maintain formal decorum in public. She laughed it off while Macquarie let out a sharp, impatient cough from the sidelines, his patience for the young baron wearing thin. A lackey behind him sneered that a border lord's son should know his place and bow to the supreme commander first. They even mocked Brentford's judgment for choosing such a protege. Ghislaine spared them a cold glance before walking directly toward them. He walked right past the fuming Macquarie to greet Baylock instead. Macquarie was stunned by the absolute disrespect shown to his rank. Baylock thanked him for saving Rosaline. He then brought up Ghislaine's plan to liberate the dwarf and elf slaves from their chains. He promised to handle all legal hurdles and taxes personally. Ghislaine bowed, having secured a powerful legislative ally for his mission. Only then did Ghislaine face Macquarie, who was trembling with murderous rage. The commander hissed a threat to destroy him at any moment. Ghislaine remained stone-faced, coolly asking for his future guidance. In the background, other nobles still mocked him as a mere country bumpkin. They whispered rumors of a secret connection to Elizabeth, unable to accept his sudden rise to power, and the Marquis's backing. Despite the swirling chaos and speculation about political marriages, Marquis Brentford remained an unshakable pillar of calm in the center of the storm. Returning to Rosaline, she asked if his greeting order was a calculated move. He simply replied that he had followed his heart. Suddenly, a swarm of nobles descended on him like moths to a flame, desperate for his favor and asking about his legendary defense of his territory. Elsbach noted that Ghislaine had just made a powerful enemy in Macquarie. Mio just smiled, intrigued by the Baron's bold and clever maneuvering. Baylock knew Macquarie would eventually have to recognize his worth. Just then, Marquis Brentford stepped into the conversation to settle the matter. He reminded them that Ghislaine succeeded where every doctor in the kingdom had failed. Baylock could only marvel at the young man's potential. "You found a truly remarkable talent to entrust with your legacy," Baylock remarked. Brentford gave a humble sigh, giving Ghislaine all the credit. He noted that Ghislaine climbed from the depths through sheer willpower and turned a losing war into a total victory through tactical genius. Ghislaine possessed the rare ability to read both the blade and the political room. Yet Brentford feared the darkness his bright light might attract. Suddenly, the heavy thud of a cane echoed through the hall, making Ghislaine flinch. A new, imposing figure entered, drawing everyone's attention. Ghislaine's eyes widened in pure shock. Every rhythmic tap of the cane on the floor felt like a heavy tolling bell in the silent room. "You finally showed your face," Ghislaine thought. It was his sworn enemy, Raoul Joseph, the cold-blooded mastermind of the Delphine house. The man flinched, spinning around, to find a towering figure looming behind him. His face was obscured by a dark mask hidden from the world. "And who is that?" he muttered. As the pair stepped inside, the crowd erupted into frantic whispers. These were the Duke of Delphine's people, dangerous shadows you didn't want to cross. Just as the tension reached a breaking point, Joseph ignored the mindless chatter and approached with a cold confidence. It has been far too long, Marquise Brentford, Joseph remarked. Brentford's expression remained unreadable as he gave a dry response. Duke Joseph, I never imagined a man like you would frequent such a place. His face soured as he continued, I only came to see the rumors for myself. They say you've taken in a fierce young lion. He was referring to Ghislaine, causing Brentford's gaze to sharpen instantly. Even so, it's hardly something a duke of your standing needs to worry about, he replied icily. Now tell me, who is the person standing behind you? Merely my personal guardian. Nothing for a marquis to lose sleep over, Joseph countered. Suddenly, a knight stepped forward from the back, his voice booming. Guardian or not, everyone must show their face here. He barked an order, remove your mask now. The guard remained motionless, silent as a grave. This defiance sent the knight into a rage, his hand white-knuckling his sword hilt. Did you not hear me, peasant? Seeing the situation spiral, Brentford raised a hand to intervene. That's enough, Tonleo. Turning back to Joseph with eyes full of killing intent, he issued a grim warning. You've traveled a long way, Duke. I suggest you rest well. It would be a shame if the great Delphine name suffered any unfortunate accidents. Joseph only narrowed his eyes at the challenge. I truly appreciate your concern, Marquis. As they walked away, Brentford stood in a pensive silence. Raoul, one of the Duke's most vital pieces, was already in the capital, yet not a single report had reached his desk. Somehow, they had completely evaded his eyes and ears. Had the Duke's reach already strangled the entire capital? Meanwhile, Joseph and his masked shadow came face to face with Ghislaine. Ghislaine met them with a gaze of pure ice sparks, practically flying as their eyes locked. Do you have any idea who I am? The Duke asked coldly. Ghislaine didn't blink. Yes, he replied calmly. Your reputation preceded you long before I arrived at the capital. Joseph chuckled darkly. And I've heard much about you, Baron Ghislaine Ferris, the hero who achieved the impossible in the north. Ghislaine's mind raced. Of course you know. Every scheme to destroy Perium was orchestrated by your hand. He remained silent, his expression a mask of calculated indifference. Well, Ghislaine, pleasantries are over. Why don't we find a more private setting? Joseph suggested. Soon they were seated at a quiet tea table, where the Duke finally dropped his friendly facade. I'll get straight to the point. We are interested in your new cosmetics. Rumor has it, Lady Rosaline's skin was miraculously restored, so I came to see for myself. We are developing something similar. Ghislaine wasn't even listening to the Duke's pitch. His entire focus was locked on the silent guard, standing behind Joseph. He finally spoke, his voice cutting through the Duke's words. If this is about exclusive rights or sharing my technology, save your breath. The answer is no. Joseph laughed, waving him off. No, I'm not interested in such tedious business matters. What I want to know is why a brilliant talent like you is rotting away in that frozen wasteland of the north. And yet, through a sudden twist of fate, you've begun to shine, winning a war and securing a foothold in the capital. Was it pure luck, or do you actually have the strength to back it up? His words were laced with a heavy, suffocating pressure. Ghislaine didn't waver. I've simply applied what I've learned, he replied sharply. Joseph smirked. Is that so? Then leave the north behind and join the House of Delphine. Talent has an expiration date. If you stay in that harsh wilderness, you'll be consumed by barbarians or endless wars before you ever reach your full potential. Your life will end in obscurity. I've seen many geniuses buried that way, he said, extending a hand. Under my protection, those worries vanish. We have the power to make your dreams reality. Ghislaine didn't hesitate for a second. I have already pledged myself to the prince's faction, he stated firmly. Joseph leaned in, his voice persuasive. You've only dipped your toes in. I can offer you a lush territory in the south, and safety for your father as well. Think about it. Even Count Perium is struggling to hold back the northern tides, isn't he? You can't spend your whole life on a battlefield. It's time to live a life of luxury and ease. These sweet lies were exactly what Ghislaine expected. He's using the same old tricks, he thought bitterly. Even though Ghislaine was allied with his enemies, the Duke was still trying to poach him. I came here personally, because of the miraculous results Lady Rosaline saw. My house is working on something just as potent. Joseph continued trying to regain Ghislaine's attention, but Ghislaine's eyes never left the masked guard. He interrupted again. As I said, if this is about contracts or my secrets, I'm not interested. Joseph cut him off. Forget the business. I am talking about your future, young man. You shouldn't waste away in the middle of nowhere. Does the House of Delphine want to join my side instead? Ghislaine asked bluntly. The bold offer made Joseph's eyes narrow in intrigue. After the meeting, the Duke and his guard boarded their carriage. Inside, the guard finally spoke. What is your impression of him, my lord? Joseph fell silent for a moment. He has strange eyes, the kind that make me want to gouge them out. The guard nodded. He intended to kill you. I felt his bloodlust. He was constantly measuring my strength, looking for a way to strike you down. It was a silent, invisible battle between us. They had exchanged 1,000 mental blows strike and parry over and over. Neither had looked away for a second. In the heat of that mental clash, Ghislaine had dared to ask the Duke to switch sides. Joseph chuckled at the memory of the young lion, who had won Brentford's favor. He stood up to leave a mysterious smile on his face. It was a pleasure meeting you, Ghislaine. We shall meet again, if fate allows. Ghislaine watched them go. I look forward to it, he whispered. As the guard walked away, Ghislaine recognized him. Kine, the kingdom's first sword. Back in the carriage, Kane seemed to snap back to reality. He knew who I was all along, he muttered. Joseph's face darkened at the revelation. If that's true, then the rumors of his deeds are no exaggeration. His conquest of the North might be delayed, but it isn't over. I must warn Desmond immediately. Tell him that when he faces Ghislaine, he must treat him like a high-level commander, not some lucky noble. Kane interrupted him, his voice grave. No, tell him to treat Ghislaine like the first sword of the North. Anything less would be a fatal mistake. Back at the Ferris mansion, the courtyard was a hive of activity, as supplies were loaded. Cloud shouted orders to the workers. Move it. Check every crate. We can't leave a single item behind. If anyone steals even a copper, they'll answer to me. Ha, look at all these supplies from the marquee. Move the military rations to the front. The scene shifted to Ghislaine, who was standing with Rosaline. I'm preparing to head back north, he informed her. Rosaline's eyes widened in shock. So soon? Ghislaine nodded. Yes, there is much to be done. He glanced at her, hesitating for a moment. As we agreed, I will grant you the distribution rights for Dinette, worth 300,000 gold as promised. He looked at her with expectation, but she sighed. Is there nothing else you want to say to me besides talk of money? Ghislaine paused, then replied, We are simply patron and protege after all. She pouted, calling him cold-hearted. With a sigh, she added, As your patron, I must uncover the secrets of my baron. Only through understanding can our bond deepen. Tell me, why do you live such a grueling, work-driven life? He met her gaze briefly before looking away, replying, Nothing grand. I simply wish for a life of comfort and warmth. Rosalind was clearly unsatisfied with his vague answer. You're being dishonest. If that were truly your goal, you'd have sided with Duke Delphine as Viscount Joseph suggested, instead of joining the prince's faction. He fell silent for a moment before answering. That is because, as the heir of Podium and Lord of Fenris, I have set a definitive goal. I require your strength to achieve it, but I refuse to let you shoulder my heavy burdens. Stunned, she whispered. But why? Burdens are meant to be shared. Before she could finish, he suddenly grasped her slender arm, causing her to drop her fan in surprise. He bowed his head, pressing a kiss to her skin that left her paralyzed, her face flushing a deep crimson, because he continued, I truly desire your happiness. With that blessing, he turned and walked away, leaving Rosalind, standing like a statue, lost in his words. His own expression grew solemn as he walked. The Marquis's banquet had ended perfectly. He had rejected Raoul, while maintaining the dignity of Marquis Brentford. Simultaneously, vital supplies meant for the Brabant territory were diverted to Fenris and Podium. Furthermore, under Brentford's name, his people would receive significant tax exemptions and special treatment. Because of this, he had successfully gathered over 50,000 imperial citizens to migrate to his lands. Even the dwarf slaves, a priceless source of labor, were now en route to Fenris. Soon no one would dare look down on his territory as a small, impoverished wasteland. However, those bastards approaching the Marquis signaled a new plot against them. Any hesitation now would lead to certain defeat. Duke Delphine, I will personally end you and erase your very existence from this world. The scene shifts to the Fenris territory. A man heavily shackled by his hands and feet marched forward with a heavy tread. Several other prisoners followed behind him in chains. Hey Ganvarik, it looks like the Lord has arrived, one whispered. Hearing this, Soi Tom narrowed his eyes. Inside the fortress, the citizens' cheers echoed. The Lord has returned. Seeing the massive crowds lining the streets, Belinda gasped. Good heavens, everyone came out. With everything he has achieved, this level of welcome is only natural. Amidst the celebration, the prisoners watched with intense curiosity. Everyone seemed so excited. Honestly, I've never seen a territory like this, they muttered. Word says the Lord built new homes for everyone and swore no one would go hungry. That's why they love him. Ganvarik sighed deeply. Don't forget, we've been deceived many times before. A noble is still a noble. He's likely just another trash collector, looking to fill his own stomach. Sensing his underlying intent, two men behind him asked, Ganvarik, Does that mean you're going through with the plan? He replied grimly. Yes, proceed as we discussed. Ghislaine caught sight of them and paused, lost in thought. Seeing him standing still like a statue, Belinda nudged him. What are you doing, young master? You should wave to your people. Following her lead, he gave a half-hearted wave. Claw looked on with delight at the warm reception. Being home is truly the best. Now that our coffers are full, we can finally relax. But before he could finish, Ghislaine interrupted. Lowell, organize the documents I gave you and bring them to my office immediately. The cold command startled Clow. Excuse me. We just got back, and you're already working. At least let everyone catch their breath, he replied flatly. A slave like you has no need for rest. You had enough of that in the capital. He then ordered an immediate council meeting. Understood. Soon everyone gathered in the office to begin deliberations. He turned to the man beside him. Lowell, how is the situation with head manager Hombrun? Lowell nodded. Everything is stable, my lord. Tell him I'll visit the territory personally soon, he added, before shifting to the main topic. Report on our current status. Lowell consulted his scrolls, stating, regarding territorial management, I have followed your directives precisely since before your departure for the capital. He then inquired about the status of major infrastructure projects. Ifan chimed in. I noticed on the way in that, while Vanessa and I were away, the road and canal repairs were fully completed. Vanessa tapped her staff sharply. Watch your manners when speaking, Lowell continued. Furthermore, the workshops and granaries are nearly finished. Once the dwarf slaves from the capital arrive, the remaining tasks will be completed swiftly. Notably, our agricultural yield is massive. We likely won't need to buy grain from merchants anymore. Belinda blinked in surprise. Just how big is it? Gao replied confidently. In terms of total harvest, we rival Brentford. In yield per unit area, we are now #1 in the kingdom. Behind them, Wendy frowned slightly, thinking, didn't he say farming here was absolutely impossible? Belinda, however, was ecstatic. At this rate, our young master will become a great lord in no time, especially with the prince's backing. Jillian added, just as you predicted, our goal of reviving this land is becoming a reality. But while everyone else was celebrating, Ghislaine remained deep in thought. While the territory finally looked decent, it was still far from enough. He spoke up. Continue stockpiling food until I say otherwise. We also need to expand the residential zones, so prepare the land now. Claw was taken aback. What do you mean by that? He continued. From this moment, we prepare for war. The room exploded in a collective shout. Wargao yelled. Wait, what are you saying? Who would dare attack? The territory of a lord under the prince's faction, and the protection of Marquis Brentford. His voice turned icy. Desmond or Zephyr? Read the intelligence reports first. Looking at the documents Lowell handed over, Claw stammered. This can't be. The Desmond territory is conscripting soldiers and training knights on a massive scale. They're even hiring mercenaries. Trade records show they are buying up massive quantities of weaponry and iron ore. He added, that is the investigation into Count Desmond's movements from before our capital trip. The crucial point is that they are securing high-quality iron ore from Count Kabani's lands. Jillian stroked his chin. The most critical resources for war are food soldiers and steel. Iron is essential for forging and repairing gear. You're saying their purchase volume is far beyond normal peacetime levels. Clow followed up, so war is truly inevitable, isn't it? Ifan clutched his head and cursed. Damn it. Do we really have to go through that hellish battlefield again? Vanessa looked on with a worried expression. After reviewing the files, Clow spoke. If Desmond monopolizes the iron, fighting them will be brutal. To upgrade our territory's strength, iron is indispensable. But we know Count Kabani would never sell to us, right? He nodded. Correct. At this point, we must assume Count Kabani has joined Duke Delphine's faction. If we search for iron now, they will have already finished their war preparations. He added, essentially, we are in a tight spot. Silence fell over the room as they contemplated the situation. Finally, he spoke, now I will reveal our next move. Everyone looked at him with bated breath. He smirked. We strike Count Kabani first. The room shook, as if hit by a thunderbolt. All eyes were fixed on him. Meanwhile, deep within the territory of Count Kabandi, at the heart of Kabandi Castle, the Count bit into a grape with savage intensity, spitting the seed onto the table to seize everyone's attention. What did you just say? He barked. The North's greatest sword herald remained perfectly composed as he spoke. The Duke's investigation into Fenris is complete. We must treat the Lord of Fenris, Ghislaine Fenris, as a formidable adversary, as if we are facing the ultimate blade of the North. He is a wild card whose next move is impossible to predict. You should prepare for total war. Kabandi fell into a grim silence. Then a sly smirk spread across his face. Why bring this to me? You're the one heading into the fray, Herald. He mocked, reminding him of his duty. Kabandi let out a devious mocking laugh. Ha ha ha, what's wrong? Has that one bitter defeat stripped away your sharp instincts? Who would dare attack this place? To the point where you tell me to prepare for war. Look at these deep moats and reinforced double walls, sturdier than any common fortress. And my defense artillery, crafted with the North's finest alchemy. This is the ultimate iron fortress of my bloodline, passed down for generations. You still think I need more preparation? In my family's entire history, this castle has never been breached once. Instead of worrying about me, Desmond, you should look out for yourself. Didn't we just lose a priceless secret weapon? Desmond's eyes flared with pure rage as he tightened his fist in silent fury. Back at the Fenris territory, Cloud and Jillian saluted with hands over their hearts, while Belinda bowed low as Ghislaine's shadow passed by. Clad in pitch-black armor, his gaze burned with absolute resolve as he stepped forward. Before him stood a formidable and mighty army. He looked at them with pride and praised their spirit. Impressive. I know it isn't easy to follow a man without the promise of gold, yet you've stood by me. As I declared, before I will turn all 200 of you into true elite knights. Today, the Fenris Knight Order is officially born. As his words echoed, he slammed his sword into the earth with a resounding thud. A thunderous roar of determination erupted from the soldiers below. Inside a nearby tent, Cloud sighed in disbelief. This is insane. No matter how I look at it, I can't tell if this is actually possible. What do you think, Wendy? She remained silent, lost in thought. Flashback to the war room. Our first strike, Ghislaine declared, will be against Count Kabandi's territory. The room went cold with shock. Cloud shouted, "Why them? Desmond and Kabandi are playing neutral, but they're clearly the Duke's lapdogs. They are mere pawns. Through them, the Duke controls the North with ease. Simply put, Kabandi is our enemy. Victory means their iron mines become ours. This is the perfect chance to cripple the enemy's growth and accelerate Fenris's power." Silence gripped the room once more. After a long pause, Cloud finally asked, "So, how exactly do you plan to take them down?" "My lord," Jillian added, "Kabandi's forces are known as the elite of the North." Cloud nodded in grim agreement. "Whether in quantity or quality, our current military strength isn't enough for a full-scale territory war." Knowing their fears, Ghislaine spoke up. "That's why I'll turn all 200 of our mercenaries into mana-awakened knights. It is said that one well-trained knight has the combat power of 100 soldiers. If we create a legion of 200 knights, it means we will possess a fighting force equal to 20,000 men." Belinda asked in confusion, "But how mastering mana takes years of discipline?" Gillen ignored her and turned to Vanessa. "Bring it out." She nodded. "As you wish, my lord." 3 crates filled with magic scrolls were revealed. Jornum gasped. "An accelerated mana array. Did you use every runestone we had just to create these?" Ghislaine grabbed a scroll and nodded. "Using this method is unconventional, but it will force mana to awaken rapidly. I've improved the Ferium family's cultivation technique for speed. 1 month is all we need." Belinda's eyes narrowed at the use of family secrets. Ghislaine simply replied, "I'd rather they learn this than die in ignorance." Ghislaine remained highly skeptical of the plan. Even with training, taking Kabandi's castle is a nightmare. "I remember that place from my days as a mercenary. The fortress is built on high ground, with double walls, deep moats, and dense defensive weaponry everywhere. It has never fallen in history. If they turtle up our mercenary, guerrilla tactics will be completely useless." "Cloud is right, my lord. Abandon the surprise attack. Desmond instead. We can find iron elsewhere." Seeing their hesitation, Ghislaine smirked. "Want to make a bet? Let's see if we win or lose." Cloud's temper flared. "No. Why do you keep betting the fate of our entire land like this?" Ghislaine stayed confident. "Don't worry too much. Everything is going exactly according to my plan." Gordon spoke up next. "But becoming a knight requires mana, which takes years to master." "How will we manage that?" Ghislaine replied. "Standard cultivation takes years, but I will make you all mana users in exactly 1 month." Gordon was stunned. 1 month, Ghislaine explained, "I'm going to teach you in a way that's incredibly easy to grasp." The brutal training began. Knights collapsed everywhere, gasping for air from exhaustion. At the center, Ghislaine began circulating mana. He forced energy through Gordon, who cried out in agony. "Endure it. We're compressing years of growth into just 1 month. The burden is immense. Use the array to sense the mana, then gather the particles into your dantian to form a core. Visualize the flow like a winding spool of thread." Suddenly, a spark of light ignited between Gordon's palms as mana converged. Pure exhilaration surged through him, his thunderous laughter echoing across the entire manor. As he emerged, Belinda greeted him with a respectful bow. "Welcome back, young lord. You've worked hard today. Take the new recruits to the dorms and keep a close watch on them," he commanded. "Lowell, starting today, our knighthood will no longer rely on outsiders. We're forging our own legendary armor. How is the progress with the laborers?" Lowell lowered his head. "The elves are still hesitant, master, but the homunculus tribe is a different story. They're already stationed at the inner dorms, awaiting your orders." Grislin narrowed his eyes, staring at the horizon with a cold, calculative gaze. "The inner dorms? Huh. It seems the moon won't be rising tonight." Meanwhile, at the edge of the territory, the earth suddenly groaned and cracked open. A scarred hand clawed its way out of the dirt, followed by Ganvarik and a band of desperate fugitives. "Move it. Every second counts," Ganvarik hissed. One of his companions hesitated, trembling. "Are you certain, Ganvarik? If we cross the border, will we truly find the freedom you promised?" "I've heard whispers of a secret sanctuary for our kind in the neighboring kingdom," he urged. "We're almost there. Freedom is just across that line. Don't stop now." But the group froze their faces, turning pale with primal terror, as if staring at death itself. Ganvarik barked in frustration. "What are you waiting for? Move, unless you've grown so used to your chains that you're afraid to break them. If you want to live your lives as playthings for the nobility, then rot here. I'm leaving." He didn't realize a shadow had already enveloped him. A slave pointed a shaking finger behind him. "No, Ganvarik. Look behind you." Ganvarik spun around in a cold sweat. Grisland was standing there calm and imposing, as if he had been waiting all along. "You of all people should know that running is utterly futile," he said coldly. The fugitives gasped in horror. How? How did he know our escape route?" Ganvarik grit his teeth, his eyes burning with rage. "How did you find us so quickly, human?" Then, a realization hit him. "Wait. Did you come here alone?" Grisland simply nodded. The slaves exchanged sinister glances, their fear slowly twisting into a murderous bloodlust as they surrounded him. "If we kill you right here, we're finally free," Ganvarik growled. Grisland let out a weary sigh, unimpressed. "Is that so? Then by all means, show me what you've got." The battle was short and brutal. Moments later, Ganvarik lay broken and bloodied, gasping for air, as he struggled to even stay conscious before his overwhelming opponent. "Impressive. Dwarven resilience is no joke," Grisland remarked. "But listen well. If news of your escape spreads, slave hunters will hunt you down like animals until the end of time. Wouldn't it be wiser to just stay and work for me?" Ganvarik spat out a mouthful of blood and laughed bitterly. "Work for you? Don't make me laugh, noble. We'd rather die fighting for freedom than spend our lives crafting boring trinkets for your kind. If you expect us to be your obedient dogs, you're mistaken." Instead of anger, a smirk played on Grisland's lips. "That spark. I like it." He knew this stubborn dwarf was destined to become the legendary god-tier blacksmith of the future. 15 years, Grisland proposed. "Work for me for 15 years, and I'll grant the dwarves their own autonomous zone within my lands. You'll be free citizens, not slaves." The crowd erupted in shock. "Freedom? Is he serious?" Ganvarik's eyes widened, though he remained skeptical. "Nonsense. The kingdom's law dictates we are property. A minor lord like you can't change that. Laws are just tools made by men," Grisland countered with absolute confidence. "If the current laws don't suit my vision, then I will simply rewrite them myself." Another slave whispered, "Ganvarik, remember, he has the prince's backing. He might actually pull it off." Ganvarik fell silent, his hands trembling as he weighed his options. "I have no interest in luxury goods or useless toys," Grisland continued. "What I want you to create is something far more revolutionary, something the world has never seen." "Something interesting?" Ganvarik asked, intrigued. Grisland looked toward the vast sky, his eyes gleaming with ambition. "I want to conquer the heavens." 1 month later, at Kabandi Castle, Count Kabandi sat in his study, gripping a letter from Grisland. It read, "To the Count, your monopolization of the northern iron trade is disrupting the balance of the market. If you do not immediately open the iron trade to Fenris and our neighbors, you will find yourself facing consequences you aren't prepared for. Signed, Baron Grisland." The audacity! Kabandi roared, slamming the desk. "Who does this brat think he is? This Baron Fenris has clearly lost his mind to send such an insulting threat." He glared at the parchment. Threats only carry weight when backed by power. Does this fool not realize the precarious situation his pathetic territory is in? "My lord," an advisor interrupted. "Reports say Fenris is still purchasing massive amounts of grain from every available source, regardless of the exorbitant prices. They're even outbidding our own merchants. It seems they've taken in a massive wave of refugees sent by the prince, and their food supplies are hitting rock bottom. Another official shook his head. It's pure lunacy. Why would they intentionally sabotage their own economy like this? It's like they're begging for a financial collapse. They should have just waited for the harvest, a nobleman mocked. But that's typical of these young hot-headed lords. They let passion blind them to basic logic and survival. Kabandi held the letter over a candle flame, watching it turn to ash. A fledgling territory trying to expand too fast. They're digging their own graves. What a pity I won't see his face when he falls. Meanwhile, Marquis Brentford returned to his office exhausted. As he removed his cloak, his eyes sharpened. A mysterious letter was sitting right in the center of his desk. He stared at it for a long moment before finally breaking the seal. It was another message from Grisland, but the contents were far more chilling than any trade dispute. Marquis warned the prince's faction to stockpile 15 years' worth of grain immediately. A famine is coming, one so devastating it will bring the entire kingdom to its knees. Brentford's breath hitched. He stood by the window, lost in thought as the weight of the warning sank in. At dawn, his daughter Rosaline entered the room looking concerned. "Father, I heard you didn't sleep at all last night." The Marquis remained silent, staring at the family crest for a long time before finally turning to face her. Rosaline summoned every vassal and noble allied with the prince. "Tell them we are holding an emergency meeting immediately. There is no time to lose." As predicted, a catastrophic famine soon gripped the land. The skies turned merciless, rivers ran dry, and crops withered into dust. Starvation began to claim lives by the thousands. Total anarchy erupted, as people fought tooth and nail over every scrap of food. It was a recorded disaster that would change history forever, a true living nightmare. Deep in his study, Grisland whispered to himself, "The time has finally come." Across the border, Duke Kabandi was screaming in a blind panic. "The rivers are gone. This drought is impossible. Why are grain prices still skyrocketing? And how? How did the prince's faction know to stockpile everything in advance? It's as if they saw this coming. And the rumors about Fenris," he growled, slamming his fist down. "They say their harvests are thriving despite the heat. Damn you, Desmond. What have you done? We should have crushed Fenris and seized their lands long ago," one soldier barked. Another replied, "Desmond's envoy told us to be patient just a little longer." It seemed Desmond was too preoccupied with their own disasters, letting the golden opportunity slip away. Kabandi gritted his teeth, hissing, "That brainless fool. When will those supplies finally arrive?" The brown-haired noble demanded. "My lord, there is still one way to secure provisions immediately. We trade our iron reserves to Baron Ferris in exchange for food." The room exploded in outrage. "Are you out of your mind?" the man in yellow shouted. "Ferris belongs to the prince's faction. If we hand over our iron, the Duke's family will have our heads," another added. "Reinforcements are just delayed. The Duke and Desmond promised aid. We just need to hold out." "Hold out? We're starving now. We've squeezed the peasants dry. We're only holding this city together with the edge of our knight's blades. But the Duke's promises won't fill empty stomachs. If the rations run out and the soldiers begin to starve, this fortress is doomed. A riot will tear us apart from the inside." The legendary Kabandi fortress, never once breached in history, was facing an undignified end from within. Kabandi looked down, his voice heavy with defeat. "You want me to kneel before that brat?" He wiped the sweat from his brow, his pride crumbling. "Fine. Send an envoy to Ferris. Trade the iron for food." The council gasped in shock. "As you command, my lord," the noble bowed. Kabandi clenched his fist. "Let him have the ore. He'll be dead by the Duke's hand soon anyway. A bit of iron won't save him. And if the Duke or Desmond complain, let them try to breach these walls themselves. No one can topple my stronghold. What are you waiting for? Go, before we all starve." But the knight stammered, That won't be necessary, my lord. Baron Ferris is already here. And he's brought his entire army to our gates." Kabandi froze, his eyes wide with disbelief. Drenched in cold sweat, the count stammered, "What did you say?" Outside, Grisland's legions stood ready. Gordon grunted, "This armor is too tight. It's annoying." "Quit your whining. The wolf tribe used double the black python scales just to fit your massive frame," a comrade snapped. Gordon puffed out his chest proudly. "I can circulate mana now, even without armor. My perfect muscles are indestructible." He slammed a fist against his chest, the impact echoing without a mark. "Impressive. Dwarf craftsmanship is on another level." Grisland Ferris took his place at the front. All units advance. Behind him, Ko and Jillian stood like statues of war. With a sharp smirk, the Baron commanded Ferris knights move out. Watching the swarm approach, Kabandi and his men trembled in terror from the ramparts. "The Fenris army has us surrounded." The moat is dry from the drought. The timing couldn't be worse. Where did a penniless baron get an army of this scale? Could the prince's faction have sent reinforcements? Shut up, Kabandi roared. This fortress is impregnable. They won't even reach our shadow. With our superior firepower, those insects won't even make it to the base of the wall. From below, a voice boomed, Count Kabandi. I assume you've read my letter. The count screamed back, Grisland Ferris. What is the meaning of this outrage? How dare you bring an army to my gates without warning? Grisland's voice was ice. My letter was clear. I warned you there would be consequences for withholding iron, and now you shall regret it. The brown-haired noble hissed. You arrogant brat. You think a trade dispute justifies a declaration of war. You think you can just manufacture an excuse to invade another noble's territory, Kabandi added with a sneer. If you want a territory war, follow protocol and issue a formal challenge. I won't lower myself to speak with a common thug who ignores noble etiquette. Etiquette, you say, Grisland muttered. He signaled to the rear. Jillian, my bow. The commander stepped forward, handing over a massive longbow. Grisland notched an arrow, aiming for the high wall. He's insane. Shields up. Protect the count. Kabandi shrieked in panic. That wall is incredibly high, my lord, Jillian noted. Grisland just focused, grounding his horse's weight before releasing a shot that tore through the air like a comet. The arrow whistled, piercing a shield and a soldier's skull before grazing Kabandi's ear. The count stood frozen, the color draining from his face, as death whispered past. Consider this my official declaration of war, Grisland declared. Meanwhile, in the capital of Cadenia, an emergency session was called in Brentford's chambers. Baron Ferris has ignited a territory war, a voice reported. His advice on grain storage is the only reason we survived this famine, another added. So why the hell is he starting a war now? Brentford leaned forward, his expression grim. Under what pretext is he attacking? He claims Kabandi is illegally monopolizing the iron trade, with Desmond cutting off Fenris and the surrounding regions. Typical. If a man wants to fight, he'll always find a reason to draw his sword. One noble scoffed. Enough. Before this escalates, we must expel him from the prince's faction immediately, the man in red demanded. While we're struggling to recover from the drought, that lunatic is dragging us into a pointless conflict. It sounds like you're just nursing a personal grudge, the white-haired noble teased. What did you say? The other roared, his temper flaring. Rosaline stepped in, her voice calm but firm. Everyone stay focused. We need a solution for the North. What's done is done. Arguing won't change the facts. We're wasting precious time. I am perfectly calm, the brown-haired noble snapped. But look at what he's done. He's handed the Duke's family the perfect excuse to tear us apart. From the shadows, a new voice rang out. I couldn't agree more. The nobles gasped as a figure emerged. A member of the Duke's household, Brentford's gaze turned cold as ice. Count Paulwood, Brentford acknowledged. Baron Ferris has launched an unprovoked strike against Count Kabandi, a neutral party, Paulwood stated. While the kingdom suffers from natural disasters, such a brutal act is committed. Should I assume this is the official stance of the prince's faction? Lord Branford, he began, his voice laced with a lethal edge that made the Marquis pause. The white-haired man sneered inwardly, acknowledging the Duke's terrifyingly vast intelligence network. The man in the hat narrowed his eyes, wondering if this bold greeting meant they already held all the cards. Nearby, Rosaline bit her lip, knowing one wrong move could turn the entire neutral faction against them. This incident was a double-edged sword. It could either ruin the prince's faction or give the Duke an absolute stranglehold on the political landscape. One could say the destiny of their entire lineage rested solely on her father's next words. A single sentence would decide their fate. On the flip side, if Ghislaine failed now, their influence in the north would vanish like mist. Even if he withdrew, the damage would be irreversible. But if Ferris emerged victorious and seized the great northern iron mine from Kabandi, the rewards would dwarf any risk they had taken. After a heavy silence, Branford slammed his hands onto the table, declaring that Baron Ferris's declaration of war was entirely justified. Paulwood's expression darkened instantly. What is the meaning of this? Paulwood demanded. The Marquis countered, claiming this was a private vendetta between Ferris and Kabandi, not an official faction move. He argued the Duke had no right to interfere. Paulwood fired back, questioning the timing and whether ignoring this was a betrayal of their noble duty to keep order. Turning a blind eye to such chaos was tantamount to abandoning their responsibility to the kingdom's stability. The Marquis sighed, his eyes sharp. I find it curious, he mused, why the Duke is so sensitive. It's almost as if Count Kabandi has already become your puppet. Meanwhile, at the Count's fortress, a blood-curdling scream echoed from the ramparts, drawing every eye to the walls. I guess your assessment of their defenses wasn't wrong, Ferris remarked coolly. Jillian chuckled, noting the fat noble wouldn't be wearing earrings on that side ever again. "My lord, the bleeding," a soldier cried. Kabandi clutched his severed ear, his face twisted in a mask of fury, as he roared for his troops to take their positions and slaughter the insects. "Show them the might of Kabandi. This fortress has never fallen, and it won't today." The soldiers roared in unison as archers drew their bows ready to unleash hell. The air grew heavy as the garrison prepared to fire. Below, Jillian warned that the attack was coming, but Ferris simply gave a calm nod. Their reaction time was impressive, a testament to their history of siege warfare. Ballistas loaded and ready, a soldier screamed from above. "Fire!" Kabandi bellowed. A lethal rain of arrows blotted out the sun hurtling toward them. Yet Ferris remained unnervingly still, his hand reaching for his hilt. He gripped his blade as the first volley struck. Shields locked into place, absorbing the brunt of the assault, while Ferris prepared to counter. With a flash of steel, he swatted arrows from the air like flies. As the dust settled, Ghislaine and his men stood completely unscathed, much to Kabandi's horror. Kabandi gnashed his teeth in pure rage. Ferris sheathed his sword with a mocking smirk, asking if that pathetic display was all they had to offer. Turning his horse, he commanded his troops to fall back to headquarters. The real operation was about to begin. Back at camp, Aphon slumped over his desk. If he's just going to retreat, why did he even drag us mages along? Cloud shrugged, reminding him that even elite mages were basically glorified laborers when it came to fortifying a base. Just take the win and rest while you can. It's been ages since we've had it this easy in the rear, Cloud added, eyeing Aphon. How about a quick game to pass the time? Always one for a gamble. Aphon's eyes lit up. But before they could set the stakes, Ghislaine stormed in, summoning Cloud immediately. Cloud nearly jumped out of his skin. "You're back already." Ghislaine didn't waste a word, ordering Aphon to assemble every mage at once. Aphon grumbled, his annoyance peaking. But his jaw dropped when Ghislaine gave the order, "Dig a tunnel toward the fortress." "Now." "A tunnel? Why?" Aphon shouted. "We could win this just by sitting here. Why waste our mana on manual labor?" Ferris stared at the fortress, his gaze cold. "We don't have time for a stalemate. I'm ending this before the Duke's reinforcements arrive." Inside the castle, Kabandi was losing his mind. That arrogant brat. He maims me and then hides like a coward. His advisors tried to calm him, suggesting the enemy was simply intimidated by their firepower, or trying to starve them out. "He thinks I'll surrender," Kabandi hissed. "The Duke will never let that iron mine fall. Reinforcements are coming. We just have to hold the line." But then a scout rushed in with grim news. "Count the enemy. They're digging a tunnel." Kabandi burst into laughter, peering through his spyglass. How pathetic. They aren't even trying to hide their desperation. They must realize a frontal assault is suicide, a strategist noted. They're banking everything on a subterranean breach. Based on the terrain, they can only emerge near the south gate, another added. Kabandi smirked, a wicked plan forming in his mind. "Draymond, move all forces to the south gate," Kabandi commanded. His subordinate bowed, ready to set the trap. "The moment they crawl out of the dirt, bury them. Then open the gates and let our knights finish off whatever's left of the Ferris scum." When asked about the walls, Kabandi scoffed. "They have no siege engines. A few infantry units and horses can't climb stone walls." He left a skeleton crew on the ramparts, convinced his victory was inevitable. "Ferris, you might have landed a cheap shot, but I will be the one standing over your corpse." As night fell, a shadowy group struggled up the mountain overlooking the castle, hauling heavy, mysterious crates. Ganvarik wiped sweat from his brow, cursing his lord's insane orders to drag this weight up a literal cliff in pitch-black darkness. No torches, no light. "We're basically climbing blind." Another soldier complained, his muscles screaming in protest. "We built this thing exactly as he described," Ganvarik muttered, looking at the strange contraption. "But will it actually work in a real fight?" Ganvarik wore a look of absolute resolve. Trusting his legendary craftsmanship, he snapped, "Save your breath. There's no way a masterpiece of mine would ever fail to work." Rewinding to a few days prior, Ganvarik had been left reeling after hearing Grislin's insane plan to conquer the skies. What could it be? Have you truly obtained the blueprints for the legendary airship? That lost technology of the ancient empire? Grislane's interest was piqued by the mention of ancient relics. "What the hell is that thing?" Grislane began to explain his vision. "With your skills, one look at this will tell you exactly what I intend to build." He then produced a massive sheet of fabric. He draped the cloth over a frame, positioned above a roaring fire. Moments later, the intense heat sent the fabric soaring upward, resembling a giant sky lantern. Ganvarik watched, still confused. He stepped closer, demanding, "And then, what exactly are we supposed to be looking at?" Grislane patted the swelling fabric. "Right here. Look at how it expands." The heat generated by the fire rises, and in that process, the volume of air inflates the fabric from within. Suddenly, a massive gust of hot air blasted outward, startling Ganvarik as the realization hit him. However, the bald dwarf beside him remained utterly clueless. So what? It's just like a breeze passing through, the dwarf shrugged. Ganvarik immediately cut him off. Fool, if it were just wind, it would blow sideways. Why is it swelling upward like that? Seeing that Ganvarik finally understood, Grislane flashed a subtle smile. He took a stick and began sketching in the dirt. Now, imagine if we created an air sac 100 times larger than this. Before he could finish, the dwarf snatched the stick away, his eyes wide. And then we suspend a basket for passengers beneath it. I see it now, yet he still wondered. But why does heated air rise in the first place? Grislane didn't have a scientific answer, so he shrugged it off. Who knows, I just stumbled upon the idea while drying my clothes over a campfire. That absurdly simple explanation made Ganvarik grit his teeth in pure excitement. That's insane. How could you conceive such a legendary invention from something so trivial? He turned to the young lord with fiery intensity. Lead the way, Grislane blinked. To where? Ganvarik roared. To your workshop, of course. We must move immediately. We need to craft this marvel and begin the flight tests at once. Back in the present, Grislane stood atop the mountain peak, watching as Ganvarik's team pushed their heavy carts forward. Watching them approach, he smiled. Right on time, I see. Ganvarik let out a huff, acting cold. For us, dwarves, a task of this scale is as easy as breathing. Despite his confident words, he was secretly screaming inside. I'm exhausted. This is backbreaking work. Belinda then stepped forward, handing over a knight's helmet. Young lord, the mages and knights are fully prepared. Grislane nodded in approval. Excellent. Belinda, go, and make your final preparations as well. Nearby, Ifon exploded in rage. You bastard. If this was the plan, why the hell did you make us dig those tunnels? Gordon instantly stepped in, pinning him down with a murderous glare. Watch your tongue, or I'll rip it out myself. With everything set, Grislane stepped forward, his presence commanding respect as he walked past his men. He stared down at Kabandi's fortress and declared, from this moment, we commence our strike on the heart of the enemy's formation. Listen closely. Once we infiltrate and seize the inner city, we must quickly open the main gates. That will allow the Jillian Knights to storm through. This is the core of our operation. Kabandi's forces possess the finest equipment in the north. Even with your mana training, they are not to be underestimated. Furthermore, the enemies we will face in the future will be exponentially stronger than Kabandi. If we cannot suppress a threat of this level, then we truly have no future at all. His expression softened into a confident smirk. But do not fear. We conquered a monster-infested forest that no one else could tame. We turned a hopeless territory war into a glorious victory. Now, tell me, is our preparation lacking in any way? The soldiers roared in unison. Not at all, Grislane shouted back. Are you afraid? The soldiers bellowed. We have no fear, having ignited their spirits. Grislane donned his mask. Indeed, you have all grown at a speed that defies imagination. Now, let us take to the skies. Inside the balloons, Vanessa unleashed her magic channeling fire to fuel their ascent. High above the fortress, the raid began. Inside the castle walls, the enemy soldiers remained blissfully unaware. One guard peered through his binoculars. Those lunatics were digging like madmen all day. So why are they so quiet now? His partner shrugged. Even they have to sleep. Two other guards arrived to switch shifts. Anything unusual? The other replied, nah, it's just another boring night. Are they ever actually going to attack? An artilleryman yawned, finally getting a moment of rest. Because of those bastards, our lives have been a living hell lately. But as he stretched and looked toward the heavens, his eyes widened in shock. Countless massive spheres were drifting silently through the night sky. Stunned, the soldier stammered. What on earth are those massive round objects are descending upon us? Are they monsters? Suddenly, a shadow streaked through the air. Before they could react, Grislane slammed onto the battlements, his blade flashing as he cut down the guards in a single heartbeat. Seeing his comrade cleaved in two, the remaining guard froze in terror. Before he could scream, Grislane's sword swung again, splitting him down the middle. With the path cleared, Belinda's squad began their descent. I will lead the vanguard once again. Kill them all. Leave no survivors. Deep within the castle corridors, 3 knights sprinted in a frantic rush. Leading them was Leslie, the captain of the Kabandi Knights. They reached the Lord's chambers, where a guard saluted Captain. Leslie barked. Where is the Lord? The guard stammered. His lordship is still asleep, sir. Without a word, Leslie kicked the heavy doors open. He stormed into the room, startling Lord Kabandi awake. Leslie, what is the meaning of this intrusion? the captain delivered the devastating news. "It is an emergency, my lord. The enemy has breached the castle walls." The words hit Kabandi like a lightning strike. Outside, the nightmare was unfolding. Scores of hot air balloons hovered over the fortress like omens of doom. The garrison could only stare up in helpless terror. Elsewhere, Grislane's forces were already engaging. The battle raged with terrifying intensity. Cao roared with savage delight. "Let's go, boys. Let's tear off that chin-cleft lord's other ear and bring it back as a trophy." Inside, Kabandi shrieked in panic. "What? How could those Fenris curs get past our walls? Did they use the tunnels?" Leslie shook his head grimly. The scouts report they arrived on unidentified flying spheres. "They came from the sky." "My lord," Kabandi gasped. "The sky? What kind of nonsense are you spewing, Leslie?" Leslie pressed on. "How they got here no longer matters. Their momentum is overwhelming, and they are seizing the castle at an impossible speed. We must act now. How they entered is irrelevant now. The enemy's momentum is overwhelming, and the castle is falling at a terrifying speed. We must move immediately." A desperate gambit was forged. His men would storm the subterranean tunnels to hold the outskirts. This maneuver would allow them to summon the main army from the southern gate for a pincer attack. Lord Kabandi muttered, "I targeted their tunnels first, setting lethal traps for their arrival. Was I truly blindsided by a simple diversion?" He trembled. "My fortress. The one that never fell. Will the Kabandi bloodline truly perish by my hand?" Seeing the lord spiral into panic, Leslie gripped his shoulders firmly. "My lord, you must escape through the secret passage immediately. Request reinforcements from afar. I shall remain to defend these walls." His voice turned grim. "But if the tides do not turn in our favor, you must release that man." Elsewhere, the guards gasped ambush. How did they infiltrate so quickly? Without hesitation, Ghislaine gripped his blade and lunged like a gale, his strikes carving through the air and claiming 2 lives instantly. A third soldier charged in desperation, but the skill gap was a chasm. Ghislaine parried effortlessly, then dropped low, bisecting the man with a single horizontal arc. "Snap out of it, you fools," a captain roared. "Don't just stand there trembling. Ready your bows. There are only a few of them." Suddenly, a soldier pointed skyward. The squad leader. "Look up above." A damaged airship wobbled before slamming violently into the ramparts. The impact crushed several guards beneath it. Emerging from the wreckage were Ifan and his crew. Ifan snarled, "You muscle-brained oaf, I told you. You were too heavy for this," Gordon groaned. Before they could argue, 2 guards lunged with weapons bared. "Die, invaders!" Their shouts were cut short, as 2 daggers pierced their throats instantly. Ghislaine's team had arrived. "Are you injured?" Ghislaine asked. Cao smirked at Gordon. "A night now. And yet you're still as clumsy as the old days?" Gordon scratched his head, laughing awkwardly. Suddenly, a massive roar erupted from the inner city. All eyes turned. Ghislaine heard the defenders screaming, "Hold the gate, they've breached the interior." The enemy scrambled into defensive formations with frantic urgency. Cao remarked, "Already in defensive positions. They react faster than expected. It seems there's a sharp mind directing these troops from the shadows." Ghislaine thought, "My tunnel diversion split their strength, but they'll regroup soon. We must strike now." He turned to his unit. "Is everyone ready?" A thunderous "Yes, sir," echoed back. Ghislaine began issuing orders with cold precision. Cao, neutralize the wall guards and destroy their siege engines. Belinda, locate Duke Kabandi. Both nodded instantly. As for Ghislaine, his gaze was fixed on the path ahead. "I will carve a path to the main gate. Are you prepared to follow his soldiers?" Raised their blades high. "Our spirits are blazing, Commander." Donning his mask, Ghislaine's voice turned icy. Fenris Knights commenced the operation. At the main gate, the enemy caught sight of the advancing storm. "Commander, they're heading straight for us," a soldier cried. Leslie remained composed, his blade steady. "So the main gate is their prize." He leveled his sword. "Spears up. Hold the line at all costs. We only need to last until the south gate reinforcements arrive." The 2 forces collided in a symphony of steel. With Ghislaine at the vanguard, the power imbalance was staggering. Leslie's eyes widened in pure shock. His men were being mowed down like wheat. Every foe who challenged Ghislaine fell to a single devastating strike. Morale began to shatter instantly. "This is impossible," Leslie thought, sweat dripping. "Every weapon they carry is coated in mana. Are they all high-ranking knights?" Even with knights, the speed at which they were dismantling his heavy infantry defied logic. His eyes locked onto Ghislaine, the unstoppable spearhead. "I must stop that man myself." His soldiers were retreating, crying out, "Commander Leslie." Their momentum is overwhelming. The outer guards are broken. The gate will fall before our army arrives, Leslie barked. Then destroy the mechanism. Break the gate gears. I will buy you time. A sinister violet mana erupted from Leslie's body. Ghislaine didn't flinch his blade, cutting a path through the chaos toward his new target. Without a word, Ghislaine lunged with a lethal thrust. Leslie's reflexes were sharp. He swung his blade, meeting the attack with a heavy clang. Their eyes locked through the sparks. They traded a flurry of blows, a dance of death where every strike was met by a perfect counter. Leslie lunged for a fatal opening, but Ghislaine's experience was superior. He pivoted mid-air, dodging the point by a hair's breadth. After 49 intense exchanges, they reset their stances, staring each other down. I am Leslie, commander of the Kavandi Knights, he declared, with fierce resolve. You shall not take another step. Deep within the fortress, Lord Kavandi approached a secluded massive iron cage. Inside sat a man bound by heavy, cruel chains that bit into his flesh. Kavandi pleaded desperately, Lucas, you must go out there. Buy me some time. The prisoner slowly opened his eyes, a haunting silence filling the room. A chilling, enigmatic smile spread across his lips as he spoke. If that is your wish, then why don't you start by removing these first? He rattled the massive collar around his neck. Back on the battlefield, Cal roared with exhilaration. Push forward, leave nothing but rubble and corpses in your wake. He fought like a demon. Nearby, Belinda moved with lethal grace, silencing 2 guards with a single elegant sweep of her blade. Gillen and Leslie faced off again. I am Leslie of the Kavandi. This path is closed to you. Ghislaine recognized the strength of his opponent and tightened his grip. In a flash, Ghislaine exploded forward, closing the gap instantly. Before Leslie could react, a barrage of slashes rained down upon his guard. The tide was shifting. Leslie was forced into a desperate defense against Ghislaine's relentless pressure. Both warriors radiated intense, suffocating, killing intent. 300 more strikes were exchanged in seconds. Finding a sliver of an opening, Ghislaine's blade flashed, shattering Leslie's mask right off his face. Ghislaine pressed the advantage, his strikes hitting with the weight of a sledgehammer. Leslie barely managed to raise his shield against the onslaught. Leslie staggered back, his defense crumbling under the pressure. Seeing their leader falter, the panicked soldiers cried out. One soldier snapped, Focus, you idiots. Worry about your own necks first. Hold the line and block the path. Leslie stared at his mangled shield, his heart sinking. The raw, overwhelming power behind that last strike was simply inhuman. His arms were screaming in agony, yet he refused to yield. He knew the enemy's plan dragged this out until the main army surrounds and crushes them all. The intruder was a tactical genius, parrying strikes to find the perfect opening. One slip-up, one moment of impatience, and Leslie would be dead. He was trapped in a defensive loop. Ferris lunged forward with a mocking smirk. Is that all a commander can do? Without waiting for an answer, his blade hissed toward Leslie's face, forcing a desperate dodge. Having read his opponent's rhythm, Ferris didn't hesitate. He smashed a brutal elbow into the commander's face, drawing a sharp cry of pure agony from the man. Leslie swung back in a blind rage, but his movements were far too sluggish. Ferris slammed his sword into the ground, using the momentum to flip gracefully away. While airborne Ferris's blade flashed like silver lightning, severing the commander's left arm in one clean stroke. Landing softly, he whispered a cold compliment. Not bad. Before the shock could set in, Ferris struck again. A final devastating slash to the waist sent Leslie's world into darkness, his eyes wide with utter disbelief. Count Desmond's warning echoed, treat him like the North's greatest swordsman. As Leslie collapsed, the battlefield fell silent. His men could only stammer in horror. Commander? On the other side, Ferris's troops roared with renewed spirit. Lord Ferris, he's done it! Ferris turned to them shouting, press the advantage. Open those gates now. The soldiers charged with a thunderous war cry. Amidst the chaos, Leslie struggled to sit up, coughing blood. Baron Ferris. It won't be as easy as you think. Just then, a scout rushed over in a panic. My lord, the gate mechanism is completely destroyed. The gears are smashed. We can't open the way. The path was blocked. Ferris reached the gate and chuckled, impressed. He actually used his brain. Leslie sneered. Look, the Kavandi main force is closing in. No matter your strength, numbers will eventually crush you. As long as this gate stays shut, Kavandi will be the final victor of this bloody war. As he spoke, a massive wave of Kavandi reinforcements appeared on the horizon. Gordon's face went pale with dread. What's the move now, boss? We're knights. Let them come and try us, another shouted. Ferris went silent for a few seconds, carefully checking his nearly depleted mana reserves. His team was at their limit, exhausted. They couldn't survive a head-on clash now. Ignoring Gordon's confusion, Ferris walked toward the massive gates alone. He placed a hand on the cold steel, his grip tightening. If it's just for a moment, I can do this. Everyone get back. In this era, Master wasn't just a rank. It was a legendary status. Without a clear benchmark for mastery, the ability to manifest mana through a blade became the ultimate standard for any knight. Ferris channeled his remaining mana, forcing the chaotic energy to condense into his blade. He squeezed the power to the absolute breaking point until it hummed. Suddenly, a violent aura exploded from him, blowing the soldiers back. Gordon shielded his eyes from the glare. The light. It's blinding. What is he doing? Leslie watched from the dirt, trembling. The ancient legend of the Empire. The pinnacle of mana cultivation. This was the true terrifying mark of a master. The radiance on Ferris's sword intensified, matching the fire in his eyes. With one decisive heaven-rending swing, he unleashed a strike that defied all logic. Surround the Fenris bastards, an enemy captain screamed. Kill the trespassers. But before they could move, Jillian's division smashed through the now shattered gates. A majestic warhorse led the charge, crushing the enemy leader under its hooves. It let out a triumphant neigh. Breathless Ferris turned to Jillian. Why is that horse here? Jillian chuckled. It insisted on following us. Meanwhile, the Kabandi soldiers were in shock. The gate. It was split in half. What kind of monster is he? Commander Raymond, retreat. Into the inner city, Ferris mounted his steed, roaring to his men. Charge, leave. No survivors. Reclaim our glory. Elsewhere, Belinda stood frozen before a terrifying foe. Her breathing grew shallow and heavy as Lucas stepped forward, his eyes cold and predatory. What's your connection to the Dark Knights? He demanded. Simultaneously, the Grisland army struck like a hurricane, sending the Kabandi troops into a panicked retreat. Cao led the slaughter with a manic grin. Nowhere to run, losers. The city is ours. Gislan barked to his men. No prisoners. Wipe them all out. Suddenly, Ferris winced. A sharp stabbing pain bloomed in his chest, making every breath a struggle. Using the aura blade at his current level was a gamble. It was taking a massive toll. Even with a mana potion, he was running on fumes. He knew he couldn't sustain this combat pace for much longer. Cao noticed him falter and stepped closer. What's wrong, boss? Tired already? Jillian arrived to report. The enemy's main force is neutralized, my lord. Well done, both of you, Ferris managed to say. He looked around the chaotic battlefield. Where's Belinda? A weary soldier shook his head in silence. She vanished into the city earlier. No word since. Cao joked to ease the tension. She's probably just taking her sweet time with the loot. Despite their confidence, Ferris felt a knot of worry. Jillian, find the secret exits. The Count wouldn't just wait to be captured. Scour the outskirts now. Understood, sire, Jillian replied, signaling the cavalry. Ferris gripped his sword with a determined look. I'll go find Belinda myself. Stay alert. He vanished into the castle depths like a shadow. Back with Belinda, she was struggling against Lucas, the Dark Knights. Tell me everything. Her eyes widened at the mention. How do you know that name? Before he could answer, a stray blade whistled through the air toward him. Lucas deflected the sneak attack with effortless grace. Seizing the moment, Belinda leaped high, her body spinning like a deadly focused cyclone. She delivered a devastating downward kick. Lucas blocked it with both arms, his face unreadable. Answer me, she screamed, pouring all her strength into the strike. They clashed for over 300 rounds, a blur of offense and defense. Finding a gap, Belinda flipped backward to reset, but Lucas wasn't giving her space. He tightened his grip on his spear and lunged with terrifying godlike speed. Belinda narrowed her eyes, waiting for the split second before the lethal impact. She twisted midair to evade the spear's thrust. Seeing a narrow opening, she launched a counterkick, but Lucas had already predicted her every move. Snatching back his spear, he blocked the overhead strike with ease. How do I know that name? He sneered, sweeping her legs and pinning Belinda to the ground. Cold steel pressed against her throat as Belinda fell in an instant. Lucas leaned in and whispered, It's simple, you look just like my ex-lover. The mockery made Belinda hiss a curse through gritted teeth. What are you talking about? Lucas shrugged. The outcome of this war means nothing to me. But I can't just abandon my role. Keep charging in, and you'll have only yourself to blame. He pushed the spear tip closer, drawing a sliver of fear. Suddenly, a projectile blurred between them. Lucas narrowed his eyes in surprise as Ghislaine arrived on the battlefield, charging forward without a moment's delay. With a powerful swing, Ghislaine parried the spear and saved Belinda. Young master, she cried. He replied coldly, Fall back, Belinda. I'll handle this one. Lucas stared him down with icy eyes before a smirk played on his lips. Young master, huh? Gillen offered no explanation, his silence heavier than words. Ghislaine lunged again, but Lucas parried every strike with effortless grace. Cheech Lucas clicked his tongue. It seems chasing that woman will have to wait. Are you the noble who sparked this entire chaos? Without waiting for an answer, Lucas exploded forward, seizing the initiative with a ferocious lunge. As the spear tried to lock his blade, Ghislaine spun into a low horizontal slash. Lucas leaped back narrowly, escaping the calculated trap he hadn't expected. Mid-air, Ghislaine's foot connected with Lucas's face in a brutal kick. Stunned by the agility, Lucas scrambled back to regain his stance and calm his breathing. Ghislaine let out a bold laugh. Good to see you again, Lucas. The spearman froze in shock. You know my name better than anyone, Ghislaine replied. My old comrade and loyal subordinate, Ghislaine thought. To think you were hiding here. Lucas wiped blood from his lip, his annoyance flaring into rage. You're starting to irritate me. That's no noble fighting style. It's something far more dangerous. He leveled his spear, eyes burning with newfound intensity. Who are you? Lucas demanded. Ghislaine didn't flinch. I spent some time as a mercenary. Lucas scoffed in disbelief. A noble acting as a mercenary. Ignoring the shock, Ghislaine made an offer. Let's bet. If you win, I'll withdraw my troops and restore this city to exactly how it was. But if I win, you serve under me. Lucas stood stunned. What kind of nonsense is this? You've already won the war. Why gamble now? Why settle this with a petty bet? I have no loyalty or attachment to this castle anyway. Lucas stated, genuinely confused by the strange terms. Ghislaine's eyes twinkled with amusement. Then just join me now. Lucas smirked. I don't come cheap. Ghislaine's gaze turned razor sharp and cold as ice. That's why I'm betting this entire city on you. To me, Lucas, you are worth more than any fortress. Lucas went silent, pondering the weight of the words. Betting a whole conquest for a single man, Lucas was intrigued. Tell me then, what is your real name? Noble Lord. Slowly, Ghislaine reached for his helmet and pulled it off. I am the Lord of Ferris, he declared, revealing his face. Ghislaine Ferris. He tossed the iron helm aside, his eyes full of absolute confidence. I am the man you will serve as your master, from this day forward. Lucas chuckled at the sheer audacity. You look terrible. Your mana is almost empty. Ghislaine breathed heavily, but kept his composure perfectly steady. Call it a small handicap to keep our power levels fair. Lucas's lip curled into a defiant smirk. Fine. If you insist, I'll oblige your request. Lucas lunged with explosive speed. Flashback. Amidst snowy peaks, Lucas packs his gear. A spear is strapped to his back. As he steps out of his tent, a jagged scar marks his left eye. He meets Ghislaine on the path. From today, I'm no longer your shadow. Do you understand that, Captain? 15 years since the Moriana contract. It's finally over. Memory flooded Ghislaine's mind. He sighed softly. Time flies. So the day has come. No renewal. Lucas walked past, his tone sharp. Give me a break. Ghislaine smiled. Is this because of her? Lucas paused. Don't misunderstand me. I won't let my life be consumed by your endless wars. Ghislaine nodded. Go then. Find your precious woman. We both have our own paths. Lucas stopped, looking back with a rare smile. One promise, Captain. If you're ever in true danger, I'll come for you no matter the cost. Back in the present, the air screamed with steel. Great sword clashed against spear as two legends fought with everything they had left. Neither gave an inch. Lucas unleashed a flurry of lightning-fast thrusts, but Ghislaine's blade was an impenetrable wall, parrying every single strike. Ghislaine aimed for a decapitating strike. Lucas deflected it upward. Lucas countered from above, but Ghislaine ducked, driving his blade toward the torso. Lucas vaulted over the blade, using his spear as a pivot. Their eyes locked mid-air as their weapons collided with a bone-shaking metallic ring. Rolling to his feet, Lucas grinned. Impressive. You looked ready to collapse a second ago. Ghislaine panted. I can't afford to lose my own bet. Lucas roared with laughter. Sorry, but I'm winning this. Serving you sounds like a one-way ticket to a massive eternal headache. He prepared his final move. A blue aura erupted from his arms, coating his spear in pure mana. Ghislaine gasped at the sheer, overwhelming power. In my past life, Lucas was the right hand of the mercenary king, Ghislaine remembered. A man who solved every problem for 15 long years. He was a flawless warrior, yet he could never find the one woman he searched for throughout his entire tragic existence. In the end, Lucas died keeping his promise when Aiden's trap closed in. Ghislaine smiled sadly and threw his sword to the ground. Lucas stared in shock at the discarded blade, but he didn't stop. He charged. This time, Ghislaine vowed, I will change your destiny. The spear lunged for the kill. Ghislaine slipped under the point, his cloak tearing. As Lucas reset, Ghislaine leaped, locking Lucas's neck in his legs. Using pure momentum, he slammed Lucas into the dirt. An explosion of dust erupted as Lucas coughed blood, his body screaming in agony. Ghislaine pinned him down, a dagger pressed against his throat. I win. Lucas gasped for air, defeated. Damn it. My life just got complicated. The dust of battle settles as Ghislaine emerges victorious, his blade having carved through Count Kabandi's forces. The scene shifts to the fallen Count, groveling on his knees, hands bound in total defeat. Behind him, Kabandi Castle is swallowed by an inferno. Jillian, Cao, and Belinda stand tall beside Ghislaine. Gasping for air, the Count stammers, Ghislaine. My knights, my fortress. It was supposed to be invincible. It's over. Everything has crumbled. Ghislaine stares him down, speaking his full name with icy precision, Armstrong Duran Kabandi. The Count flinches as a terrifying light flashes in Ghislaine's eyes. No fortress in this world is beyond my reach, Ghislaine declares. Kabandi looks up in shock, finally realizing the truth. You didn't attack for simple greed. What are you really after? Ghislaine's reply is cold. I have many goals. Eliminating you is just one of them. Kabandi snarls, trying to find leverage. You think you'll survive this? Do you believe you and your father are safe? Even with the crown at your back, they won't shield a murderer. An uncontrollable disaster is coming. There are powers you don't understand. Monsters hiding in the shadows. Before the Count can finish, Ghislaine cuts him off. You mean House Delphine, don't you? Kabandi freezes his face, turning pale with disbelief. I know the Duke is secretly recruiting neutral nobles like you to swallow the North, Ghislaine reveals. They're funding Counts Desmond and Jacob to lead the northern conquest. They're stockpiling iron ore for war and readying the Red Magic Tower to strike the crown. It's all a plot to ignite a bloody civil war in the Luthanian kingdom. Kabandi is paralyzed with fear. You know everything. This man is dangerous. How do you possess such forbidden knowledge? Who are you? Desperation kicks in. If you know that much, we can skip the talk. One last chance, I'll give you half of our iron production for the next 25 years. I'll personally vouch for your talent to Duke Delphine. Join us, and you and your father will live like kings under the Duke's shadow. Eternal peace without lifting a finger. Isn't that better? Kabandi pleads. But Ghislaine's face contorts with rage, veins bulging as his patience finally snaps. Kabandi never realized those would be his final words. In a flash, steel pierces through him. Ghislaine withdraws his sword. I have no interest in joining you. Kabandi's body slumps in two as Ghislaine turns his back. Every last one of you will die by my hand. Blood stains the earth as the corpse hits the freezing ground. Elsewhere, Count Desmond reads a message from a carrier pigeon. His hands tremble with fury as he digests the report. He crushes the parchment, slamming his fist into his throne. He found that tiny opening and tore through it, he bellows. It's exactly as the Duke warned, this wasn't luck. It was a masterfully executed plan. But time didn't matter, only results. Around a massive table, the realization sinks in. Every single attempt to stop Ghislaine has ended in total catastrophe. Every scheme Desmond carefully crafted has been dismantled. A total humiliating defeat. Now Ghislaine ascends to the podium, a symbol of his growing power. Backed by the king's loyalists, Ghislaine is a rising threat. Desmond snarls. We must crush this weed before it chokes us. No more reports, no more hesitation. From this moment, my will is law. The top priority is the absolute annihilation of Fenris and their influence in the capital of Cadenia. Marquis Maurice Macquis is stunned. Fenris actually toppled Kabandi, the master of the Iron Fortress. How is that even possible? He lets out a dry, disbelieving laugh. I never expected Baron Fenris to possess such genius military tactics. Truly, you can't judge a man by his title. Rosaline's face beams with pride as she listens. They say he took the fortress in a direct assault, she adds. Kabandi refused to surrender, yet Lord Ghislaine crushed them. His military might is undeniable now. Marquis Maurice shakes his head. It's impossible. It must have been luck. If it wasn't for the Great Famine, he never would have won so easily. Sirbel Norn snaps back. Does that even matter? In war, the only thing that counts is victory. Marquis Bradford remains silent, deep in thought. Any movement from Desmond's side? Bradford asks. Tolio replies, nothing, yet. They've gone quiet. Marquis Maurice finally lets out a breath of relief. We spent so much effort positioning troops near the fortress, Maurice notes. Countess Anson chuckles. Well, at least we reaped a massive profit from this season's harvest. With Kabandi tied to the Duke, interfering would have been risky anyway, Sirbel adds. Rosaline thinks to herself. If Desmond had actually moved, we'd have proof of his alliance. Then, we could have unmasked his treachery, she muses. But Marquis Bradford interjects with a warning. It's far too early to jump to conclusions. Fenris's victory expands our influence deep into the north. Bradford continues. We've gained a powerful military asset today, but the game is far from over. The Duke won't take this lying down. Keep your guards up. He rises from his seat. The meeting is adjourned. Countess Anson whispers as he leaves. He never changes. A victory like this deserves at least a smile. It's that very coldness that has allowed him to lead the royalists until now. Another replies. Bradford ignores the gossip. Let's go, he says to Rosalind. Yes, father, she obeys, her eyes widening. She blushes, realizing her father is actually secretly pleased. Meanwhile, in the frozen north, 3 armored riders gallop toward the fortress. They're moving at breakneck speed, their destination Ghislaine. A young girl clings to one of the riders. Captain Mark, a soldier, shouts. The girl flinches as he asks, isn't it a bit too quiet here for a war zone? Maybe the Fenris army was wiped out already, Mark scoffs. The girl's heart sinks. But our mission, Lady Marie and Marquise Bradford, ordered us to rescue Baron Fenris. If we return empty-handed, I'll never face them again, Mark waves her off. He's a royal ally, sure, but why worry? It's his fault for starting a reckless war. You can't hold out forever when you're outclassed, Mark adds. The girl glares at him, but Mark just shrugs. We're mercenaries. We follow the gold, not the losers. Suddenly, another soldier points ahead. Their jaws drop as they approach the fortress. The surrounding village is completely untouched and standing tall. They find Gordon organizing a food distribution. Form a line. There's plenty for everyone. The new lord has promised you won't go hungry, so take your share. Nearby, Lowell hands out contracts to eager miners. The townspeople erupt in cheers, some weeping with relief. A new lord with such a kind heart. Is the nightmare finally over? No more slavery, no more suffering. The scene shifts to Ganveric and his dwarves hauling massive timbers with ease. Ganveric grins, teasing Alphonse. Come on, kid, you're too weak. Can't you even carry one log? Alphonse, drenched in sweat, snaps back. Damn dwarves, I'm a mage, not a laborer. The 3 riders and the priestess watch in stunned silence. Every mercenary in Gillen's camp is buzzing with purpose, building a future from the ashes of war. Haul those construction materials for the temporary shelters over here. Move it. If we fall behind, schedule the Lord's fury will be the least of your worries. Captain Mark stood frozen in disbelief. Is the war truly over? Beside him, the priestess gasped as a voice echoed through the fortress. Count Kabandi, just how much loot were you hiding in here? The priestess turned to find Cloud and the others flaunting a fortune. The entire stronghold was overflowing with gold coin, ancient artifacts, and priceless relics. One gold-obsessed mercenary was practically singing with joy. Even the armory was packed with high-tier weaponry and massive iron ore reserves. Is this all Count Kabandi's hoard? The priestess whispered in shock. Mark could only stare, his mind racing. Could it be Gillian suddenly appeared, startling them all? I don't recognize these faces, he growled, demanding they reveal their names and purpose. Meanwhile, deep within the heart of Kabandi's fortress, at the main hall, 2 guards stood at attention, pulling the massive gates open to reveal Ghislaine. He stood by the window, surveying his new domain. Gillian led the trembling priestess and Captain Mark toward him. My lord, Gillian announced, we have guests from the capital. Ghislaine kept his back turned for a heartbeat before slowly facing them, his sharp eyes stripping away their defenses. His years as a mercenary had taught him to judge a person's worth by their stance and the lingering scent of blood on their steel. Observing their disciplined movements, he reached a conclusion. This man is Baron Ferris. Ghislaine studied them with an expressionless gaze. And you are Mark. And the priestess bowed deeply. It is an honor to meet you, Baron Ferris, Mark replied respectfully. I am Mark, dispatched by Marquise Brentford. My mission was to ensure your rescue at any cost should you fall into danger. Ghislaine's lips curled into a smirk. You're far too late. We rode with all possible haste, prioritizing our duty, Mark stammered. We simply never imagined the war would end so abruptly. Truly, the rumors of the royalist faction's rising star were true. Ghislaine cut him off. And where do you intend to go now? Mark began to tremble, sensing a trap. The war is over, Ghislaine noted, but we are severely short on manpower, which means you'll be staying to work. Mark protested immediately, but my lord, this has nothing to do with our original mission. I was in danger, and you refused to assist me. Ghislaine's cold logic left Mark speechless. Sweating profusely, Mark thought. We arrived after the war ended. What are we even supposed to do? Ghislaine placed a heavy hand on his shoulder. If your master asks me about your performance, I won't know what to say. Wouldn't it be better if we helped each other out? Cornered, Mark finally yielded. I understand. The priestess stepped forward as Ghislaine turned to her. Are you a priestess? Yes, I am Piot, a servant of Saintess Joanna, the goddess of beauty. I was sent on a secret mandate by Countess Marie L., our patron. Ghislaine narrowed his eyes. Goddess Joanna? I recall that sect avoids the filth of the battlefield. Priests are a rare sight in the north, mostly staying in the south. That was the very reason Jillian had to stay behind in Dafao to care for his own daughter. Holy manna is a precious commodity. A smile played on Gillen's lips. Your timing is perfect. He bowed slightly. Priestess, you must be exhausted after such a treacherous journey. Oh, please, no need for such formalities, Piot replied. Ghislaine immediately ordered Belinda to escort the priestess to her post. Belinda and Wendy grabbed her hands and led her away. I didn't come here to labor, Piot cried. Belinda didn't miss a beat. There are many suffering souls who need your holy power, priestess. This way, if you please. Jillian approached Ghislaine. A priestess is quite the unexpected windfall. Ghislaine nodded. I didn't expect the royalists to mobilize the church. With her, I can act with far more freedom. Now, bring that man to me. The scene shifts to the training grounds, where Cao was being ruthlessly pummeled. His opponent was Lucas. The mercenaries couldn't believe their eyes. Captain Cao has been defeated, they shouted. Lucas stepped forward, his voice dripping with mockery. You're the Lord's right hand, I certainly don't see it. Unable to endure the taunts and Lucas's smug grin, Cao lunged like a cornered beast. He gritted his teeth, abandoning all reason as pure rage took control of his body. Seeing Cao's reckless charge, Lucas's lips curled into a predatory smile. The fool finally took the bait. He lowered his center, preparing to punish that mindless outburst. Just as they were a breath away from clashing, a massive shadow intervened. Jillian stood between them like an unbreakable iron wall. The sudden interruption caused the entire yard to freeze. The knights who had been cheering for blood fell silent. Cao let out a frustrated hiss, his voice hoarse with rage as his strike was neutralized. Why did you stop me? He roared. But Jillian remained as steady as a mountain, unmoved by the young knight's fury. Enough. Lucas immediately relaxed, stepping back with effortless grace. Never missing a chance to needle him, Lucas glanced at Cao and sneered. It seems the one with real authority here is the old man. That mockery was the final straw. Cao felt like a caged animal, his blood boiling over. Let me go, the duel isn't over. But Jillian's patience had reached its limit. In one swift fluid motion, he locked Cao's arm and drove a devastating punch into his chest. The blow sent Cao spiraling into the dirt. Blood sprayed from his mouth as he struggled to sit up, his lungs burning. Jillian looked down at Cao with eyes of ice. No matter who you face, maintain your dignity. He turned away. Lucas, follow me. The Lord is looking for you. Lucas shrugged and followed a faint smirk on his face. Cao watched them go, his eyes burning with a mix of fury and despair. He clawed at the dirt, his face contorted in total helplessness. Before they vanished, Jillian caught a glimpse of that bitterness. As they entered the quiet hallway, Lucas suddenly laughed. Jillian shot him a look. Is something funny? It's just my first impression of the Lord, Lucas chuckled. Our first meeting and he has me discipline his own man. Most lords care about land and gold, but he's obsessed with the hierarchy of his knights. How strange. At nightfall, the training ground was empty, save for the wind and a lone figure. Cao was training like a man possessed. Every swing of his sword carried the sting of Lucas's laughter and his own powerlessness against Jillian. The memories looped in his mind, gnawing at his soul. A movement behind him triggered his instincts. Cao spun around, lashing out with a lethal strike. A sharp clang echoed as his blade was perfectly parried by a simple scabbard. It was Ghislaine holding his black sword. He hadn't even bothered to draw it. I heard you were humiliated by a new recruit. Cao turned his face away, biting his lip. If you came to mock me, then please leave. You're a busy man. Surely you have no time for a failure like me. But Ghislaine didn't look annoyed. Instead, he looked satisfied. Ghislaine reached into his cloak and tossed a small object toward Cao. His reflexes were still sharp enough to catch it, a leather-bound notebook filled with handwritten notes. It's a mana cultivation method and swordsmanship style I've modified specifically for you. Study it well. Cao was ready to snap back, but then he opened the first page. The moonlight illuminated the meticulous notes, leaving him stunned. The intricate diagrams and profound theories on mana flow were far beyond anything he had ever been taught. Cao's eyes widened as his skepticism vanished. A wave of shame washed over him. You should have given this to the new captain. Why give it to me? If you don't need it, then give it back, Ghislaine said nonchalantly. Lao clutched it tight. Ghislaine sighed. The reason you lost is simple. Your foundation is pathetic. Experience and instinct only take you so far. Ghislaine vanished into the shadows. Lao's pride shattered. Captain, he shouted, bowing his head in total submission. Thank you. So much, Lau's voice trembled. Ghislaine offered a faint smile. Rest up. See you tomorrow. 1 month passed since the Northern War ended. The land was breathing again. After swallowing the Kabandi territory, Fenris expanded at lightning speed. They seized the enemy's riches to replenish their empty vaults. Rations were distributed to the war-torn citizens. By seizing the North's largest iron mine production sword, Fenris was no longer a destitute wasteland. It was evolving into a powerhouse no one dared to mock. In the war room, Ghislaine sat with his inner circle. Because of you, all he began. Fenris is finally rising. Lau slammed the table. Exactly. With podium captured, 1/3 of the North is ours. Our numbers and might are second to none. Let Desmond or Almond come, Ghislaine sighed and glanced at Johanna. Suddenly, an invisible thread tightened around Lau's throat, leaving him gasping like a fish. Verinda sighed. He never knows when to be quiet. But Gillen's expression turned grim. Wipe those smiles off. The real danger is still lurking. As the threads loosened, Lau clutched his neck. Can't we have one peaceful season? Vanessa stood up timidly. My lord, our mages have reached their limit. They claim they can't go on. Ghislaine's eyes turned cold. They're slaves, aren't they? Vanessa went pale, but Ghislaine smirked. Relax. We have a saintess. In the infirmary, prayer sounded like a divine sentence. Piet's hands glowed with holy light. By goddess Johanna be healed, Ifon groaned. Stop. Please stop. Ifon grabbed her robes, sobbing hysterically. Don't heal me. I don't want to work anymore. The knights pinned him down. Shut up and take your medicine. Piet was horrified. Goddess, is it right to use holy arts? Just to keep them working? When will the Lord let me go home? Lady Priestess. Ghislaine's voice made her jump. He watched her for a moment before nodding. Your holy power. It has significantly intensified. Piet stared at her palms in disbelief. Really, Ghislaine pondered. Unlike mana, holy power can't be trained. It is a gift bestowed only upon the chosen. You aren't an ordinary priestess. Ghislaine asked if she felt uncomfortable. Piet stammered, not exactly. But when can I return to the Holy See? You are free to go. Piet nearly collapsed in gratitude. Fenris owes you much, Ghislaine added. I have a parting gift for your service. Meanwhile, in the capital of Cadenia, news of the victory spread like wildfire. Rumors claimed Ghislaine had cleaved the city gates in half with raw energy. Whether mocked or feared, the name Fenris was on everyone's lips. At the Brentford estate, Lady Rosaline awaited him in the Grand Hall. Ghislaine's icy expression melted instantly. How have you been, my lady? Rosaline blushed. Your safe return is all I asked for. He bowed in gratitude. The reinforcements you sent were vital. Rosaline smiled warmly. I am glad I could help. She then turned to Piet. You may return home today. Piet wept with joy. Finally, my first mission is over. Fenris was a decent place, but the mental strain was legendary. A guard interrupted Baron Ghislaine. The Marquis is waiting. Ghislaine leaned closer to Rosaline than necessary. May we meet privately later? She flushed crimson. Of course. The royal hall was suffocating. Marquis Brentford sat at the head, his gaze frigid. You're late. Ghislaine offered a perfect calculated bow. My apologies for the delay. Stabilizing the new lands took longer than expected. The Marquis scowled, but a judge laughed softly. Now maintain your composure, Marquis. The Marquis silenced him with a glare. Every move you make reflects on me. Had you fallen to Kabandi, my reputation would have been ruined. The Duke would have feasted on our humiliation. He leaned in eyes like daggers. Do not mistake my patronage for permission to be reckless. Explain your tactics. Convince me of your worth. Silence gripped the room. Ghislaine spoke calmly. I never set foot on a battlefield. Unless victory is already certain. I saw the opening and took it. I'm not here to recount the past. I'm here for the future. The Marquis was taken aback by his boldness. Ghislaine sat down, his voice steady. I ask that you appoint me Supreme Commander of the North. The air in the room instantly turned heavy, suffocating those present. Count Ansbury and the officials felt their throats tighten. Their eyes bulged in pure shock. Even the veteran High Commander, a man of steel discipline, couldn't mask his utter disbelief. What did you say? His composure shattered. The Marquis's eyes turned into shards of ice, searching for any sign of a joke in the boy. There was none. Their gazes locked in a silent, violent clash of wills. Breaking the tension, the Marquis rose from his throne-like chair. Ghislaine, he muttered, pacing slowly with his hands behind his back. Since your arrival, the tides within the royal faction have shifted. A new wind was blowing, a gale of disruption and power shifts. Standing tall with unshakable confidence, Ghislaine prepared his next move. I will be the wind that propels you forward, Ghislaine declared. The Marquis lowered his voice. Commander of the Northern Army is a hollow title, in peace a sheathed sword. but in war, it holds absolute dominion. He stopped his expression, becoming deadly serious. You expect me to hand such immense power to a wildcard like you? Without a trace of hesitation, Ghislaine replied, yes. The Lutania army was split into 4 corps, each with regional commanders. As mentioned, the role was purely ceremonial during times of tranquility. But in war, it changes everything. It grants the authority to summon every lord in the region. Ghislaine offered a respectful, shallow bow. The northern commander's seat remains vacant. If someone must occupy that throne, then let that person be me. The Marquis fell silent, weighing the risks against the potential rewards. He finally sat back, his eyes narrowing as he studied the young baron. Do you know why that seat is empty? It's not a position given away simply because someone has the audacity to ask for it. Ghislaine was ready. He struck at the heart of the political crisis with a single question. The Duke has already swayed the southern and western commanders, hasn't he? The Marquis froze, his brow twitching in shock. He never expected Ghislaine to read the board so perfectly, even as the young man continued to press his advantage. The East and North remain loyal to the crown for now. But Count Desmond is a snake, and he's already eyeing those territories. As you know, once the scales of power tip, they are nearly impossible to reset. Right now, the Royalists still hold the upper hand. This is the time to consolidate our might by any means necessary. We must be strong enough to crush the Duke's inevitable rebellion. At the mention of a civil war, the air in the room shattered. The gathered nobles were gripped by a sudden suffocating wave of shock and anxiety. The mere thought of internal conflict sent them into a frenzy. It was the nightmare they all feared in the shadows, yet refused to speak aloud. They all knew where the Duke's ambition was leading the kingdom. Now, thanks to Ghislaine's blunt warning, that dark reality felt terrifyingly close. While the other nobles trembled, the Marquis maintained his composure with a thin, chilling smile. How dare you play such games with me? He asked softly. The Marquis leaned back, his decision finally made. He declared that he would soon present Ghislaine's promotion proposal to the royal court. Ghislaine felt a surge of relief, but politics is never that simple. The Marquis continued. To serve as a commander, you must first hold the rank of count. That is the law of the realm. To grant you such power, we must first elevate your father's title and standing. Thus, Count Podium's promotion would proceed immediately. The Marquis pulled out a document, his quill scratching loudly against the parchment in the heavy silence. But there is one condition. The room fell silent in surprise. A condition, Marquis Brentford explained. A plea for aid has arrived from Turian's Shadow Mountains. He looked at Ghislaine with high expectations. You will be the one to go. At the mention of Turian, old memories flooded Ghislaine's mind. He drifted back to a time of blood and steel. Turian, the land of Iron Knights, was a brutal territory defined by the harsh Shadow Mountains. High-ranking monsters constantly poured down from those frozen peaks. In such a hellscape, the people valued combat prowess above all else. Their culture was forged in the fires of battle, producing the continent's strongest knights. Gillen had hunted and trained in those very mountains in his past. He knew the true savagery of that place. If they were requesting outside hunters to handle their monsters, then something catastrophic must have happened. The Marquis interrupted his thoughts. They're struggling with this year's monster wave. But for a man of your caliber, this should be child's play. You leapt over castle walls and split fortress gates with sheer aura. Ghislaine was stunned. The Marquis knew every detail of his recent exploits. His information network was truly terrifying. Ghislaine regained his calm and replied, I understand. But while I'm away, station troops near Fenris as a safeguard. The Duke's family might look weak, but there's no telling what they'll do. With that, Ghislaine left the room alongside Berinda and the priestess. As Ghislaine walked through the grand palace corridors, he looked down at the sprawling city below. It was a peaceful view for now. He thought of his previous life and the tragedy that had consumed this land. In that timeline, Duke Delphin had already corrupted the commanders. The Duke had manipulated the board from the shadows before igniting a civil war, usurping the throne, and drowning the kingdom in a sea of blood. Back then, the Northern Commander Harrow had paved the way for the Duke's victory. With new resolve, Ghislaine decided he would strike first this time. He would seize the North exactly as the Delphins once did, but he would use that power to save the kingdom, not destroy it. The scene shifts from the capital's luxury to a desolate, windswept wasteland. A shattered helmet rests atop a sword driven deep into the earth. It was a makeshift grave, a lonely monument to a fallen knight. An old man with weary eyes touched the blood-stained helmet, his heart heavy with grief. His fingers trembled as he traced the battle-worn steel. As the wind whipped through his gray hair, he was consumed by a sorrow deeper than death. Count Desmond approached the old knight from behind his boots, crunching on the dry soil. He stopped a few paces away and asked, "How is it?" The old man looked back slowly, his eyes hollow. There was no surprise, only emptiness. He turned his gaze toward the fading horizon. As the sun struggled through the clouds, he rasped. Victor had such a promising future. This world is truly a cruel place. Without waiting for a reply, he continued, "Was it Ghislaine Podium who killed him?" Desmond answered yes. He is now known as Baron Podium. The old knight fell silent before turning his back on the grave. In this world, there was no room left for mourning the dead. The runners are always overtaken by those who learn to fly. It was a bitter philosophy of defeat. Thank you for the information, Count. But Count Desmond wasn't finished. We were the ones who pressured the podiums, and we paid the price. The old man's shoulders shook at the words. Desmond stepped closer. Victor is gone. Now the Viscount wants to reinstate Ghislaine as the North's greatest swordsman. The royalists are backing him, and they're using the military to watch us. Our status as neutral nobles is now nothing but an empty shell. The old man turned back. Do you doubt the Duke's strength? Desmond declared fiercely. From this moment on, I will follow no one's orders. I will ignite this war myself. I'll destroy both Podium and Fenris, and then I'll settle the score with the Duke. He was ready to burn everything. The old man listened in silence before speaking. If that happens, the crown won't stand by. You will be the one to spark the civil war. Face them without the Duke's power. Harrow, stop hiding your agony. Do you really believe that giving up now is enough? That question shattered the old man's stoic mask. His warrior's pride crumbled as he roared, his voice trembling with rage. I can never forget that night. Before she could finish, Ghislaine cut her off. It seems they still doubt my achievements. They likely want me to prove my worth through this mission. With a warm gaze that melted the icy tension of their departure, Ghislaine looked deep into her eyes. Don't worry, I've hunted monsters, until I'm sick of them. Rosaline looked away, blushing, unable to hide her rising anxiety. A soft pink tinted her cheeks as she struggled to regain her composure. She cleared her throat and quickly pivoted to a more practical topic. At any rate, the negotiations with the Johanna Church went well. You can keep Sister Pius by your side for now, without worry. Ghislaine stood tall. Adjusting his stance, he spoke with genuine surprise. Even with your backing, securing a nun from such a notoriously strict order is no small feat. The Johanna Church is infamous for their stubborn pride and rigid dogma. A mischievous glint returned to Rosaline's eyes as she smirked triumphantly. Actually, it was nothing special. Their leader may be a high priest, but he has a devastating weakness for gold. A silent understanding passed between them before Ghislaine bowed with knightly grace. My lady, I find myself in your debt once again. His sincerity sent a fresh wave of red to Rosaline's face, leaving her flustered by his gratitude. She tried to respond, her lips trembling with unspoken words. But then Ghislaine reached out his hand, a classic chivalrous invitation that took her breath away. Rosaline placed her hand in his. Under the romantic dawn light, Ghislaine pressed a kiss to her knuckles. My lady, I pray only for your continued happiness. Time blurred as the landscape shifted. They were far from home now, standing beneath the jagged shadows of the Turian Kingdom's mountains. The air was thin and bone-chilling. Sudden movement caught Belinda's eye. Incoming, she barked, her voice slicing through the wind. A swarm of grotesque beasts descended, their shrieks filling the air with chaos. The squad began the harvest. It wasn't a battle. It was a one-sided slaughter. Ghislaine's blade moved like a silver blur, carving through monsters like butter. His sword met zero resistance against hide and bone. Even his horse seemed possessed, biting and trampling through the fray. Lucas's spear struck like a lethal cobra. He pierced hearts and throats with surgical precision. Cao, empowered by the new martial arts gifted by his lord, moved with explosive fluid power. Deep in the trance of combat, Cao let out a wild, booming laugh that echoed off the cliffs, a primal challenge to the remaining beasts. Annoyed by the noise, Belinda launched her chain hook. It flew with deadly accuracy, snagging right into Cao's wide-open mouth. She yanked the chain, dragging him back onto his horse. Cao tumbled onto the saddle, clutching his jaw. Hey, why the hell did you hook my mouth? Belinda retracted her chain with a cold, dead-eyed stare. Would you prefer I hook something else next time? Cao froze, realizing he shouldn't argue with her. He rubbed his cheek, muttering, is it just monsters the whole way? Is this place really crawling with high-rank beasts? Lucas seized the moment to sneer. You knew what this was, and still followed. Brave, or just plain stupid? Cao's face burned, but Ghislaine's stern voice cut them off. Prepare yourselves. We're almost there. Ghislaine's mind flickered back to the warm strategy room at Ferris territory, a sharp contrast to this frozen wasteland. Standing before his vassals, he had outlined the Turian mission. I won't be gone long, he promised, his voice steady and commanding. Inside, Cloud was celebrating. His mind was already screaming with joy at the thought of being lazy without the Lord's terrifying gaze. Outwardly, they maintained a mask of stoic worry. Cloud's shoulders trembled as he fought back, a grin desperately trying to play the part of a concerned subordinate. He covered his face to hide his excitement. Whatever shall we do without our Lord? Ivan joined the act. I suppose we'll just have to endure a long rest. Ghislaine ignored their pathetic theater. He turned to Johanna. Manage the territory while I'm away, and make sure these two don't slack off for a single second. Their joy evaporated instantly. Johanna nodded solemnly. Understood. Ghislaine's expression darkened. I've stationed the royal army near the borders. But Desmond is unpredictable. Now that he's cornered, he might launch a desperate all-out assault. Ghislaine looked toward Johanna with gravity. If Desmond attacks, do not engage. Retreat immediately. It was a shocking order for a warrior, but Johanna understood the Lord's true intent. Survival was more important than hollow honor. He bowed deeply as the meeting ended. Ghislaine signaled Berinda and Lucas. It's time to move. Suddenly, Cal rushed forward, practically begging to join the expedition. Cloud and Ivan watched in disbelief. Who would volunteer for such a hellish trip? Why would that brat pass up a vacation? Lucas sneered. That place is no playground for mediocre talents. The Lord left you behind for your own safety. Enraged Cao swung a punch, but Ghislaine caught his fist effortlessly. Even with his arm pinned, Cao's eyes burned with fire as he glared at Lucas. Our last duel isn't over yet. Next time, the result will be different. Lucas raised an eyebrow, amused. Ghislaine saw the raw determination in Cao's gaze. Recognizing his subordinate's growth, Ghislaine gave a faint approving smile. Fine then. Cao, you're coming with us. Back in the present, the memory faded as a massive structure of stone and iron loomed ahead, Ironcliff Fortress, the heart of the Dark Mountains. The interior was suffocating thick, with the stench of sweat, rust, and dried blood. Other hunters watched them like predators sizing up new prey. They scanned the group's gear and confidence. Berinda scoffed at the hostile glares while Lucas looked around with a sense of grim nostalgia. This place never changes. Cao bristled under the intense stares. Why are they looking at us like that? Ghislaine warned him. Don't start anything. Do we start the hunt now? Berinda asked. Ghislaine shook his head. No, we have to register at the Hunters Guild first. Berinda's brow furrowed. Aren't we here on a royal request? Why deal with this low-level paperwork? Ghislaine smiled grimly. Don't expect special treatment. Rules are rules. They entered the guild hall, a dim space filled with the low growls of rough men. Ghislaine approached the drowsy receptionist. I am Baron Ferris of the Lutania Kingdom. We've arrived in response to the Turian royal request. The receptionist barely blinked his eyes, unimpressed. Here to register. We don't care about titles. Inside these walls, everyone is equal. Berinda's temper flared, but the man just kept writing. The scratching of a quill was the only sound. Stop playing noble and making enemies for nothing, the official muttered. The Turian Knights only maintain this fort's basic functions. Any hunter disputes are for you to settle yourselves. He looked up with a stern warning. Just don't kill each other. You're here to hunt monsters, aren't you? Cao scoffed. How pathetic. Are you really so lazy that you're telling us to handle everything? The clerk didn't even flinch. Exactly. He tossed 4 badges onto the wooden table with a sharp clatter. With these, you can hunt anywhere in the Shadow Mountains. Keep them on you at all times. He gave them a mocking look. Have fun, hunters from afar. Ghislaine grabbed the badges, his expression unreadable. Let's move. Belinda kicked a stone in irritation. Unbelievable. They beg for help, then act like that. Back in Lutania. But she didn't get to finish. A voice drifted from behind. Well, look at the new recruits. 3 scarred, arrogant hunters blocked their path. The leader stepped forward with a fake oily politeness. Welcome to Ironclip. Noble travelers just signed up, Ghislaine brushed past them indifferent. Who knows, he had no time for empty talk. Cao glared at the thugs. Back off. We're busy. The man blocked them again, flashing a hidden crest beneath his cloak. Dawn is the king of Ironclip. Under his protection, I represent the Hunters' Rights Council. Cao let out a long sigh. Why is there always an idiot playing king? He looked the thug up and down with pure disdain. So what? We're new? Your point. The kingdom's knights don't interfere, so we hunters maintain order. We help newcomers adjust to the life here. He leaned in, whispering. For a small association fee, of course. You'll be free to hunt without any accidents getting in your way. Lucas looked to his lord, waiting for the signal. Belinda's eyes narrowed. Are you shaking us down? Ghislaine stood still, then looked at Cao. Cao, listen. In a new place, there's one thing I always do first. Especially in a lawless hole like this. The extortionist smirked, thinking Ghislaine was surrendering. A wise choice. You certainly know how to read the room. He nodded in approval. We'll be seeing a lot of each other, so let's keep things friendly. He held out his hand for the gold. In a blur too fast to follow, Ghislaine's fist smashed directly into the hunter's face. A sickening crack echoed through the air. The blow sent the man flying backward into the dust unconscious before he even hit the ground. The other two froze in terror as Ghislaine casually shook out his hand. He finished his lesson. Fists speak louder than words. Here might is the only law. The remaining thugs, their smugness replaced by panic, instantly drew their weapons. You fool, I gave you a chance to be protected by Lord Don Cat, but you've dug your own grave. In a flash, Ghislaine drew 2 daggers from his thigh sheaths. The blades hissed through the air, aimed with lethal precision at the enemy's vitals. Belinda and Cao didn't hesitate, launching their own devastating assault simultaneously. Before the enemy could even touch Ghislaine, total chaos erupted. Tables were flipped and wood splintered into pieces, the room becoming a whirlwind of destruction as the brawl intensified. The Turian knight at the desk couldn't ignore the mayhem any longer. He stood up, his armor clanking loudly. That's enough. Are you planning to pay for all these damages? Belinda shot the knight a look of pure contempt. I thought you weren't going to interfere. Meanwhile, Cao finally found his rhythm. A sharp grin played on his lips as he looked at the wreckage. I get it now, Captain. No more games, we use pure strength to prove our status here, right? Hearing Cao's words, a thin, cold smile appeared on Ghislaine's lips. As the dust settled, Lucas studied Ghislaine with a curious gaze. You seem very familiar with this place. Have you been here before? Ghislaine's response was short and low. Something like that. His vague answer left Belinda stunned. She had known the young master since he was a child, watching him grow up for all those years. She knew Ghislaine had never once left the podium territory. At Lucas's question, Ghislaine's mind drifted back to the memories of his past life. He remembered everything. One of the 7 strongest beings on the continent once lived here in Turian. That legendary figure was a milestone in his past experience so naturally. He knew this place better than anyone in the room. Tension spiked again as the hunter Ghislaine had flattened, began to stir, groaning in agony as he struggled to stand. His face was a mangled mess. The arrogance from before was replaced by bloody swelling and gore. You bastards! He wheezed through the pain. Do you have any idea what you've done? You dared touch a man under Lord Don Cat, the king of this place. Before the threat could land, Cao casually buried another fist in his face. With a mocking laugh, Cao asked, "What's this trash mumbling about? Captain, what's our next move? We shouldn't waste time on these bottom feeders anyway. Once they realize who's at the top, they'll come crawling to us." Ghislaine turned to the remaining hunters. "Tell your king this. If he has a problem, come find me in person." The scene shifts from Turian's busy streets to the harsh wind-swept northern border of Lutania. The air there is thick with tension and death. Smoke rises from burning huts amidst the screams of the dying. The leader of the Soribarum tribe roars, "Begin the harvest, bring me their heads, my warriors." Bask in the glory of this moment. They tore through the village like a plague, burning homes and slaughtering helpless civilians. Later, back at the Soribarum camp, a grotesque celebration was in full swing. Rowdy barbarians feasted the stench of fermented grain liquor, mixing with sweat and cold steel. Their laughter boomed through the night. They swapped brutal stories of conquest. One asked another, "Did you see that guy kneeling and begging for his life, just because he lost an arm?" The table erupted in laughter. Another savage sneered, "That's because your skill is trash, you idiot. If you cut clean, you don't have to watch them grovel. Let's see if you can talk like that once your head hits the dirt." Meanwhile, the tribal chief drank in silence. He was a mountain of muscle and scars, a veteran of 1,000 blood-soaked battles across the land. A barbarian approached holding a letter. Kutsu was surprised. News rarely reached them in such a formal way. He took the parchment, eyes scanning the characters. Suddenly, Kutsu ground his teeth in rage. The paper felt foreign in his hands, and the ink looked like nothing more than messy chicken scratches to him. He couldn't understand a single word. Frustration boiled over as he threw his wine directly into the messenger's face. "If there's writing on this paper, you should have brought the village elder. Are you a moron?" The messenger trembled, his eyes wide with terror as he stammered an apology to Kutsu. He scrambled away into the camp. Eventually, the village chief arrived. With shaking hands, he held the letter and began to read its heavy message aloud. "The north is empty. I hereby grant your warriors permission to seize Podium." Those words hung in the air, cold and heavy, with impending doom. Hearing the name Podium, the barbarians froze. It was a land of immense wealth and history, a prize they had hungered for across many generations. One barbarian couldn't contain his bloodlust. Finally, a chance to pillage the riches that the northern wolf cherished so dearly. Another began to howl with laughter. The time has finally come. We will take the land our warriors have dreamed of for lifetimes. Amidst the rising whispers and war cries, the hunt was on. Kutsu sat like a stone plotting. Suddenly, wild manic laughter erupted. Those Lutania bastards? Another scheme, no matter. I live for war, and Podium was always my target. Adrenaline surging, Kutsu stood. Assemble the clans, gather every warrior for the hunt. The hour of conquest arrived. Meanwhile, atop the frozen peaks of the Dark Mountains, Fox gasped. 100,000 kills to get strong. Are these mindless beasts even worth it? Stronger prey lurks everywhere here. Suddenly, Belinda tensed. Young master, look ahead. Beasts tore into fresh meat, blood staining the snow. Sensing life, they snapped their necks like owls. With guttural snarls, they charged. Ghislaine watched calmly. The true predators have arrived. The Olber kings of this mountain. Fox sneered, seeing only dumb animals, not a lethal threat. I'll kill them all. Millions if I must. But Ghislaine's fist sent him flying off his horse. Before he hit the dirt, an Olber crushed his horse. The beast moved with terrifying silent speed. Never blink, Ghislaine warned. They move in silence. Fox's heart hammered against his ribs. Tell me that sooner. Fox swung, hitting only air. The massive beast dodged with sickening grace. It countered instantly, slamming Fox back. As he struggled, the pack struck from his blind spot. A beast clamped onto his arm and hurled him away. Before he could move, it pounced. Razor claws bore down. Flat in the snow, Fox's sword groaned under the monster's overwhelming pressure. Captain, just watching, Ghislaine smirked. You said you'd handle it. Finish it. Lucas joined the mockery. With those clumsy skills, you're already dead. Fox bared his teeth in rage, but Lucas only sighed. Struggling with a few bird heads, pathetic. The insult sent Fox's blood boiling into a frenzy. The assault was relentless. Fox's stamina cratered. Belinda gasped. Will he actually die? He's not that weak, Ghislaine said. Olbers are geniuses. They thrive on trapping mindless fools. They are the mountain's apex for a reason. They never expect to be the prey. You've shown greatness before. The problem, you never tap into your true, hidden potential. Develop a predator's mind. Wait for the killing stroke, and make that instinct yours. In a blur of motion, Fox severed a leg. As it stumbled, he decapitated the beast instantly. The sight left Belinda, Lucas, and even the remaining monster paralyzed in shock. The second beast lunged in fury. Fox slipped past its claws and ended it with one strike. Trash like you can't touch me, Fox barked. Seeing the breakthrough, Ghislaine smiled. Their legend grew. At a nearby fort, veteran hunters whispered in fear. Did you see those 4 monsters? They wiped the entire region. No deaths. There's no loot left for us to sell. They crossed Donkat's men. They're dead meat. He'll personally take their heads within 10 days. Donkat arrived at the blood-soaked grounds. He scanned the horizon, but the predators were gone. Only rotting carcasses remained. Donkat took a long, icy breath, his chest burning with fury. I ignored the minor squabble, but they're stealing my food. He gripped his massive weapon tight. Prepare yourselves, hunters. The real hunt begins. Meanwhile, Ghislaine's crew stood amidst the carnage. Corpses were piled like hills. Fox sighed. Quite a catch. Clean this up fast, old men. Lose one material, and you're dead. The porters trembled. Lucas just laughed at the display. Stop bullying them, or expect a knife in your back. Fox snorted. Let them try. They only act tough behind Donkat's name. That coward is probably shaking in his boots. Ghislaine watched in silence. Fox turned. Lord storage is full. What's the plan for the rest? Split the loot. Send shipments back to Ferris territory and over to Kabandi. The wolf tribe will love this. I've alerted Cloud's team. Suddenly, Belinda came rushing over. Ghislaine's face darkened as he read the letter. A message from my father. Podium is under attack. A rain of arrows fell amidst savage roars. Castillo barked fire. Keep these barbarians off our soil. Chief Kutsu led the charge. Scale the walls, warriors. Drag those wolves down to hell. Enemies swarmed the walls like a relentless tide. The commander spat a curse. Damn it! Where did this massive horde come from? Are they trying to wipe Podium off the map? These savages never stop. But this was an unprecedented invasion. Random's voice drifted with worry. My lord, this isn't a normal raid. We should request reinforcements from the young master at once. Send a messenger to him. But Lord Castillo cut him off with iron resolve. Never. This isn't Ferris's fight. This is the duty of Podium, the Northern Wolves. We handle this ourselves. No help needed. Meanwhile, Ghislaine's party gathered in the biting snow. He analyzed the report with a grim expression. According to the war scroll, 6 barbarian tribes have formed an alliance to lay siege to Podium's northern fortress. These raids were common, but a full-scale coalition, that never happened even in my past life. Ghislaine's eyes narrowed. And father wants me to send half of Ferris's forces to Podium. Why? His father wasn't the type to call for aid over trifles. Even if the 6 tribes had united, something felt off. A dark intuition gnawed at him. Belinda looked up worried. Young master, what's the plan? Cal grumbled. T.S. sec. Just when things were getting interesting. Ghislaine barked. We retreat for now. The truth behind this letter is still a mystery. We head back to regroup. Suddenly, his senses screamed danger. The team leaped back as a rain of arrows tore through the air. Assassins armed with heavy axes and hammers emerged from the shadows. Ghislaine drew his blade steel, clashing against stone in the white wilderness. He ducked a lethal strike from behind. Belinda, Tsa, and Lucas struck back with lethal precision, carving through the ambushers. Suddenly, a massive shadow loomed as a giant hand gripped a stone pillar. Don Ka had arrived. He slammed the pillar down, the impact shattering the earth. Snow and debris exploded, blinding everyone. Cao gasped. An avalanche. Belinda cried out, Master, but Ghislaine didn't flinch. His blade radiated a bone-chilling frost. Stay behind me. Power collided, triggering a massive blast. As the frost cleared, Don Ka's towering figure stood there with a sneer. Humph. You lot came well prepared, I see. Cao roared. Who the hell are you bastards? Don Ka's voice was cold. That was your only chance for a quick, painless death. A shame. You wasted it. I don't need to explain why I'm here personally, do I? Ghislaine countered. No need. I told your lapdog to send his boss. I didn't think you'd actually come running like a loyal dog, though. Donska smirked. So you're the brat playing king in these mountains. Cao chimed in. I heard the rules here. Forbid senseless killing. Do you think being king puts you above the law? The giant gave a mocking laugh. Rules are important, of course, and I never said I'd kill you. His smile turned predatory. But this is the Shadow Mountain Training Ground. A place where people disappear every day. You know how it works. Cao puffed his chest out. Don Ka asked, who's the leader here? Before Cao could speak, Ghislaine tapped his shoulder. That would be me, the future king of Iron Clip. Don Ka snorted in derision. Ha, you don't make me laugh. Ghislaine remained calm. Actually, I have urgent business elsewhere. Cao caught the signal and grinned, brandishing his weapon. Go on, Lord. I'll handle this piece of trash. Let's move, Lucas. Belinda, Ghislaine commanded. Before turning, he added, try not to die. The assassins roared. You think you can just walk away? Cao stepped in. With a single fluid strike, 2 assassins collapsed into the crimson snow. Eyes on me, boys. I'm your opponent. Don Ka chuckled. Quite the ego on this one. Fine, give him what he wants. The assassin swarmed. Cao moved like a predator, parrying a backstab before delivering a crushing counterblow. He was a beast unleashed. One by one they fell. Don Xie finally leaped into the fray, swinging his pillar like a club. Cao danced through the carnage, his agility pushed to the absolute limit. Redhead, you've got spirit, Don Ka boomed. Why waste it? Join me. I'll give you everything. We'd make a hell of a team. Cao stood his ground. His gaze was unwavering. Since when does a wolf take orders from a pig? With a defiant grin he declared, from today on, I am the king of this mountain. The scene shifts to a vast mountain range buried in suffocating snow. A chilling silence hangs heavy, like nature itself is holding its breath for the coming storm. Suddenly, violent explosions rip through the frozen woods. Blinding flashes of mana tear the mist apart as warriors collide in a dance of death. Every strike carries lethal intent, colder than the blizzard itself. Cao shifts into a combat stance, facing down the Titan, whose aura screams pure danger. Don Ka swings his massive stone pillar like a toy, each blow shaking the very foundations of the earth. Cao grit his teeth against the crushing pressure. Damn, I can't see a thing. Who uses a pillar as a shield? He leaped high narrowly, avoiding a lethal sweep that sent a shockwave of snow exploding into the air. Don Ka gave no quarter, relentless in his pursuit. He cornered Cao with heavy crushing strikes. A final devastating impact sent Cao flying backward. His body skidded across the jagged ice. Gasping for air and battered, Cao forced himself back up, struggling to regain his balance for the next round. Fast for a fat pig, Cao hissed, swinging that heavy pillar without leaving a single opening. If even one of those hits lands, I'm a dead man. But how do I break through? Don Ca spun his pillar, carving a violent gust. With one strike, a massive ancient tree was reduced to splinters, wood flying everywhere. Cao's eyes widened as he realized the trap. The tree. He used the debris to box me in. Don Ca closed the distance, sealing every escape route. A look of pure contempt crossed the giant's face. I've crushed countless pests like you, just like the monsters I hunt. He sneered, small fries with big dreams. Trapped between the wreckage and the pillar, Cao took a direct hit. Blood sprayed from his lips as he collapsed, pinned beneath a fallen trunk, motionless in the snow. Don Cie sat atop his pillar, casually lighting a cigar. The gray smoke drifted into the freezing air. He didn't even bother to look back. It's been a while since someone challenged me. I guess I got carried away. Most people run before I even swing. He laughed softly. You were no different. Scared out of your mind just looking for a way out. What a waste of time. I feel bad for that blonde kid who put his faith in you. Believing it was over, Don Ka shouldered his pillar and walked away. How boring. But then a voice filled with burning rage cut through the wind. Hey, who said anything about being scared? Don Sa froze. Sa was rising from the ruins. Oh, the giant turned his voice, now laced with genuine intrigue. Look at you. Why not reconsider my offer? Join my ranks while you still can. Pride won't fill your stomach. Isn't it better to be a well-fed pig than a starving dead wolf? Cao's face was a mask of blood and fury. His gaze was colder than the grave. Though his hands trembled with agony, Kale's grip on his hilt never wavered. One of us dies today, he hissed, and it won't be me. Donka merely offered a mocking smirk. A chilling blue aura of pure malice began to radiate from Donka's frame. Fool, he spat. Regret is a luxury the dead don't possess. Kale could feel his bones screaming. His body felt like it had been put through a meat grinder. It was the same old story, mastering the theory but choking when the steel met the bone. Just as that pig had taunted his own paralyzing fear, had rendered him utterly pathetic in the face of true danger. His gauntleted hands shook violently, a physical manifestation of the terror he tried to suppress. Was this what true fear felt like? Suddenly, memories of the castle and a stern booming voice echoed in his mind. Who says, I'm afraid? You were terrified that Lucas would steal your glory, and your dread only grew when his skill surpassed your expectations. If you're already trembling before the first strike, the battle is already lost. Why bring that up now? He growled. He hadn't flinched in the demonic beast forest or against that winged monstrosity. In his vision, Lord Grisland suddenly lunged forward, his blade a flash of lethal intent. Kale barely pivoted away in time. The air in the training yard grew thick with suffocating tension. My lord, what is the meaning of this? In a heartbeat, Grisland had Kale pinned, a cold blade pressed firmly against his jugular. Running when the odds turn against you is a base human instinct, Grisland remarked. But greatness lies in the leap. If you find the courage to charge forward, you'll discover an opening you never knew existed. To achieve your ideals, fear is the first enemy you must slay. Snapping back to the present, Kale stood firm against a colossal strike. The trembling had stopped. His soul was finally forged in steel. Death is a shadow to be avoided, yet it remains the ultimate mentor. Blood sprayed across the pristine white snow as Kale's blade found its mark, piercing through Donka's guardian in one decisive, fatal thrust. The two warriors collided in a blur of motion. Using his opponent's own momentum against him, Kale vaulted high into the air, bringing his sword down in a devastating shoulder strike. Donka's eyes widened. He evaded me twice. This wasn't mere luck. Was this red-haired brat actually evolving in the heat of battle? I am the king of the Iron Clip, Donka roared internally. There is no way a lowly whelp like this can defeat me. Kale moved with the grace of a deadly dancer across the frozen ground. As Donka swung wildly in a panicked rage, he screamed. What kind of sorcery is this? Kale replied calmly. It's no trick. I've simply stopped being afraid. Before the darkness claimed him, Donka let out one final strangled cry. Impossible. His head rolled from his shoulders as the battlefield fell into a haunting silence. In the distance, the cold peaks of the snowy mountains loomed. Grisland's trio galloped fiercely through the dense woodland, unaware of the eyes, watching them through long-range scopes. Intelligence officer, a scout whispered, the targets are on the move exactly as anticipated. Confirm the Baron's identity. They've lost one member, but that won't change the outcome. Send word to Count Desmond immediately. Tell him the hunt has officially begun. Inform him that Baron Ferris is dancing right in the palm of our hands. Lord Grisland's chilling gaze served as a grim prologue to the violent storm brewing on the horizon. The fortress of Backyardium was a literal hellscape swallowed by a sea of roaring flames. The stench of rot and charred flesh hung heavy in the air as the enemy's iron grip tightened around the desperate defenders. Amidst gut-wrenching screams and the copper tang of fresh blood, the enemy surged forward like a tidal wave of death. They gave the exhausted soldiers no quarter. It was a brutal harvest of steel and bone. The northern warriors fought with the ferocity of cornered beasts, their lungs burning under the suffocating pressure of the siege. Suddenly, Lord Castillo stepped onto the ramparts, his face a mask of cold, righteous fury. Though his body was battered, his eyes burned with an unquenchable fire. "Give them everything you've got," he bellowed. "These bastards are nothing but bags of meat, waiting to be slaughtered. Discard your fear," he shouted, yet reality was a cruel mistress. Fatigue had seeped into the very marrow of his men's bones. They had reached their breaking point, while the enemy horde seemed infinite. "Do these dogs ever sleep?" a soldier screamed in agony. "Just die and stay down already." The battlefield was a meat grinder that refused to stop. On the opposing side, Chieftain Kuchu appeared. He wore a twisted, predatory smirk, his eyes gleaming with the sadistic joy of a hunter who has finally dived into the kill. "Caw, caw, caw. It seems those northern wolves are finally losing their teeth. The kingdom's intel was right. A few more waves and their spirits will shatter like glass." He savored the palpable terror of the defenders, like a fine wine before barking out a calculated command. To squeeze the last drop of life from the defenders, he roared, "Shadow Wind Clan, fall back and rest. Second unit, advance and keep the pressure on until they break." The Manzi warriors, still drunk on the scent of slaughter, hissed in disappointment. "Retreating already. But the fun was just starting. I haven't tasted enough blood yet. Damn it, I was just getting warmed up." "Shut it and obey." That's an order from Chieftain Kuchu himself. Atop the battlements, the defenders looked down with hollow, haunted eyes. The sight of the enemy rotating fresh troops in was a soul-crushing blow. "Damn it, another fresh wave. How many more do they have?" Randon rushed to Lord Castillo's side, his voice trembling with dread. "My lord, 6 Manzi tribes are cycling through their ranks to keep us under constant siege. Our numbers are too thin. We can't withstand another relentless assault like this." Scovan spat on the ground, his teeth gnashing in frustration. "Since when do those primitive savages use actual tactics? They're trying to bleed us dry without giving us a second to breathe." A seed of doubt took root in Randon's mind. This unprecedented alliance and sophisticated strategy felt wrong, as if some invisible puppeteer was pulling the strings from the shadows. Amidst the chaos of his own thoughts, Castillo remained eerily silent. A desperate, almost suicidal plan was forming in his mind. "When those bastards return," he commanded, "open the main gates. The Wolf of the North will personally claim their chieftain's head," he declared. The entire fortress froze in shock at what seemed like a guaranteed suicide mission. But before anyone could protest, Randon's finger trembled toward the horizon. "My lord, look." Through the thick northern mist, a massive cloud of dust billowed, signaling a new arrival. A mysterious battalion of cavalry was charging toward them with terrifying speed. Leading the charge was a knight clad in shimmering white plate, radiating an aura of absolute frost and death. Flanking the leader were Belinda and Lucas, their gazes sweeping over the gore-stained battlefield. "Look at those filthy Manzi savages," Lucas sneered, "clustering together like maggots on a corpse." So the rumors of the 6-tribe covenant were true. The White Knight's voice was like cracking ice. "Belinda, Lucas, take the flanks. Execute a pincer formation and trap them all." Raising a massive weapon, the knight's voice boomed like a divine executioner. "I shall end this pathetic vermin here and now." With a thunderous roar, the unit struck the enemy lines like a lightning bolt. Rather than fearing the new arrivals, the Manzi warriors howled with bloodlust. "What's this, more podium dogs for the slaughter? Why are they coming from the rear though? Ha ha ha, it doesn't matter where they come from," another laughed. "I was getting sick of those cowards hiding behind walls. Now we can finally have a real feast of flesh." Their arrogance vanished the moment the White Knight tore into their ranks. "Kill them all," the Manzi screamed. "Today shall be a festival of blood in our honor." But they weren't the masters of this ceremony. The knight began a symphony of slaughter. A massive battle axe swung in lethal arcs, reaping souls like a harvest of wheat. Every swing carried the weight of a collapsing mountain, sending bodies flying like ragdolls. His murderous intent was so thick, it paralyzed those who met his gaze as he charged forward like a sentient hurricane. Where the horse and rider passed, only a trail of broken corpses remained. Not a single Manzi could even graze the warrior's cloak. That once pure white armor was now drenched in a terrifying visceral crimson. Teamwork shatters the front. Lucas's spear pierces through the trembling chests of the desperate enemy. From the rear, the Northern Wolf's legion erupts. Castillo's pincer maneuver locks tight as Kutsu seethes with rage. Those gates never opened before. Why now? Still Kutsu sneers, banking on his sheer numbers to crush them. "Keep pushing," Kutsu roars. But his men freeze, staring in terror at a knight drenched in slaughter. He looks like a death god from myth. Fear takes hold as they recall the legend of the beast invasion. A demon bathed in crimson, reaping souls with glowing red eyes. The name echoes like a curse, the Scarlet Demon. Even Kutsu shudders, but his bloodlust wins. The Scarlet Demon, ha! Finally, A worthy head to claim. Charging with twin axes, Kutsu bellows his name. The knight responds with a voice cold as ice. Disgusting. You've plagued the north with this warrior play act for far too long. Kutsu strikes hard, but hits nothing. The Scarlet Demon parries effortlessly, delivering a thunderous kick that sends Kutsu flying off his mount. Spitting blood, Kutsu snarls, "Cowardly bastard, fight me for real, I'll be the one to end you." A heavy hoof silences his rant instantly. As Kutsu's eyes go dim, the knight declares a new era. "Let this be the myth you whisper. The northern wolf has devoured every soul that dared touch this soil." Castillo drives his blade home, ending all hope. As the leader falls, a roar of victory shakes the earth. "Wipe them out," Castillo commands. Ensure they never look at podium again. As the dust settles, the demon dismounts. He approaches the Lord, his bloody armor gleaming. Castillo whispers, "It's been a long time, my son." Ghislaine removes his mask with chilling calm. "I'm late, father." Randon cheers young master. "You saved us." Castillo's eyes narrow. "How did you know to bring an army?" Ghislaine produces a sealed letter. Podium sent a plea for help. Castillo freezes. He never sent that letter. He stares at Randon in shock. "It wasn't me," Lord Randon stammers. "If they didn't send it, who did?" Ghislaine's expression turns stone cold. "Father, listen closely. The war map ignites Ferris Stone Haven Podium and the territory of the traitor Desmond. Miles away, the Royal Army's 2nd Legion camp glows like lanterns against the pitch-black night. Inside the tents, soldiers curse over cards. "Damn it, another week's pay, gone to the winds." "Commander, when do we leave this hellhole?" they groan. "I'm sick of staring at these empty plains. Cadenia feels like a dream now." Duran, the commander, just shrugs. "We move when the higher-ups say move. We're just babysitting Count Desmond." Right, a soldier laughs. "He wouldn't dare move against the Royal Army." Doran nods. "Desmond is a wolf, but he isn't stupid. Attacking us is a declaration of war. Unless he's gone insane, he knows his limits." But as the words leave Doran's lips, the horizon shifts. Massive shadows crest the distant hills, blotting out the stars. A silent, murderous army looms over the camp. The peace shatters. A sentry bursts in his face, a mask of pure horror. "Commander, emergency. Desmond's forces are raiding." The cavalry hits like a tidal wave. Doran screams, "Night raid." Defensive ranks now. Chaos erupts. Commanders shriek for the spear wall to form, trying to hold back the inevitable tide of steel. The ground trembles. The royal soldiers brace, but the momentum of the northern charge is unstoppable. A glowing blade carves through the line, sending bodies flying. Desmond's men transform the camp into a slaughterhouse. The 2nd Legion's formation disintegrates. Order dies under the hooves of steeds. Panic spreads like wildfire. "We can't hold them. The line is gone. How could the kingdom's elite fall so effortlessly?" "Retreat," Doran bellows. "Fall back to Ferris," but the path to safety is already sealed. Another Desmond unit appears, from the darkness slamming the back door shut. The trap is perfectly sprung. Cavalry behind us, to despair chokes the air. Doran's face turns ghostly pale as the truth sinks in. A feint from the front, a hammer from the back. A massive shadow looms over Doran, the shadow of death. Harold Desmond gazes down with cold, mocking eyes. "A pleasure to meet you, Viscount Doran. Sleep well." Blood drips from his blade, his presence radiating tyranny. Doran screams in futile rage, "You're insane, Harold." Back at Ferris Castle, the news hits like a thunderclap. Cloud stammers, "The 2nd Legion, wiped out." The messenger trembles. "He's not stopping, my lord. His army is marching straight for our gates." Silence grips the hall. Ivan clutches his head in terror. War again. The young priestess begins to shake. "What is your next move?" "The Lord commanded us to evacuate to Ferris and destroy all key facilities if Count Desmond attacks." Jillian fell silent, his expression clouded with worry. "We must follow those orders now," Ivan screamed, urging everyone to flee. "What are you waiting for? Pack your bags and get out. This place is finished." Golden and Ganbaric looked at Ivan's cowardice with pure disgust. Vanessa remained still, her hand tightening around her staff. Her face was calm, yet filled with iron determination. Ivan kept howling. "The strongest lord of the north is coming to slaughter us. Why are you just sitting there? Get moving and pack your things." "Yes, yes, we hear you." Suddenly, a voice cut through Ivan's panicked noise. "No." Vanessa's eyes snapped open, her gaze sharp as a blade. "I will use my magic to hold them back at any cost." Her declaration left everyone speechless. The merchant Ivan stammered in protest. "What kind of madness is this? Staying here is a guaranteed death sentence." Vanessa countered instantly. "If we flee, won't the enemy just seize everything we've built?" Ivan tried to explain. "I never said we should abandon it forever. We have to survive first. Knowing the Lord's personality, he will surely find a way to take it back later." But Vanessa's voice rang out with absolute resolve. All this time, no matter how impossible the task, we have always succeeded. If we fight with everything we have, we can stop them. Ganvarek stepped forward, his deep voice radiating support. From the vital forges built by the dwarves and the magic core, to the security established by our knights and the citizens who found a new life here, this place holds our lord's dreams. Standing before the grand castle, Vanessa's robes fluttered in the wind. She declared once more, "That is why I will protect it." The priestess Liu Yifei watched her with eyes full of emotion and respect. Cloud approached Vanessa, his face grim. "Lady Vanessa, if you truly intend to stay, then I will give you the most critical intel. Desmond's army is reported to be 30,000 strong with 8 siege towers and 12 catapults. Plus, the Count has his own personal mage. From what I know, that mage is a rank 6. Ivan's jaw dropped in pure terror at the news. Even Vanessa showed a flicker of worry. Jillian continued his bleak analysis of the situation. "Our forces are scattered at Podium. If the siege begins, we won't last 3 days, let alone a week. The city will fall before the Lord can return." Vanessa hesitated, but Jillian's armored fist clenched, trembling with suppressed emotion. He stood up and turned away from the group, his voice sounding heavy and low. "The Lord's command is absolute. Everyone take the supplies and evacuate now." After a brief pause, he added, "I will stay behind." Vanessa gasped, while Cloud looked at him like he was insane. "Did you not hear a word I just said?" Jillian calmly explained. "I did, but Stonehaven Fortress is the gateway to the Kabandi region. We can slow Desmond's advance there." It seems Count Kabandi was quite wary of Desmond during his lifetime. He squeezed his fist, his voice full of faith. "The Lord will arrive in time. I'll buy us every second I can." The dwarf smith stepped up with hearty laughs. "We'll spend that time forging even better gear for everyone. It's not like we were going to get any sleep anyway. Seeing this Golden couldn't just sit still." He stepped forward and declared, "I'm staying too." Ivan shouted his name in shock. The other soldiers gripped their weapons with newfound fire. "If we run now, what would Leader Cao say about us? I'd rather die fighting than be mocked as a coward for the rest of my life." A surge of energy filled the room. Arms were raised high as they shouted, "I'm staying. We worked too hard to get here. Tell those invaders to bring everything they've got." Witnessing the scene, Ivan couldn't hide his frustration. Breaking into a cold sweat, he cursed under his breath. "These fools finally have a chance to escape. Why are they doing this? Now there's no way I can just leave either." Vanessa placed a hand on her heart, smiling happily at her comrades. Everyone. Meanwhile, at the northern Podium Fortress, amidst the drifting white smoke, Ghislaine sat alone in his room. In his hand was a newly delivered letter. Every line felt like a heartfelt message from his loyal subjects. "My lord, ever since we followed you, we have seen you achieve the impossible. We know this land is vital for your future battles against even more formidable enemies. We promise to protect your dream at all costs." Ghislaine lowered the letter, his eyes a mix of sadness and pride. Jillian, Vanessa, and everyone else. He gripped the letter tight, calculating the war's progress. With an army of 30,000 enough to crush the kingdom's 2nd Legion in an instant, Desmond had cunningly disrupted the information network. "He scattered my forces and pinned me down here just to strike." Ghislaine's eyes turned cold. "Desmond, I expected him to act, but not like this." Randon and Castillo both urged him to move. "Count Desmond is marching. You can't stay here any longer. Ghislaine, you must return to your territory immediately." Suddenly, the door burst open and a soldier rushed in panicked. "My lord, we have a disaster. The barbarian rearguard is returning for a surprise assault." Randon and Castillo stood on the walls, staring in shock at the approaching sea of enemies. "What is this? Where did they get these numbers? Is this an all-out offensive? I thought they would rest after the last wave." Ghislaine realized the gravity of the trap. "Even with my father here, Podium's strength isn't enough to stop them. If I leave now, the barbarians will overrun this place." The pieces clicked together, revealing the mastermind. "This is all you're doing." The arrogant image of Harold Desmond flashed in his mind. Ghislaine's eyes burned with incandescent rage. "It seems you've bet everything on this war, Harold Desmond." Suddenly, a heavy hand landed on Ghislaine's shoulder. His father asked with a stern but understanding look, "What is holding you back?" He looked his son straight in the eye. "Stopping these barbarians and defending Podium is the duty of the Northern Wolves. It is not your burden to carry." Ghislaine looked up in surprise. His father smiled. His eyes were full of pride and trust. "You are a lord now. Your people are waiting for you to protect them. Just focus on fulfilling your own duty." Hearing his father's words, Ghislaine's hesitation vanished, replaced by iron will. Outside, the soldiers of Podium were ready for a fight to the death. "Prepare to fire. If we don't stop them here, Our homeland will be trampled. That will never happen. Let those damn barbarians see who the real victors are. Ghislaine's father turned toward the battlefield with one final message. Go do what you must, Ghislaine. Ghislaine stood silently watching his father's back. He whispered to himself, Father, you're right. They are the ones I must protect. But at the same time, Ghislaine suddenly stepped up to stand beside his father. He gripped the hilt of his weapon and finished his thought. They are also the ones I trust the most. Ghislaine swung his battle axe, blue energy exploding from the blade. He barked orders to his two closest subordinates, Belinda Lucas. We finish this instantly and return home tonight. Ghislaine's eyes flashed with a chilling killing intent. He declared a death sentence for his enemies at Stonehaven. Inside the walls, the air was thick with tension and the sounds of preparation. Soldiers were frantically moving equipment and supplies. Load the materials. Get more stones and arrows over here. Jillian was in the thick of it, barking orders. Move it. Everyone who's ready fall in. As he gave orders, a voice from behind made him stop. It was Ganvarik, the dwarf mastersmith. Carrying a helmet, he approached with a question. Jillian gazed at his troops, now clad in masterwork steel. Superb quality, he grunted, nodding in approval. No ordinary arrow will find its mark against this craftsmanship. Its weight is the real miracle. It won't drain their stamina, Ganvarik added. The knight's gear is already etched with mana circuits. They just need to channel their power. It will temporarily amplify their magical potency. As the runic circles on the armor began to glow, Jillian turned to his old friend, his voice dropping an octave. Ganvarik, you're a rare genius. Are you sure about staying here? The craftsman smirked. Humph. I won't die easily. Every noble in this kingdom is dying to claim my kin. He looked toward the horizon with unwavering eyes. If I must live as a slave, I'd rather bet my life on the 15 years of freedom the Lord promised us. Handing Jillian a lion-crested helm, he grunted. If the Lord falls, what's the point of anything? A faint, weary smile touched the old warrior's bearded face. Regaining his commanding aura, Jillian ascended the ramparts and roared. Are the ranks filled? Below, a forest of spears rose as the soldiers shouted in unison. Sir, yes sir. Jillian began the roll call. One priest faced slick with nervous sweat. 10 mages led by the steadfast Vanessa, while Ifon stood trembling nearby. 100 elite knights with ice-cold gazes stood ready. Finally, 1,000 infantrymen, the core strength of the fortress, braced themselves for the coming storm. Jillian turned toward the horizon. Massive plumes of dust billowed in the distance, as an endless tide of enemies marched forward like a swarm of locusts. The tiny fortress was soon engulfed by a sea of shadows. As the earth trembled beneath the enemy's march, Jillian narrowed his eyes. 30,000 strong. The invaders were armed to the teeth, with massive siege engines. Leading them was Count Harold, his icy blue hair fluttering as he sat atop his warhorse. Colossal siege towers loomed closer, signaling the start of a desperate, lopsided struggle. From the heights, the enemy swarm looked ready to swallow the fort whole. The odds are 31 to 1. Ifon stammered, his face ghostly pale. A soldier nearby gave a hollow laugh. Terrifying, isn't it? Panic nearly seized Ifon. Maybe we should run. The Lord wouldn't want us to die for nothing, right? Before he could bolt, Vanessa yanked him back by the collar, keeping the line steady. Despite their discipline, the stench of death made the men tremble. Jillian's voice boomed across the wall, deep and steady. Are you afraid? He challenged them. Our goal isn't to win, but to hold this line until the Lord arrives. If these walls crumble, the entire territory will be razed in an instant. Remember what lies behind you, your families, and the homes you've built. The Lord gave me a new life. I won't abandon it. Jillian donned his lion helmet. His eyes burned with resolve behind the visor. Now we protect the Lord's dream. His words ignited their spirits, replacing paralyzing terror with iron determination. Vanessa tightened her grip on her staff, her gaze sharpening. On the opposing side, Harold stared coldly at the fort. My lord, a knight reported the catapults are primed. Harold didn't flinch. Willow, he called softly. Immediately, a magical staff struck the earth with a hollow thud, announcing the presence of a master. Willow, the Count's personal six-circle archmage, bowed. You summoned me, Harold asked. Did you find the stoneworm traps? Willow shook his head. None detected. This was a sudden strike. They had no time to prepare. Harold drew his blade, pointing it directly at the ramparts. Fire, he bellowed. The order echoed, and massive boulders were hurled into the sky. A relentless rain of stone descended upon Stonehaven Fortress, with terrifying momentum and speed. The black projectile zeroed in on Jillian's position. Unfazed, he raised his shield high. Brace for impact, he roared, as the walls shook from the thunderous strikes. Without a moment's pause, Harold ordered the infantry to charge. Atop the wall, Jillian brushed the debris from his shoulders. "Commander, they're breaching the gap. Clear the wreckage ballista crews to your stations." On his signal, a hail of massive bolts whistled through the air, tearing into the advancing enemy ranks. Harold watched the walls hold firm. Despite 12 catapults firing simultaneously, the stone was barely chipped. Their response is far faster than I anticipated, he mused. Could they be using dwarven engineering to reinforce the walls? He wondered. Below, the enemy captain screamed. Archers 1st and 4th squads opened fire. A cloud of arrows hissed through the wind. Sweep those walls clean. Leave no one standing, the enemy soldiers shrieked, fueled by bloodlust. Then something impossible happened. The arrows struck, only to bounce harmlessly off the defender's armor. Harold's eyes widened in disbelief. Even the soldiers were stunned. The arrows. They're just falling off, a soldier gasped. What did those dwarves forge? Ganvarik smirked, his pride swelling, as the barrage failed to leave a scratch. As more arrows fell uselessly, Harold gritted his teeth. Willow, he hissed, eyes flashing with murderous intent. Bring down the fire. Willow raised his staff, mana surging. As you wish, the mage sneered. On the wall, Ganvarik pointed frantically. Jillian, look up. The sky began to churn, twisting into an ominous dark vortex. A massive violet-red magical cyclone formed directly over the fortress. Jillian stared up, horror etched on his face. Willow stood below, arms wide, as if embracing the apocalypse. Watch your heads, he mocked. His face twisted with sadistic glee as he prepared to incinerate the fort. Suddenly, a barrage of flaming meteors plummeted from the sky. Massive fireballs rained down like falling stars. Curse it all, the soldiers screamed. Their armor could stop arrows, but this localized apocalypse was another story. Take cover. Amidst the chaos, Jillian stood like an iron pillar, his voice cutting through the panic. Maintain your positions. Do not break. Do not fear, Jillian declared as the fire neared. We have magic of our own. A brilliant azure light suddenly enveloped the entire fortress as Vanessa raised her staff. Windshield, she cried, pouring her soul into the spell. A massive shimmering blue dome erupted from the fort, clashing against the descending inferno. The raging flames broke against the barrier, unable to touch the ground. Vanessa gritted her teeth, funneling every drop of mana into the defense until the fire dissipated. The sky cleared instantly, as if the storm had never existed. Jillian smiled beneath his helm, while the soldiers stood in stunned silence at the miraculous protection. Below, Willow broke into a cold sweat. That magic. He realized this was the same mage who had decimated the Daigalatas forces. Vanessa slumped, gasping for air. We're relying on the monastones again, Ifrit grumbled. Stay focused, Vanessa warned. The real fight is just beginning. Seeing the assault fail, the lead knight turned to Harold. My lord, your next command. But Harold remained silent, completely paralyzed by the display of power. Harold's mind raced as he analyzed the tactical failure. His catapult stones were crushed by reinforced walls, and his arrows were deflected by heavy armor. He realized his opponent had accounted for every single variable. He cursed his own oversight. Despite grinding down the Ferris forces, not a single opening appeared. This entire campaign had been launched in haste, without even waiting for the Duke's formal command. There was no time to coordinate with the prince's allies. I've lost my composure, he muttered, a chilling smirk spreading across his face. He gripped his hilt tight. If this was fate, he would seize it. If we don't strike now, their formation will never break, he growled. It was a gamble he had to take. He turned to his lead knight, ordering an immediate end to their cautious probing attacks. Full mobilization. Harold's eyes burned with a predatory bloodlust. Wipe that fortress off the face of the earth. The real slaughter was beginning as Harold spurred his charger, leading the elite sword legion forward. His blade flashed toward the leaden sky like a bolt of lightning. All units, advance. A deafening roar erupted from the ranks, shaking the very foundations of the earth in response. Thousands of steel-clad warriors surged forward as one, their eyes fixed on the towering fortress. Suddenly, a black shroud of arrows blotted out the sun, raining death down upon the charging tide. Atop the battlements, the defenders scrambled to reload their massive siege ballistas. Shouted orders were nearly drowned out by the violent snap of heavy bowstrings and the mechanical grind of gears. Shouted, fire at will. Below the walls, the vanguard hunkered beneath a ceiling of steel shields, praying to survive the metal storm. Hold the line. We must stall them at all costs. A soldier's scream cut through the chaos. Look up. In the sky, streaking through the clouds, massive boulders wreathed in hellfire tore through the air, aimed directly at the heart of the defense. The catapults are on fire, a soldier cried out in terror. Can armor even stop that? Dwarf Ganvarik roared in fury. Move, you idiots, unless you want to be turned into charcoal. Like a guardian deity, Jillian leaped into the fray. With a massive, earth-shattering swing of his battle axe, he cleaved the air, sending the incoming fireball spinning harmlessly into the distance. The sight of their commanders fighting back ignited the soldiers' spirits. Nearby, as Ibel trembled behind his staff, Vanessa unleashed a burst of arcane power, obliterating a boulder headed for her cowardly comrade. "Keep your head down, amateur," Vanessa scoffed. Their relief was short-lived, however, as the horizon was suddenly dominated by the slow, rhythmic advance of mountain-sized siege towers. The siege towers have reached the walls. The enemy was trying to drown them in numbers. Jillian, his white lion helmet gleaming with authority, raised his voice over the din. "Stand firm. Do not falter. Trust the man beside you. Knights of Ferris, to your stations." Mana surged around his hulking frame like a blazing aura. He braced himself, ready to welcome the enemy into a world of pain. He watched the first wave of enemies cresting the walls like a relentless tide. This moment, this single clash would be the gear that turned the wheel of destiny for this entire war. The chaos of war was unleashed like a starving beast. Jillian dove into the thick of it, his axe carving a bloody path through the enemy ranks. Every breath he took rattled with raw power. The White Lion's might was absolute. None could even step within his reach. Men were tossed from the ramparts like ragdolls. Watching the slaughter from below, the attackers began to waver in pure terror. What kind of monster is up there? The only answer they received was a massive blade descending with divine fury. Jillian stood amidst a sea of crimson, looking every bit like a god of war. His eyes burned with an otherworldly light, striking fear into the hearts of all. Annihilate them. Not one step further. From the distance, Harold's cold gaze locked onto the rampaging general. "Impressive skill for a group of doomed knights," Harold remarked, with chilling indifference. "At this rate, using common infantry will take far too long to finish the job." He signaled his trump card, the Twin-Wing Knight Brigade. "Move out." The command echoed like a death knell. Harold's next instructions were calculated and razor-sharp. "Dismount and join the vanguard. Scale those towers and clear the battlements. Coordinate with the ram unit while the towers pressure the walls. We take the main gate by force." He turned to his sorcerer, who was already chanting. "Willow, maintain your mana pool. I want a wide-scale annihilation spell ready on my mark." Then he summoned his right hand, Houston. Harold leveled his blade at the fortress, his eyes flashing with murderous intent. "That White Lion is an eyesore. Eliminate him." Houston, a grizzled beast of a man, gave a savage grin. "I've been waiting for that order," Huston roared. Meanwhile, far from the blood-soaked capital of Cadonia, the atmosphere in the Royal Council chamber was just as lethal. Count Paulgood was sweating under pressure. Brentford sat like a mountain, his brow furrowed in a dangerous scowl. "Explain yourself." Paulgood stammered, trying to find an escape, but Brentford slammed a report onto the table. "Count Desmond has decimated my 2nd Legion and attacked a baron who just pledged loyalty to the crown. He did this without provocation and without a single shred of justification. Is this the will of the Delpham Dukedom?" Brentford demanded. Paulgood waved it off desperately. "Preposterous. I understand your frustration, Highness, but what does Count Desmond have to do with us?" Rosaline's sharp gaze cut through his pathetic lies. "Drop the act. The post-war investigation into Kavandi proved Desmond and the Duke are in league. Do you think we mobilized for no reason?" Miles added a chilling warning. "Watch your tongue, Count. The price for spilling the blood of the royal army is a debt that can only be paid in lives." Paulgood gritted his teeth, his mind racing with venomous thoughts. "Tiske, they're being more aggressive than I expected." He cursed Viscount Raoul for leaving him to clean up this disastrous mess. "Please let us remain civil," he urged, lowering his voice. "Desmond's actions were his own, not the Duke's. I give you my word, the Dukedom will not launch a pincer attack on Baron Ferris." Brentford's expression didn't soften. "You expect me to believe you have no control over your own faction? You're washing your hands of the responsibility already." Paulgood tried a subtle jab. "We didn't interfere when Count Kavandi fell, did we? Perhaps it would be wise for your Highness to stay out of this conflict as well." Seeing their unwavering resolve, Paulgood's face twisted in rage. "You're making things much more difficult than they need to be." Brentford stood up, his voice echoing with authority. "The fall of Ferris is already a certainty. Are you using Desmond just to bait us? If the royal army strikes, we grow weak. If we retreat, Ferris falls without a fight." "No, you misunderstand. We want peace, which is why we won't intervene," Paulgood pleaded. "Is that really it?" Brentford countered, his eyes narrowing with suspicion. "I've had enough of your serpent's tongue and your hollow schemes." Brentford's command rang out like a death sentence. "Arrest this man. Seize every noble from the Duke's faction immediately." Paulgood's face drained of all color. "What? No," he thrashed against the guards as they hauled him away. "I am the voice of the Duke. You cannot violate my diplomatic immunity. Ignoring the screams, Brentford turned to Morris. Tell me which of the Duke's territories are currently the most vulnerable. Where is their military presence the weakest? The domains of Baron Harrington and Baron Colin are ripe for the taking, sire. We can occupy them by sundown. Perfect, Brentford replied. The moment Ferris falls, we strike. Order the northernmost royal units to march immediately and support Baron Ferris. As for Desmond, I will assemble a specialized force to hunt him down myself. Back at the Ferris front, the sound of splintering wood signaled the end. The gate has fallen. The twin-wing knights have breached the inner walls. But right as they poured in, Gordon stood ready, gripping his massive war staff. Step up, you runts. I'll flatten those thick skulls of yours. A thunderous clash erupted as Gordon collided with the twin-winged knights. A bone-shattering blow forced a grunt from Gordon as an enemy blade narrowly missed his vitals. Suddenly, Gillian intervened, parrying the weapon just in time to save his comrade. Careful, Gordon, you almost lost your head. Just then, another knight charged like a localized cyclone, but Gillian intercepted him, sending the attacker flying back with a powerful counter. Rumors claimed Baron Ferris led mere mercenaries, but this man was a true monster. Hudson narrowed his eyes, demanding, "Who are you?" as he drew his blade with lethal intent. "I am Hudson, captain of the Twin-Wing Knights. State your name, white-maned beast," Gillian sneered back. "My name is irrelevant. I am nothing more than the blade of Lord Ferris." "Come, then," Desmond's lapdog Hudson laughed, fueled by the man's sheer arrogance. "You truly are a wild animal." Around them, the battlefield turned into a screaming inferno as enemy waves surged forward. "Kill the Ferris scum," they roared. A massive siege engine lumbered toward the gates, its wooden groans drowned out by the thunderous bellows of the enemy commander. Hudson narrowly evaded a sweeping kick, his instincts razor-sharp. In a flash, the Ferris veteran spun through the air, transforming into a human tornado aimed directly at his foe. Such agility was unheard of among standard knights, leaving the commander stunned. Hoei style far too wild for a typical knight. He countered with a wide slash, his face twisted in a manic grin. Gillian's arms trembled under the sheer weight of the impact. Refusing to yield, he unleashed a devastating horizontal swing that forced Hudson to retreat or be cleaved in two. The two warriors' reset gazes locked for the next exchange of blood. Though blood began to soak through the wound in Gillian's abdomen, his expression remained ice-cold and unwavering. The enemy charged again like a gale, mocking his opponent. "You're good, but your defense is full of holes." A spray of crimson painted the air, marking the brutality of their duel. Elsewhere, Harold, marked by his signature blue hair, watched the chaos with detached eyes. "That's enough," he muttered, signaling the retreat of the siege engine. "Willow, destroy the gate." "Understood," Willow chirped, having waited for the signal. Atop the walls, panic spread among the soldiers as a colossal burning sphere of fire manifested in the sky. The air distorted from the intense heat, and sweat poured down the mage's face as he poured every drop of mana into the spell. "You won't block it this time," Willow cackled. "Great sun flare," he screamed, unleashing the ultimate magic. The devastating fireball plummeted toward the target. Below, Gordon and Ivan froze their eyes wide with pure terror. Nearby, Vanessa kept her eyes shut, focusing her entire being on her incantation. Boom! An earth-shaking explosion rocked the world, sending stone and smoke flying as the fortified gates shattered. Harold's lips curled into a satisfied smirk. "It's over." As the gates crumbled, the enemy flooded in like a broken dam. "The gate is down. Infantry, cavalry seized the fortress." In another corner, the duel between Gillian and the enemy captain raged on. Hudson suddenly caught a strange movement. "Oh," drawing a second blade from your back. Their weapons locked once more, as Gillian unleashed a flurry of strikes. Yet Hudson parried every move with ease, his thoughts drifting to a former pupil. What a waste of talent. If I had trained him, he would have been a legend. Why do the gifted ones like Victor always die so young? He glanced toward the breached gate with a cold stare. "It seems this fort will fall before our dance ends," Hudson mocked. Ready to give up? Gillian remained silent, remembering the cryptic instructions given by Claude. Before the battle, Claude had sat with an air of absolute authority. "If you wish to survive, you will follow the orders of the Ferris House head manager." What Ivan had gasped. "Weren't you just a slave?" Claude only offered a provocative smile. "I am the manager, and I speak with the Lord's voice." Unlike their previous foes, the enemy had mobilized a national-level army. No matter how strong the defense, they couldn't overcome such overwhelming numbers. "Here is the plan," Claude said, pointing to the map. "The real operation begins the moment the walls are breached." He pointed toward the secret escape route. "Soldiers and mages. The moment they scale, the walls retreat through the rear gate. To stay is to die for nothing. The knights will buy us time, then withdraw on Gillian's signal. Back in the present, Jillian finally spoke. Was Victor your disciple? He let out a mocking laugh. A mediocre fool who didn't know his place. He challenged the Lord and died like a dog. As his master, I doubt you're much better, Hudson roared in fury, but before he could strike, Jillian lunged forward, grabbing his collar. Bope's brutal headbutt sent Hudson reeling. Jillian shoved him back, and instantly snatched a heavy crossbow from the ground, leveling it at his foe. Hudson growled, clutching his bleeding face. You think these cheap tricks will save you, Hudson hissed. But Jillian wasn't aiming at him. He pivoted and fired toward the bell tower, the bolt, whistling through the air. The bell's toll echoed, signaling the mass retreat. Jillian gave his enemy one last defiant look, before vaulting over the wall, vanishing into the thick smoke. Cowards, you don't deserve the title of Knight, Hudson spat. But a sudden chill ran down his spine as he looked down at the courtyard below. It was silent. The fortress was eerily empty. A soldier ran up panting. Captain, they've all vanished mid-battle. Should we pursue? Hudson frowned, sensing a deadly trap. He recalled their suicidal defense just moments ago. Why give up so easily now that the gate was gone? A terrifying realization struck him. Is it a trap? The Ferris remnants are fleeing through the back. After them, leave no one alive. The army surged forward in a frantic chase. At the end of the escape path, Jillian held the rear. Standing before the retreating Ferris forces was Vanessa, draped in pure white robes. She stood alone against the approaching legion, her hand tightening around her staff as a haunting purple aura began to radiate from her. Mana surged like a tide, making the very air tremble. A massive magic circle ignited beneath her feet, shooting a pillar of azure light into the heavens. From the darkened sky, bolts of divine wrath rained down upon the enemy ranks. Vanessa's eyes glowed with an otherworldly, malevolent purple light. Inferno strike, she cried out. The sheer power of the spell left the enemy commanders, including Harold, completely paralyzed with shock. A cataclysmic explosion erupted, a sea of crimson flames, swallowing everything in sight. Harold stood frozen, his face caked in dust and horror. He watched helplessly as his army was incinerated. A hooded commander trembled, his voice breaking in terror. This is impossible. Could this level of mana come from a rune stone? The screams of the dying echoed through the inferno. It's too hot. Fall back. Evacuate the castle. The twin-winged knights scrambled to save the wounded. Hudson spurred his horse through the flames, screaming for Harold. His eyes were bloodshot, burning with unbridled rage. Harold barked. Status report now. On a distant ridge, Jillian's squad watched the fortress consume itself in a sea of flames. A voice chuckled. Quite the spectacular bonfire, isn't it? Vanessa gasped at the crimson, staining the old general's hand. Jillian, you're wounded. But he merely brushed it off with a stoic grunt. Beside them, Epon winced at the sheer waste. These fools have no respect for gold, throwing away a red earth dragon stone like that. Gordon laughed. Why worry? Our captain's pockets are bottomless. Besides, if we lose today, the enemy would just loot it all anyway. Clad in lion-crested plate, Jillian nodded toward the horizon. Cloud's strategy was flawless. He turned to his exhausted battalion, voice booming. Are you still with me? A thunderous roar of "Sir" echoed back. Watching the stronghold turn to ash, Jillian's eyes narrowed. They'll be hunting us soon. No delays, he commanded. Fall back to rendezvous point 2. Elsewhere, the Manji commander rode through a field of carnage. Blood matted his hair, his face a mask of grime and weariness. His breath came in ragged gasps after the relentless slaughter. Suddenly, a shadow lunged from the gloom. A heavy axe aimed straight for his skull. Steel shrieked against steel as the Manji leader barely parried the lethal blow. He was instantly swallowed by the whirlwind of Gillen's fury, forced into a desperate dance for survival. Gillen swung with savage grace, his steed delivering a crushing kick that shattered the enemy horse's ribs. The commander hit the dirt hard, but scrambled up, teeth bared. He glared at Ghislaine, his weapon trembling with a mix of fear and indignation. Do you even know when to quit, Red Devil? He screamed. You're more bloodthirsty than any warrior of my tribe. He tried to find a flicker of reason. Red Devil, if you can still think, lower your blade and listen. I am Waroka. In the name of the tribes, I propose a truce. Waroka gestured toward the mangled remains littering the field. Look around you. Everywhere you look, there is nothing but souls crushed into piles of raw meat. We only moved under Kutsu's thumb, and now he's dead. There's no reason for this bloodbath to continue. His plea was met with a chilling, hollow silence. Ghislaine's eyes remained icy behind his visor. Inside his mind, the memories of a past life began to flicker and surge. Waroka, the Manji general, the one who aided the Lord in the previous timeline for a piece of the Parium wasteland. Among the simple-minded manji, he was the only one with a real brain. Waroka continued his desperate gamble for peace. End this senseless massacre. Enough blood has been spilled on both sides, hasn't it? I swear the northern forts will remain untouched. The response was a cold, merciless wind. Ghislaine lunged his axe, whistling through the air. Done stalling, a thunderbolt of a strike cleaved downward. His voice rang out like freezing iron. There is no such thing as a gentle war. Waroka collapsed, his final breath, a curse. You, monster. Ghislaine's gaze burned with a terrifying predatory light. Meanwhile, Jillian led his troops through the treacherous retreat. Suddenly, a panicked cry pierced the air. Captain Jillian, the rear. Through the dust of the horizon, the enemy had finally closed the gap. Hudson sneered, "My lord, the rats have finally crawled out of their holes." Harold unsheathed his sword. "Full charge. If we don't crush the Ferris name now, we never will." Ippon looked back, eyes wide with terror. How are they so fast? Even after taking such a beating, they're already on our heels. Jillian's mind raced as he calculated the grim odds. They were still miles from safety. Without hesitation, he yanked his horse around. "This is the line," he roared. "The rest of you move to the rendezvous. We will hold the perimeter." The knights froze. What? They turned their steeds to face the oncoming tide of thousands. Before them stood a wall of steel. One knight let out a shaky breath. Damn, did we even thin them out? Even if 30,000 had been halved, 15,000 still remained. The arithmetic of death was not in their favor. Yet facing their end, they traded dark jests. Seriously, those flatheads are no joke, boss. Their technique is as solid as a fortress wall. Cough. You scared? Then give back those muscles. We'll tell the captain you were a coward. Gordon's grin was feral. To hell with it. If we're going down, we're taking every last one of these bastards with us. The captain will avenge us. Jillian gripped his axe until his knuckles turned white. Damn right. The Lord never forgets a debt, and he definitely won't forgive those who dared to strike at him. He raised his heavy war axe, his voice shaking the very heavens. Knights of House Ferris, prepare for glory. The soldiers answered with a primal scream, colliding like two iron tsunamis. The Ferris Knights dove into the enemy ranks without a second thought. Cries for the glory of Ferris drowned out the shriek of clashing blades as the field turned into a literal meat grinder. Blood and iron sprayed the air. Jillian was a hurricane of destruction, every swing of his axe sending bodies flying. His knights roared through the chaos. "You scum. We'll teach you to never look at Ferris again." They fought like cornered beasts, trading their lives for every inch of honor. From his high vantage point, Harold watched the desperate resistance with pure disdain. So they've chosen to die like dogs. He pointed his blade at Jillian. Vanguard mages, incinerate them. Blazing spheres of fire streaked across the sky, raining down like falling stars toward the knights. Magic incoming, they screamed, bracing for the inevitable blast. Let them try. Our plate is dwarven forged, you bastards. Just as the fire reached them, a sudden pulse of light erupted from the darkness. A massive barrier of shimmering energy surged upward, intercepting the magical bombardment in a series of deafening aerial explosions. Harold's eyes nearly popped out. Magic here. A woman's voice rang through the smoke. I won't just stand by and watch my knights be slaughtered. Vanessa hovered in the air, her hair whipping in a cyclone of mana. I am joining this fight. She looked like a goddess of war, forcing the entire battlefield into a momentary, stunned silence. Meanwhile, Hudson, the masked commander, finally spotted his prey. He rode toward Jillian, his voice dripping with venomous mockery. I know your name now, former captain of the Ratatosk mercenaries, Jillian. Jillian said nothing, his lethal gaze fixed on the enemy through the slits of his lion helm. Hudson's laugh was cold as he recalled the past. We used to hire your group quite often for their elite skills. But then you vanished and I frankly forgot you even existed. He sneered at the knightly armor. Why sell your soul to a nobody like Baron Ferris? Do you really think playing dress-up as a knight can wash the mercenary filth from your blood? If you believe Ferris, that bottom feeder, can actually rule the north, then listen well, he growled. It's nothing but a pathetic delusional dream. Jillian remained unmoved by the taunts. He responded in a voice like grinding stone. The mercenary you knew died a long time ago. Tightening his grip on the axe, he made his final declaration. Lord Ghislaine gave me a reason to live beyond gold. His eyes blazed with a terrifying, unshakable loyalty. His dream is my command. With a roar, Jillian charged. He lunged through the chaos toward Harold, his massive axe raised high to shatter anything in its path. A thunderous explosion rocked the earth as Jillian's axe collided with Harold's blade. The shockwave of the impact sent a tremor through the very ground. The sheer overwhelming power behind the strike was nothing short of monstrous. Sparks ignite the air. The shockwave blasts Hutton back, carving a path of death through the battlefield's carnage. Jillian's eyes burn with fury as he defies the enemy's weight. Hutton growls, feeling the bone-crushing pressure of the strike. No breathing room. They collide in a dance of death steel, shredding the wind as Hutton's blade descends like a guillotine. But Jillian's instincts are sharper. Metal screams against metal as he holds his ground against the sudden, overwhelming onslaught. Seizing the opening, Jillian shatters the guard with raw power. His axe bites deep into Hutton's flesh, painting the earth crimson. The commander gasps in shock as the overwhelming force sends him and his horse crashing into the dusty earth. In a haze of pain, Hutton realizes the truth. This strength is different. They are completely outmatched and broken by this power. Where does this monstrous power come from? Why, Hutton screams, unable to grasp how a mere mercenary possesses such might. Why die for that beast of a lord? Jillian stands tall, his voice echoing with authority. No one calls Lord Ferris a beast. He grips his weapon, his resolve unshakable. I will protect his dream with my life. That is my knight's creed. Hutton is speechless. A mercenary with such absolute loyalty, it's impossible. They are supposed to be low-born, money-hungry rats. They lack honor and class. Then he remembers the legend, Baron Ferris, the monster, who supposedly tamed a wild lion. To turn a beast into a knight, Jillian raises his weapon for the killing blow. Hutton desperately braces for the impact. Jillian pounces like a starving predator, his strike warping the air. Hutton barely pivots, launching a desperate heavy counterslash. They blur past each other, leaving trails of blood. Amidst the clashing steel, Hutton's voice rings out with newfound respect. Forgive my insolence, he calls out. White Lion, I officially challenge you as a true and honorable knight. Elsewhere, Harold's command roars. The enemy tide swarms from the heights, closing the trap like 1,000 hungry insects. Surrounded and outgunned, the situation is critical. We're finished, Ipan cries. Ganvaric's eyes dart, searching for any possible escape. Sweating but defiant, Vanessa commands the circle. She slams her staff down and massive ice spires erupt from the earth. A fortress of ice rises. The enemies falter, their encirclement blocked. Harold scowls at the barrier with a freezing, murderous gaze. How annoying, he mutters. Willow released the magic. The heavy cavalry charges forward to crush the mages first. Protect the casters. Gordon leads the charge, steel clashing against steel as they block the path of the winged knights. The battlefield is a chaotic symphony of screams. Jillian's men fight like demons, but the enemy's numbers are taking their toll. Vanessa faces the charging beasts alone. Drawing on every drop of mana, she prepares her most devastating final spell. Thunder-field lightning cascades through the enemy. Vanessa collapses, her breath ragged and her body completely spent. Vanessa Epan screams, worried she's burned through her life force. Are you still with us? Can you hear me? Her hands tremble, but her gaze remains sharp. Save the knights. Then her heart stops as she senses a terrifying energy. Even Jillian feels the chill. The mage Willow is conjuring a sun of pure destructive fire, high above the carnage. The heat is suffocating. That spell shattered the city gates. If it hits the ice walls, and everyone will vaporize instantly. Even the White Lion breaks a sweat. Seizing the distraction, Hutton strikes hard, forcing the veteran warrior back. Look at me, Hutton roars. Meanwhile, the enemy mage sneers. So this is the greatness of Ferris's army. Pathetic. A pity. You chose the wrong side, and now you'll be nothing but ash. His face twists in a sadistic grin. It ends now. Jillian unleashes an earth-shattering roar, hurling his blade with impossible speed right at the floating mage. A streak of sharp blade chi tears through the sky. The mage's eyes widen in terror as the death blow arrives. The chi pierces his heart, severing his mana. The fire orb destabilizes, exploding harmlessly into a rain of sparks above. The sky clears and hope flickers once more. We're alive. The soldiers cheer as their captain's shot saves them. Vanessa weeps with relief, thanking Jillian. But the veteran knight doesn't celebrate. He knows the fight is far from over. Maintain the formation, he bellows. But a cold voice whispers behind him. Squelch. A blade erupts through Jillian's chest. Blood sprays the snow. Vanessa's world goes white. This is the price, Hutton whispers, for turning your back in a duel. Jillian's eyes flare with a final spark. Defying death, he shoves Hutton back and swings his axe in a desperate arc. He carves out a moment of space, but Hutton is relentless. The veteran's strength is fading, his movement slowing down. Another blow shatters his armor. The White Lion is drenched in crimson. I didn't want this, Hutton mutters with respect. But the battlefield is never what we imagine. He watches as the legendary warrior finally begins to falter and fall. The massive frame of Jillian crashes to the earth. Desperate screams echo as Vanessa's world shatters into bitter tears. He lies still amidst the roar of war. His breath slows, his vision fades, and the cold embrace of death takes hold. Past glories and invincible days flash before him. Jillian remembers his fallen brothers in arms from his time as an unmatched warrior. This is the end. The image of his young master, the day he swore eternal loyalty, shines bright in his fading mind. Ghislaine's gentle smile appears. Keep moving, don't look back. Jillian's heart stirs. This new life is a precious gift. Fighting for a true cause alongside his family, Ghislaine, Cal, and Rosaline, a familiar figure appears through the haze of death. Memories of his daughter and leading his team. A warm hand on his shoulder, Ghislaine's absolute trust radiates through him. Jillian gasps. I'm sorry, but a voice calls out Master Ghislaine. Suddenly his eyes snap open with a spark of life. A hero stands between him and the Reaper. Jillian, whispers Master. Ghislaine commands, maintain your dignity, Sal. Stand up, Ghislaine orders. Meanwhile, at Turian's Shadow Mountain, a terrifying roar shatters the peaceful silence. It's a monster wave. Snow-furred beasts charge with razor-sharp teeth. The soldiers are paralyzed with pure terror. From the towering walls, thousands of arrows rain down like a storm. The situation is desperate as monsters swarm. They're climbing over the dead. The soldiers scream, stabbing downward in a frenzy of absolute rage and fear. Then a massive frost ogre appears. It wields a boulder and a glowing blue club, radiating a crushing aura. It hurls the boulder with shattering force. Look out, a rock. A massive shadow engulfs the terrified soldiers below. The impact is earth-shaking. The frost ogre prepares another attack. Despair washes over the entire army like a wave. How can it launch a house-sized rock with a stick? Even the elite Turian knights were forced to retreat. If only Lord Don Cat were here right now. A soldier cries out in desperation. Incoming, clear the area. A massive black object falls as footsteps thunder. Then Sao appears with flaming red hair. Carrying a giant stone pillar, he smashes the incoming boulder. He swings it, obliterating the monster ranks in one go. We're saved. It's the new king of Ironcliff. The soldiers cheer for Lord Sao as he grinds his teeth. Struggling with the massive weight, he curses. How the hell does that pig Don Cat carry this heavy thing? One massive sweep crushes dozens of monsters. Sao tosses the heavy pillar aside to draw his sharp blade. He plunges into the horde like a crimson whirlwind. His blade carves through flesh, dodging every strike with ease. Recalling his master's training, building foundations and conquering fear. Now, it was time to apply everything he learned. His eyes ignite with a mysterious blue glow. He faces Hudson, a veteran knight reading every muscle twitch, predicting the center of gravity and foot placement. He could see through every single move his opponent made. Tao effortlessly evades Hudson's powerful strike. I can take on anyone, he declares, with unwavering confidence. Like a ghost, Cao slips through the blade's path. Hudson panics. What is he reading? My every move. With a roar, their swords clash in a shower of sparks. Pushed back and gasping, Hudson's face is bloodied. 1 second slower and I'd be dead, he shivers. Who exactly is this rogue warrior? He senses no special mana or physique. How could he possess such monstrous and refined strength? Who are you? Hudson demands. Cao scoffs. Why bother asking? Hudson sneers. Probably just an expensive mercenary. Cao laughs at the old man's ignorance. I am Cao, the captain of the Ferris Knights. Hudson is stunned. The captain isn't, that the white-haired lion. Even the dying Jillian mutters against Cao's lies. Shut it and stay down, Cao mocks Jillian. If you're so annoyed, then get up and fight back. Hudson's killing intent explodes. They clash again. Your movements are reckless and unrestrained. The veteran mocks. Baron Ferris only raises beasts. I've won 5 knight tournaments. You lowlifes are not my equal. Cao deflects the blow effortlessly. 5 wins, that's all. He looks at the veteran with pure cold disdain. Those tournaments are no different from mercenary bets. My lord has won over 100 battles like that. 100. Hudson freezes. Cao lands a devastating kick, then raises his sword for the final strike. Enough of your lies, Hudson screams, locking blades. Suddenly, he grabs Cao's sword with his bare hand. He sweeps Cao's legs, sending him crashing down. I'll kill anyone who stands in Count Desmond's way. But an axe suddenly intervenes, pushing Hudson back. Jillian stands tall. You've finally grown strong, Cao. Can you still fight? Old man Cao asks. Jillian nods. Priest Piotr's healing was enough to keep me in. White-haired lion Hudson rages. How dare you interfere in a duel? You lowly, treacherous mercenary. Jillian warns. Be careful. That's Victor's master, the one who nearly killed you. Cao curses. Damn it, no wonder he's tough. You're looking pretty rough, he noted coldly. I take it your next strike will be your last, Jillian grunted in response. Yeah. 1 shot is all I've got. Cao let out a thunderous roar. One shot is all we need, let's go. With that, they both charged forward. The air turned heavy as they unleashed their final techniques. It wasn't a graceful duel anymore, but a brutal, blood-soaked struggle for survival. Jillian managed to shatter Hudson's defense, disarming him instantly. They crashed to the ground, locked in a savage, bare-knuckle brawl. They tumbled across the dirt, like wild animals. Cao landed a bone-crushing blow, followed by Jillian's relentless barrage of strikes. Every punch landed with devastating force against Hudson's face. To finish the combo, Cao delivered a heavy kick straight to the man's gut. With fingers as strong as iron, Jillian seized Hudson by the collar and delivered a massive headbutt. The impact sent Hudson reeling, his vision fading into darkness. He collapsed onto the scorched earth, every ounce of his strength completely evaporated. His breathing became shallow and ragged as the end drew near. "You, low-born cowards," he hissed through the blood. "Do you truly call yourselves knights after such a dishonorable display?" Cao looked down at him with eyes as cold as ice. "Honor," Cao scoffed. He and Jillian gripped their heavy axes together. "This isn't a tournament, it's a slaughterhouse. Results are the only thing that matters on a battlefield." Their faces twisted into masks of pure, merciless determination. Hudson let out one final agonizing scream of despair. Without a shred of hesitation, the executioner's blow fell. Blood sprayed across the battlefield, staining the earth a deep crimson. As the dust settled, Harold watched from a distance, his horse skidding to a halt. Harold's eyes widened in pure disbelief as he watched his top commander fall. He let out a primal scream of rage. Meanwhile, far from the carnage, Count Greyfoe's fortress stood tall amidst the mountains, a massive stronghold protecting the surrounding settlements. It was a land of plenty, guarded by a shimmering river. In her opulent study, Amelia calmly stroked her white cat while listening to the latest war reports. A man sitting across from her finally broke the silence with a grave expression. "Our intelligence is confirmed," he began. While Count Ferris moved his main force to defend the northern podium fortress, Count Desmond seized the opening. He has declared total war, marching with a massive army of 30,000 men. Desmond has already crushed the kingdom's 2nd Legion stationed there. He continued, his voice trembling slightly. His forces are now making a direct line for the heart of Ferris territory. The advisor in the red beret looked increasingly anxious as he spoke. He struck exactly when the Ferris forces were scattered. Bernoff analyzed, standing beside Amelia with a stern gaze. Desmond ignored the Duke's warnings to start this war, but his timing is undeniably perfect. This situation is critical. Bernoff tightened his grip. If this continues, not only will Ferris be wiped out, but the entire podium region will suffer catastrophic losses. Amelia remained silent for a moment, her mind racing through 1,000 different political outcomes. A sharp, cunning smile spread across her face. In that case, she whispered, "We shall launch an immediate strike on Desmond's own territory." Her subordinates gasped, unable to process her sudden daring move. The man in the red beret stammered in shock. "But Milady, Desmond's main army is gone, leaving his lands vulnerable. But what about the aftermath?" Bernoff frowned, sensing the immense danger. "If we do this, we must be prepared for total war against the strongest lord in the north." Amelia didn't flinch. Her crimson eyes burned with a fierce, unwavering light. "To stay idle now would be the height of stupidity," she declared. She saw the chessboard clearly, and she was ready to make her move. She continued her cold logic, exposing the political web. If Desmond absorbs Ferris and grows stronger, he becomes the Duke's next target. However, if Ghislaine somehow manages to emerge victorious from this mess, he would become the undisputed power of the North. The Duke's family would never allow such a threat to exist. Amelia's smile grew even more predatory. Win or lose, Desmond has already fallen out of favor with the higher powers. So if we take his place, don't you think the Duke would prefer us as their new northern pillar? Her subordinates stood frozen, finally realizing the terrifying depth of their mistress's ambition. Her calculation was flawless and ruthless. "I see it now." Bernoff's eyes shone with newfound admiration. This strategy neutralizes both Desmond and Ferris, regardless of who wins. It's a masterstroke, with zero downsides. There was no more time for talk. The gears of war were turning. Bernoff mobilized the troops immediately, Amelia commanded. "This is the golden opportunity we've been waiting for." A thunderous "yes," Milady echoed through the halls. Outside, the world was swallowed by a pitch-black night. The Greyfoe army began to assemble like a gathering storm. Bernoff unsheathed his blade, pointing it toward the dark heavens. "Prepare to march," his voice boomed like thunder. The soldiers' roars shook the very foundation of the camp. This was the moment to cement Greyfoe's new legacy. Thousands of soldiers stood in perfect formation, their spirits burning with the desire for conquest. From her high balcony, Amelia watched her Iron Legion march forward with pride. Victory felt inevitable. Ghislaine, she mused with a smirk, no matter how strong Desmond is, I know you won't go down easily. But you've drawn far too much attention to yourself. Just wait and see. This time, I'll be the one to deliver the killing blow. Amelia's dark smile reached her eyes. Suddenly, a cold voice drifted from the shadows behind her. It has been a long time, milady. Amelia spun around her heart, skipping a beat. Her eyes went wide with shock. A hooded woman stood there, her own red eyes gleaming with a dangerous intensity. I knew Lady Amelia wouldn't let an opportunity like this slip away, Belinda said calmly. Everything is going exactly as he predicted. In a flash of movement, Belinda was inches away, holding a lethal needle to Amelia's throat. Amelia broke into a cold sweat. That voice. You're Ghislaine's maid, aren't you? Why are you here? Belinda signaled for silence. I bring a message from Count Ferris. Her voice was flat and robotic. It would be wise for you not to act recklessly. We wouldn't want any unfortunate accidents, would we? Her gaze locked onto Amelia's. It's time to renegotiate your plans, Milady Belinda added coldly. Meanwhile, back on the front lines, the battle had reached a fever pitch. The sound of clashing steel and dying men filled the air. A massive axe was buried deep in Hudson's armor, ending his life. Even the elite twin-wing knights stood paralyzed by the sight. Harold, drenched in sweat and panic, watched his loyal subordinate's body go limp. Damn you, he screamed, spurred his horse into a gallop, and charged like a hurricane toward Cao and Jillian. He swung his weapon with a murderous intent, desperate to avenge his fallen comrade. Cao was gasping for air, his strength nearly spent. Is that Desmond? He's coming straight for us. He glanced at Jillian. Get up, old man, we've got company. But Jillian's body finally gave out, and he collapsed into the dirt. Fine then. Cao's expression hardened into one of grim defiance. Damn it, we're in deep trouble now. Refusing to back down, he hoisted his blood-stained axe and let out a defiant roar at the approaching enemy. You want a piece of me? Come on. Cao stepped into the center of the enemy's path, his voice echoing with authority. I am Cao, commander of the Severus mercenaries, king of Iron Cliff, and captain of the Ferris Knights. From the distance, a black-armored knight calmly drew a bow, aiming a razor-sharp arrow at the chaos. The arrow whistled through the air at a terrifying speed, forcing Harold to use his sword to deflect the lethal projectile at the last second. That single shot had saved Cao's life by a hair's breadth. Harold looked toward the archer in sheer terror. It can't be. Cao gripped his axe tighter, a grin spreading across his face. Captain Ghislaine, you're finally here. Ghislaine, clad in obsidian armor, charged into the fray, his axe glowing with an eerie blue light. The surviving soldiers let out a jubilant cheer. The Count is here, Ifrit screamed at the top of his lungs. Damn it, where have you been playing around while we were dying? Ifrit shouted, with a mix of anger and relief. Vanessa's voice cracked with emotion. Master Harold's face contorted with pure rage as he snarled at the newcomer. My intelligence said you were still occupied, Harold barked. Don't tell me you wiped out those barbarians already. That should have been impossible. Ghislaine's horse thundered past, leaving a trail of dust. You're wrong, a voice noted. He's alone. It seems he left his entire army behind just to rush here at top speed. Harold let out a mocking laugh, his eyes filled with contempt for such a reckless move. What can one man do against an army? Harold sneered. Your impatience will be your downfall, Ghislaine. The scene shifted back to the hilltop where Castillo stood watching, flanked by a knight in shimmering gold armor. Are you sure you want to bet on that? The Golden Knight asked. Per the Marquis of Brentford's orders, command over a portion of the royal army is now officially transferred to House Ferris and House Podium. Castillo nodded solemnly. You have my deepest thanks, Sir Randolph. He looked down at the battlefield below. It seems we've arrived just in time to join the party. Indeed, Castillo replied, drawing his sword. Leave Desmond to Ghislaine. We'll take care of these bottom feeders. He raised his blade high. Knights of Ferris, draw your steel. Thousands of blades cleared their scabbards in unison. A roar that shook the heavens erupted. For Ferris, like a devastating tidal wave, the reinforced army surged down the slopes. The enemy soldiers fell into a state of total panic, screaming, Reinforcements! They're coming from everywhere! What in the hell is this? An endless sea of soldiers is swarming over the hilltop. Harold's eyes widened in pure terror as he surveyed the field. Those crests, they belong to Podium and the Royal Army. The Crown Prince has finally made his move. He gritted his teeth, cursing under his breath at the Duke's useless kin. Consumed by madness, Harold lunged forward with a blood-curdling scream. Fine, then bring it on. He dived headfirst into the enemy encirclement. The twin-wing knights exchanged grim glances. Our only target is Count Ferris, they bellowed. Take his head, and the day is ours. Ghislaine spurred his mount forward, his voice thundering over the chaos. To battle? This one's for Jillian. A forest of spears leveled at Ghislaine, but his warhorse was a beast of legend. It leapt high into the air, granting its master the perfect opening. One by one, the enemy knights fell beneath his wrath. Every swing of his axe unleashed a devastating wave of force, shattering everything in its path. At last, Ghislaine breached the line, coming face to face with Harold. His gaze was cold, piercing through his enemy like a blade of ice. "Harold Desmond," he roared. Harold didn't flinch, his face contorted in a mask of pure hatred. The two titans collided their weapons, meeting in a shockwave that threatened to tear the very earth asunder. With overwhelming might, Ghislaine's strike found its mark, throwing Harold violently from his saddle. The Count hit the dirt hard face first. He spat out a mouthful of crimson, wheezing in agony. But Ghislaine wasn't finished yet. Thundering past the fallen man, Ghislaine heard desperate cries from the distance. "Over here, help us." In a display of perfect training, his warhorse reared up, snatching Jillian and the priest from the fray. Behind them, Harold struggled back to his feet. Ghislaine loomed over him like a god of death, weapon at the ready. In the background, his horse carried his allies to safety. The two sworn enemies locked eyes in a suffocating silence. "You absolute bastard," Harold hissed through bloodied teeth. Harold's mind raced through the wreckage of his ambitions. Years of planning, all turned to ash because of you. Even my loyal knights Hutch and Victor, they died because of your interference. He screamed in pure, unadulterated resentment. Time and again, you shoved your nose where it didn't belong. Until the very end, you refused to play your part in my design. And now, you have the audacity to crawl right to my feet. He leveled his blade at Ghislaine, his voice a low growl. "Tell me, are you ready to die?" Ghislaine remained as motionless as a statue, his voice echoing with a haunting depth. "I have waited a lifetime for this moment." In the heart of the carnage, Castillo raised his blade high, his eyes burning with resolve. "All units advance. Crush them with everything you've got." The heavy cavalry surged forward like a hurricane, their momentum unstoppable. The front line collapsed instantly. A Desmond soldier was skewered by a lance, blood spraying the dirt as his comrades shrieked in terror. "The line is breaking. They're too strong, we're being slaughtered. Where is Count Desmond? We need orders." As the reinforcements arrived, Gordon's blood began to boil. "Get off those horses, you cowards," he roared, swinging wildly. Now is the time for pain. Watching his men falter, a Desmond soldier bellowed to his brothers. "Twin-wing knights don't just stand there waiting for orders. Move. Hold the line. Do not break formation," he urged, desperate to spark some courage. "Slay every ferris dog in front of you. Their targets loomed just ahead." Gordon gasped for air, his lungs burning. "No, it can't end like this." An ally nearby scoffed at his bravado. "That idiot. Always overdoing it. And drawing too much heat." Someone groaned. "Damn it. My mana pool is completely bone dry." Suddenly, a command sliced through the air. Fire. A lethal rain of arrows descended upon the Desmond ranks, catching them completely off balance. From the distance, a smug voice rang out. "We've been cooling our heels at the rendezvous point for ages, you rebellious runts." It was Cloud. He sat tall upon his steed, leading a fresh wave of reinforcements into the fray. Cloud's arrival sent a surge of hope through the ranks. All units commenced the operation he commanded. "Provide immediate support to our allies." Another volley of arrows darkened the sky. In the center of the storm, Castillo fought like a demon, while Ghislaine's horse wove through the carnage to pluck survivors from the jaws of death. Blood misted the air as arrows hissed like vipers. The world narrowed down to Ghislaine and Harold. Their weapons collided with ear-splitting clangs. Ghislaine caught a heavy blow on the haft of his axe, only for Harold to pivot for a vicious counterswing. Ghislaine used the momentum to vault into the air, spinning for a devastating roundhouse kick. The impact shattered Harold's composure, sending blood spraying from his mouth. Ghislaine didn't let up, bringing his weapon around for another strike. A vertical cleave came crashing down, which Harold barely caught on his blade. The duel reached a fever pitch, neither man giving an inch. Harold, his face, a mask of gore and madness, let out a primal scream. "My life was flawless, my designs were perfection itself, and I led my house toward glory. Failure was a word that never existed in my world." His boast was cut short by a brutal boot to the stomach. Doubled over in pain, he wheezed. Then, "Why?" Ghislaine ignored him, spinning his axe through the air before bringing the massive blade down with the weight of a falling mountain. The impact detonated against the ground, throwing up a cloud of debris. Ghislaine Harold screamed, his voice thick with loathing. "Who do you think you are to humiliate me? The moment you moved, my perfection began to crumble. Everyone who followed me, they all died by your hand," Harold shrieked. "I've had to swallow an ocean of disgrace." Ghislaine shoved his axe forward, creating distance between them. In the next heartbeat, they were at each other's throats again. It's all your fault, Harold raged, his attacks becoming frantic and wild. Because of you. Only you. A massive arc of energy tore through the air, striking Ghislaine with a thunderous boom. As the smoke cleared, the two warriors stood locked in a deadly stare. Ghislaine whispered to himself, this power. He was condensing every drop of mana into his core, burning his own life force for fuel. Harold stood wreathed in crackling lightning. I will not lose, not to the likes of you. Do you think I'll let everything I've built just vanish? Harold pressed his palm to his chest, a blinding surge of energy erupting from his core. There is only one way to end this nightmare. With eyes burning with murderous intent, Harold declared, I must kill you. He lunged with everything he had, his sword, aimed straight for Ghislaine's heart. Ghislaine stood his ground, unmoving, as the blade hissed toward him. The force of the strike sent Ghislaine's helmet spinning into the air. The blade stopped mere inches from his face. Ghislaine had caught the hilt with his bare hands, his grip like iron. Harold Ghislaine said, his voice eerily calm amidst the carnage. I still haven't forgotten the hollow emptiness I felt the last time I took your life. Even if I were to butcher your corpse 1,000 times, it wouldn't bring back those I loved. The faces of his fallen kin flashed before his eyes, but the grief no longer held him back. His gaze hardened into steel. I will cut you down to settle their debt, Core. Unleash. A sphere of violent purple mana erupted from Ghislaine's chest. Harold's eyes nearly popped out of his head. Riding the tide of mana, Ghislaine unleashed a Godspeed thrust. Harold barely dodged a new hole torn through his shoulder. Every strike seemed effortless, yet carried the weight of a continent. Harold was drowning in the onslaught. Ghislaine parried with his axe while his sword found a home in Harold's gut. Harold's eyes bulged from the fatal blow. In a fit of desperate agony, he swung his blade one last time, only to be carved open once more. Ghislaine's eyes were voids of cold indifference as he brought his blade around. A severed arm spun through the air, trailing a ribbon of crimson. Harold slumped a broken one-armed shadow of his former self. I should have targeted you from the start, Harold wheezed, his voice filled with bitter regret. I should have crushed you instead of your sister. But it's too late. Ghislaine's weapon drove straight through Harold's chest. Change scene. A pair of hands tightened around a serpent-headed cane. In a lavish office, a voice commanded, be silent. It was Duke Joseph. He looked at his nervous subordinates. It seems everyone is on edge. Does Count Desmond's little uprising truly shock you that much? One of them replied, trembling. This is a direct spit in the face of the dukedom. This incident has sparked massive outrage within the imperial family, and word says every noble in the capital is calling for blood. Joseph cut him off coldly. Panicking over a single outlier, lately, Count Desmond hasn't been delivering the legendary results we once expected of him. His frustration must be reaching a breaking point. Harold's massive silhouette loomed, a man of perfection, now desperate to erase a single stain from his legacy. I understand that feeling all too well. He glared with cold disdain. If you can't even read a man's heart, are you truly fit to advise Prince Delphim? The advisor stammered. Of course, we don't doubt he'll crush the North. We are simply concerned about what happens after the conquest. Will Desmond still obey the Duke after the North falls? Joseph gave a sinister smile. Once the civil war ignites, he won't have any other choice. A heavy silence gripped the room. Kanzak spoke from the shadows. What if Count Desmond is defeated? Joseph turned with a sharp, piercing look. Impossible, one barked. How could 30,000 troops lose to the Ferris family's mere few thousand? Joseph's question was like ice. Does that worry you? Kanzak countered. I warned you, Ghislaine is no ordinary foe. His gaze turned lethal. If Desmond actually falls to Ghislaine, the scene I fear most is. Back on the battlefield, blood soaked the dirt. A battered herald stood before Ghislaine as Kanzak's warning echoed. Desmond finally unleashed that forbidden power. Harold's face contorted, his eyes turning pitch black with golden pupils as a sinister dark aura exploded.